past all of them as well. What a move for the 48. Oh, look at this, and onto the straight they come.
Brilliant move there from number 40 to make it through. That left-hander sliding up the inside, going up now over Hawthorne Hill, down Pilgrim's Drop, and it's brilliant stuff here at Brands Hatch.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
It's fast, it's competitive, it's thrilling. It's TeamSport Indoor Karting. It's the ultimate family day out and perfect for parties. It's getting the team together, driving performance and building relationships. It's making memories with your mates with adrenaline-fueled action on every straight, ramp and corner. It's the ultimate karting experience. With 35 tracks nationwide, there's a TeamSport track near you. Book online to save 10% with the code GET10 at team-sports.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Rob Smedley, Formula One engineer and founder of Total Karting Zero, where we're on a mission to get more families into motorsport. So once we understood that we wanted to deploy electric or battery technology, then between us we developed a drivetrain that was simple, light, because that's really important for performance, but also safe. EV or battery technology in karts for small lightweight vehicles, it's a great technology, but for us it offered us a fast route to a bunch of karts that are all equal, where the biggest differentiator is the driver's talent. You know, if EV is something that offers us that cost effectiveness, that efficiency and that parity across the field, so a level playing field, it's the best technology for us at the minute. We are completely open to other technologies. You know, our whole ethos is faster, fairer, cheaper, cleaner. So there has to be a sustainable element to the propulsion method. But as an engineer, I am interested in performance and parity, and not having to pin ourselves to any particular flag. With battery technology, we can effectively map the karts differently via the ECU, which can give us different power levels. So this is absolutely perfect for beginners. We can get very young drivers, you know, inexperienced drivers that can come in, and we can turn the karts down to almost walking pace, and they can learn in a really safe environment and at a safe speed, where, you know, they're not going straight into something which is way too powerful for where they're at in terms of their experience. We're now focusing on the drivers of the future. You know, we have our cohort in Formula One, that's brilliant to watch, but where are the next Max Verstappen's coming from? Where are the next Lewis Hamilton's coming from? Where are the next Charles Leclerc's coming from? You know, we can identify and find them and bring them through TKZ. Faster, fairer, cheaper, cleaner.
Just over 4,000 drivers applied. We're here today with 96 to make it into 3 champions. My name's Lex, this is Will. We're here at Warrington again for day 2.
We are a very, very cold Warrington this morning, Lex.
God, it feels colder than yesterday, doesn't it? It is, it's pretty cold, it's pretty cold. Yesterday was great, we had the cadets and juniors. What a day it was.
Brilliant, some epic racing yesterday. Yeah. And I think today we'll have a bit more.
We might.
Yeah, I think
this could be the one.
But,
massive congrats to Hamilton, Bill, Hewitt, Freddie, Mason and Bobby from yesterday. Amazing performance from all of them. If you didn't watch that, you can still watch it on YouTube. It's on one of our things somewhere, but worry about that next week. For today, though, what's happening?
Well, we've got some epic racing coming today. Now, we've got the adults, we've got the lightweights that are going to be kicking off at around 10 o'clock. And actually, just to my right-hand side off screen there, they're actually doing their morning briefing, which is epic. We've then going to the lightweight. It'll kick off at 10 o'clock with the semi-final at 11:55 and the grand final around 12:30. We then go into the middleweight and qualifying races for the middleweights at 14:15, into the middleweight semi-final at 16:05, and then with a final then around 16:40. The heavyweights then will take centre stage at 18:25 for their qualifying and racing. Semi-final around 8:15 with the grand final around 10:09. So make sure you hang around and watch the entire day with us, Lex.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be one to watch. And this time, we're also joined by Akhil. You might know him from the TeamSport socials. Give him a round of applause.
Let's shuffle him over, get him in. Morning, Lex. Akhil. Morning, Akhil.
Yeah. Morning. How are we?
I'm good, yeah. Are you feeling just as cold as we are today?
It's a little bit better today than yesterday, but maybe it's just because it's
Do you think
early.
so?
I don't know.
Maybe it should be. I don't know.
I think I'm getting immune to it now.
Yeah.
3 days in Warrington.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You've got a cameraman who's going to follow you around for today. What karting juiciness have you got for us?
Yeah, we want to sort of talk to racers. We want to talk to people involved, sponsors. We want to really get a feel for this place. This is amazing. And if you're not here, you really don't get to experience it. The live stream's obviously great, but we want to bring BIKC finals, the atmosphere in Warrington to the live stream. Yeah. So we're going to attempt to do that later.
Absolutely. We want people getting involved as well.
We do.
Like
Absolutely
yesterday,
do.
Get in the comments, get all, we want to see what track you're from as well, because we're on all the TeamSport sites as well. So let us know where you are.
And get all of your comments in the comment section on YouTube,
Yeah.
Facebook, and all the other streaming services. Yeah, get in there.
sure.
We love to read them out, don't we, Lex?
We do indeed. We've also got some karting to give away later today as well. We'll tell you how you can win that. But right now, though, Warrington, a little bit of a refurb. We went from petrol to electric. Yesterday, we sort of set a standard, didn't we, Akhil? What do you reckon we're going to see today?
I think we're going to see some great racing again. I mean, we saw 2 finals yesterday that were quite similar. So the person on pole essentially led the race the whole time, and they just went. Yeah. The second place kind of had to sort of have a defensive drive because they weren't really going to catch first place. So they were very similar sort of races. So it'll be interesting to see if that sort of pattern continues. It's well worth noting as well, we will get 3 new champions this year.
Yeah.
So last year, Dante Dillon, Mackenzie Jones and Johnny Elliott,
That's true.
all 3 of the winners are not participating this year.
No, so it is
we
going to be
will
new.
have 3 brand new winners. So how amazing is that?
Yeah,
as well,
it's great. You've done a great interview with Dante Dillon, actually. We're going to show that a little bit later on. But before we do, you did catch up with Tom Gibson, one of our commentators, to have a little look around this brand newly refurbished Warrington track, and this is what it looks like.
Hello everyone and welcome to Warrington, to the new revamped Warrington. We've gone from petrol to electric, but don't worry, it's still 1,000 metres and the track is as awesome as it was before. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. I've got Tom here, Tom Gibson from Warrington, who's going to do a little track walk with me. Tom, how's it been this week?
It's been manic, I think about a week ago, not many of us thought we'd be here and be running. It's been a real labour of love from me and the entire crew. Yeah. So,
but
just nice to
exciting?
have it back.
Exciting?
Yeah, very exciting. Loads of changes. Place looks completely different. It's had massive refurb, massive change, and obviously a brand new electric karts as well.
Yeah. You say a lot of changes, but obviously the track, there are changes, but it's still a karter's track,
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
bit that makes Warrington great is still the same. It's still the same great circuit, which I think that's been the concerns of a few people. But yeah, it's still the same great track.
So this is where the grid start would be.
Yep. standing start straight out the pit lane, timing lines here. So just before the first corner, brand new start lights as well.
Cool.
So you've got the nice 5 sequence. So really feel like a Formula 1 driver in your second grid, ready for a Grand Prix.
Cool.
So
where should the cart be?
So as you're coming up to here, you want to be just towards the barrier. This one of the great things about this track, there's loads of like furniture around. You can start using your braking markers. So here, you just want to be tapping the brake as you go into as you come up to the red door. Turn towards the white line. Nice smooth line as you come through here. Bonus, we've got so much circuit you can use, so much real estate. So keep it nice and tight up to the barrier, and then you're effectively following this new one on the way out. So you can just see a red line on the far side. You effectively want to put the cart in that gap as you come out of it. Nice TV as well for sector timing. That's a work in progress. And you'll be the first track that's going to get that. So as you come over the line, you'll be able to see your lap times on the TV screens there. Then out of this second corner, out of this first one into the second hairpin, series of 3 hairpins, one of the better overtaking points on this track. So you normally find as you come out of here, the racing line brings you right over to this section of the circuit here, just before this red line. But you can get a nice move down the inside, just sort of set it up here. So normally you find when you've got the races, this is one of the action zones. And again, nice sweeping line through, tap towards the apex on the middle. This one's a little bit different. You don't want to use all the road on the way out, because that run between the between the second and third hairpin there, it's really short. So you normally find the quick line sort of brings you out towards the middle.
Oh, it's wide, isn't it?
I know, you've got loads of space here.
There's a lot
you've got
of
loads of
space.
space. I think we worked it out. You can go into this corner, you can go 3 wide minimum. Now on an indoor circuit, that's unique. There's not many that you can do that sort of move, so it's a really good one for overtaking. This third hairpin here, this is one where you really need to alter your line for what you normally do. So you come out of turn 2 nice and tight here. You want to pretty much be where I'm stood here as you turn in, so just behind this L that's in the tarmac.
It's not as wide as
so not right up to the side, because that run's really short. Bring the cart in right up towards the apex of the corner, and then you can just see the circuit just starts to narrow in a little bit. So you can probably go 3 wide on the way in, but you've got to sort of get it all sorted out before you get to like where we're stood now. Otherwise,
you can see where you don't want to be.
You can see where you don't want to be out here where it's not been run, but you can just start to see the line starting to rubber in. But again, you just want to be nice and wide on the way out. Stick towards that wall on your left-hand side. And then one of the beautiful features of Warrington Dunlop bridges.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the bridges are... I mean, we posted a couple of images on day one. And we just did these because
instantly recognisable. Exactly, you come here, you walk over. It's as you like. If you've never been here before, as you walk over that footbridge, you just walk out of a nice reception area, nice clean, calm reception area. You walk out of there to a circuit that's running. You've got all the noise. You've got the carts going around. It's like it's a real attack on the senses. It's like a nice little feature that Warrington has that you don't really get anywhere else. But mainly through this section here.
It's quite quick, isn't it?
This is a very fast section. So if I was out here, especially with the new e-carts, the boost button, I'd probably be using it coming out of turn 3. Because this now, we're going into one of the fastest sections of the circuit. So you're coming through here, threading the cart through the barriers, inside through here, keep it towards the middle of the circuit, then go towards the inside again as you go under the bridge. You got the old line here from BIKC, obviously the home of the finals. There's a few little bits that maybe a little bit different. You won't see at other circuits.
We'll talk about BIKC as we get further on, but I mean, there's a spectator area there, which is quite unique. And that's
this is brand new. So this is all brand new. We've been saying for a while that this is like a really good place. You can see loads. When we've been running our member-only stuff, we'll normally have someone in the middle here because you can see so much of the circuit. And now the fact that guests are going to be able to experience this here, it's going to be a very unique viewing point.
BIKC.
Yeah, especially with BIKC. I expect this is going to be electric when we have BIKC. Because you're right up towards the carts, you get to see the start, you got the checker flag. So if you are thinking about doing BIKC, this is where you will become a BIKC champion as you come over this line.
I just want to watch our heads.
Bridges are a little bit low here. You find a lot.
Watch your heads, guys.
You find a lot as you come through. They actually look a lot lower than they are. So you'll see people as they come through, they just start ducking under the wheel. You don't need to, but a lot of people do it. This is one of the sections of the track where you can really make a lot of time. So we nickname it Dunlop 2 because it's the second of the Dunlop bridges. One of the few circuits that does have names. But if you look at where we are now, this is like a left-right chicane. So if you were looking at a normal racetrack, you'd expect you clip the apex here, you'd then try and clip this one here. That's the exact opposite of what you want to do. So as you come through this section here, you effectively want to stay nice up and close to this barrier on the outside because you've got a nice big corner here that you really want to try and maximise your track width. I normally try and explain to people, when you're coming up into here, if you're right on the inside, you're making the corner very acute. Whereas if you can come out of here, open the corner out a little bit, you effectively make the corner look more like that. So as you're coming through, you take a bit more speed through. What it does mean, again, this is one of the action zones of the track. You find a lot of overtaking points. Because if you're over here with your cart, you've got a lot of real estate over there that you can quite easily find another cart going down your inside there. So you'll find when we get to like the BIKC finals, most drivers will probably sit towards the middle of the circuit just to cover it off. Because if you're really close, if you're too far over, it's just going to invite someone down your inside.
Someone to go through.
It's just going to invite someone down here. Again, under the Mez, really long section that we've got through here. It's a nice, fast and flowing section here. But as you come out of this Dunlop 2 corner, again, racing line etiquette, you'd probably want to be over here. Now the run to that corner is again very short, so I'd probably be about where you're stood there, Akhil. So towards the middle of the track here, because what we're going to do is we're going to pull the cart back over to the right hand side before you turn in for this tight left hander. You can just see the marks now as people have tried it. And you also see the marks where some people have gone a little bit too far out as well.
There's a couple that might have gone a little wide there.
Just take an alternative line through the corner. So your turning point for this one, you're probably going to be about here, just where the line in the floor is. Bring it in. The track does drop away slightly here. So you want to try and get the nose of the cart in, so you can use the force of the cart coming down to try and get that little bit more of a bite on turning. So clip the apex here. This is another one where it's really short on the run. So you want to stick towards the middle here. Stick towards the middle and then go through this nice right-hander again. Loads of space though. So again, you do normally find you can get a good overtaking move done down here.
So I've got to say, you don't want to lead the whole way here, do you? It's very difficult to defend. You don't want to be sort of.
This is one of those tracks where you can really have a good race. We were talking earlier. I've seen races here where you've seen drivers side by side for the entire lap and they've not making contact on an indoor track. It's exceptionally difficult. But around here, you've sort of got the real estate to do it. Now, for anyone who's been here before, this section is going to look completely different.
So this is the new bit?
This is the new bit. This is where things have changed. So originally, the circuit would have gone over to your right-hand side just here, but now this is the pit lane entrance. So if you are unfortunate enough to be shown a black flag during your session, or the checker flags come out, which is probably even worse, you come through the pit lane entrance into the new pit lane. The new corner here is a nice, quick right-hander as you come up the ramp. Now,
so not much braking, just a bit of.
Through this one, you can actually lift. It's actually a very fast corner. It's one of the nuances of this track. It is very, very fast. But you can just see is where the general consensus is here. It's a nice late turn in to bring it to the inside. Use all the road on the way out as you head up the ramp.
Boost button opportunity if you haven't used it.
If you haven't already used it down the bottom section there, if you're maybe fighting with another car and you want to try and get the move, if you maybe look at the boost button as you come up to that corner, give it a kick, maybe try and go down the inside here. Again, you can quite easily go too wide up here. It's a very, very wide ramp. Now, this section here, while the layout is relatively the same, it's all been slightly reprofiled. So I think the guys who've been down so far have all said, while it's a similar layout, it's a very different track to drive. So they're just still trying to learn it.
Used to it.
But out of here, you find you get a load of speed coming up the ramp. You've got to get the cart slowed down into this like teardrop hairpin. So it can be quite difficult. You do find
go a bit wide.
You can see the tyre marks where people have been coming just a little bit too far out. But you've sort of got to get the line correct here, because the next section of corners come at you so quickly. So really, there is only one line through here. Again, it's one of the nuances of Warrington. We've got the fast flowing stuff at the bottom section of the circuit. Up here, it's a bit more tight, technical, so you can really appeal to.
That's what makes it special, isn't it?
It appeals to just about everyone. If you're one that likes to thread a cart through the corners nice and quickly, then this is the sort of section of the track for you. If you want to go as fast as physically possible in a go-kart, you've got the section down the bottom there, which is really going to help you. So as you come up the ramp here, you want to pretty much stick towards the middle here. As you're coming up, there used to be two schools of thought. You could either go down the right-hand side. The way it's been reprofiled, the middle seems to work a little bit better. As you're coming up here, this section looks really open. However, with the power of these new e-carts, it comes at you really quickly. So you're finding now that you're trying to get the cart stopped, turned in, And if you take a little bit too much speed up here, the back end of the cart's just going to slide out and it's going to leave you really tight on the way in. I think these were my tyre marks.
There, wasn't it? Yeah.
I think these ones were mine from the other day. So
you can see the line really developing here, though, can't you?
Yeah, you can
do it right.
Yeah, you can see the general consensus here. Everyone's sort of got the same idea.
What's happening over there?
Yeah, I don't know who did that one. That was rather interesting. But out of here, nice and wide, just get towards the exit of the circuit.
Yeah.
I think this bit feels a little bit narrower.
Okay.
It physically
isn't.
It
does, yeah.
It just feels a little bit narrower than it used to.
It feels, even just walking, it feels a lot narrower.
Yeah, so through here, you can really only go like one by one.
Yeah,
However, this again is one of the action points of the track. It's a real overtaking point. Even before we made a couple of changes here, you'd still find you get a nice move down the inside, because this used to be one of the only braking points on the track. You come down the ramp and you can just see all the marks in the floor here where people have been slamming on the brakes as you come up. What I find works best, as the car bottoms out, so probably about here, tap the brakes, just see where the rear wheel marks are there before you turn the car in. Now this used to be really tight on the exit. What we've done, that barrier on the exit, is about 1.5 feet further back, so you've got a load more space on the way out. So whereas it used to be, whereas it used to be quite difficult to run side by side through here, it's now exceptionally easy. And we found when we've been, I want to say testing, playing, that you can get an overtaking move done here, because you used to run out of space. Now you've got loads of it. Then two corners before we head down, one of my favourite parts of the track. You want to stick towards the inside here, stay nice and tight through this first one. You come out towards the exit the circuit, stay nice and tight. You can just see how the line, like you say, is developing. So it's a nice, smooth run. Even though this is like two right-hand corners, you treat it as one. You keep the wheel turned in. And if you keep the wheel turned, it feeds you nicely out towards the middle of the track.
It's quite a natural corner then, isn't it?
And then you've got the fastest section in indoor karting. As you come down the ramp, this is really the money part of Warrington.
So you've potentially got 3 boost opportunities then, if you've got this one as well.
It's going to be a real strategy game watching people use it. But as you come down the ramp here, you've got a nice long section, whereas if you use it coming out of here, you've got one of the
This feels quick.
Yeah, this is very quick. As you come down here, you're just getting up towards the top speed of the karts. It's just threading the kart through the left and the right. Even though this looks like 2 very tight corners, as you take it, it's pretty much a straight. So following effectively where I'm walking now, you want to try and stay relatively close to this one here, and then just coax the kart over to the right-hand side. Now, you've got the old grid markings here. These are from a time gone by. However, talking about track furniture that helps you learn. You can use these markers to turn to help where you turn. So we used to tell drivers to look between the 8 and the 6. Now you're probably looking between the 6 and the 4.
Watch
Another low bridge, watch out.
Quite a low bridge, guys.
So you can see the markings here. You've got, used to say between the 8 and the 6. Now you want to go between the 6 and the 4. So it's a little bit of a later turn in. But I think this corner here, this left-right chicane, a lot of our guys have been liking it to Eau Rouge Radion, Spa-Francorchamps. It's one of those corners where you really, it's come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. Because this corner is just flat. If you get the right line, put the kart in the right place, you can do this absolutely flat out. Stay right up close to the barrier. The apex point is very late in the corner, so it's just about here. So you can see if you turn at the 6 and the 4, a nice smooth line, stay towards the inside here, and then use all of that curbing on the outside, and that'll take you on a lap. But
you can see why the BIKC finals are here, can't you?
There's no other track like it. I liken this more to like an outdoor track with a roof. It's really the best mix, and you normally find that does start bringing the best out of drivers, and obviously with all the overtaking points, if you've got a nice close grid, you're going to want to try and see some overtaking, and I think BIKC's shown that that's doable, especially when you've got a tight field.
And what about Race Academy as well? Because I imagine that's quite challenging as well.
Because there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. But the fact that we've got, like I've been going around saying, we've got loads of track furniture, it's bits that help us, that try and allow drivers to learn a little bit quicker. So like I say, when you're going up to drivers saying, oh, you turn at this point, maybe look for this. If you're going up into that first corner, brake at the red door, turn in for that, get towards the apex and use the barrier on the outside. It just helps drivers learn a little bit quicker. And you find a lot of drivers that come through here normally end up being quick just about everywhere. So we see, especially while we've been shut, we've had drivers going to visit our other tracks. It's been quite nice going through the leaderboard and just see Warrington drivers all at the top who've been through our academy. So maybe a little bit of an ego trip for us, but definitely works.
Why not? Internal competition's always
Yeah, it always works.
Right, that's the track walk done with Tom. As he said, come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. TeamSport Warrington, reopened.
And that's what it looks like around this track. It's relatively still the same. Not much has changed. But it's still, going to throw people off if they're used to it, isn't it, Akhil?
Absolutely. It's still epic. I mean, we were here, we filmed that, 3 weeks ago? And we were here on a members' night, and all the members were saying, actually, the track is very similar. A little bit different down the sort of up-ramp, but I think they embraced it. So, yeah, everyone was very complimentary about the track.
I think what's really kind of key to note here is Warrington is a big circuit, and ultimately the tarmac, it needs to get heat in there to really start activating the tyres and the grip. So because they're kind of chill in the air today, I'm not sure how long that's going to take and if that's actually going to affect any of the lap times for the first sessions out.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty cold yesterday, but I don't know, you reckon it's a bit warmer today?
I've kind of changed my mind now.
Yeah,
I've been here
once you're out in the middle of the track, it's pretty cold. Do you know what I mean? But, if you can see the drivers over there, they're all going through their briefing at the minute. You've just seen them behind us. We've got Claire Johnson, also known as the Naked Warrior, with us. She's going to be doing a warm-up with them in a minute. So do you think that'll change things? We didn't have the children jumping up and down doing star jumps yesterday, but they will be today.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've spoken to a couple of the drivers this morning. There's a lot of nerves, actually, today. With the children yesterday, the nerves weren't quite there. I don't know if it's young people, just, a lot more brave, I don't know. A lot more pressure on the lightweights, they know there's an opportunity. As I said, Dante Dillon, who has won it 3 years in a row, isn't here.
So
they all know there's an opportunity, and maybe that's putting a bit of pressure on them.
Yeah. There's our lovely safety car behind our cameraman right there. This is going to be used quite a bit today by our Adam Beale, who's over there as well. You can see him. We're going to go past him in a second. So that's just going to make an appearance. Here's everybody. This is the team. Give us a wave. These are your crew. There they are. Look at them. Lovely. The atmosphere is really starting to build, isn't it, today?
It is. It really is. It's obviously a little bit different. We've only got the lightweights in at the moment, so we will get the middle and heavyweights sort of coming through around lunchtime. So it will become a lot more busier, but you can absolutely see there's people on the bridge already. There is people in the spectator areas. There's a lot of support for our drivers today, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, make sure you're getting that in the comments. They'll want to hear it, they'll see it, they'll rewatch it afterwards. It'll be good for them to see all your support in the comments. We want to read them out as well.
We do.
We're going to give away some karting as well. All you have to do is answer a question. We're going to tell you what it is after the first race or so make sure you stick around for that one. This is the new area at Warrington, the new spectator area where people can chill. I love it when the camera turns around, everyone's scarp is out the way. But let's have a chat with these guys. Here's James Hislop. We are live, James. How are you feeling?
Fantastic. Ready to go for Sunday.
Yeah. How was yesterday for you?
Probably the best junior and cadet event we've run. Some fantastic racing. We saw some great winners out in circuit. Some really good finals as well.
We were just mentioning, weren't we, Akhil, about new champions this time? Anyone particular that you're looking out for?
There's been some really quick guys all the way through the regionals. We haven't got any returning champions. We have got Sam Slater, who is, I think, looking good for the middleweights, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, I think it's anyone's game. Anyone's game. Such a good tight tempo.
Thank you, James. Thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Let's go through this way. I'm going to give you a little behind-the-scenes thing in a second. We go that way through that little cove there. We'll see what everything looks like.
It really is a lovely area, though, isn't it? I mean, we did an interview with Johnny Elliott, last year's winner, who was talking about the fact that Warrington has a real aura about it. I mean, ironically, we're in the kitchen as I say that, but that track has a real aura about it. That, these guys that
it's
are
got history, hasn't it?
It has got history, but they feel like they're somewhere special.
It stays with it, I think, and it's one of the longer tracks. It's one of the more challenging as well, which is. It's always good. This is the kitchen. Just pan it around. Say hello, everybody. Hello, James. How are you getting on?
All right.
How's your burgers?
Better than they were yesterday.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure they're lovely.
Lex, I wonder if I could just bring Morgan in, actually.
Yes,
Get a
Morgan.
couple
Let's
of
have a
words,
chat with Morgan.
if possible. So this is Morgan. Morgan's our F&B director. He's been with the company now, come to 2 years, I think, Morgan?
2 and a bit years, yeah, 2 and a bit years.
And what's it been like then? So this is your second BIKC, I believe?
Third BIKC.
Your third BIKC, okay.
Definitely the busiest one so far. So.
Brilliant. And how's the new menu rolling out?
New menu really good, yeah, really busy. Yesterday the food was flying out. We did a record day yesterday for us in TeamSport. So yeah, really proud of the team who are all here again today, bright and early. So looking forward to getting on it again.
Love that, that's awesome. And what's been a kind of popular seller then on the menu?
Oh, well, on the morning it's our big breakfast bap, so you get bacon, sausage, hash browns, omelette. So that's kind of good value for money, you know, good product. On a dinner time, it's been more, you know, the burgers. We launched a few weeks ago, so the ultimate burger is flying out. Pulled pork burger again, good eat. So yeah, everything so far so good. Yeah.
Love that, that's awesome. Cheers, Morgan. Thank you very much. I'll let you back to it there.
Cheers.
Thank you.
This is where the action happens.
This is where the action happens. It is. We're off track, of course. Brilliant. Okay, there we go. Gone after you, Akhil. I'll let you in there.
Go on, you're coming through to the comms area now. Check this out. You've got
check this place
pretty
out.
much everyone here. There's loads of cables. I don't want to get in anybody's way. But look who's over here. It's only Tom, Russ, and Jen. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, good. We're watching you.
Yeah, this feels new, doesn't it? This feels new. It's all right. He doesn't need one. He's got a headset.
We've got them. We've got them. We're all set up here.
Talk about yesterday. What a great day.
It was mega. Like we spent an entire day watching some fantastic racing. Like you said earlier, the 2 finals, even though it had different drivers in it, it all seemed to be a similar sort of story. You had the leaders going off at the front, and there was some real good fights for second. At one point, it looked like there'd be like 7 or 8 drivers in both races that could have ended up taking home second or third. But
why do you think that was, Tom, though? What was...
So we've seen it before. Like, as soon as you start defending in these sort of races, because they're so close, it's really easy to start hemorrhaging time. And all that did was just allow the leaders to stretch their legs. Their pace wasn't actually that much different. If you look at like outright pace, it was maybe 2 or 3 tenths. But they were able to bang those times in consistently, which meant that they could just stretch the gap over the course of the race.
And Russ, boost, boost, boost.
Boost.
How do you think that was used yesterday?
Speaking to the drivers at the end, they were talking a lot about using it to defend as well as attack. So they knew that if they went around a corner, it didn't go quite to plan, then there's always a bit of a backup. So there was a lot of strategy. But I think yesterday there was a real step into the unknown with the electric karts, slightly different track, and we were wondering exactly what the racing would be like, and the answer came. The racing was epic, and some of the overtaking manoeuvres we saw were top class, absolute top class, a genuine pleasure to look. And then we analysed them through the gen pad. We were able to really, look at every single manoeuvre and break it down frame by frame. And it was great stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, I found that this year as well, with the setup I've got, it's easier to sort of like digest everything down. Obviously with Tom commentating over the footage while I'm like analysing it. I'm looking over notes and stuff then before I start broadcasting what I'm looking at. So obviously you guys at home know exactly what I'm on about. It's been some great racing. The result for juniors was a bit shocking yesterday. Obviously we saw a lot of change of positions. But overall, I'm really happy with the driving stand that we've seen, especially with the electric karts. It's brought in a lot of interesting moves, and it's different to last year for sure.
And already today, the live stream is epic, and it's been going off for half an hour.
What comments have we got? Any shout-outs?
We've got loads of shout-outs, loads of thanks for what happened yesterday. A lot of drivers, a lot of people saying who's going to win today. And yeah, just a lot of love for a lot of drivers, and everybody's geared up for it. Everybody's waiting for it to all start again.
Yeah, can't wait. Look at this as well. A lot of people asking what a great stream it was yesterday. This is how it works. These are the guys. Give us a wave. This is Joel. Do you want to say hi? Can you talk through that, or do you need a mic?
I can talk to you.
Okay. How you found yesterday?
Yeah, really, really good racing. Thought it was a really, really good stream yesterday. Got a great team who's put it together. And really clean racing, and what a pleasure to be able to show it to people at home.
Absolutely. I think it's time to do a little bit of a hot lap, because we're renowned for having a lukewarm Russ Mabley lap, but now we call him a professional Tom Gibson.
Oh, I'm not professional. It's not professional.
No, well,
not professional.
It's
gone from it's my turn to take room temperature.
Well,
my turn.
Well, actually, Russ did do a hot lap, but it took him 27 minutes.
I know.
So we didn't edit that.
We were sat waiting for about half an hour for him to come back in. He just kept going for another lap. I literally ran the battery out of the camera and the cart.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's have a little look. Let's see what it looks like with Tom around the track.
My name's Tom. I've got a beautiful Biz Eco Vault GT to play with. I'm going to take you for a lap of TeamSport Warrington. Through this first one, you want to stay nice and wide on the way out here. Bring the car over to the right hand side. Use that red line as your turning point. Stay tight to the apex, middle of the track on the way out of here before you turn into turn 3. Nice and tight to the barrier. Get all the way on the way out through here, through the S's under our trademark Dunlop bridges. Stick towards the curbs. Use these as your markers. We go under the BIKC start line into second Dunlop as we now stick over to the left hand side before we turn into this tight right-hander. Stay towards the right-hand side of the track as this left-hander is going to come at you very quickly. As you go through the left, through the right, staying towards the middle of the circuit, now to the outside. Here's the new part you're going to have to get used to. As you come up the ramp, right-hander, as the cart crests the top, you're turning in to this double right. It's looks like 2 corners, but treat it as 1. Thread the cart through the barriers here, up the middle, and then these 2 come at you very quickly. It's very easy to get caught out, but nice and tight as you go through those will sort you out. Here's one of the places most people can make a lot of time on this ramp. As you just bottom out about here, that's the point you brake and turn in. Nice and wide as you come through. Again, 2 left-handers here, you're going to treat them as 1 corner. You're going to go nice and wide as you go out, and look what awaits you. A nice, fast flowing section as you come down the ramp. Almost straight line this, just getting to your left-hand side. Stay over to your right as you now come through a corner that's been likened to Eau Rouge. It's just flat if you get the cart in the right line. Just thread the needle. That's a bit of a slow lap. Let's try and hook a quick one. As we now go into turn number 1, use the power of the cart to get you through the corner. Brake in towards turn number 2. Nice and tight on the way out. Turn 3 is where I'm going to start using the boost. Get the cart in a straight line. Hit that power as you now thread the cart through the S's, one of the longest flat out sections on the circuit. Stay left as you come through Dunlop 2, then throw the cart into the right hander. Back end stepped out as you now go into the left. Again, try and thread the cart through here. A little bit of a lift just to get that rotation. And now flat out as you come through the left-hander as you're on the ramp. As the cart crests, turn in, treat this as 1 corner. Stay up towards the middle of the corner as you come up the ramp. Right-handers, see how quick they come at you. Very easy to lose a load of time. Remember, as the cart bottoms out, turn into the right-hander. Use all the road on the left-hand side. Treat this as 1 corner as you gain speed coming through the fastest section on the circuit. This is absolutely amazing. Turn at the 6, throw the cart in, use all the curb on your right hand side, and that completes a lap here at TeamSport Warrington. This thing is absolutely electric. If you haven't got booked on, you need to get yourself down here and try these. And remember, turn 3 is where you go boost, boost, boost under the Dunlop bridges. Get yourself down here and try this circuit out.
And that's what it looks like around this track. It's pretty exciting. A lot of love for the boost button on these cars.
Yeah, and the special thing about it is you can't use it in the same place.
Shall we show you the boost button?
Strategic.
See if let's go to this car over here. Yeah. You've got loads of room behind you, don't worry. This is it. If you've not seen these are the new Biz Eco Vault GTs. Beautiful cars. And there's your lovely little boost button there. So explain how it works, Akhil.
You get about 5 seconds per sort of 60 seconds per lap, essentially, but you can't use it in the same place. So it's kind of programmed a certain way where you just can't use it in the same place. So it does make it really strategic, really tactical, and of course it's the first time we've ever had it. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how the drivers use it today.
It was really awesome actually watching it yesterday because you could see drivers using it different areas and trying, that 55-second regen from when you press it really makes a difference. So you're right, that strategic thinking is awesome. Yeah,
which we
really
see
good.
as well in the commentary versus commentary race that you've done. We'll show it later. Tom versus Russ. It's hilarious. We'll put it on, but you'll see the way they use that boost button is quite funny, really, to be honest.
I think we start a hashtag. If you think Tom won, hashtag Tom. If you think Russ won, hashtag Russ.
Yeah.
Get him in the comments and let's see who the people are thinking.
I don't think so.
Let's just say they've been judging all the drivers for 4 years now. It's time for you to judge them. So.
Very true.
Enjoy it.
Very true. If you're coming down to Warrington today, make sure you come and find us as well. We're more than happy to have a chat with you and get you on. But you know what? I think it's time to make some champions, don't you?
I do.
That's what
Absolutely.
we're here
Let's
for,
see it.
I think. It's time for the lightweights. Let's hand over to Russ and Tom in the commentary box.
So I came here in June last year for the first time ever karting, and I just loved it just for the birthday party, and it was just...
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome from a very cold TeamSport Warrington on a Sunday morning in November. My name is Russ Mabley. You are joined with me and Tom Gibson and the infamous Jen and her Genpad for what is day 2 of BIKC National Finals 2023. And as ever, I'm going to use the same line as yesterday. The atmosphere is electric.
Oh, yeah, you had to get it in there to start off with, didn't you? You just had to do it.
Because, if everyone's not aware, and I'm sure everybody is aware, we have got a complete new fleet of electric karts, and this is the first year that we have run electric karts in the BIKC National Finals. We were wondering how everything was going to go yesterday, and we had such an amazing day's racing. It was epic. I'm literally sat here now, and I'm still kind of stoked by a lot of what we saw yesterday, especially some of the overtaking manoeuvres. For anybody who's joined us and is looking forward to the lightweights, and then later on the heavyweights and the mediums, yesterday we had the cadets and we had the juniors, and we had the most epic day of racing. And the thoughts from it are that if it was a taste of what we've got coming up, then we have got the most epic days of racing coming up. And please stay with us all day and enjoy it, because this is real motorsport. It's really exciting, and a lot of the comments that were coming in yesterday. We've got the live stream, of course, as well, which will be running in the background. Anybody wants to put anything on the live stream, then no problem, and it's a very good chance it will get read out, because we really do like the live stream. There's no doubt. So
you really don't filter stuff out as well. So.
Indeed. Any questions, any shout outs, anything like that, then no problem. But pop it on, and we will deal with it, Tom, in the appropriate manner, is what I would say.
Why do I feel like Tom, it's going to be quickly before you get? It's not going to be too long before you get caught out by like a lasagna again.
Indeed. But Tom, if I can bring in your thoughts on yesterday.
You know what? You've said it already. It was mega. We had some great racing throughout all the classes. 2 brand new champions in Bobby and Eskild, in juniors and cadets respectively. And we've said it before. Like, they had 2 very similar paths to the title. Doing extremely well in the heats. I mean, we had some good moves from Bobby to unpack with Jen throughout the course of the day. But yeah, it's just been, the racing's been really close, been really clean, and I think that's sort of been helped by these new electric karts. Like, we're actually able to have a bit of a play with them, make sure that they're running right, and I think we were playing with them at the end of the night yesterday. Well, testing. Who am I kidding? We were playing, and they are really good fun. I know, Jen, you spent a bit of time in them on Friday night as well. What do you think it's been like?
Yeah, so I was in the electric karts on the Friday 3 for 2 with some of the members and stuff, and to be honest, they were great to race. It was great to see sort of like how the karts pull out of corners. I find that the weight transfer is definitely something you need to do while you're driving. Obviously, there's a European driving style which is called leaning. I know a lot of the people here do it, especially middleweight drivers as well. You'll see that a lot later. But that helps a lot around this track. If you're leaning into the corners or out the corners, I mean. The weight transfer helps with the rear end gripping, especially in the electrics. You need to brake as much, so I find that it definitely helps to balance the car around the corners, around the track as well.
Yeah, and you were talking about like how close they are to race. I think looking through the majority of the grids, for the majority of the day, there was only like a handful of tenths separating all the drivers. So just brings that race a little bit closer, maybe.
Yeah, it was definitely rare yesterday to see someone quite far back. Obviously, we had a couple of spins, unfortunately, and that was the only time we really had someone far away from the pack. Other than that, it was just defending that was making people spread apart. Obviously, defending on any indoor-outdoor track can help bring the pack apart. But you could see that definitely the racing was close. If someone wasn't defending, they were staying with each other and they were pushing up together, especially when they were on the back end of each other and helping to move forward together. Obviously, as you said, Jess, they double the power, double the motors. You're moving forward faster when you're working together.
And also, I think it was the debut in BIKC yesterday for the now infamous boost button. And we saw a lot of action with that. So just if I could just talk everybody through exactly what that is there is now a button on the steering wheel, and that gives 5 seconds of extra. And it's not necessarily extra power, okay? So we are running these karts on what we call speed 4. Usually for the a typical member of the general public, we will operate on speed 3. And what the boost does is move it up to speed 4 for the 5 seconds. But because we have speed 4, all the karts will be on it, so they are mega quick. What it does, it will allow an extra 300 revs at the top of the rev range, which means if anybody's trying to use it coming out the hairpins, then they're really wasting their time. But it does mean that for overtaking, by pushing that button, there should be some extra speed available in the fastest parts of the circuit. Now, the other thing is that how often can you use this? Well, you can use it once every 55 seconds, and that's a deliberate time that's been put in, so that you can't use it in the same place every single lap. And that should mean, hopefully, that we will see, and we saw it yesterday, we will see a lot of overtaking, and it just gives the drivers the opportunity to strategically use it to overtake, or, as many drivers were telling us yesterday, the opportunity to use it to defend if they need to, if they are in a position where they haven't taken the previous corner quite as nicely as what they would like to. But Jen, you're kind of our expert here. Thoughts on the boost button? Do you like it? Is it something that that you enjoy using when you're racing?
Yeah, I haven't personally raced with it yet. Obviously, I'd used it on the public sessions. I felt like a lot of people were using it down the ramp, down the main straight.
Yep.
Obviously, if you don't line up the angles correctly, it can go horribly wrong, and there's a barrier there to collect you at the end of it. But when you're using the boost button, I feel like people could have used it in the second hairpin on the tarmac section. Obviously, we saw a lot of moves being made there yesterday, and there was a lot of times I was thinking, if they just waited that little bit longer to use the boost, they could have actually had it in that part of the track and had the launch up the inside. So maybe we'll see that today.
Indeed, exciting. You can see that we are actually close to some action. Goodness,
yeah,
and
getting ready for qualifying.
And one more thing on the live, we have this, we're not tied like Sky F1. Oh, I should have mentioned that. You can literally, anybody out there who wants to see their driver on screen, then let us know. Because we can literally shout out to the production team that are literally over my left-hand shoulder, and we can switch around karts as we wish. So if anybody is out there and just, okay, can you put so-and-so on the screen, then it's absolutely fine, then do so, and we have the power to make that happen. So what we have here is the lightweights, and the practice quali is literally leaving the pit lane at the present moment in time. We've got 16 drivers out there. We were talking yesterday about how crucial this part of the event is, Tom.
Yeah, so qualifying really sets your day up. So this is going to decide where these guys are going to start for both of their heats. So just a quick run through what you can expect to see today for anyone who hasn't seen it already. All drivers have a 15-minute qualifying session, the first of which is on track right now. After that, you'll have 2 heats where the grids are set by the positions for the heats, for the positions for qualifying, so it'll be the same position for both. After that, we'll then go into the semi-finals, and that's really where this event starts getting a bit brutal, because we're then looking for the final 16 drivers. So we'll knock out half of the drivers that are in the class, and then we'll take them through to the main event. So 15 minutes after that to decide the championship. If you're wondering why the lights are red at the moment, it's just the lights test, so mandatory test we have to do with all drivers just to make sure they know exactly what all the lights mean, just to test their knowledge. So when it comes to later on, we know that there's no excuses later.
I can already say that Jake, Anders Lad and Dad Go Karting, get Amelia or Alfie Hale on the stream. We've got Alfie on.
We've got both.
We've got both.
So Amelia in the 29 and Alfie in the 41.
With one
just
camera,
running together.
We've got both. But we're going to mix it up now, because we've just been asked. Where are we? So show
bit of Barry contact there.
Ross Honeyman is part 14.
19, Russ. 19. Have you got the right glasses on there, mate? You able to read that number?
Whoops. First mistake of the day.
Yep.
Anyway.
It started nice and early.
Kart 19 is in, and we're going to focus on Kart 19 in a...
Yeah, mate, I think maybe a little bit of a spin.
Yeah, we've got a half
I think it's
spin.
at this point, like the karts are all really cold. The karts are all the drivers just starting to get themselves warmed up. So the first like 2 or 3 minutes here, these guys are all just going to be trying to get themselves in the right sort of operating window, just figure out what sort of karts they've got underneath them. As Honeyman now is coming through the top end of the track. Nice smooth run so far as he's going through one of the fastest corners in indoor karting, and he's going to get ready to complete a lap. So a few requests coming through for Kart 1, that's Joe Peters, so we're going to try and pick him up as well, as we currently have Honeyman going through the back end of the track. For those who haven't been here before, the start-finish line is this shot we're looking at here, so the checker flag on the floor, that will start and finish the lap, and we're starting to get a few sort of representative times coming through. Currently at the front, it's Ryan Shepherd and Ben Sproat currently on exactly the same lap time. I don't expect that to sit there for much longer, but a 53.512 as Josh Tagger now goes up to the top. And now try and find a few of the other drivers
Kieran
out
Eve
there.
has been requested, so
34 Kieran Eve we go searching for.
Might take us a few seconds to hook
Looks like
that
Rob
up,
Freckleton there, just trying to find a little bit of space. As the 29 of Amelia Riz now comes down the bottom section there. Lap time's really starting to fall already. Ryan Shepherd's just gone into a 53.0.
But the key here, Tom, right, is that this just looks like practice.
Yeah,
but
so these guys
it isn't.
Yeah, they're all trying to find a little bit of track space. 16 drivers on here, even though the track's 1,000 metres, it's quite easy just to find 1 or 2 karts around you. So the guys now just trying to find a nice, open, clear piece of track so they can set the best time possible. So Kieran Eve up on the top section of the track, driving from Basildon. This is his 3rd time here at the BIKC finals. His best result so far, P4. So for the 17-year-old, but coming through the top end of the track. No stranger to the BIKC finals. Driver just in front of him there, Ben Sproat, is the top-seeded driver in this class. 4th time in the finals. He finished 2nd in this class last year. Hopefully, with Dante Dillon not here, he's going to be hoping for a good weekend. But going through the top end of the track, let's have a look at some
We've just said
lap
Kart
times.
39, Cameron Molitor, we are just homing in on.
Yep, so in the Mercedes suit, Callum Molitor just coming through the top end of the track. Callum qualifying through from Manchester Victoria, so a driver who's no stranger to electric karts. Race a very different style of track to what he normally does. For a nice smooth line there, just following Joe Peters, maybe seeing if pick up a couple of tips from the Cardiff driver.
A lot of people asking for a Kieran Eve hot lap. Now we're good, Tom, but we're not that good.
Yeah,
we can't suddenly
on-board
fuck out a
cameras
hot lap
1 year maybe. That would be cool though.
From TeamSport Brighton. But hey, you're just going to have to put up with watching the live action.
It would be cool to get onboard cameras at some point, but yeah, I think that's a little bit away for us. So, looking at the lap times now, Ryan Shepherd's the fastest driver out there at the moment at 52.445. That's a decent time from him so far, but I expect with just under 10 minutes of the session to go, I do expect that time's going to fall pretty quickly.
But the key here is that these lap times, it's not just practice. It's okay, it's qualifying. What does it mean? It means this will set up the grids for the heats. The grids for the heats, obviously, and then score the points, it will dictate your grid position in the semi-finals, it will dictate that race start in the final. So this is actually a really important part of the event. If you were to come top, you will find yourself in pole position for the heats.
Yeah.
Much easier
it's a lot easier to win a race from the front than it is to try and win it from the back.
So a crucial time. And the other thing that I think we're banishing a lot of skills here. And what I mean by that is that these karts have been tested this morning. The amount of testing that's gone into this fleet of karts is enormous, as one can imagine with the type of competition that we are running. However, they have been sat around for a good hour. They are cold. The tyres will be cold. It's about warming them up. It's a bit of an adventure, and what I mean by that is the kart you have at the start of this will be different to the kart you have at the end of it, because when you've got the tyres right up to hot racing speed, that is when the lap times will come, and that's where you need to make sure that you've got these laps coming in. And at the moment we are in the 52.30
low 52s at the moment, so...
We were in 51s yesterday. We crept
into the 51s with juniors. So a couple of juniors crept into the 51s as Joe Peters, we're currently following, moves up into P6. So it's a 52.6s. There are about 3/10 to find at the moment. I'm one step ahead of you, Russ. I'm one step ahead of you. So Joe Peters up on the top section of the circuit. See if he can improve on that P7. Looks like Amelia Riz there just moved into P6, deposed Joe Peters to 52.629. She beat him by 1,000th of a second. She now goes up into second place. So she's about half a tenth off pole position at the moment. As Rob Freckleton now goes up there as well. So time's really starting to fall as we get through to the later part of the stages. Still Jamie Sherman Chase, fastest of all. Looks like yellows are out, so we'll try and figure out what manner of thing has occurred. We'll see if we can spot what's gone on there. Looks like we've gone green again now, so wherever it was, it's been cleared very quickly.
And this will mess up all their laps, obviously.
Yeah,
so all these laps won't count.
Like this is a yellow.
So again, they drive round, and the next time, obviously, they're on a hot lap, or the next time across the start-finish line, with 6.5 minutes remaining. So, I mean, even that is stuff that just interferes with what a driver will be thinking. There'll be drivers out there that would have been at the end of their lap on a really, really good lap, and they suddenly have to slow down.
When you're right up to the end of the lap, you can see the line. When you see that yellow light come on, it can be properly painful. Okay, now we're looking at 41 Alfie Hale. He's in P6. So if you want to get on stream at the moment, it seems to be P6 is the position to be sat in. So he's about a tenth and a bit off the top. See how close these times are at the moment. 52.3 is the top time, and then 52.4, low 52.4 is what Alfie's running on. So six places covered by a tenth of a second. That's a lot closer to what we saw yesterday.
It's great, isn't it?
But Alfie looks like it's a relatively clean run so far. Doesn't look like anything too spectacular, but it's very, very consistent, very measured. A little bit of a slide there.
Ben Sproat, I would say, in 7th place.
Yeah, he's going to want to move a little bit
He's
further
a
up.
BIKC legend there. Yeah. He's done a lot of great racing over the years. And
there you go, second for Alfie Hale. So he moves up there.
I think there's more time to come there from driving kart 10, Ben Sproat.
Yeah.
Just looking at any other kind of names that stand out.
Kieran Eve down in 10th. I think he could probably go a little bit.
Definitely.
He could probably find a little bit of time. I think it's like 1.3 seconds currently separates the entirety of the field. That's between Jamie Sherman Chase and Emma Rabbage, who's there in 16th at the moment, so 1.3 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's the difference between starting at the front and the back at the moment. As we go through the top section of the track.
And three female drivers taking part in the lightweights this morning.
All 3 of them on the track at the moment.
Yeah.
So 29 Amelia Riz.
And look at Amelia, 4th place at the moment.
So 29 Amelia Riz, number 4 Georgia Macy, and number 27 Emma Rabbage. 3 lady races in this one, hoping to get a good one throughout the course.
Isn't it great? Because the more years that go by, the more female drivers qualify for the national finals.
Yeah, we are starting to see more and more. We had a couple in cadets yesterday. We've got 3 here in the lightweights at the moment, and some of them have been really showing some pace at the moment, and some of them have come out of almost nowhere. So I believe for all 3 of them, this is their first time making it to the BIKC finals, first time at this sort of level, as Macy there moves up into P11 in kart 4. So she's now about 9/10 off the front. Very distinctive race kit there, bright green, quite hard to miss while you're out on the circuit there.
Indeed, Jamie Sherman Chase at the front there, 52.134, but last lap 52.2. Every lap that Jamie is popping in here is absolutely right on the limit. Ross Honeyman goes 52.007. Come on, that's a lap time.
Honeyman now goes up onto a 52.007. It's almost a James Bond time, that one.
Totally. Let's see if we can zoom in.
So let's have a look for him. There he is, he's up on the top section.
We've chosen that one.
Man as is 6. He's currently chasing down Alfie Hale, who's there in 3rd place. Going through the top end of the track, let's see.
And talking, Tom, about female drivers, just want to have a big shout out just to say, if any young girl is watching this thinking, wow, I'd love to take up go-karting, then we do have something called Discover Your Drive, which is something backed by Susie Wolff in Formula 1, where it's a backed program by Motorsport UK to develop female drivers in order to find the next Formula 1 female drivers. So if you are interested, we do taster sessions as well for only £10. So it is worth. But yes, as Tom points out, Jamie has got into, and we're already quicker than where we were yesterday.
Yeah, 51.9.
So 51
by this man here, Jamie Sherman Chase.
We only saw 51s later on. We played semi-final, final time. So we're in 51s already. Just shows the kind of pace that is going on out there.
Yeah, we expect the pace to get quicker over the course of the day, but Sherman Chase is almost laying all of his cards on the table straight away here. So the 8th driver's been towards the top of the session for pretty much the entirety of it. But let's see if he can try and improve on that 51.973 at the moment. Through the left, through the right. Let's see what he can manage here. He's being chased down. I think that is Akhil Vyas just behind him. Goes over the line. That's not an improvement this time, so maybe just trying to find himself a little bit of space to try and go for another run again. But it looks like you've got your top three drivers all on track together, not necessarily in the same order. Up on the top end of the track. Has anyone told these guys this is qualifying and not a race? It looks like this could get a little bit racy if they're not careful here.
They do look like they're racing, don't they?
The top three that are on the top three in the order are top three on track, not necessarily in the right order. Honeyman's the third one on the road there, with Hale in second. Usually you find that being behind a quicker driver normally helps. We saw it a lot where the drivers in like second or third were posting fastest laps compared to the top guys. It looks like they're chasing down Ben Sproat, who's currently in P8. That's not where he's going to want to be. He's going to want to find a bit of time there. 52.565 is the best he's managed so far. As these three come over the line, are we going to see an improvement? Yes, it's a small improvement from Sherman Chase. Still a 51.9 as Ben Sproat goes up into 6th place. He's just behind Ryan Shepherd. That's a little bit better, but he's going to want a little bit more. Ryan Shepherd, 3rd place last year. So another one of the podium sitters. Both of them sitting just outside the top 4 there. So Sproat was 2nd last year. Shepherd was 3rd last year. Kieran Eve in P10. He was 4th last year. So it may be quite interesting to see how they get on over the course.
Also,
they can race.
Amelia is just 0.2 seconds off pole position.
Yeah, P4 for Amelia. She's moved up quite quickly.
Exactly. How often do we say that about female drivers?
She's like really one that's come out of nowhere at the moment.
She's on the pace. Absolutely on the pace, which is amazing.
Yeah, so she's one of the drivers that's really come into this this sort of sport in the last little bit, but yeah, she's been absolutely flying, especially in testing. We have seen like low 52s. I think that's one of her quicker times. The bonus would be being based at Warrington. You start seeing all the drivers start testing, but that's the end of the first qualifying session and pole position for Jamie Sherman Chase. You see how happy he is there, hands in the air. Now he's seen he's the only driver in the lightweight so far to go into the 51s. Second in that was Ross Honeyman, Alfie Hale, Amelia Riz. Then you've got Ryan Shepherd, Ben Sproat, Rob Freckleton, Josh Tagger, Joe Peters in P9, Kieran Eve, Emma Rabbage, Lewis Harkness, Georgia Macy in 13th, Callum Molitor in 14th, Shane Streak and Ben Richardson complete the 16 karts. And it looks to me like we've got the next session almost ready to head straight back out.
Yeah, and this is because obviously yesterday we joined 2 of the groups together. And now we're flying through because this is the last practice, or practice quali, I should say, and then we'll be straight into the heats. So, yeah, anonymous for the drivers that sat there. They've just seen a group go out there and already get into, or one of the drivers get into the 51 seconds. Let's really see, because they've got the same issues. Like those karts that the Group 2 are sat in are absolutely exactly the same. They've got cold tyres. They're going to go through exactly the same process as what the group is going to go through that we have just seen. So, indeed. And also, Sam Slater, thanks for the comment on the microphone. Anything like that, we can adjust really, really simply at the turn of a dial kind of thing. So, yeah. Brilliant stuff. So, let's see. And again, just a bit of a shout out. If anybody does want to see a specific driver, then just let us know. And we can switch between them in exactly the same way as what we can and what we've just done. Just to state the obvious, when we actually get to the races, then all that will disappear.
Oh, that's not a good start.
Now that, we haven't seen that before. He's shaking his head. I think he tried to warm his tyres there, surely, and ended up in the barrier.
Yes, that's normally why, especially in an open briefing, we say you don't really need to start throwing the cart left to right all of the time, because you can very, very quickly end up like that.
Can we get that on the Gen Cam?
Yeah, potentially. There's a static camera there at T1, so he may have been... Oh, he's done it again.
He's done it again.
This is not
no,
a good start.
We don't need it on the Gen Cam because he's doing it everywhere.
This is really not a good start. I think it's 37 Henry Morris. He's going to want to forget these opening laps very quickly.
Did he qualify?
Yeah, third place in his regionals from Holds. His first time here in the BIKC finals.
Have we carried out a DNA test on him to check that it is the actual?
Are you insinuating that he's put a ringer in for qualifying?
I'm going to say, we're going to watch 37. I don't care who wants to watch what. We're going to watch 37.
Are you insinuating he's put a ringer in for qualifying so he can just have some really good races later on?
He might be just wearing his race suit. Like, we don't know, do we?
If someone was going to put a ringer in for qualifying...
Oh, he's done it again!
Oh, no!
He's done it again!
I think we've definitely cursed this young lad, so let's try and find someone else, and let's give someone else some pressure.
Can we just stick on 37? Is that all right? Right, okay, so we're in the yellows, funny enough, as we have been for the last forever, since they left the pit lane. But none of that, we've got no blame for that. You can blame it all on Kart 37, Henry Morris. So I don't think we've ever seen 3 spins on the first lap of a BIKC championship. I don't think we'll ever see it again, I'll be honest. And we might not be done at 3. Let's have a look. There you go. So these karts are fast, mind. Can I just say, we do have one petrol kart here. And we have
back-to-back tested it this morning just to see what the difference was. And the bit for me watching it go round is out of the corners, the electric car just gapped it. I wouldn't say like it just gently pulled away, it was gone. It sort of almost doubled the gap quite easily as you ended up dropping the throttle. But currently we're watching the 42 of... that was Lewis McGill there, as we wait to see the first couple of representative lap times coming through the top section. Lewis, one of the longest transfers to actually get down here. They come all the way from Cambers Lang, the young 16-year-old on their first BIKC finals. That was way too wide on the way out of the corner there. It just backs up the idea that these karts, you've really got to try and get them into the operating window.
I think something in this. I think this group have watched Group 1 go out there. They've taken it steady, and then they really got on the pace. And I think these guys have gone out there just trying to do too much too soon.
Yeah.
That was a big, fairly major hit there, coming past the pits there.
It's one thing we learned pretty quickly with these karts is you've got to try and coax them into the operating window. You can't go out and just try and set a pole time straight away. You've got to give them a lap or 2 before you really start trying to push them, which seems to catch quite a few people out at the moment. So these drivers just going to start winding these karts up, as it looks like 44, Toby Elson moves to the top of the leaderboard, currently on a 53.7. So as they come up the top section here, so we're looking for 32,
we're
Harrison Watts.
Indeed, a request.
Few shouts coming through for Harrison. We're going to try and locate Mr. Watt and see what they're doing out on track at the moment.
And times
41 goes over
much
the line
slower.
there.
52.9 at the moment. I think all drivers are realising they're just give it a bit of patience, a little bit of patience. But the lap times will come.
There we go.
It's just a case of just bedding the karts in and bedding yourselves in a little bit and making sure that you keep it on the island before you start trying to.
You can also find the pressure of the occasion can sort of get to you as well, because competing on a national level, and I think I looked at the stream yesterday, it was 10,000 views over the course of the day, so you've got 10,000 people watching you. Just having that idea in your head, it can be quite a bit of pressure there, as it looks like
10,000 people. Tom, listen to me.
God help him.
It's a bit freaky.
God help him. So 32 Harrison Watt just trying to get himself a little bit of space. Looked like he had the 9 of Cody Cosford just in front of him. So just looking over his shoulder, making sure he's got a bit of space, and then... Oh no! I think we're really bad luck here. That's another driver that we're watching, and they spun. So every driver we've watched so far, one of them span a few times, the other one went wide in the chicane and tapped the barrier, and now a third one has spun. Are we really just cursing this entire group, Russ?
I think we are. And there's a lot of Ice Fairy says, Harrison, go Harrison. He did go.
Not necessarily
in the right
direction.
Indeed. But he did go. There's no question about that. We're on Blake, kart 30. There's a lot of shout-outs for kart 30. We're already, I think, trying to...
Yeah, we're locating kart 30. Currently in third place, Blake Parkinson, 52.848.
Yep, we are tracked. There we go.
Joe Simcock. There's the 30. Hopefully we don't curse this one as well. We can get a decent banker lap in before the curse the commentator hits him.
Here we go. Wheel to Wilson. Looks like a cold morning.
Well, it's like a very cold morning.
Yeah,
it feels like a very cold morning.
Obviously, not for Group 1. Lovely warm for Group 1. But it turned much colder for Group 2.
The thing here as well is the fact we've got a double fleet of karts. What we're watching here is the first competitive session that these karts have done. Yes, they've had kart tested, but this is the first time this specific set of karts have been run. And just to try and make sure the parity is correct, we're not matching all of the karts against all of them. We effectively have two separate fleets of 20 karts that are all matched together. So one group will use one set of karts, and another group will use another set of karts. The idea there just to make sure that the parity is as close as it can be. It's easier to match 20 karts against than trying to match 44.
Indeed. And also, Tom, the lap times are now starting to come down. We've got
we're starting to see it now.
There's a name, isn't there, from BIKC history. Joe Greenhalgh's just gone round in 52.5. So they're about half a second away from the absolute ultimate pace on Group 1. But, just to point out, 8.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left
a lot of race, a lot of time that the tyres are going to be able to cope with the temperature. And
let's see what 30 can manage. That's Blake Parkinson. That's enough to put him into P5 at the moment. So 52.652 for the 30. Blake coming all the way down from Leeds, one of a few drivers who've been here last year. So last year he finished 13th. Made it into the main event, so a driver who knows the pressures of BIKC, knows what the pressure of competing in the finals can be, and so far looks like he's taken it in his stride. Up on the top section, it looks like the pole time's come down as well. The 43 of Elliot Tuesley is now down into a 52.5, as we've had kart 6 being asked for. Danny Hale coming up the top section. He currently sits in third place. Driver from Stockton, young 16-year-old, first year in out of the junior category. So now at the top end of the circuit. Again, nice and smooth so far. You see some drivers are really aggressive with the steering when they're turning into the corners. Some of them just look really smooth, minimal inputs, and that seems to be the style that Danny's adopted here. As he comes through the top end of the circuit, he's about 900ths of a second off the pole time. He's got 37 in front of him. He gets out of the way. Hopefully that's not cost him too much, as Greenhalgh now goes back up onto the front.
52.4. 52.3. Elliot
Tuesley straight back. And Hale now moves into second place, so that's a 52.456. These times are really starting to come down now.
We might end up
see another 51.
We might end up faster than Group 1, despite all the little bit of chaos that we had at the start.
Are we going to see another 51
Just
here?
under 7 minutes to go of practice, which is, that's a fair amount of time. That's a fair chunk of time, has to be said, in order to continue the lap times coming down.
Yeah, so through the top end of the circuit comes the 6 of Alfie Hale. A few people looking for the 15 of Shane McCluskey. We'll try and hunt the 15 kart out as they now go through the top end of the track. Let's see what we can see. Still 52.3. There we go. That is Shane McCluskey coming all the way from... Let's have a look where Shay's qualified through. So that's Coventry that he's qualified through. Won his regional, did Shay. 9th, 4th and 1st is his form guide so far. And this is his first time here at the BIKC finals. And the Coventry driver, hopefully, going to try and have a good run here. He drops down the back end of the track, through the left-right chicane, and then over what is the traditional start-finish line here. But now he's three corners from home, into what is now the last sector of the circuit. Oh, we got 32 backwards. That is Harrison Watts that's now facing the wrong direction. So a few drivers just pushing the limit of adhesion.
Not the first time Harrison has ended up in the barrier in this.
And over the start-finish line, looks like the 15 is in 15th place, but that's not a position he's going to want to be in, because that, unfortunately, puts him last for the group. up the ramp section here, as it's now Tuesley's gone back onto the pole position on a 52.161. So
here we go. Now the lap times are right
the time's
there now.
Definitely coming down. But it
5 minutes to go.
It looks like this group is a little bit more spread out. I saw a couple of people in the live chat saying the first group looked a little bit stacked. But I think the times are starting to show there's definitely some talent in this one. But it's just going to be a case of can they go as fast as the other drivers in the first one. As it looks like Edelson's just improved a touch on a 52.505. We now see what Shane McCluskey can do. Can he move himself off the last row of the grid? Over the line. It is an improvement. He moves up into P10, so that puts Henry Morris on the back row of the grid and puts him inside. Puts McCluskey inside the top 10.
We are currently just trying to find car number 42, Lewis. There he is, following a request on the live stream. So obviously we can only do this obviously in practice. But we've got 4 minutes. Any last entries to see your particular driver, then bring them in, it's no problem. We are at 52.161, which is the fastest lap time in for this group by Elliot Tuesley, which is a great lap time. Just a couple of tenths away from the lap time set in Group 1. But hey-ho, you know, there is just under 4 minutes left. There is ample time for to break that, to get right back down. And can we see both groups get, or one of the drivers in both groups get in the 51s? That would set the stage. Never clonk there on the barrier from number 42. I think it's going to be quite a bit of this. I think.
It just looks like he's understeering a little bit too much. I don't know if that's something with the specific car he's running, or maybe his driving style. He's putting a lot of lock into the kart and sort of making it push a little bit more into the corners. But Lewis McGill currently P11 at the moment on a 50. And it's a P18 then. That's just the car.
You did say P18.
That's just the car that we're looking for.
We're trying to find, yeah.
So 52.838 so far for Lewis McGill, the Scottish driver, making the run down here. Just whenever we look at where people qualify through, it just reminds me how far some of these drivers have to come. Not just like in terms of BIKC, but actually physically. Because we've got drivers that come as far as from Dundee if you go north, and then you've got like Eastleigh, Southampton sort of way, which is as far south as possible. They've got quite a nice location in Warrington. We've got just about a decent little transfer time just about everywhere. So looking at the 18 at the moment, about a tenth and a half off pole. Oh, one car going into a different direction. Looks like he's just trying to let him through.
But there is car 18.40. It took us a while to find 18, but we got there, and it's Joe, and he's in third place at the moment. Did have the fastest time for a few minutes in the session. That was 52.2, is a very respectable lap time. Just not quite, less than a tenth away from the ultimate pace. Let's see what he's going to do as he comes around across the timing loop. He's got one more corner to go, then he's in through into the S's. Is he going to beat his 52 point? Here he comes, his 2.52. Yes, he does, but it's not enough to move.
It's a small improvement, but it's not enough.
There's a few hundredths he clipped off that. So this is on his, I think, ultimate pace, which is very close to the absolute ultimate pace. He's still got another lap there that he still could pip that 52.161.
So a little bit of time left here. So 43 looks like they've been requested. We're going to see if we can find Elliot Tuesley, our pole position driver, and then they're coming down the top end. As the drivers try and find him. There we go. So nice carbon Zamp helmet for our pole sitter at the moment. 52.161 for Elliot Tuesley so far. He's got a couple of corners to go, and I think it might be one more lap off the top of my head, or they may show the checkings. I think that timer is just keeps freezing. So onto his last lap is Elliot Tuesley. He's not quite improved the time this time, so 52.161. Currently for the pole is the pole time here. A little bit slower than what we saw. One of the many drivers qualified through from Crawley for here. I think we've got 14 drivers total off the top of my head. But Tuesley at 52.161. Danny Hale's now on a 52.196. So it's getting a lot closer here.
Wow. Yes.
The top three. But still, no one's able to try and live with the pace of what we saw from Jamie Sherman Chase earlier as the checkers come out. And we now see what the last sort of efforts of these drivers are. Over the line, that's Paul Thomas. He moves up into P5. as you wait to see if the 43 can do anything and maybe try and extend that advantage. As they now go through the right-hander, a lot of steering lock being put in there. It just looked like it unsettled the kart through the top end, so that might be where that last couple of attempts are.
There is a lot of karts sliding around, no doubt about it, especially through that section.
Looks like it's a combination between track temperature and also being quite aggressive with steering, just pushing it a little bit too far, maybe.
Yeah, indeed. But a really good, a really entertaining session, it has to be said.
Yeah,
I don't want to go into detail about all the stuff that happened at the start, but when it settled down, we got some fantastic lap times. And Elliot Tousley, 52.161, which is great. Danny Hale on a 52.196. Joe Greenhill, who was very temporarily at the top, 52.204. We literally saw that lap time.
Yeah, it was a good fight for pole there with the three drivers.
And we saw that lap time go in as we were watching that driver at the time. Great stuff. Kart 44 in fourth. Toby Edelstone on the 52.4.
There we go. Wave to the crowd. Wave to the crowd from the 24.
Excellent. Good. We've got Paul Thomas in fifth, 52.4. Benji is 52.477.
Very close. 100th of a second there.
100th of a second. Blake Parkinson, 7th on the 52.5. Harrison Watt, 52.6. Joseph Simcock, 52.635. Look how close these are. Benjamin Love, also on the 52.6. Harvey Curious on the 52.7. Lewis McGill on the 52.8. Henry Morris, 52.890. Then we got Cody, 52.893, 3,000ths of a second between 13th and 14th.
That's what, eight and a bit tenths between first and last there, 8.14.
Indeed.
And that's extremely close.
Then we've got Shane McCluskey on a 52.975. I just want a bit of a shout out to kart number 37, Henry Morris, who had a bit of a disastrous start, but then recovered and 52.
Still been able to pull a good time out
there. 52.890. Yeah, he was really starting to really get it together at the end of that session, which is great because he had just a bit of a nightmare at the start. We all get it, don't we?
Yeah.
I've had it quite a bit, if I'll be honest.
I think people will see that you've had it quite a bit.
My problem always is that I go too hard for the tyre temperature. The number of times I've crashed or spun off.
Ambition over adhesion.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
the technical term is.
Always is my kind of downfall.
My issue is I normally end up going into a corner and my little bag of talent isn't quite as full as I think it is. So I normally end up going in, just locking up and normally facing the wrong direction. So yeah, an extremely closely fought qualifying session. Hopefully that should bring some good racing for the. That should bring some good racing for the heats. Jen, what do you think we've got in store?
Jen? Yeah,
it was a really good qualifying session. The drivers were pretty close together, about 8 tenths across the entire field. Interesting just to see the amount of spins that we had.
Yeah.
I think it might be down just to the fact that they're not used to the electric cars, and also the brakes are slightly different too, and these as well. It's a lot heavier. Might be cold track too, cold tyres, who knows. Obviously, it's not something you usually see at a national final. But yeah, overall, it was a good qualifying. These are some fast times that I'm seeing. I haven't seen any times like this in the practice sessions. So yeah, I think we're going to have to pass it over to the studio now for you guys. So we'll head over to Lex and Will.
Let's go further back. Move back.
Yeah. Can we jump in here?
Hi. Welcome back. We're here at the in the, what would you call this? The spec area, the new spec area, the new lights and everything. It's very nice. There's a lot of people here now, starting to get exciting, isn't it? Yeah, it was. See what we can find. Let's go for a little walk. There's a lot of people here. Will, can you see anybody?
I'm just having a look round. Maybe get some of these guys here. Look, on the right-hand side. Just come off track there.
These guys?
Yeah, let's have an interview with these guys if they're...
Do you want to talk to us? Do you want to say hello? Who are you here supporting today?
Yeah, we're here with Jamie Sherman Chase. Qualified first there in the first qualifying session. True contender, isn't he, this year? So.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll give him the support. He's getting a lot of love. So is Alfie Hale, Kieran Eve as well. Manchester Trafford getting some love. Let's see.
Hey, Lex, can we jump on here? We've got a...
Yes.
Yeah, we have seen these.
We've got these gents here, all in the matching hoodies. I love this.
We've seen the hoodie.
Awesome. And who are you guys supporting then? This.
Lewis Miguel.
There he is.
That's a lightweight driver.
Brilliant. And you've just come off circuit, have you? Yeah. Just come off circuit. And how did you find it today?
It was good, yeah. I enjoyed it. It's a hard track to get used to, that's for sure. Especially it being electric as well. You know.
Hi, Mum! I can see you doing that.
But yeah, it's been hard for me to get used to, and obviously I finished 12th. But I'm just enjoying it. You know, that's what I'm here to do.
That's awesome. And which is your home circuit?
Cambuslang.
Cambuslang.
Brilliant track, Cambuslang. Yeah, so you all come down then for the day, for the weekend?
Yes, John Waitford, the main man.
No, I love that. That's awesome. That's brilliant. So are you confident this weekend, or today even?
Yeah, I just want to go and have fun. You know, it's my first year doing it. I mean, today marks a year since I started racing, so I want to have fun. You know. That's what I'm here to do.
And how did you find the journey? Sort of the locals, the regionals, moving around, travelling around?
Locals was really good. I finished 3rd. Regionals was a bit difficult. I was 1st and 2nd for most of my racing qualifying, but then on the grand final, you know, something happened. I got put in a barrier and dropped down to like 5th or something and finished 5th. But I got here by a wild card, so yeah, it's been good fun. Yeah,
enjoy your day. Let's chat for a second. Yeah. Do you want to say hello?
Hi, Mum. Hi, Mummy.
Mummy, yeah. Beautiful.
Love that. That's awesome. Well, best of luck today. Good luck.
Who else can we find on our little travels across Warrington? Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
It was awkward, wasn't it? Yeah, you're up for a little chat? You want to say hi? You're live to the world right now. Tell us who you are, where are you from?
Emma Rabbage from Bradford.
Nice, how have you found today?
Yeah, good. Done better than I expected so far, so happy.
Let me just come off.
I was in the first session.
How'd you find the track?
Yeah, it was good. It was slippy to begin with, but started to grip up.
Did you do much practice before you've come here, or have you literally just turned up?
No, so I came once for a public session, but didn't have many clean laps, obviously, with it being the public. So that was the first proper run at 15 minutes.
Wow. And how are the locals, how are the regionals, how's the journey been so far?
Yeah, locals was good, came 3rd. Had a bit of a rough ride at regionals, so got a wild card, that's how I'm here. But yeah, having good fun today.
Is it the first time you've entered, or have you entered before?
Entered last year, but I'd not really karted at that point. I won my locals last year and then came, I think it was 10th in the regionals, so yeah.
And what is it about karting? You said you never karted before last year, so presumably you've been karting, what, a year and a half, maybe
About
2
a
years?
year and a half, yeah.
What was it about karting that appealed?
So my brother started a few years before me and he was like, have a go. I was like, nah. Then I did and was kind of hooked.
And now you're better than him.
I mean, he races in Club 100. We'll see.
Soon.
One day we'll get.
I've got support as well. Is this support? Brilliant. No, that's all right. And are you confident? Confident? Yeah.
She's from Bradford, so she's got to win it. Yeah, Norris, yeah.
Norris is the GM.
Yeah, so shout out to the Bradford lads, Paragon Racing. Absolutely great support all the time. Thanks, guys.
Super. Love that. That's awesome. Good luck.
Awesome,
Good
thank
luck
you.
for
Got to
today.
mention as well, Club 100 are a major sponsor for today. We'll be chatting to Will later on. But look who's with us. We've got Claire Johnson, Naked Warrior. How are you doing, Claire?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well. How was the warm-ups?
The warm-up was good. It was much needed after standing around on the cold track after having the briefing, but it was really good. Just getting everyone set up so, reduce their injury should they bump on track, make sure that they're warm and feeling, not stiff, so that they can go out and race better. So yeah, definitely an essential part of getting ready to race.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you going to be doing any more of that with the next few, and we'll try and find you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm here all day. So yeah, everyone just come and find me, ask me questions about their racing, karting, anything they need to eat, drink. Yep, that's what I'm here for, and I'm going to do more warm-ups later.
Excellent. Thanks, Claire. We'll catch you around. See you later.
Super.
Let's see what's. I want to see you do some star jumps.
I'm
That's
down
what I'm
for, down for some star jumps.
I think
Yeah,
that'll
down
be
for that.
hilarious. Who have we got coming through here? Seems what legend coming through here right now. Hello, where are you from?
Manchester.
Manchester. Trafford or Manvic?
Victoria.
Way, of course. Have you been on today?
Yeah.
How you found it? Without swearing.
It was like an ice rink.
Yeah. You raced here before, obviously.
Well, yeah, on speed 3. And I get slow that time on speed 4.
Well, best of luck for today.
Yeah, I'll try, man.
Right, here's Chrissy. Should we talk to Chrissy? Chrissy's always some fun, aren't you? Hello.
Hello guys, how are you?
I'm very well. Yeah, I said I'd get you on camera because she saw me before and she avoided us.
Face for it, you see.
Tell us what you're doing today.
Oh, I'm a CLO, so I'm here to represent the people that are racing from the comms from upstairs and to them. So any problems or just want a little friend or a little hug, all right.
Oh, lovely. Isn't that
That's
adorable?
what we're here for. But I think you should interview her. She's amazing.
Yeah, tell us where you're from.
I'm from Cardiff, but raised in Trafford.
Yeah. And have you been on yet, or
Yeah.
how'd you find it?
It was good, but got a lot to improve on. So yeah.
All right. Well, best of luck for today, and we'll try and catch you later on as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Guys, can I just jump in here? So I've joined with Ben Savoury, actually.
Oh,
so
here he is.
Ben's one of our clerk of the courses.
One of them.
Yeah, one of them for the
one
last
of the
2
top
days.
dogs, the top 3.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You're from the Leeds circuit.
I'm from Leeds. Yeah, Leeds, loud and proud. Obviously.
And have you got any drivers in the finals this
I
weekend?
have Blake in lightweights. I'm not sure about middleweights and heavies, if I'm totally honest, because I wasn't there for their regionals. So hopefully, I didn't manage to get the cadets through. Unfortunately, they just missed out. One came 5th.
Okay.
So unfortunately, just missed out. But you never know, next year, hopefully I'll get through. But at least if I can get one, I'll be happy. If I get one, I'll be happy.
No, I love that. That's awesome. And how are they getting on the circuit today? Because I think across the board it's a bit cold in here.
It's a little bit cold, but the track will naturally warm up the more it's used. So once we start rolling into the heats, track's more used. There's only 8-minute heats as well, so it's quick, short time out on circuit. Track will get nice and warm, especially with all being in a single file.
Yeah.
So track will heat up nicely. So
Awesome.
we'll see some close racing.
We just spoke to a gent back there. He said it's like an ice rink out there today.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've not been on this morning, so I don't want to spin out in front of everybody. So that'd be a bit embarrassing for me.
Amazing. No, that's awesome.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Where are we going, Akhil?
We can go this way.
Okay, let's have a little look. See what's around here. Make sure that we can get into the pit lane nice and easily. Let's speak to Adam Beale, our technical manager. Adam, do you want to come over? He's also the guy who's racing in this lovely Sona safety car. How have you found the weekend so far?
Yeah, really good, really good. Yeah, no, it's great vibe, great buzz. Competitors have all been awesome. A little bit close yesterday. Juniors nearly overtook me going into turn 1.
I did see that, actually, yeah. I did see that. You're going to have to get your foot down today as well.
I was going to have to there's some really quick people out there today. Definitely need to make sure I get my foot down. The great thing about electric karts is you can plug them in, do a little bit of magic, and they go faster. So look, everyone's going to struggle to keep me, even with me.
I was going to say, weight matters. No. I was going to say that weight matters less. Electric karts even out the field, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
I wasn't saying anything else, though.
No, weight. The electric karts are a big leveler. Weight still comes into it, but not as much. You know, like the power delivery, the torque, really does do a good bit to make it more level and more even, and give me a better chance of beating people.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Have you got your boost button on there as well, haven't you? Your boost button.
Boost button, yes. Yeah, boost button's got even more boost on this one. So to give me that little kick out, so make sure that I'm fully ahead of everyone into turn 1 and 2.
People have been asking that, actually. Is it faster?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. After the junior race yesterday, where I very nearly got overtaken, I came back, plugged it in, made it faster, and now I'm absolutely on fire.
Yeah, well.
So just to clarify, we're on speed 4 today. With the boost button, it's a little bit quicker. How quick is that, just for someone watching?
As in, how much extra is the boost button? Yeah, it's an extra 300 RPM, so probably another 5 mile an hour into the corner. You still got to make sure you've got the ability to use that extra. It's all about your line coming out the corner beforehand. Line them up, press the button, nip past on the way through.
Nice.
Awesome.
Thank you, my friend. We'll catch you soon.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Lex.
That's awesome.
Okay, all right.
We've got another minute to go, I think, before we are going to cut for the.
Yeah, we're gonna lead into a 2-minute silence very shortly here at Warrington, and then we'll crack on with the racing. Before we do, there's your track team. Give us a wave. They said they didn't want to get on, but there they are. So I think roundabout now we'll cut to it, and if we can respectfully ask everyone in Warrington to remain silent for the 2-minute silence.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready for the start of the heats. And what a tantalising prospect that is after what we have just seen in the practice quali. We've got some stuff coming in, obviously, on the live stream. So, yeah, we've got some... do the lights at the front of the carts indicate the charge level? Yes, they do, RJA Rookie. I call it like an energy light, but Tom has an official title of that particular light.
The official term is smart light.
Smart light. So, yeah, at Healingwood, do they go higher than speed 4?
Not supposed to.
Yeah, they're not meant to.
They might be able to, but they're not supposed to.
Because what Adam Beale was saying there with the safety cart is we can actually program these carts to do whatever we want them within reason to do.
It's similar to what they were saying, what the guys from TKZ were saying. Like, if we can program these to run at a walking pace, we can run them. We can program them to run stupidly fast, as quite a lot of people have figured out. But we keep it at a nice, sensible speed that works for a lot of people. And then obviously we have the extra unlock, let's say, when we have the members events, or indeed when we have BIKC on.
Indeed.
Just provides that flexibility for us.
And we only use Speed 4 when we are running formal grid events, or obviously we're running a BIKC National Final, of course. All other times it is very much a Speed 3 affair. But just to point out, we were alluding to the fact we have a petrol cart on site, and the actual stats for the petrol cart is a petrol cart is half a second slower than a Speed 3 electric cart around TeamSport Warrington.
That's quite quite badly timed. That's stopwatch time, not like officially timed. So it may be a little bit more, it may be a little bit less, but especially when you see them out on track together, you just see the electric car come out of a corner and it just goes. It's just gone.
They are visibly quicker around the hairpins, aren't they?
Yeah, you can. It's out of the corner. It seems to get all of that time. Down the straights and probably through the corners, they're pretty similar. But obviously, you've driven both around here. You've driven both around here, Jen, haven't you?
Yeah, so the one thing that was definitely noticeable is we did a petrol versus electric grid start, and it's definitely a lot better on the starts.
Yeah.
Around the track, it's not too much of a change. Obviously, for drivers who are from petrol tracks going to electric, it's not a massive difference. Obviously, acceleration out of corners is not really a throttle-based thing. It's more electric motor, so it's going to pick up a lot more accurately and reliable as well. So the electric cars are definitely really, really good for racing, and they're very even as well.
I find them really good fun to drive as well. They're just more fun. I can't put my finger on why, but it sort of feels like you're on the edge when you're racing. The petrols sort of feel a little bit, almost a little bit tame, I'd argue.
Yeah, you're definitely on the edge, as we saw in the second qualifying. There was definitely a lot of banana peels out on track today, but obviously the heavier the carts are, the more grip we're going to get on, especially the tarmac section as well. So obviously the wooden section upstairs is where we're going to see a lot more of the sort of slip and the oversteer as well.
Also, Alan Shortall has said apparently if you run over a shiny weapon block, you can unlock speed 5, 30 seconds. Now, you may laugh at that.
That sounds
you may
pretty
laugh
familiar,
at that.
actually.
However, you can, in actual fact, because we at TeamSport have a new karting product called Combat Karts, which is very similar to a very popular video game that involves karting. And it's in our Preston track, it's in our Newcastle track, it's in Reading, it's in Mitcham. And yeah, it's you drive on a circuit, and there are lights on the track, and you go over them, then you will pick up a power. You can send rockets to the carts in front, you can speed them up, you can slow them down. It is a whole heap of fun, it has to be said. So it is a karting product. It's something that we think is fantastic. And it's going into lots more karting tracks in the near future.
Yeah, so I think one thing we're forgetting to mention for all the people who are watching as well is we have a very good VAR team who is going to be watching the event.
What is wrong with me?
I know.
So we have Jono and Jack who are currently in the VAR room, who is watching back all the overtaking on the circuit today. So obviously everything's getting reviewed back to make sure all penalties are completely accurate and fair as well. So any protests obviously go to the CLOs. But yeah, the VAR is extremely accurate, and we have two very good races with us today.
Okay, let's go through the start procedure. It is the same as last year, so basically what's going to happen, it looks like everyone's forming up on the grid. They kind of are. We're just manoeuvring everybody into the correct grid spot. It's not the order that they leave the pit lane because we like to just switch the karts up. All the karts obviously have they're 3 weeks old, so which is a deliberate ploy because they need to bed in. You can't just get a brand new fleet and just whack them on the track. They need to be bedded in over a period of time, which is done. We've then been testing them. There's only, I think, 0.2 of a second between the absolute fastest and the absolute slowest, which is as close as we can possibly get them. And but we still mix all the karts up to make sure everybody's driving different karts every time they go out onto the track. So we're just literally lining them up. Then it's going to be the pace kart, which is what we were alluding to. So that's Adam, who's going to be in the pace kart. He's pumped up as much power into that kart as he possibly can, because he had a few issues yesterday with the juniors.
The juniors were giving him a little bit of trouble, let's say. I think they thought the safety car was part of the race.
Yeah, it did look at one point like Adam was leading the race, and he will lead them away, and he will then put his foot down. And he will, in usual years, he would kind of disappear and then pull over. But the karts got very close to him yesterday. So
I think the juniors were almost pushing him over the line, and then it looked like he was trying to lead a lap of BIKC.
Yeah, hence the reason why that we've had to pump up the power. I dread the thing what speed that safety car. It's probably, you'd probably call it a safety car. It's probably not the right word anymore.
I think the word I asked how, like, if it was a speed, what would it be? And the answer I got was yes.
Yes.
if it was a speed, what would it be? Yes. A lot. Indeed. A lot of it.
We've got KO Racing. It was a refurb at Warrington just to install the electric karts for a track change. It has changed a little bit.
Small track change.
Yeah, and we have spent a bit of money. We've got a nice viewing area in the middle of the track. We've upgraded the bar. We've got a much larger spec area, a lot more tables. But if you can imagine that we used to go onto the up ramp on the left-hander, that little section of the track there has been cut out, and now it's a right-hander. It's really fast, as you'll see in a minute when we start racing. So there's a lot of changes that have happened at TeamSport Warrington. It's just a fabulous. This is actually the oldest indoor kart track in the UK.
I think it's one of I think it was number 7 ever opened or something along
second,
that line.
I believe it was the second one to open, Tom, is what for my event. But either way, it dates back to the 1980s, where nobody in this room was alive, it has to be said. But I remember those days, kind of. So here we go. Now we're going to go off side by side. The cadets yesterday went single file. If there is an incident on lap 1 and we have to restart, it will go single file. But for a standard start, it is 2 abreast going around the first few corners. Now what you're going to see is we need everybody nicely, tightly bunched up. If there's much movement and the cart's spread out, then we'll call it a false start. But as we go round here on to the straight that goes through the S's, Adam will start pulling his foot down. The much more strategical start from these guys than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah,
and then we're
hoping
for a green light.
Gone.
Pace car is absolutely out of here. We're waiting for a nice clean start to start the racing for the lightweights. BIKC 2023. We've got it. And here we go. Charging down into the first corner. It's a great start from driver 34, Jamie, Shearer and Chase. Are they all going to make it through the first few corners in one piece? Oh, there's a lot of contact. There's a lot of nudging. I would say.
Ryan Shepherd. Oh, there's one in the pit lane. That's Amelia Risbin spat out towards the scenery. Lights go yellow there. That looks like a really good start from Ryan Shepherd. He's gone from 5th to 2nd in the opening couple of corners. We saw some impressive moves yesterday. That's got to be one of the best starts we've seen all weekend.
That already, I think that for me, that's the best start that we've seen. Oh, I just worry about Amelia there, that she had such a great starting position in 4th place. And it looks like it's all gone. Hobby one forward, a move. Already we've got a move at the end of the start-finish line.
There we go. There goes the one. That's Alfie Hale going for it.
Look, we've got overtaking everywhere.
As well. It's all hell is breaking loose here on circuits. It looks like that's.
Look at this. That's got to end in tears. That has to look at that.
That's going to give the VAR. That's going to give the VAR room something to think about.
You can't put 3 karts through that section of a track.
It's tough to go too wide through there.
It's just not going to work. But here we go. 34 is leading at the moment with a 0.6 second lap time to Ross Honeyman. Ryan Shepherd is in 3rd. I think at the present moment in time, as you go through in 34, yeah, we're following the leader at the moment, who does have that 0.6 second gap that looks probably even slightly larger. I think that's about a second, I think, so he is edging away up the front there. But yeah, Amelia Riz all the way down there in 5th, after all that great work in quali, all the way down in 15th.
Yeah, Joe Peters going defensive there. He's trying to hold away. Looks like he's already got past Alfie Hale there. So Joe Peters up into 4th place, trying to stop the return move from Alfie Hale as Ryan Shepherd gets a 5-second time penalty for what we call ABC. That is advantage by contact. So that, my guess, is going to be for the conflagration we saw coming out of the Dunlop S's section. There's still Jamie Sherman-Chase who leads the way here. Honeyman in 2nd. Peters now up into 3rd at the expense of Alfie Hale. As we go through the top section, you can still see Ryan Shepherd there running in 2nd place on the road, but he's currently P9 in the standings thanks to that 5-second time penalty. Sherman-Chase looks over his shoulder. He can see that Shepherd is there. It's about 6/10 is the gap between them, but it's not really going to count for much. Looks like a bit of contact between Hale and Peters, with Josh Tagger in 5th place, trying to get involved in this one as well. It's still a good fight for the lead, but Shepherd is going to come out of it when that 5-second time penalty is applied. So over the line once again goes Jamie Sherman-Chase. Shepherd 0.6 of a second behind. Oh, 27's off. That's Lewis Harkness. Lewis Harkness facing the wrong direction. Silky Marshall gets out there nice and quick, gets it cleared, and we hopefully go green once again very, very quickly. So bad start there for Lewis Harkness. That's 2 drivers now we've seen facing the wrong direction so far in this first of the heat. It's all going off here already.
Yeah, it's just great racing, isn't it? And the main thing for me is, first of all, car 34, Jamie Sherman-Chase already with a 2-second advantage of that, really, with 6.5 minutes to go in this heat. I would have thought would that be enough to see that driver home, but I tell you what, it looks a lot less now under yellows. That might be under investigation as well, because that's not a 2-second gap at the present moment in time. We'll have to see if the Clarkson. We had lots of penalties yesterday for speeding under yellows, so let's have a look. Yeah, it has dropped to 1.6. Okay, we'll have to see what they make of that. Alfie Hale in 3rd with 3.4 seconds behind the leader. Joe Peters in 4th, Josh Tagger in 5th, and Ryan Shepherd in 6th at the moment. Kieran Even 7th, Benjamin Sproat in 8th, Rob Freckleton 9th, Emma is on a good run in 10th, Georgia Maisie 11th, Amelia Riz is fighting back. Look at that, she was 15th and now she's moved back up into 12th place.
Yeah, she may be down, she's definitely not out.
It's a good race, and there's still time. Amelia Cameron is in 13th, Ben Richardson is in 14th, Shane Streak is in 15th, and Lewis Harkness brings up the rear at the present moment in time. Here we go once again around. We saw lots of overtaking around these hairpins yesterday. Way more than we actually
Yellows again.
Oh, we have yellows. Let's just see where the incident is on the circuit, and more importantly, who it is on the circuit. And let's have a look. So we've got warning for Georgia for contact. That's no time's been added yet. It's like a final black and white flag, final warning for drivers given that to know that they are now right on the edge of losing a time penalty. And losing a time penalty in this can sometimes cost you 4 or 5 positions.
Yeah, you can see that's exactly what it's done to Ryan Shepherd. He's currently running 2nd on the road, and it's down. It put him down in 4th place at the moment, so he's managed to get enough of an advantage over Joe Peters to move up into 4th place. Effectively, what he wants to do, if he wants to win this heat, he needs to get past Jamie Sherman-Chase and then try and put 5 seconds in the bank, as the time penalty pops up for Rob Freckleton. That's 5 seconds for pace on yellows. So we thought there may have been some gaps changing, but a 5-second time penalty for Freckleton is going to put him right out of the action in this one. As leader Sherman-Chase still out in front, not really being challenged by Ryan Shepherd. 6/10 the gap between the pair of them, but 5.6 when you add in the penalty. He's now down in 6th place, and his Peters and Tagger have managed to get within that 5-second window. So just shows how painful a time penalty can be. We've said this before. You'll find normally in the heats that drivers will try and just bank points, because what you're trying to do here is set your grid for the semi-finals. There's confirmation of that penalty for Rob Freckleton coming up on the screens. We just want to bank points at this point. It's all about being consistent, try and get a good run in the semis. The semis is where you really need to start thinking about getting the elbows out, and then that, because that sets your grid and decides if you'll make it through to the main event later on tonight.
Totally. We are seeing many more penalties over the course of this weekend for yellow light offences than what I can remember in previous years. It's something that this year we are incredibly sharp on. And, you know, if you were to pick up a penalty for a yellow light offence, oh, really, because those 3 seconds or 5 seconds can cost you 4 or 5 positions, cost you 4 or 5 points, and really make it tough for you to progress. But the rules are the rules, and it is very important. You know, we race with respect that everybody follows them. So 34, Jamie Sheeran Chase leading there, and you know what? It does really look like Ross Honeyman is suddenly right there. Again, that does not look like a 1.9 second gap. We've got a couple of laps left here, so perhaps there is. Let's see what the gap is. Oh, it's Ryan Shepherd caused. He's got the penalty. I see. So actually, he's out of position, way out of position. So the gap is still
coming up.
2 seconds. I mean, Jamie's not really to know this, but he could almost let Jamie go. In actual fact, with a couple of laps go, I don't think he's going to be 2.5 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah,
hopefully
Jamie knows that Ryan's carrying that penalty, because if he does start to attack, what you don't want to see is a horrible defence. Oh, there's Emma Rabbage backwards. There's another one backwards towards the back end. We'll have to see if we can find out what happened there. There's a lot of action going on in this one so far. Fastest lap of the race currently belongs to the number 1 of Alfie Hale, who's 3rd place on in the standings, 4th place on the road. And that gap again has really closed up. It was 2 seconds between Sherman Chase and Ross Honeyman. That is probably going to be close to about 1.5. Looks like the gap's really coming down again, so I think the guys in VAR and the stewards may have a little bit of time. Let's see what the gap was that time over the line. Looks like that time the screen hasn't updated. There we go, 1.1 seconds over the line. So it's about 9/10 they've pulled out of him there. So, not quite sure what manner of thing's gone on there, but what that means is the 5-second penalty puts Ryan Shepherd in 7th place now. Again, just emphasising how painful these 5-second penalties can be.
And that will mean that Ryan Shepherd has already, if he finishes in that position, has got a mountain to climb in the semi-finals.
Yeah, thinking about climbing the mountain, Amelia Riz is now up into 10th place from the back of the field after that spin. So just proving you can overtake on this circuit. It is doable.
And cleanly.
It is doable, so she's managed to claw back up to 10th place. A good little performance there, but probably will have been hoping for a little bit more. As we now come over the start-finish line, Sherman Chase takes the first win of the heats. Over the line he comes with Ross Honeyman and Alfie Hale, your top 3. Peters and Tagger managed to jump Shepherd as well, who's 5.4 seconds off the lead. Then Kieran Eve, Ben Sproat in 8th place. At a driver will be wanting a little bit more from his next heat. Rob Freckleton in 9th. Amelia Riz, after that spin at the start,
great comeback,
is 10th. That's a very good recovery drive so far. Ben Richardson, Georgia Macy, Cameron Molitor, then Shane Streak, Emma Rabbage and Lewis Harkness complete the field. I have a feeling, though, that is not going to be how the result will sit, because I think the Clarks may have a little bit of work to do with that one.
I think they will, because there was quite a bit of, I'm about to say argy-bargy in the first few laps, and there's that needs looking at. And then there was a number of incidents later on that I think there might be a few disputes maybe over kind of those kind of decisions, a few appeals. I can imagine our pit teams will be very busy with investigations from various drivers for incidents that are happening on the
I think while the Clarks do their investigations, I think we'll do some of our own. I think there's a lot to unpack from that heat. So, Jen, let's bring you in on this one. Let's see what we've got here as the drivers head onto the grid. So we've got a couple of minutes to do a little bit of unpacking. So what have we got?
Yeah, so we've got the lap 2, I think it was, incident with all the drivers. We'll play it through at full speed for everyone to watch first, and we'll break it down slightly then.
So you can just see Peters has gone down the inside of the back. We're really watching this fight at the front. So that's Hale has managed to go down the inside. So something's gone on there between Shepherd and Chase. That slowed them all down, and that's sort of opened the door for the other drivers to come through. And it looks like Shepherd just tried to stay in after the overtake's already been done. That's my guess, at least. Let's have a slower look at that.
Okay, so first of all, we'll see Peter Sapper move here. Perfect execution for this overtake here. Just late braking into the corner is a classic
down
one.
The inside.
And then if we can look in front, then we can see that there's a slight bit of, I think, late braking from the driver in front, which has caused the driver behind. I think that is Shepherd,
Yeah, Shepherd on on Sherman Chase.
Yeah, so he went to the side of him a little bit, so we'll pause on that for just a moment. So yeah, you can see the drivers, if they spent more time looking what's in front, we probably wouldn't have had much of an issue. But I think what happened is the driver, I think it's Chase, that sort of turned to the left too early. Then the driver on the right-hand side was expecting to have the racing room, but obviously didn't have as much track.
Yeah, so Chase has taken a tighter line on the way out. I think that's just caught Shepherd out. He's thought about going for a little bit of a move down the inside and thinking he'd have a bit more space.
I thought Shepherd 29 might be understeering a bit there into him.
Yeah,
because
so
it kind of looks like your leader there is likely to go out wide, but then cuts in. And I'm not sure. I think he just had an understeering cart that maybe they collide, because they're both looking at each other like
what
almost
manner
like
of thing is going on?
Yeah, they're both a bit surprised that each other are there in that particular point.
Yeah, I think that the driver on the right-hand side in this situation sort of tried to keep the wheel too tight and didn't open it up a little bit, which meant that the driver on the inside line or the outside line, which was Shepherd, didn't have enough space to obviously scrub the speed off. It took too much speed into the corner.
Yeah, because they're so close, you just brought the other two. It's just brought the other two straight into it. So they've seen, oh, there's the leaders. They've come really close to me. There's a gap. I'm going to go put my car in it.
Yeah, so the problem here then is Ryan went too wide. So obviously he's trying to get the momentum back, but he's not knowing what's behind him. And obviously with the bit of impact at the apex, then the drivers behind are having more momentum to come through. So he went too wide here, which has put him on the outside line on the sort of bit of track that you really don't want to be on this situation. Yep. But he managed to keep it in, and he had the guy on the inside had 50%. But unfortunately, if you look further up the road, I think Shepherd tried to keep his foot in, and he didn't give racing room to the driver on the inside, didn't look either, which has then meant that he's gotten hit into the side, pushed him out wide for the next corner, which obviously resulted in the impact with the barrier on the other side of the track, like here.
Yeah. I also know as well, having VAR'd a couple of members' events here, the Clarks do actually have a camera pointed directly at that section of circuit, so they're going to have an even better view of it than we do. I have been told from race control that all of the drivers from Group 1 have been taken to the Clark course office for a brief chat regarding driving standards as well, just to try and improve it for the next heat or two.
Yeah, I would agree with that on that situation. I think it was a bit of sloppy driving from the top 5, to be honest. I think the overtake from Peters originally was great, and the attempt of the overtake from 4th and 3rd was also a really good attempt. I think what happened in 1st and 2nd is just what caused it to be such a chaos at the finish line.
Yeah, I think it does look a little bit worse than it potentially was, but yeah, I think hopefully the next heat these guys go out for, hopefully see it a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, a little bit more spatial awareness, I think, from the drivers.
Awesome. Thanks, gents. So hopefully we'll bring you back in a little bit later on. As Group 1 had their first heat, now we've got Group 2 ready to go.
We have a new pace car driver, the lovely Molly, I believe, will be taking us around.
So Adam wasn't fast enough.
He wasn't fast enough.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, Adam wasn't fast enough. So they brought in Molly Winfield, driver who's done Formula Woman, done a lot of racing herself. Probably a driver you could see on a BIKC grid if she wasn't wearing TeamSport kit.
Yep.
But she's going to lead the field away. So it's Tuesley, Hale, Greenhill and Edelston are your front 4, with quite a few drivers behind, hoping to get in on the podium here as well. It's a nice slow pace. Want to keep all the drivers nice and close. We don't want to see any false starts, as that is just going to eat into the race time. Means we've got a little bit less racing action. So pace car is going to drop the throttle as they come under the straight.
Nudges.
Yeah, a little bit of bumping, a little bit of barging. We saw a lot of false starts for a lot of contact at the start. Looks like a nice slow formation. Lights go green. We're racing for Group 2. Through down towards the Dunlop S's. Looks like there's going to be a move towards the front of the pack, but they all just about get through. And that is the leader, Elliot Tuesley, still holding the advantage in the 15, the 44, Alfie Hale. And that looks like the 5 of Joe Greenhill still all line astern as they head up onto the top section of the track. Nice clean start for these lightweights here, as the drivers now come through as they were. So Tuesley leads away from Hale as they come through the top section here, and it already looks like Tuesley's trying to get the hammer down and to try and find a bit of space. A little bit of a breakaway for the guys in 2nd and 3rd as well, as he looks like it's just about everyone else for 4th place as they come through the top end of the track.
Did you see that slide going onto the straight there?
It's the last place you want to have a slide there. It's the last place you want to cast.
And that's cost him.
No! The 5 spun. That almost looks like he's done that himself. Might have to take a look at that one there's the 9. He's spanning Simley. That's Harrison Watt. Just saw the cart in front, and he's just caught the brake while he's been trying to slow it down. So that's a disaster start for Harrison Watt, who started inside the top 8.
And we are the
lights
yellows.
are yellow at the moment. Harvey the Marshall's gone to go get it, and then hopefully we'll see the lights go green very, very quickly. Remember, keep the pace the same.
Here we go. We're racing.
Here we go. We're racing once again. So
that looked like a great start from
Elliot Tuesday.
Really good, but also good from Danny Hale. Yeah, absolutely right on his bumper and contact. And 15.
15 slid
I'll tell you, 15 is not got much rear end grip there, because that's the second time we've seen that kart do some serious sliding. He's really struggling to keep the back end going in the direction he wants it to go in. And Danny Hale has been watching, going, hang on a minute, this driver may have a few issues here. So here we go. That's a much better exit than what he had on the previous lap. But here we go. Danny Hale second. We've got Blake. And will they get through this second hairpin where we saw loads of action? Again, very different racing lines going on around there. I literally thought we might have a bit of somebody had a little bit of a look down the inside there, but no, they all settled down. And again, Elliot Tuesday goes through, and a much tighter race here. The gap is 0.4 of a second, and one thinks that this battle is going to rage right to the end. There's contact, a little bit of push, and Danny Hale there. I think he'll be all right with that at this stage of the race, but he is just letting Elliot know that he is right there, and the pressure is on.
Yeah, as they come up through the top section of the track, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts, all nose to tail. And it really looks like these guys struggling with the rear ends on these karts. So it could be a slight slide is what's going to separate these drivers. Again, it's not a corner. The chicane there is not a corner where you want a kart to start stepping out. And it looks like Simcott's trying to go down the inside of Paul Thomas, just manages to fend him off as they head down the top end of the track. It looks like there's a kart backwards there at turn 1. I think that was the first corner that the spin was. I just saw the smart light not in a direction that it should be. Didn't quite get the number of the kart, but it's 3 laps, 3 yellows so far. These guys aren't having a good run so far.
They're not, but they. I mean, this
black and white
is
going out as well. We've got 3-second time penalties come up on our screen for green. Hell, 3-second usually. That is for yellow lights. We said it looked like gaps had been closing. So we'll double check with race control and just see exactly what that was for, and we'll try and figure out who got the black and white.
But
as
obviously,
well.
this is a group where we had some spins in the first few laps of practice. So I think it's just a few drivers in this group who are just pushing a little bit too hard for the tyres at this particular stage of the race. And we did see it settle down in the first of the quali runs, and I think we're going to see that happen again, because already kart number 15 that was seeing some really strong oversteer, suddenly it already looks like it's much more planted than what it was in the first few laps of the race, and a much tidier set of hairpins from all drivers here. And this is now, I think, really starting to settle down. We have 6 minutes of the race to go, so a long time left. And yeah, it's about Danny Hale here picking his moment to see if he can find a way past Elliot Tuesday, because he's looking very racy. We got another crash. That's
Cosford. That's Cody Cosford that's backwards. Very good looking Apex race suit, but it's not quite helping him there.
It's in the wrong direction though.
Yeah, it's pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, we need to see the other side. Yeah, we need to see. That's the side that we should be watching.
So, confirmation on the screen. The penalty for Joe Greenhill was for a dangerous rejoin after a spin. So he's had the spin. That's for the spin at turn 2 that caused the spin for Harrison Watt. The black and white went out to Danny Hale. That was for loading. So he spotted the contact at the back. He's been given a warning for it. It's not going to affect his position so far, but it's basically saying don't do it again.
Blake Parkinson had a big look.
Parkinson feeling really racy here. Parkinson's feeling really racy here at the moment.
He's sensing something here. He can see what's going on in front, and I think he really fancies a move on Danny Hale coming up here. I think, and he end of the main straight there. End of the pit straight, I should say, is where I think it's more likely to happen. But yeah, he's just biding his time at the moment. But I think he had a little look there, and he was just judging exactly how much speed he's got. If he's got access to that boost button at that particular moment on time, he's going to have that extra 300 RPM, and that might be enough to see him past kart number 44, Danny Hale, who's got to be careful because he's on a black and white flag. He's only on one warning for what he has done. So let's have a look. Is he going to make a move? And not quite as close. Perhaps he used the boost last time, but there's a move. That was Joseph Simcock, I believe. Really trying to have a look there. They're side by side, but no, backs off. Oh, look at that. That was good. Not quite making it. No, in the first race, we literally had about 4 or 5 overtakes in the first few laps, I should say. And here it's much more settled. But fortunately, no drivers spinning at the present moment in time. Everybody, and as the race goes on, the tyres get hotter and hotter. 4 minutes to go in this race. So really, I think this is a race to the flag. Obviously, there's a little bit of gap now. Elliot Tuesday, the gap hasn't been that big for a while, I would say. 5.85 on the previous lap, so perhaps he's starting to edge away. It's probably the pressure from Blake Parkinson on the back of Danny Hale that is causing Danny maybe to drive a little bit more defensively, allowing Elliot to just stretch away slightly as they go around those hairpins once again, around onto the Donald, because that's a move. It's not a move. That's a great move.
Trying to take a chunk out of Simcock there.
32, Joseph Simcock. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, so Simcock and Ellison are going at it at the moment. Parkinson's also got Moram Draper just behind him. Remember, Greenhull's in that fight at the moment, but he's going to factor out of it when that 3-second penalty is applied. But you can just see Tuesdays now just starting to stretch away a little bit, and now Hale has a bit of an advantage over Parkinson. So instead of having to look behind him and try and defend, Hale can now just try and focus on the driver in front. I reckon he's probably got about 2 laps left in this one. Look over the shoulder, Tuesday knows that Hale is coming. And Parkinson is currently trying to deal with a Moram Draper that's just behind him. So going towards the top section of the circuit. Draper's got, that's Greenhill just behind. Simcock and Elston are still going at it at the moment. Despite that penalty, Greenhill is trying to see what they can do to maybe try and counteract some of that 3-second penalty as they go over the line. I think this is now 2 laps remaining here as they go into the Dunlop 2 corner. And you see that penalty is dropped to Greenhill from 5th down into 7th at the moment. So 3 seconds. That's not a big time penalty, but it's enough to really affect your day. A little bit further behind, McGill, McCluskey, Kuras, Thomas, Luff, Morris, Watt and Cosford after that spin. The leaders now up on the top section and still relatively close here. 2.7 seconds covering the top 5. The fastest lap there for Joe Simcock, a 52.028. Not quite as quick as the 51s we've seen in qualifying. Sort of expect that when these guys are focused on racing. As they now come up in towards the top end of the circuit. Look over the shoulder, Danny Hale just knows Parkinson's there. As side by side, there's Moram Draper, and that is Greenhill as well. So Moram Draper's trying to fend off from Greenhill. They've not got the checker flags out now, so Greenhill tried to get that position on a Moram Draper at the end. It's Elliot Tuesday who takes his first heat win of the day. Danny Hale, Blake Parkinson and Moram Draper top 4. Joe Simcock, Toby Edelson, Joseph Greenhill comes home in 7th place. Then Lewis McGill, Shane McCluskey, Paul Thomas, Harvey Kuras, Ben Luff, Henry Morris, Harrison Watt and Cody Cosford. So 15 runners and riders in there, 15 carts come home. Again, another lightweight race. A lot to unpack in that one.
Yeah, a lot for the stewards to have a little look at there. Caden Oldie says, fancy showing someone else from the front 3. Well, we go where the action is, and the action was at the front there, so we will switch it up when there is action, but when it's like that, we are focusing on the win. Over to Jen with some analysis.
Yeah, so I've got the clip then of the spin at, I think it was turn 2.
Second hairpin.
The second hairpin of the tarmac section, so we'll play it through at half speed.
Yeah, this looked pretty bad on the way in. It looked like it could have been contact, but I think you can define that. I think Liam Silkston puts it best. That, to me, is a selfie.
Yeah, I think the
coined that term at a regional, I just stuck. I love it.
Yeah, that was
the
a
act
great
of
line.
spinning yourself out is now known as a selfie, but the penalty itself was for the unsafe rejoin. So it's the fact that as soon as he spun, he's giving it a boot full of throttle just to try and get back into the race as quick as you can. It's sort of caused that sympathy spin, let's call it, for Harrison Watts. You can just see his foot pinned on the power to try and get it going. He's just effectively pulled out into traffic.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of drivers behind, and obviously they're focused on the racing and not on the issue itself. It's just unfortunate for Toby, who got caught in the incident. Obviously, it was Greenhill that locked the brakes a little bit.
Just see the thumbs up that he's given as they've gone past. And the other driver's like, "What are you doing?"
He's like, "Thank you, mate. Thanks
He's
for
like,
letting me back in."
"Thanks for letting me back in." And the other guy's like, "What manner of thing is occurring here? What are you doing?"
Exactly. If he just waited to rejoin the track, we wouldn't have seen Harrison in the wall. So he would have had more chance to react, and obviously it would have been safer as well. So just an unfortunate one for the drivers.
Honestly, it's just lady luck, isn't it? I mean, for the drivers at the back of that, they're just driving into a little bit of chaos. And you can benefit in motorsport from a bit of chaos, and sometimes it doesn't quite come your way.
Exactly. In situations like that, when you're coming towards it, it is a 50-50 outcome whether you choose the right direction. If you go right, you might end up in the wall, but if you go left, you might end up getting spun out. So it's always a 50-50 chance of what's going to go your way.
Yeah, so drivers now heading out onto the grid for their next heat. This is the second heat. We're rattling through these pretty quickly here. So it's a little bit different to what we had yesterday, where we had one grid. We had grids intermingled. We're rattling through this quite quickly. We've got the nice Sonair safety cart. I believe that thing's been turned up to 11, apparently.
11, is that actually a speed?
Yeah, that's speed 11 now. That's how far it's had to be turned up to. Maybe with Adam in it, maybe it's like 12 or 13. So Juniors did get pretty close to him last time out.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of contact on the back of the safety car or the pace car when juniors were out, so it's definitely needed for himself. But yeah, obviously, hopefully it's going to get some good racing going here today, especially in this heat as well. Less contact, let's hope as well, after being spoken to.
Yeah. So
also Joel gets a chance to wear his Ghostbusters outfit on the grid there.
You just see the enforcer now, Mr. Silkston, who just going out just to try and make sure everyone's on
He
the
is
grid
the man
correctly.
that coined the phrase selfie.
Yes,
he is.
I think he was in Bradford. We were just going through some VAR stuff, and he just went, "Yep, that's a selfie." I'm like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, he spat himself out." It's like, "Oh, I like that. I'm gonna steal it." But yeah, drivers just now coming on. Remember, this grid's set by the qualifying order. The qualifying times from the first session of the day. It's going to start in the same order. A bit of an opportunity for some drivers to make amends, really, from maybe a poor one. There was, like we say, there was a lot of contact in this one earlier on. But hopefully after that talking to is Sherman Chase, finger in the air. He's telling us what position he wants to finish in for the next one.
Yeah,
So
let's
he wants
hope
to go back for
Amelia can make
P1.
it around the circuit this time and get a clean run on. Obviously, it was
Hope she gets
unfortunate
more
on
than
the,
about 3 corners. So
Yeah.
like, it was about 3 corners and she ended up in the pit lane entrance.
Yeah, no, it was a great race start. If the drivers just allowed themselves to have some space, I think it was just desperation where they were racing and were like, "I want this position," so they just sort of put their foot through it and just hoped it didn't end up in a penalty, and it did. So
Yeah, because a lot of the time it'd be like with the majority of race events, it's all standing starts. Whereas a 2x2 rolling start, you're coming into a corner a little bit quicker, and it can sort of breed. It normally is a little bit safer because you've got everyone moving off, you've not got that jostling for position at the start, but it also can mean that everyone's coming at the second and third corner a little bit quickly.
yeah, I feel like rolling starts are definitely a lot safer. All the carts are at pace together, so whatever decision you make is made at the same pace. Obviously, with different carts, they launch at different speeds. I don't think it's the same for the electrics now, but obviously when you do petrol racing, carts can launch differently. And if you're stuck on the grid and just sat there, you could get a bunch of carts behind you and collect you on the way through. So
I think the craziest part for me here in the standing start with the electrics is obviously there's no engine noise. The first thing you hear when the lights go out is you just hear the sound of the pedals on the throttle stop. Just hear that loud click. Almost sounds like contactors going down when you see an electric start.
yeah, when I was using the electric carts the other day, I moved forward and I had no idea it was on. So
Here we go then. We are off for these drivers are in their second of their heats, and here we go. So same grid order, and let's hope that Amelia drove so well in the first heat of a recovery drive, but that great grid position. Hopefully she can do something with it in this heat. But we've got Jamie Sheeran Chase, as before, leading away through the first few corners on the pace lap. Away goes the pace car. Here we go. Let's have a clean start. I think we have, yes. Look like a few hand gestures there, just as the start got underway. A few drivers not entirely maybe 100% in position, but we are off and we are running. And it's 41, Ross Honeyman, who has hit the front of the race at the moment. Very, very closely followed by 17, Jamie Sheeran Chase. So that leaderboard has that first two has switched around from the first of these heats to the second that these drivers have participated in. And let's have a look a little bit further down. It's very, very tight, very close coming through onto the fastest part of the circuit. Here we go, and yeah, Ryan Shepherd looks like he's moved up a place. Alfie Hale still in third as we go round. Oh, there's a move, there's the inside. Will that stick? But 2 manoeuvres. There's 2 drivers who tried very hard to overtake here. They've got to try and squeeze 2 carts through that particular section. Ross Honeyman still has the lead. Jamie Sheeran Chase is second. Ryan Shepherd, yes, is up into third place. Alfie Hale, yes, did make that move into fourth. Amelia has lost out on the first lap, but only by 1 spot. Not like what happened on the first of her heats. She's running fifth. Got Rob Freckleton in 6th place. Josh Tagger in 7th. Ben Strout who really needs a big result in this one, is currently running in 8th place. Kieran Eve in 9th, Joe Peters in 10th. Emma is running in 11th place. Cameron is in 12th. Georgia Maisie is in 13th. Lewis Hartness is 14th. Ben Richards 15th. And Shane Streak in 16th. But it is still Ross Honeyman who has hit the front in this, who literally leads through. It's absolutely not 0.4 seconds now, I don't think. These drivers look absolutely bummed up. And look at that, there's about a foot between them as they go over the line for yet another lap. And it's, yes, the gap has come down 0.256 of a second with Ryan Shepherd in 3rd.
Yeah, through the top end of the track. It looked like a decent start from Honeyman there. Sherman Chase down 2/10 just behind. Shepherd still in 3rd. Hale, Riz, Freckleton, Tagger, Sproat, Eve, Peters, Rabbage, Molitor, Macy, Richardson, Streak and Harkness, who runners and riders. Top 4 currently, with about 1.2 seconds over Amelia Riz, who we saw fighting with Rob Freckleton early on. Look over the shoulder from Honeyman as they now go down the back straight towards the original start-finish line. Again, another look over the shoulder. He knows that he's there. He's not trying to defend just yet. He knows he's not quite close enough. We've seen Sherman Chase on the defence. Now we get to see him on the attack. So 17 and try and make a move most likely as soon as possible. He's been one of the quicker drivers out there all day. Let's see if he's got the pace to try and get past. So up towards Dunlop 2 corner, it looks like Honeyman's just starting to stretch the advantage now. 3/10 is the gap. It's only about half a tenth difference as it looks like Alfie Hale set the fastest lap of this race, a 51.937. He's running in 4th place and trying to hunt down the drivers that are in front of him. A little bit of a touch on the barrier. This top 4 really starting to break away from 27 of Amelia Riz, who's now got Josh Tagger behind while Freckleton's lost the position. Ben Sproat still in 8th place. He's going to try and move up the order a little bit. Joe Peters, P10 with Kieran Eve just in front. A lot of drivers that you'd expect to be towards the sharp end of the field, maybe struggling a little bit in these early stages of the competition. Still Ross Honeyman up towards the sharp end, and it almost looks like we're starting to go 2 by 2 now.
Yeah, and for me, Alfie Hale in 4th place looks really, really racy. He looks more likely to be making a move at the moment. Oh, he had a look down the inside as I said that on Ryan Shepherd going underneath. And oh, here we go again through the S's.
More contact in the S's there.
Here we go. And our spectators in our new spectator area had a great view of that.
Seat for that one.
Yeah, that's a great viewing spot for especially that part of the course, obviously. But Alfie Hale, yeah, doing really, really well in 4th place, but has really got visions on getting past Ryan Shepherd for 3rd place. Ross Honeyman still leading out there in front of the gap. It's probably slightly larger, but only very, very slightly. Could easily change in the next 3 corners as we head through the hairpins. Little glance behind him. See exactly where Jamie is. Jamie, winner of the first of the heats. We had a lot of drivers yesterday with clean sweeps in the heats, really setting them up for a barnstorming final. And we have the same thing going on here. So Ross Honeyman leading, coming through there. Jamie's looking behind as well. See, Jamie's got his hands full with Ryan, and Ryan also has absolute hands full with Alfie Hale. If anything, Alfie Hale's in the most comfortable position here, although only in 4th position. There's nobody really behind Alfie. Amelia is a good couple of seconds behind that. So all Alfie has to do is attack, whereas the other drivers are really in a bit of a sandwich. Have got to be thinking about how to make a move, but also don't let anything slip. There's a little move out there from number 17, Jamie. Wasn't really a defensive, just moved the cart a little bit, just to really put off, I think, anybody behind. We've got 3 seconds for Georgia Maisie.
The contact we saw at the S's there between themselves and the driver in orange. I think that may be Shane Streak off the top of my head. But Honeyman still now just starting to stretch away his advantage. Ryan Shepherd, fastest driver on the track at 51.903. Quite a few drivers dropping into the 59. So you've got Hale and Tagger are also in the 51 bracket. Sherman Chase now still with his handful of Ryan Shepherd. We're just starting to see it. Looks like the finals that we saw yesterday. Sherman Chase is just trying to keep Ryan Shepherd at bay, and what that's doing is allowing Ross Honeyman to get away here at the front of this one. But Shepherd can't really attack too hard because he's got Alfie Hale right behind him. Amelia raises 2.4 seconds off this fight at the front as they go in towards the first of the 3 hairpins. It's one of the better overtaking points on the track. Looked like Hale tried to get a tighter run out of there to maybe line up Shepherd at the 2nd hairpin. He's not quite close enough to go for it this time. Another lap goes into the books. 4 minutes remaining here as the drivers go over the start-finish line once again as we go through the left, through the right. And we've got Jamie Sherman Chase still trying to closed that gap to Ross Honeyman. 7 tenths is the advantage. He lost another 1/10.5 in that lap, a 52.0 and a 52.1. And the two drivers just did last time over the line. So it's all close here at the moment. No massive battles just yet, but Hale definitely trying to get on terms with Ryan Shepherd. And Riz hoping to try and get on terms this battle at the front. She's taking 2 tenths out of the guys at the front. So that gap now 2.2 seconds and 3.6 to Ross Honeyman at the moment. So Tagger Sproat in 7th. He's at 1 at the expense of Rob Freckleton. Kieran Eves still in 9th place. You'd expect him to be a little bit quick, a little bit higher up the order.
Okay, now there's a lot of banter on the live stream about what happened at the start. So we're going to try, Jen's going to try and see if we can go back and have a quick look at that. Just remind everybody that our musings over it are not the official musings. There is a whole VAR department that will be looking over everything. So you can bet that it will be analysed no matter what. Yeah. This is just what we can do and put our musings over it.
Pretty easy to spot within the timing system, because all you'll see, the transponders on all the carts are in exactly the same place. So the guy in 2nd place comes up over the line on the opening lap in 1st place. He's clearly jumped the start on that one, so that's normally a pretty quick one to spot. Camera angles can do weird and wonderful stuff, so we'll take a look at it a little bit later on.
Oh, a lot of sliding there. Look at that from Ryan Shepherd. Literally 4-wheel drift as he went round the 2nd hairpin there. It's like when you've got something breathing down your neck, something to have both axles sliding away kind of thing is not really what we want. But here we are. We are in possibly the last lap here in actual fact. We've got Ross still leading by, and that 0.7 into the 0.7 that's the highest it's been through the whole of the race here. So I think it's going to be Jamie settling for 2nd here with Ryan Shepherd 3rd place and Alpha Hale in 4th, and then a good, really much better result from Amelia Riz in 5th place. She's looking pretty solid to hold that. She's 1.6 seconds ahead of driver in car number 1, Josh Tagger. But then there is a battle there. Josh Tagger and Ben Sproat were separated by about 1/10.5, with Rob Freckleton there in 8th. And here we go. Are we going to see? We might go for another lap, might not. It's checkered flag. So there we go, Ross wins. Jamie coming home in 2nd place, Ryan Shepherd 3rd, Alfie 4th. Amelia, as I said, in 5th. Josh coming home in 6th. And then it will be Ben Sproat, Rob Freckleton, Kieran Eve crosses the line. Joe Peters, Cameron comes over. Ben Richardson just crosses the line. Waiting for Emma, there she is. And Shane, Lewis and Georgia at the back.
Yeah, and we've had the explanation from the Clarks as well. The reason why they're pulling the sessions a little bit before the timer hits 0 there is to make sure that everyone can actually have their laps recorded. So if the way the timing system works here is if it drops to 0, it just stops recording. So if there's a move on the last lap, if that person wouldn't get the positions for it.
Okay, fantastic.
So we're just getting some clarification on a few little points before we take a look.
And I can see on my shoulder that Jen is very close to getting the start.
It looks like we've almost got it here. So
are you ready, Jen? Can we hand over to you? Or?
We're going to
hand over to Jen, who has got the start. Then. Let's check it out.
Okay, to know, I have not watched this back yet, so I
have
no
Let's learn together. Let's learn together.
Right, okay.
Okay, so we'll watch it back at full pace just so everyone's happy who's watching at home.
So the poleman's a 17 on the closest to us, and the 2nd place driver is on the outside. So it's the 2nd place driver we're looking at. The ruling is they can race from the green. So they're reacting to lights. And that looks pretty close there to me.
Yeah, I can play about like a lot slower speed.
Yeah, let's see it slower. We're going to need to see that slower.
Put it at a core speed for everyone to watch. So I think we can see a green light potentially in the background.
So the bit for us is we can't see the green lights. They're racing from the green, so it's not necessarily where.
See, he's gone there.
Over the line. So on the line, he's definitely ahead. But the issue for us there is we can't see where the light goes green. So if the lights have gone green and then he's overtaken, that's fine. Play on, all fair, and go for it. I do know from obviously running a few of the events here, like I say, there is a camera there where you can see the start, where the driver's coming up and a couple of the lights as well. So if there is anything to be had there, then it's definitely going to be spotted by the Clarks.
All I'd say is VAR will have access to the green light.
Exactly.
And we'll be reviewing it. I'm absolutely certain. of that.
So everyone at home is now happy they have seen it. Obviously, as always, guys, just so everyone knows at home as well, they will be reviewed alongside at the exact same time. So we will know exactly what time the light went green and exactly what time the kart's launched. So there will be no confusion about that. If no penalty has been awarded for that, then it probably didn't happen.
Yeah, the guys normally take a while to do this sort of stuff at BIKC. I remember BIKC's gone by. We've been sat waiting for 20 or 30 minutes while they've been reviewing certain issues. There was one specific final where I think me and yourself, Russ, were just like, we're watching them all cowered around a screen in race control, and we were just taking the mick out of them for 20 minutes while they tried to figure out what had gone on, because it was such a close call.
Indeed.
And we've also got, for once, we've also got a direct line straight into race control, so we get everything exactly as the decisions get made.
Yeah, exactly. So I think in that heat as well, we definitely saw the same issues from the first one of racing room. A lot of penalties were handed out to a lot of drivers, especially through the chicane of Dunlop, just not giving space to other drivers around them. They need to make sure they're checking over their shoulder. Even if they're going into a corner, they are not entitled to that position.
Yeah, so a couple of little adjustments there going on.
That was the most satisfying shot I've ever seen,
Yeah,
of drivers moving at the exact same time.
Yeah, that's almost as good as when you see like drivers like racing wheel to wheel, and they just switch sides like scale electric. That's almost as satisfying as that.
Okay, here we go. So next heat forming up, and let's see if this is their second heat. And yeah, this has been the most interesting group by some margin, I think, with the amount of incidents that have happened, or drivers in barriers, I should say, to be absolutely blunt. So let's see what happens here as we go for the final few karts. Just checking in. There you go, and then we'll be off. We've got Molly's obviously only done one pace kart start, and Adam's gone, no, I want my kart back. I want my big red kart back.
Isn't he?
He is, yeah. Get out of my kart. Okay, so we've got Elliot Choosley, Danny Hale, John Greehale, Tom Hiddleston, the first four drivers. And let's see what happens as we go around. I think one learning for next year, we would love to have a green light so we can see it on that start.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try and get a repeater light on the inside so we can see it on the bridge.
We'll sort that for next year for absolute certain.
So when that quote comes through, Russ, you know exactly what exactly what it was.
I'll just approved.
I'm just gonna clip this bit of the stream and send it to you.
Yeah, no
so when
problem.
we get the repeater light in,
yeah,
you know what's happened.
Right,
so,
here we go. Here we go. Right, they're off. See, the green light went there way before the line there, so it is absolutely on the line. And here we go. Oh, there's better contact, better nudging going in.
Oh, second plate. That
lot of
looks
pushing.
Like, driver in the orange there, I couldn't quite pick out the number, but they definitely got shuffled out and lost quite a bit. There's a lot more pushing going on towards the back. They're trying to go three wide up the ramp. You can't do that there, lads. They just managed to keep it clean, though. Somehow they managed to get through there and survive, but it's given a massive gap to the guys who are at the front. I think that's the 24 of Toby Addison. Oh, the 5's been spun around. That's Paul Thomas. So Paul Thomas facing the wrong direction. Unsure exactly how that happened. We saw they're going three wide up the top of the ramp. It may have come together down there, but the driver's coming down the back straight. Is that Joe Greenhell's overtaken the yellow there, maybe? I'm not quite sure what's gone on. So somehow Joe Greenhell's managed to get to the front of the field. He's managed to get past Elliot Choosley and put a massive gap in between him and the rest of the pack that's been led. Yeah, I think that's the 24 of Toby Eddleston. So Danny Hale out of this one at the moment. I think that's him. He's quite far back here, so Hale down into 6th place from 2nd on the grid. That's a really poor start for Hale there.
It is, but I'm with you. Joe Greenhall is suddenly found himself in the lead of the race. Elliot Choosley 0.8 in 2nd place, Toby Elston in 3rd, Blake Parkinson in 4th place, with Benji in 5th at the moment, and very decently spread out, oddly, at the start, at the sharp end of the field, with decent gaps between 1st, 2nd and 3rd before we really start seeing the pack kind of bunching up here. But yeah, this is the start of clipping the barrier as well. A few drivers just clipping the edge of that back. So easily done when you've got the cars absolutely on the limit. Here we go. A few different. Oh, we got a. Is that 22? Can he hold it around the outside?
That's a good move if they can make it.
Danny Hale.
Hale on the
look
recovery
at this.
drive. Penalty board going out there.
Wow,
so that's 5
that
seconds
good.
for Parkinson for ABC.
That's a good move though, Danny Hale. I like that one. I really like that one. It shows that you can overtake. He literally caught Benji just on the fast asleep a little bit. and was just able then to hold it round the outside. And then, Benji really tried to get back at him, but no, he just held firm and really put his card exactly where it needed to be. And off he goes, and place gained up into 4th position. So let's have a look. And at the front, it does look like the gap that was 0.6. It looks like it starts not 0.6. That's bumper to bumper. That's more like 0.2. So here we go once again. We've got contact here. Blake Parkinson.
Yeah, that'll be for his part.
5-second penalty.
That's for his part in the incident we saw Paul Thomas facing the wrong direction. So 5 seconds applied to Blake Parkinson, drops him down to 11th place. The Greenhill and Tuesley, Toby Edelson, Danny Hale now up into 4th place with Moran Draper, Joe Simcock, Harrison Watt, Lewis McGill, Ben Luff, and then Parkinson now 10th place with that 5-second penalty having been applied. Top 2 about 1.5 seconds clear at the moment, with Toby Edelson trying to hang on. It looks like Moran Draper's actually managed to get back past. No, that's Parkinson still in front. Misidentifying drivers once again. Down the main straight the leaders go though, so in towards the top section, gap 4/10 over the line. I think he's probably stretched it a little bit this time. They're definitely a little bit further apart than they were last time. Edelson looking behind him. I think you can just see Parkinson and Hale coming up behind him. Hale goes down the inside on Parkinson, tries to make the move. Bit of gentleman driving there. He saw he made a bit of a tap, hand in the air. It's like, yep, all right, man, you can go for it. I'll get you on the next lap. As they come down towards the bottom end of the circuit once again. Greenhill, Tuesley, Edelson, Hale. Parkinson drops down still to 10th there behind Luff, McGill, Watt, Simcock and Moran Draper. Just reinforces how painful these 5-second time penalties can be. Even though 5 seconds isn't a lot of time, it's about a calendar year in motorsport terms. As the drivers now up on the top section again, it looks like Greenhill again just stretching that advantage and just keep adding a 10th or 2 each lap by the time you get towards the end of the race. That could be a nice handy advantage. Now remember, these guys trying to set where they're going to start these semi-finals. We're already into, I believe this is the last of the heats now, so we're rattling through this at the moment.
Fastskid says Danny is built different.
He definitely is built differently. He's overtaking like an animal at the moment. So he had a poor start. Now he's really trying to make amends for it. We've seen a good few drivers making up positions here. Who says you can't overtake on an indoor track?
Yeah, he says. Drivers who can't overtake on an indoor track say you can't overtake on an indoor track.
Well, we're proving here Danny Hale definitely can overtake on an indoor track.
Yeah, it's about talent. It's about awareness, and it's about driving skill. And here we go. So we've got 5 minutes left of this race. A little bit of slide there. Joe Greenhill sliding in the back of the cart around that hairpin, and once again Elliot Tuesley will be looking at the back of that cart thinking, okay, he hasn't quite got this totally under control. Toby Edelson here in 3rd place, nowhere really near the back of the 2 leaders, but if these carts really start taking chunks out of each other, then he could easily be brought back into the action. But no, there is a decent gap there between 1st and 2nd going over the line. Decent gap these days. In BIKC terms, the decent gap is 0.38 of a second. But here we go. We're off for another lap around the Warrington circuit. And at the moment, Joe really does look like he's much slower around the hairpins. As we said, he's much more comfortable on the fast sections of the circuit. That's better around that hair. That's the hairpin that he slid on the previous lap, but just seems to be much better around the faster parts of the circuit, the long flowing section that we're heading down to with the nice big hairpins.
A little bit of a look.
Had a little bit of look. We've got a little bit wide, but nothing too much to worry about there. Late apex on the 2nd hairpin, which is bang on the racing line, smoothing out the last one onto the S's. You can see the gap just increase as he goes through that section of the circuit. And again, from being bumper to bumper up on the top, suddenly it's 0.47. And he's increased his lead over the past lap. So great stuff. We've got just under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, driver leaders now coming up onto the top section. That gap seems to be staying relatively stable there at about half a second or just under. It's usually every now and again he's just showing a nose to Greenhill, hoping if he looks over, then he'll just see the front of that Biz EcoVolt GT looming large. But down the back straight they go. The 2 leaders, absolutely nothing to separate them at the moment. Edelson still 3rd, Moran Draper, Danny Hale in P5, Joe Simcock, Harrison Watt, Lewis McGill in 8th place. Ben Luff carrying that penalty in P10 is Blake Parkinson, so that's dropped him all the way down the order. Again, he just keeps having like half a look coming up into the corner.
Really did.
He's not quite close enough to go for move, and if he does, it'd be a massive send, especially from that far back. But it looks like he doesn't quite have the match of Joe Greenhill there. Been here, misidentified the driver again. I'm getting really bad at this today. It's quite a colourful grid here for the lightweight, so it should be quite easy to spot everyone. But through the top end of the circuit once again, leaders still coming through the top section. It looks like looking through the field, it is relatively spread out in certain places. A couple of karts going 2 by 2, so Danny Hale and Moore and Draper for 4th place. So that's a 6 and the 22, still very close. Is now up on the top end of the circuit. We've seen Simcock already, we've seen Greenhill, has already made a few mistakes today. Now he's leading. He's not going to want to mistake this time. It's a massive slide there from Tuesley through the second hairpin. These lightweights seem to be struggling with that one today.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the final lap. We have got, obviously Joe Greenhill, kart number 42, leading as he has done since the end of lap 1. So a really good and an extra point. I mean, if you start 3rd or 4th and you end up winning, then it is, you are gaining points. Sometimes when you start from the front, all you've got, you can just go backwards. But Joe, really, really good drive so far. I mean, he's just got to get it around the final half a lap or so. Elliot Tuesley is another good result for Elliot. Toby Axton in 3rd, Benji in 4th, Danny Hale now in 5th, 7.3 seconds behind the leader of the race. And here we go, we come through the final section of the circuit, through the Dunlop S's, taking the checkered flag. It's another, it is maximum points for Joe Greenhill. Elliot Tuesley with 2nd, Toby with 3rd. Bit of a few changes at the end of Benji comes over, leaderboard just moving around a little bit. Benji coming home, Aaron Draper in 4th place, Danny Hale in 5th, Joseph Simcock in 6th position, Harrison Watt in 7th, Lewis McGill in 8th, Benjamin Luff in 9th, Blake Parkinson in 10th, Henry Morris in 11th, and he's getting stronger and stronger as the event is going on. He's just dialing in, I think, is Henry. Shea McCluskey in 12th, Paul Thomas in 13th, Cody Cosford in 14th, and Harvey Kuras in 16th. Jen, do we have anything to analyse? I think we do. Here we go.
Yeah, I think we got the start from that one again, haven't we?
Yeah, we got the restart from that set 1 again. So we'll watch it through a full pace again, and then we'll just slow it down a little bit. It was a bit of a messy start again. I think again from the lightweights. There's not a lot of racing room being given by drivers. A lot of sloppy contact being made. So a lot more clean racing, fair racing from the juniors yesterday, that's for sure.
A lot of pushing it towards the back end there. You almost look at the back. I'm pretty sure I saw someone almost go to the pit.
It looks like I'm watching one of the standard members events on a Thursday, this does. So obviously the drivers need to start cleaning up their act a little bit, or a lot more penalties start coming out. So we're going to watch it through a little bit slower now. Not that slow. A bit too slow.
Let's go, yeah.
But just remind you, it's not about the line. Forget the line, it's about the green light.
It's all about light, so it looks like Greenhill's tried to go down the inside, and it looked like Hale's gone wide just to try and avoid him. He's just maybe caught an unused part of the circuit. That's really cost him at the start. So we went from 2nd to what is that, like 6th or 7th straight away. He's tried to hold it around the outside of what I believe is Moore and Draper, and he's in turn tried to go down the inside of Paul Thomas. And obviously we've seen Thomas facing the wrong direction a little bit later on.
Yeah, you can see what happens at the top of the ramp. If I go back a little bit...
3 into 1 just doesn't go.
So if I slow it down a little bit and we zoom in, we can see that's exactly where the contact was made. It's probably where he ended up in the wall.
Yeah, so it's just past that corner that he's ended up. So it's almost like he's been touched at the top and then just pushed round.
Yeah, especially this corner down here, there's just a lot of contact. I think the drivers just didn't back out, and we had Toby at the back getting basically T-boned and dragged into the wall.
Yeah.
It was lucky that it didn't end up in a worse situation. Obviously, he managed to get out of it without spinning around as well.
Yeah, having driven the track a bit, the track really does sort of tighten up, and that barrier, if you're not careful, it does come at you pretty quickly. So even though you can go 2 or 3 wide through the first corner, you sort of got to get it sorted out by the time you get down towards the left and right before you head up the ramp.
frustrating. There's a lot of drivers there, just nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's like you're saying, it's just a lot of people trying to fight over the exact same piece of tarmac at the same time.
Exactly. I think one important thing as well the drivers need to realise is they need to stop like sort of throwing their hands up and looking around and complaining. You know, I think in situations like that when there's so many drivers around you, to focus on how to be safe and how to get around these drivers. You know, putting your hands up is not going to do a lot. You know, race control's not looking for hands, they're looking for actual penalties. So obviously when you're driving around the track and you're looking around for who just made contact with you, just keep your head down, keep focused, and you're more likely to get a result out of it.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday with, I think it was Luca Batawev, took his hand off the wheel just to adjust his helmet, and that ended up taking his concentration away from what he was doing. He ended up losing a position from it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like when you put your hand up, you're more focused on looking at the driver that you're complaining at than what's directly in front of you. And obviously, there's like 16 different cars that are all over the place who could be spinning out, could have other contact being made, could be a danger in front of you guys directly. And obviously, when you're looking at the driver next to you, you're not going to be able to react in time.
Okay, it's all good. Thanks, Jen. Great analysis as ever. The ability to just go back and have a look at all this stuff is great. Just to remind everyone, we're just, this is not the official, VAR, but we can have a little look and we can add our musings over everything. Okay, as everybody is really on the live stream as well. So that is the end of the heats. So we're going to come up with 2 semi-finals, and the grid will be determined by the number of points that everybody has scored during the heats. Barring any protests or anything, I'm just looking up to the race control box. Doesn't look like there's any real discussions going on up there, so perhaps there isn't. There's a few discussions going on in pit lane. So barring any alterations, we will be awaiting a grid, which we link to obviously number of points that are scored. Then we go into the semi-finals, and then it's knockout time. So basically, we are after the top 8 in each of the semi-finals. That then will go through into the grand final. So this is the really sharp end of the competition. And that'll be coming up very, very shortly. Now, I know a lot of people are thinking out there, like, what do they win? Kind of thing. Is the BIKC worth winning? Well, let me tell you, okay, prizes if you win, okay, a full season, 10 rounds of the Sprint Championship, plus a 30-minute test of your choice racing, for Club 100, which is our main sponsor of the goings-on today. So Club 100 is a fantastic championship, and there's so many drivers from BIKC that have gone on and raced really, really successfully in the whole Club 100. So yeah, we can't go through BIKC without mentioning the legend that is Dante Dillon. He is a 3-time BIKC champion, and he's in Class 1 in the Club 100 Evos, and currently in position 2. He's in line. I don't know how he's done yesterday, but he was in line possibly with a chance of winning the championship.
So for those who don't know, the final round of the Club 100 Championship is actually happening right now down at Butmore Park, about 5 hours south of here. And there's quite a few drivers who are involved in BIKC who actually have a shot at taking a title, Dante Dillon being one of them. And for anyone who's done the lightweight sprint championship will know, or seen it, will know exactly how competitive that category and that class is. Currently the heavyweights have been out doing their races, and I'll be honest, me and Jen have just been watching the results, trying to see who's getting through there. But I know in class 3 of the heavyweights, you've got Jonathan Wilson, jockey, as he's known to the guys from Bradford. He's in line to win the Class 3 championship. In the lightweights later on, there's quite a few drivers that we know quite well. So the likes of Harrison Kirkham, Adam Sheargold, Tommy Lee, James Britton, drivers we've seen on the podium or inside the top 5. They'll have an opportunity to win both Class 1, 2 and 3 in the lightweight category. And a heavyweight champion from last year, Adrian Ray's been doing a little bit in there as well.
And he'll be enjoying his prize, because there was a prize last year. So the reason why he's there today...
2021 champion.
That's what he won.
Yeah, so 2021 champion Adrian Ray's currently in the heavyweight sprint. Jason Kirkham as well is currently sat in 3rd place. He was a finalist back in 2022. He's currently sat 3rd in Class 3, just behind Jockey Wilson in there as well. So it's quite interesting to see where drivers do go on to after BIKC, and there is a lot of fantastic championships out there, but Club 100, one of the fastest arrive and drive categories out there.
It's great. Second prize will be entry into 3 rounds of the Experience Championship plus a 30-minute test. And third place, entry into 1 round of the Experience Championship plus a 30-minute test. So they're really nice prizes, are they? It has to be said. And we had a shot there of James Hislop, the clerk of the course there, just wandering through the pit lane there, and he was smiling. So it must be that he's quite happy with how things are going on. James does have a bit of a nickname. As I mentioned yesterday, I went out for dinner with Hislops only a few weeks or so ago, and James's lovely wife Jackie, who we've known for many, many years. Yes, James has a nickname, Hawkeye Hislop. Is what
Hawkeye
James,
Hislop.
Hawkeye Hislop, and never more relevant, I think, for have a clerk of the course who's got a nickname like that to run the BIKC finals. So Hawkeye, yeah, it's he's been busy
up in the race control box. You can just see it's nicknamed as a nicknamed God Box because it's all seeing. Especially there, you've got the CCTV cameras that you can see up there as well. But you've got the 3 clerks. You've got James on the right-hand side. You've got Darren. You've got Ben as well. They've been looking after the regionals as individuals. Now they've come together to look after the finals. And I think it can be quite important to have 3 different points of view, especially on when you've got different instances out there. We've got 3 points of view in here, and to be fair, actually, we quite regularly agree on stuff.
I know what's going on.
It's amazing, isn't it, that we actually agree on stuff?
Exactly, it's nice actually. But yeah, obviously it's very, very important to have a good race directing team who can work together and they can collaborate together as well. 2 perspectives, make sure our penalty is fair and clean for everyone.
Can I just have a shout out to Jackie Hislop? Because she hasn't seen much of James over the last few months.
Yeah, I think BIKC week, everyone's normally away for God.
I know, if she wants to see how James is doing, then the best thing to do is turn on the telly and go, oh, look, there's my husband. So
it looks like
Jackie, a big shout out to you. And it all ends, Jackie, after today. And yeah, you get your husband back for a few weeks.
Yeah, I think it's quite an understatement to say that BIKC, we call it BIKC weekend, but it's really a weekend for anyone. I think for us here, it's normally a week worth of preparation. I know the majority of the team running the events have come from various different tracks. Most of them were here Thursday doing some last-minute prep. I want to say last-minute prep. It can be anything from putting some of the marketing stuff together, shooting little bits, even down to painting parts of the circuit to make sure it just looks right, to make sure it's all ready for a big event. And then Friday we've got the last test sessions, the last chance for drivers to get themselves ready. It's quite a big event. A lot goes into it. There's a lot of moving parts. I hate to think how many tracks are missing staff this weekend because they're all here running this.
Quite a lot, I think. Yeah, it's a big shout out to all the people that have helped with BIKC over the past couple of months. Obviously, the regional weekends took a lot of time for a lot of people. We had teams of people travel across the regions as well, so the south, the Midlands, and the north as well. And obviously, they do their day jobs during the week as well. So it's been a lot of hard work from everyone.
And also, a big shout out to all the tracks out there because I know that I think every track will be showing this footage all weekend. I know there's a lot of tracks who kind of really celebrate it and watch and see how the drivers are getting on because obviously a lot of it, we are quite close, as we said, the majority of tracks to the members who are competing throughout the BIKC. So big shout out to everybody in all the TeamSport tracks, all the great work that everybody has done. I want to have another shout out, okay, because it's also being shown in all our tracks in Europe. So we have a track in Munich, we have a track in Mönchengladbach that we have had for when we opened that 18 months ago. And we also have got a track in Utrecht. So a big shout out to you. And we have a new track that we have just come into the TeamSport family. Oh, I got to pronounce it. I could either pronounce it as it looks like in English, or I can try and pronounce it. But if I do it, it comes like we've opened in Wales, kind of thing, in Groningen. Is that right?
That sounds nothing like Welsh.
But guys, I hope you're watching over there, and My apologies the way I'm pronouncing where you are. But a lot of love coming out to you from TeamSport Warrington and the BIKC finals. Like, what are we going to do in the future? Like, if this gets bigger and we're going to have like I'd like, BIKC could still stay, but we'd have to call it a big international karting competition.
You can call it the EIKC, the European Indoor Karting Championship.
Is it like Eurovision? We have commentators in different languages, all just set up in different boxes around the circuit.
We could do, yeah. We can get drivers all around for their nationalities.
We could call it the Brexit Indoor Karting Championship.
Oh God, no!
because when you think, right, we could invite, we could be.
That's better. There we go. He's muted. That's better. I've been waiting for an opportunity to do that all weekend.
Because we could literally say, be selective of who we invite. Then what we do, right, is we invite everybody. And then what we do when they've invited, we then go, actually, we'll pay for you. And then when we've done it, we'll think, actually, that was pretty useless. We shouldn't have bothered doing that at all.
Oh, when you did that, you didn't turn your mic up. You turned the volume up in my headset and deafened me.
Did I?
Yeah.
Looks like we've got a new pace kart driver out there now. I think Adam's handed over the responsibility to someone else.
Sadly, they haven't got their own helmets. We can't identify.
I don't even know who that is.
Connor, the head mechanic of Stoke, looks like that to me.
Yeah,
Might
Connor.
be wrong, but
Connor.
does look like him.
It is Connor. Yeah.
Good job, you guys. Good job, you guys are good at spotting people. I'm really struggle to identify people when they've got helmets on. Thankfully, it's a really colourful grid, so it makes it a little bit easier for me.
Exactly, a lot of rainbow-coloured helmets. Got some custom helmets on the grid as well.
Some very nice ones as well. Some very nice custom ones out there.
Here we go. So we're just setting up for the first semi-final. So let's talk you through the grid. So Elliot Choosley will be starting the semi-final from right at the front, pole position. Jamie Sherman-Chase will line up alongside second on the grid. Danny Hale third. Benji and Murren Draper will be fourth. Toby Edelston will be fifth on the grid. Sixth place will be Joseph Simcock. Seventh will be Joe Peters. Eighth, Amelia Riz. So Amelia just about.
She's the gatekeeper, really,
yeah,
to the final.
She is the gatekeeper.
She
She's
holds
just
the last
about.
ticket.
She starts in a grand final position. Lewis McGill in 9th. Harrison Watt in 10th. Benjamin Luff in 11th. Ben Richardson is in 12th. Henry Morris is in 13th. Shane Streak is 14th. Emma Rabbage is 15th. And Lewis Harkness brings up the rear in 16th. And here we go. Right, let's take you round. We've got Connor driving the pace kart. Lots of flashing lights. As we go around, this is very slow going around here. Taking around much slower than the other pace kart drivers. Let's have a little look, and we're let's hope we get a clean start. I think the pace car drivers already put their foot down.
Yep,
We've got 41 on the inside, who's got slightly ahead, and we're looking for a green light. It's go. I tell you what, Jamie got a better start there. No doubt Jamie got a better start. He knows. He's done it. He's gone round the outside, and no doubt Jamie is in the lead at the moment. There's a lot of contact. Look at that.
Choosley nearly got spun. Hale's down the inside now.
17, Danny Hale. That was a big impact on the side there. I'm sure the stewards are going to have a lot of savers drive on the inside going up the up ramp. But here we go.
Looks like there's a lot of contact there. It's yellow at the moment. That might even be a red.
That's a red.
That looks like it's going to be a red. Oh, there's a car under the barrier there, so that's going to take a little bit of clearing up. So I think that was contact in the mid-pack. You can just see Amelia Riz in there. The 29 of Lewis Harkness is in there. There's quite a few drivers involved in this. You just got the 34 of Ben Luff is just sat back looking at this and thinking, what manner of thing has gone on in front of me here?
Indeed, but in fact we've done it as we said yesterday. I think we hit semi-final stage before we got a red light in the in what we did yesterday. But yeah, that car is just underneath one of the barriers there, which means it's a bit of hard work from the marshals to get that.
It's good to see the drivers.
removed.
The drivers all right out of that one as well. That looks like Henry Morris is involved in that one. So my best guess is that Amelia Riz has been tagged, and the rest of the drivers have tried to avoid her, and they've had no option but to take towards the barrier. She's sat on the left-hand side of the track, and they've had to go right. So it looks like a case of they've all tried to funnel into a small gap, and it's not quite worked out for them. But this means we get our first chance to see a single file restart now.
Right, here we go. Yes, we're going to have a single start. Yeah, as soon as we get everything running. Again, there's a lot of talk on the radio about setting. This is going to take a few minutes. It has to be said. It's there's a lot of kart moving and positioning that needs to happen, which is, we are just starting. That's Charlie Marshall at the top of the flyover there, just receiving and sending some instructions about what's going to happen. But I'll tell you what, it was a great start. You'd no doubt on that start that Jamie, Shearer and Chase had a noticeable better start than Elliot Choosley, which is why that he was able to sweep around the outside, which again I would call that quite a brave manoeuvre to take the lead of the race. But unfortunately then what happened behind was pretty, I don't know if we can, got time to call that up, Jen, or 2 minutes for that. Yeah, we'll see if we can get that.
See how long it takes them to grid up.
Yeah, well, we might sneak that in before we go to the next restart. We will see how fast we can get that. But yeah, and then behind it just turned into a bit of carnage, bit of chaos.
Yeah, there's a little bit of chaos there. So the grid will reset into the order that you see on the screen there. So it's the order they started that one. So effectively, Elliot Chilsey gets a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card here, and Jamie Sherman Chase is going to be absolutely fuming when he has to start in second here.
That is very, very unlucky. I think on that one, Elliot has a little bit won the lottery a little bit, because all that good work. You can see 36, Jamie shaking his head. Yeah, even as I talk, because he knew that was, he did everything right there and was really unlucky with what happened behind. Now, I know a lot of people, because we had this last year, and we had it on the live stream saying, hang on a minute, a lot of people, you know, that's not fair, but unfortunately that is in the rules.
Darren there, one of the clerks giving some instructions there.
Yeah, that is the rules of the competition, and we have to stick directly to them. We all remember Abu Dhabi 2021 in Formula One, and that is an example of when the rules weren't followed. The race director tried there to do what they thought was right, but unfortunately didn't actually follow the rules of the competition, hence all the controversy. So we very much sticking right to the rule book, and unfortunately Jamie's going to have to do it all over again. But you know what, we had a single file start yesterday, and by the time they got underneath it was two abreast anyway. So in actual fact there might be a little bit more space, and we still might be able to see Jamie go through into that position, kind of thing. But Elliot will probably be a bit wise to it. But there's no doubt Elliot was slow on that start, and reaction time much slower than what Jamie had there. So let's have a look and see what happens. We're pretty close now, I think.
There we go. Signal at the back saying they're happy with the grid formation.
We're good. Kevin's there. Yeah. Signals goes out to the drivers. I think we are about ready to go for the restart. Yeah, all the marshals clearing off anyway, so their job is done.
All the marshals have ducked for cover.
Yeah, done my bit. That's all done. So yeah, back to the pit lane. So yeah, we are just waiting, and I think we're going to be starting very, very quickly. That is a really good-looking pace card, isn't it?
Yeah, the Sonair pace card.
The Sonair pace card
definitely does look right.
It is a piece of kit. There's no doubt about that. And all those flashing lights, if you like flashing lights, if anybody out there that is enjoying the flashing lights, well, you need to come down and do some combat karting, because we now run what we call combat karts in Newcastle, in Reading, in Preston, in Mitcham, and it is very similar to a certain video game where you pick up boosts and weapons and slow people down and all that kind of, get shields to stop people from kind of hitting you, and it's really popular, and it's a really new take on indoor karting, and it's amazing. And Tom, over to you.
Good fun.
Over to you for the restart.
Okay, so single file this time, so hopefully we'll get away a little bit cleaner with a little bit less bumping and barging as we found. One of the things I will say about this semi-final, this grid is pretty stacked. Ooh, 5-second penalty there for Danny Hale, so that'll be for his part in what kicked off earlier. So we'll just double check that with race control, just find out the exact reasoning for that. but it looks like it was for ABC, so that's
Yeah,
be
we've
for his
got
part in the contact there. So the
lots of
pace car
penalties.
drops away. So Danny Hale, he's third on the road, but he already factors out of this one. So Elliot Chilsey leads away. Jamie Sherman Chase, now Moram Draper is third place. What that does is it gives Lewis McGill the opportunity to race in the main event. That is assuming that Danny Hale can't pull a 5-second gap over the driver in 8th and still manage to stay into the main event. The drivers all now go through a lot cleaner of a start, still a little bit of pushing as we head up the top section. Loading, as the technical term is. But Elliot Chilsey now leads away. Oh, yellows are back out there, hand in the air, so we'll have to see what manner of things happened. I say it was an all clean start. There's the 34 facing the wrong direction. That's Ben Luff, who's been shuffled out. So it looked relatively clean. We just didn't see him go missing. That was just before the up ramp, so just behind the barrier that we can't quite see on the camera as they come through. That's going to be covered under yellow, so as soon as we are ready to go, the lights go green once again, and we are back racing. So very interrupted semi-final here for the lightweights, just under 10 minutes remaining in this one, as we head through the bottom end of the circuit to finally put the first racing lap in the book in this 12-minute encounter. Over the line goes Elliot Chilsey, Sherman Chase, and Danny Hale. Let's see where he sits. After that 5 seconds are applied, he drops down all the way to 12th. So he really needs to try and find about a second and a half over the drivers behind him if he wants to even have a chance to race in the main event later on.
And Tom, Amelia Riz is still in that grand final position. In fact, she's moved up. She's running in
Lewis McGill
7th
now. Thanks to that penalty, it's Lewis McGill who holds the final qualifying place.
Indeed, but great stuff. So Elliot Chilsey leads, and on the way we've got Jamie in 2nd place. He's got it all to do again. It would have been a tight tussle anyway before the incidents that happened in the first lap. And the first 3 are definitely breaking away, no doubt about that. They were 0.7 seconds on the previous lap, and it looks even more. And Benji Draper there just getting the nose in a little bit earlier than Jamie Sheeran Chase, taking a slightly different racing line there. And let's see, there's a few different variations.
Oh, Riz is backwards.
Spinner. Oh!
That's Amelia Riz facing the wrong direction, so she's had a torrid day of it so far. We'll have to see if we can find out what manner of things happen there. What that might do is it might give Danny Hale, it looks like it has, give the opportunity to get into the final here. So Hale currently running in 7th place, even though he's 3rd on the road. He still has a ticket into the main event, but he's going to be starting off the penultimate row of the grid. So he needs to try and clear these 2 karts in front and see how far away he can run to see if he can boost his position on the grid. He looks over to the behind him. He knows that he's got about a 2 and a bit second gap over Benji Moore and Draper, who we're looking at now. He's fighting hard with Joe Simcock.
Oh,
Simcock goes around. He's done it
Lost
himself. Simcock with the selfie. He's gone the wrong way round. And that's the 35. Everyone's going to go past him there. So that could be his opportunity to race in the final. It looked like it was just a small. It looked for me like a small mistake. Just caught the car at the bump. The rear wheel locked, and round the thing went.
We literally saw it go around. We almost like we were watching it in slow motion on that one. It just lost it. It went to full lock, but it didn't get the full lock fast enough.
That will have felt like the slowest spin in Joe
know,
Simcock's life. He'll be replaying that moment in his head, and he will literally feel like the time will have slowed right down.
What a shame.
So I think we may have a look at that one later on, just to double check exactly what happened, make sure it was all...
I think you won't need to slow that one down, Jen. We should literally at full speed because it just went round so steadily.
So lights go back to green, and once again we are racing in this very interrupted semi-final. Hopefully we'll be able to get a couple of laps under green. So far Chilsey has the fastest racing lap on a 52.2. And your runners and riders that are still in. There's a 5-second penalty for contact for Lewis McGill. So that's going to affect his opportunity to qualify into the finals as well. Every time these guys come over the line, who is making it in is completely changing. So as it sits, it's Chilsey, Sherman Chase, Amorum Draper, Hale, Edelson, Peters, Richardson and Harrison Watt holding the last place into the final. We saw Harrison Watt earlier on. He was facing the wrong direction. Now he's got an opportunity to get into the main event. So we see what the gap is for Danny Hale. Let's see how far down it drops. There's another driver backwards. That's the 11. That's Shane Street facing the wrong way. So lots of drivers struggling with this one at the moment. Let's see if Hale is still in. Hale sits in 4th place at the moment. So he's pulled enough of a gap to sit in 4th. That'll put him on the 4th row of the grid for the final, just in front of Toby Edelston, Joe Peters and Ben Richardson. currently banking a front row start. If he can be fast enough, it will be pole position. It's Elliot Chilsley. Now, an important point to remember is the grids for these, the position they finish decides what row they start on. It's the fastest lap that decides which side of the grid they will start on. So, Chilsley, really, if he wants to take pole position for this final, he needs to hope that these lights stay green and he can start banging in a time, which he's just done now.
That's perfect time.
51.9. That was perfect timing there for Elliot Chilsley. So that, hopefully, will be enough for him for pole position. Whoever wins the final, if they want the second semi-final, if they want pole position, they're going to have to beat that benchmark. So,
has to be said, the first two are just checking out.
Yeah, they are starting to run away here.
They are 6.3. The top two are 6.3 seconds ahead of third, which is that's huge. That's enormous. It's all about the top two.
It's almost at the point where Danny Hale has been able to overcome the 5-second penalty he's got. So he needs to find a couple of tenths on Benjamin and Draper behind, and then he will have overcome the 5-second time penalty he got and will remain in third place, which, to be fair, is a very impressive drive. That means behind them, it's probably going to be all hell breaking loose at some point. Looks at Edelson, Peters, Richardson, Watt are all pretty close at the moment. That's the fight over 5th, 6th, 7th. And it looks like we're going to get confirmation now that Danny is just, he's got a 10th in hand to try and find over a Benjamin and Draper. But you think the next lap by, he will have counteracted that 5-second penalty that he's received. Lewis McGill drops down to 10th in the penalty he's carrying. And currently, Amelia Reyes running in 12th place. We've seen that she can overtake. There's about 4 minutes on this one left, so a handful of laps for her to try and get back up the order. Looks like Emma Ravage is her next target at the moment. 4 tenths is the gap there between the 39 and the 28. The two lady racers going to be dueling it out on circuit at the moment. But we're watching the leader as they head through the top sections. About a second is the gap between Elliot Chilsley and Jamie Sherman Chase.
Amelia Ridge has gone backwards again. She's now in 15th.
Oh, so something's gone on there. So we'll have to consult
and
race
it's a penalty.
Control.
That's what it is. It's a 5-second penalty for contact.
So that's pretty much put pay to her day now. But we've seen over the start of this event, Jamie Sherman Chase really looked like he was in a class of his own, and it looked like the pace from Chilsley, especially in qualifying, wasn't quite on the same level as what Sherman Chase had run. But now these two have finally met on circuit. Chilsley's definitely stamping his authority on this one. He looks over and he's just pulling that gap a little bit further. So 7 tenths the advantage at the moment. They've currently got about 2.8 over Danny Hale on circuit and 7.8 in the standings. So Hale now in third place even with that penalty. So Moore and Draper with Edelson about a second in hand as well. It's really spread out this race.
Yeah.
Just shows that fighting early on has made quite a few gaps out there. Looks like 7th and 8th are really close at the moment. It's Ben Richardson, Harrison Watt. They're the last two qualifiers at the moment. Henry Morris trying to get in on the party.
Henry Morris, was spinning 3 times on the opening lap of the whole competition. Yeah, currently in 9th, he still might make it. He still might
still
go
an
up.
Opportunity here for him. So it's still an opportunity. He's
Still
got about
9th.
3 seconds to find. And he's got Lewis McGill in between him
But
and Harrison
this is one of
Watt
those
as well.
races that it could happen. Anything could happen in the top 8 at the present moment in time.
It's the old Murray Walker line. Anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does. As they go through the top end of the circuit, we've seen just about everything in this race so far. It's been quite a relatively messy one by BIKC standards, but it's given us quite a lot to talk about here. As they go through the top end, I think they're going to be coming on to start the final lap of this semi-final. Maybe just have time to squeak one more. Another look over the shoulder for Chilsley as they go over the start-finish line. That gap looks like it's come down a little bit.
Yeah, so
stayed about the same. So that's Sherman Chase with 8 seconds in hand over Danny Hale. The pair of these two are absolutely untouchable at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see if the other drivers in the next one can live with this pace. Looks like Sherman Chase, though, has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 51.840. So that's one of the fastest laps we've seen, I think, in the entire competition so far. It's getting very close to what the juniors were doing yesterday. It's going to be interesting to see what the difference. We normally find that the lightweights are normally the quickest class. I remember in the petrols, it was Dante Dillon who held the BIKC lap record around this track. But now coming through the final couple of corners from what we can see here, Elliot Chilsley, Sherman Chase, Danny Hale, Amore and Draper, Edelson, Peters, Richardson, Watt are the 8 drivers who look like they're going to be sealing their ticket and their place into the semi-final. Over the line, one more lap we go. So here we go, one more chance for Jamie Sherman Chase to try and close in on Elliot Chilsley to try and get onto the front row. With that time, I think it would be enough if we got pole positions. This could be the difference between starting 3rd and 1st for these two drivers. Over we go. Ben Richardson, Harrison Watt are the last qualifiers here. Peters still has a ticket into the main event. Amelia Riz dropping down the order with that penalty there. She's got Lewis Harkness, Emma Rabbits, Joe Sincock and Henry Morris in front of him. So Morris and McGill still pretty close on circuit there as they come through the top end of the track. I think that penalty will work out. McGill's currently running 8th on track. That's going to drop him out of there. That's going to be really unfortunate for the Scottish driver who's had a long run down here. But through the last couple of corners, Elliot Chilsey is going to come over the line to secure his place in the main event. Jamie Sherman-Tate books his ticket into the final with Danny Hale coming across the line in 3rd place and 3rd in the standings, despite carrying a 5-second penalty. Then we wait for a while, read a good book, and Abenji Amorim Draper comes over the line with Toby Edelson, Joe Peters, Ben Richardson and Harrison Watt, the last drivers to take place in the final.
Long way back.
That was a really big gap.
Really spread out. I mean, 9th place is 19 seconds. 10th is 22. 12th, 27. Although it's penalty affected. But Lewis, 26th there. Shane Street, 29. Literally 30 seconds, half a lap. Which was the biggest distance that we've seen in many races, I think. Absolutely. But here we go. That is semi-final number 1. Is done. So we're after the top 8, and that they were each of the top 8, as Tom said, will start on that particular row. So Elliot will be on for the front row. It's just where they start, and where they start on each row will be down to their lap time compared to the drivers that are about to leave the pit lane and go out for their semi-final. So, but some good drives going on out there, and Elliot Chilsey was a great drive. Danny Hale. Yeah, solid in 3rd, but the top 2 were just in an absolute class league of their own. And bodes well for the grand final.
I think the impressive part of that was the fact that Danny Hale was still able to overcome that 5-second penalty and finish in 3rd. That's a very tough thing to master. So I think we've got a couple of bits to take a look at in that one. Jem, what have you got for us on that race?
So we've only got the spin from Joseph, unfortunately, to look at. Obviously, we didn't want to give another restart for you guys, so we'll go over the spin real quick. I just think it's an unfortunate incident. One that he pulls up on the screen, I can show you guys. Here we go. So he just comes into the corner. Obviously, this is the 2nd time now that Toby's had this happen, so he managed to avoid the incident. I think,
it's just caught it on the bump. You can just see the line on the tarmac. There is a nasty bump on the way in there. It's just unfortunate. But what it sort of shows is it's the complete opposite of the incident we saw early, where there was a driver, I forget who it was now, where they've spun out and just immediately tried to rejoin the circuit and ended up picking up a massive penalty and a massive amount of contact. But it's just probably the most unfortunate spin that...
He must have hated that.
If you watch it back quite slowly, you can see where I think he
you can almost just see... You can just see the front of the car is on the bump there. You can just see the front of it go up. The rear lifts up. At that point, if you're on the brakes, which at that point you will be, it's just going to lock up and send you.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that didn't help him out here was he kept his foot pinned to the throttle. I was watching it through frame by frame here. And obviously, because he didn't lift off the throttle, it just kept the car continuously going in a spin.
Yeah, he lifts there.
Yeah, literally, you can see he just lifts slightly.
Lifts very, very late.
So yeah, if you lifted earlier, maybe you could control that through just having just the car slowing itself down naturally through the scrub of the tyres. But because he kept the throttle pinned, it just caused the car to go around quicker. So it was just unfortunate on that one.
Great job. Yeah, super stuff. So here we go. We're just waiting for semi-final number 2 to emerge from the pit lane. And let me go through the grid so we all know where we are. So Ross Honeyman will start in pole position for that race. Okay, Harvey Hale is in 2nd. Joe Greenhalgh will be in 3rd place following his win in this last of the heats. We've got Ryan Shepherd in 4th place. We've got Josh Tagger in 5th. Blake Parkinson in 6th. Benjamin Sproat, he's had a very quiet Ben Sproat, podium finisher in BIKC in previous years.
Yeah, 2nd last year.
Yeah, has had a really quiet event. 7th in the semi-final. Still looking on track to hopefully make it through to the final. But 7th place for Ben Sproat. Kieran E starts in 8th place. Rob Freckleton in 9th. Shea McCluskey in 10th. Paul Thomas in 11th. Cameron Molita is in 12th. Harvey Kuris in 13th. Georgia Maisie, the last remaining female driver, in 14th place, and Cody Cosford at the back. So here we go. We start off, and a few drivers not very happy. They're driving the yellow suit. A lot of people waving. That's something. Let's see what's going on.
There's a big gap there behind Sproat, so I think maybe...
Let's see what's
an issue
happening.
somewhere. So this may end up with a false start. I was chatting to Ben before this event, and he was saying he's
Yeah,
really...
there's single file at the back.
I think there's some carts gone missing there. Maybe an issue.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
This will be a false.
It'll definitely be a false start.
Yeah, this will have to be a false start. We'll be going around once again.
There you go. Confirmation. It's a false start. So the cart's going to carry on going around for another lap under pacing speed. Means we're going to get a lap. We're going to be missing a lap or two of racing action. But I was chatting to Ben Sproat before this event. He was saying that he qualified through from Stoke, which itself is an electric kart. He's saying he was didn't find it easy to adapt to the electric karts. He felt like he was struggling. He really prefers the drive and the handling of the petrols and trying to retune what he knows. Because his home track originally is Manchester Trafford Park. That itself is an all-tarmac circuit, petrol karts, very tight flowing circuit. He's saying he was having a few issues trying to adapt to electric and the fast flowing nature. We know he's quick around this track, but it's just trying to get used to the electric cars. He's just taking a little bit more time to do it. I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, indeed.
Obviously, every year he's been here, he's been there or thereabouts in terms of pace, either in the juniors or in the lightweight category.
Yep.
You'd really expect him to go a little bit further
Indeed.
forward.
I did have a request ages ago now for a shout out for Bobby McGurr yesterday in the juniors.
Oh, it was a mega drive for Bobby.
I can't not do that. This is a good opportunity just to say it. So yesterday, Bobby McGurr became BIKC champion in the junior category, and he won by like 6.5 seconds. It was
one of the biggest advantages we've ever seen in a BIKC final. I say one of because Eskild, Hewitt and Cadets went one further than that, but it was two very both measured and sensible drives from both drivers. They were really driving above their years. Remember, they are the youngest drivers we've got in the competition, and it was just very smart driving from the pair of them. As our latest pace car driver Brandon now takes them around. They're just really sharing the duties.
Everyone wants to go in the fast kart.
Yeah, they all want to have a play. I would say they all want to have just a nice slow drive. They all want to have a play with it.
Okay, this looks a lot better. Everybody is in the correct formation. So let's go around once again back on to the start-finish line through the Dunlop curves, and here we go. Who's going to get a jump here? Look at this. The cart's absolutely level as they go through there. 42
this
Ross.
Looks a lot better.
3 up. This is going to be good. We're looking for a green light, or we're looking for them to go. We're gone. They're gone. And once again, I think it's 3. Alfie Hell with a better start. Can he sweep in? Yes, he does. Alfie Hell goes through into the lead. Excellent from pole position. Ross Honeyman there coming through in second. Lots of, look at that. Car number 9, Blake Parkinson getting shunted from many different directions.
I think Sproats managed to get up towards third, is that?
That would be incredible because he started 8th and there's lots more contact.
Still good.
Still good.
Places.
Still 3 places, still there's lots of little minor bumping going on top of the mezzanine as they come absolutely fly down to the fastest part of the circuit, through into the hairpins, and we're in the yellows.
So something's gone on. My guess is it's going to be something towards the top of the ramp. But we're waiting for the drivers to come through. Is that Josh Tagger there's got quite far up? So I think that's Josh Tagger's got to third. So that's third from 6th place. So that's another 3 positions gain there. Joe Greenell's just in front of Ben Sproat, so I think he's maintained. Ryan Shepherd's really been shuffled out there, so I think he's going to come over the line in about 7th or 8th.
Back on.
Back racing. Alfie Hale resumes the race lead. Ross Honeyman, Josh Tagger, Joe Greenell, Ben Sproat, Blake Parkinson, Ryan Shepherd down to 7th, just ahead of Kieran Eve. Rob Freckleton, Shane Mikulski, Cameron Molitor, Harvey Kuras, Georgia Macy, Cody Colsford and Paul Thomas, the drivers currently left without a seat in the main event later on. And separating Rob Freckleton from the place in the final is about half a second, and Kieran Eve as they now go down the ramp.
But these drivers, now is a good time to really show your speed.
Where they've got to do it.
Now is it. If Josh Tagger up into 3rd place, that's a row 3 of the final. You know, you might be able to move up from that point and maybe trouble the podium a little bit. Who knows? Joe Greenhow, holding in 4th position, and Ben Sproat with that 3 place. Now is a good time to start enjoying electric karts because he's now 5th and Blake Parkinson, who really got... In fact, Ryan Shepherd's up into 6th. Blake Parkinson goes down into 7th position. Kieran Eath in 8th. Rob Freckleton in 9th. Cher McCluskey is 10th. Cameron is in 11th. Harvey Curious is 12th. Georgia Maisie is 13th. Paul Thomas 14th. Cody Cosford in 15th. At the present moment in time, we have 7.5 minutes remaining of this race to decide the second set of drivers who will be going and racing in the grand final, which will be coming up just a little later on before we crown another British indoor karting champion of 2023. Here we go. There's a lot of love on the live stream for Josh. Tom Cowell says, come on, Josh. Yes, mate. Here we go. Okay, so Nathaniel Day says, come on, Alfie. Yeah, good. Blaine McCullum, gap between first and second goes 0.1 to Amber, 0.1 after. Well, we'll be looking at it. We know the race control will be having a look at it. We have penalised yellow flashing light offences up into this event, so they all know the rules, got to abide by them. So yeah, Alfie might be Alfie got a great start. It did look like, actually, you got a great restart. It did look like it.
But they have been quite hard on
indeed. I think it's more that. I think Alfie really, he was just coming there just before he got underneath the bridge there. And even I noticed as Tom was speaking that he was on it. And I think great reactions there, and that's why he's got a 0.9 second lead. Let's have a look as they go down to the 3 hairpins once again. Alfie still leading Ross in second, starting to spread out now. I think there's going to be decent gaps as we go over the line to register the times. Here we go. Let's have a look. And yeah, okay, 1 second now. 1 second is the gap. 2.7, Josh Tagger.
Yeah, 2.7 seconds behind is Josh Tagger with Joe Greenhill, Ben Sproat, Brian Shepherd, Blake Parkinson, Kieran Eve, Rob Freckleton, all absolutely nose to tail. There's about 5 or 6 drivers there fighting over what is 6 places in the main event. One of them will end up getting left without a seat. The leader, Alfie Hale, looks to extend his advantage at the moment over Ross Honeyman, who's there about a second and a bit behind now. Josh Tagger, though, still trying to hang on against Joe Greenhill, Ben Sproat and Ryan Shepherd. They're all absolutely nose to tail. Just see them filing through now, so there's 3 drivers running nose to tail. That gap has come up a little bit between Ben Sproat and Ryan Shepherd. Now about a second separating the pair of them. That being said, it looks like Sproat's dropped off a little bit in the back end of the track there. As it looks like, I think Ryan Shepherd's really strong through the back end of the circuit, and Ben Sproat sort of makes the time going up. He's lost a lot, though, to Joe Greenhill in the last lap. He's lost about a second or so. This is now Greenhill and Tagger who are going to fight over 3rd place as they go up onto the top section. Josh, a relatively inexperienced driver here. It's his first time in the BIKC finals. He hasn't been racing all that long, as he now finds himself racing for 3rd place in a semi-final here in the British Indoor Karting Championship finals around one of the toughest indoor tracks around. And he's also struggling to see from what I can see there. His visor is not a very dark white, so he's going to be looking through a fogged up mirror effectively.
Also, big shout out from Nathaniel Day there, right? He's supporting the Hells, and he's in Fuerteventura. Like yesterday, we were out in Norway, we were out in France, in Spain. And now he's on his holidays. He's on his holidays, right? He's probably sat like around the pool at the moment, cocktail, watching BIKC.
The British Indoor Karting Championship.
What's not to love?
It's what's not to love, especially when you've got some good racing action to watch. So Joe Greenhill still trying to find a way of getting on terms with Josh Tagger. About 3/10 is the difference between them. We've got about a second and a bit over Ben Sproat, who's dropped back but is still increasing his advantage over Ryan Shepherd. Blake Parkinson and Kieran Eve still the drivers, currently holding a ticket to the main event. But now Rob Freckleton looks to be trying to take that away from Kieran Eve. He's only about a couple of tenths behind him, as they now drop into the top section. Tagger touches the barrier. Is this going to give Greenhill a chance to get into 3rd place? Tagger looks over the shoulder. Greenhill's now definitely
really
closer.
Slowed him up. Really slowed him up.
Closer this time round as they go through the 3rd hairpin.
That's cost him half a second, that did.
That's cost him, it's at least cut that gap in half, and it's put Greenhill back onto the rear bumper. These two, despite that, they're still gapping Ben Sproat behind, who's now 1.3 seconds ahead, behind the top 4 as it sits. Alfie Hale at the moment, though, we've not seen much of him. He's about 2 seconds clear of Ross Honeyman. He's currently running away at the front of this one, trying to run and hide to score a front row start in the BIKC finals. So now come through the back end of
Okay,
the track.
Josh C98 says how many go through to the final? It's going to be
Top
16 kart finals to the top 8.
Top 8 is what we're looking for here.
Yeah, also, I've got to say, Nat, you guys should commentate F1. Of course we should commentate
Everyone
F1.
says this every year.
Just show us the contract. That's
Everyone
what we need
says
to
this
see.
every year. Just
Also, he says, how is Barcelona? I did mention it yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah.
I did mention it yesterday. It was very nice. Thank you very much. There was a lot of alcohol, but anyway, let's get back to the racing.
Time running
Alfie
out.
Hell.
Oh, let's drive backwards. That looks like Paul
Oh.
Thomas. He's had a torrid day of things here in the BIKC. He's been turned around, and now he's facing the wrong direction again. Whether he's done that himself or whether he's been helped is a different matter, but he was running quite close with Macy and Cosford, so it remains to be seen if something pops up on the screen there in a moment. But we're watching Josh Tagger, while behind I can see the fight for the last podiums, the last place in the final between Parkinson, Eve and Freckleton has about 4/10 in between it. So Hale is going to come round to start his final lap, while meanwhile the final place in the main event later on has 3 drivers fighting over 2 places. When the music stops, lads, one of you is going to be left without a seat. But now we're watching Josh Tagger, who's there in 3rd place, looks over his shoulder, he sees Joe Greenhill is still there. Ben Sproke's dropped away from this one at the moment. Greenhill doing everything he can though to try and get on terms with Josh Tagger. The gap to Honeyman looks like it's starting to come down. Oh, is Honeyman starting to make a couple of mistakes? It's now 2.5 seconds to Alfie Hale. Looks like the pace has just started to take a little bit of a dip there for Ross Honeyman, as Parkinson, even Freckleton though, still fighting over that last position. The 9, the 43 and the 18 are all have about half a second between them, and one of them isn't going to make it into the main event, while 2 of them will keep their seats. Hale is going to come through the top section to start to take the checkered flag. We see Josh looking over his shoulder to see where Joe Greenhill is. He's not quite close enough to be able to get on terms and maybe squeak a lap out of this. I don't think we will. The checkered flag comes out. That is Alfie Hale over the line to start on the front row for the final. Ross Honeyman, Josh Tagger, Joe Greenhill, Ben Sprote, Ryan Shepherd keep their place. Who's going to be left without a seat out of these 3? It's Rob Freckleton, who misses out by 0.4 of a second. So inside is Blake Parkinson, Kieran Eve. So Rob Freckleton, Cameron Molitor, Shea McCluskey, Harvey Curas, Georgia Macy, Cody Cosford and Paul Thomas. Unfortunately, their BIKC championship ends here.
And Ben Spoke's got to be happy with that. I mean, he's literally mid-table, and he chose the right race to really move up a few places. 5th on the grid.
I think he'll be happy that he's in the final. I don't think he's going to be happy he's going off the 5th row.
Yeah, but still, solidly. I mean, he was looking more like the last row, but, you know, the 5th row, at least he might be able to do something from there. Also, a shout out from Wheel to Wheel. So these poor barriers. Yeah, nobody pays any attention to the poor barriers that we've got in Warrington.
Today, we're seeing a lot more mistakes being made. So it's maybe a little bit tougher out there. But before we go to the finals, I think we're going to get Lex, Akhil and Will. I think they're going to go have a chat with a few drivers.
It's chilly.
Hello, yeah, we're back down here in the pit lane. Hello, Will. It's pretty cold now, isn't it?
It's freezing, Lex. It's freezing.
To feel it. Yeah. How exciting is this? Can't wait for this. Here's the drivers coming off now. Give them a big round of applause. Everyone's going to show their support for it. I say that, no one's actually given an applause, but it should happen. Cue now.
There you go, look, got a bit of support on the bridge there.
There it is. Very
Love
exciting.
That. Amazing.
So yeah, we've got the final coming up very shortly. It's going to be a good one, Akhil.
I think so. It always is, isn't it? Lots of great support, as you said. Yeah, it's been a really good semi-final. I mean, obviously, one of them had a few incidents, but
it's always
been
going to happen.
Really, really good semi-final.
It's always going to happen. There's some excited-looking faces and some not so excited-looking faces, but
you can feel the tension, though, can't you? In the run, you just feel it's a little bit. Obviously, there's some disappointed racers here who, unfortunately, their journey ends here. But I mean, to get here,
that's racing, though.
4,500 people to get here, regardless. That is pretty incredible.
And I think if you think about it, you know, the next race is it.
Yeah.
Everything for the last year of karting literally comes down to the next race.
Yeah,
absolutely.
15 minutes, 16 on track.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Just got to say a big hello to Kieran from Manchester Trafford as well, chief instructor. It's his birthday. Happy birthday to Kieran.
Happy birthday, Kieran.
Jamie Jones and Lewis at Liverpool as well. He's got us on in the bar, which is great. So that's another viewer at least, which is awesome. So let's walk down here. Let's have a little chat with some people, see if anyone wants to chat to us. We've already spoke to these guys. I remember him before. You're back again. Hello.
I'm back.
Oh, you're a bit more confident this time.
Yes, I am.
Who are we supporting again? Give some names.
What?
Who are we supporting again? Give some names.
Middleweights.
And who with?
Beth from middleweights. Lewis McGill from lightweights. And Daniel Jones from heavyweights.
And hello to your mum.
Sorry? Hi, Mummy.
Who else have we got? Do you want to chat? Where are you from? Who are you supporting?
I'm from Cambuslang. I'm competing in the middleweights. Yeah. These are from my local track as well, so yeah, just rep.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. Who's on the bridge? Give us a wave on the bridge. Who are you supporting? Yeah? This guy. Awesome. That's great. Yeah, we're just getting ready, really, for the grand final. They're sorting out all the drivers down here. So you know, it's going to be exciting. Look forward to this one. I might get on the bridge for this and have a little watch.
Yeah.
Sounds
good. I see there's been lots of comments actually on the live stream as well. Lots of people, obviously. I think a few of the tracks might even be doing their own little screenings and stuff like that. So I hope those are going well.
Yeah, he's going to help you out there. We'll try and get round into this area here and see if we can find anyone. Do you want to take lead? You just go and we'll follow you, and you can see who we can find.
I can spot Cy Woolridge if you...
Shall we have a quick chat with Cy?
Let's get Cy Woolridge on the camera.
There he is. Chief Operating Officer of TeamSport. Simon, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well. My plan was to have a big conversation with you at the end, but we'll do it now. You cold?
I'm all right, actually. I'm not cold because I'm layered up, but this chap here from our Dundee track, what's your name? Aiden, yeah.
Why have you not put... What's going on?
I left my jumper in Dundee.
That is tough. No underlays and offered?
No underlays, just a T-shirt. Just
great. Rock star. Absolute rock star. Looking forward to it?
I offered him a jumper, Lex.
Oh, yeah.
He says he's too hard. He doesn't need one.
He's the only person that hasn't asked me for one of these jackets. That's a start, isn't it?
That's awesome. So, Si, this is your third BIKC, I want to say. Third one, yep. And have you watched the racing today so far? What do you kind of think of the standard this year?
I think it's amazing, Will. I love it. I mean, a few things. The track looks fantastic, doesn't it? So
it does. Super.
Like a massive well done to everybody involved, because it's a mega piece of work to get the site looking like this. The new karts as well. The first time we've had electric karts, and they're beautiful, aren't they?
They are. They're brilliant, and they're nice and fast. They're very equal across the board.
Yeah.
I think what's been really good on the socials is actually the new food menu that we've launched. So we had Morgan earlier on the live feed.
Yes.
We took him a bit by surprise. He's not much of a speaker, but he kind of gave us his insight into the new menu.
Yeah.
So the question is, Si, have you had anything to eat today? I mean, it's dinner time.
I haven't yet, but we'll be getting stuck in, I'm sure, at some point. Okay. Tower Burger.
Tower Burger.
That's where it's at.
That's it.
So I wanted to ask you, because I know you're passionate about the subject. So we obviously went petrol to electric, and we've committed to going to electric by the end of 2026. How important is that, and why are we doing it?
I think it's really important. Motorsport, cars generally are moving towards electric. It's so much more environmentally friendly. And there's another other benefits. It doesn't smell in our sites. It's a nicer environment. It's a bit quieter, although the tyre squeal can be quite, can be quite extreme. And actually, over time as well for TeamSport, we think we can be. Where
Sorry, it was Adam. It was just Adam. We'll keep him in there. He's fine. It's where he belongs.
We think we can go to the next step as well in terms of solar panels on the roofs, and making sure that our tracks become, really sustainable, and it's the way to go, and that they're great fun to drive. I mean, the speeds today have been sensational.
They've been brilliant. Si, can I ask, have you got a lap time at Warrington?
Somewhere in the archive.
We're going to have to update that, I think, at some point this weekend.
I think we can find a race suit, can't we?
I think we found a race suit for Simon.
I went to Victoria last night, though. I had a race there.
Oh, yeah, very good.
It was good fun.
Yeah. And why is BIKC so important to the whole sort of? Why is it important to motorsport? I guess at the grassroots level.
Well, I think it's exactly that, Akhil. It is the entry level to motorsport. It's inexpensive. When you consider, when you move up the motorsport ranks, it's accessible. It's for everyone 8 years plus. And as you can see today, you know, it hones drivers' skills to be able to then step on, maybe go outside, you know, with Club 100, Total Karting 0, and move forwards. And you know, it's that first step on the ladder, isn't it?
I think on the first year we did BIKC, we had under 1,000 participants. We've now hit 4,500 or just above that. I mean, that's an incredible growth, isn't it?
It is. It is fantastic. But and it is because people enjoy it. I mean, and the competitiveness today is fantastic to see. I bet everybody sat there on the start line with butterflies in their stomach. You know, it's exciting stuff.
It's exciting for us.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. That's it.
We're going to walk this way now, see if we can find anyone. But Simon,
Right,
thank you. We'll catch up with you again very shortly. Bear with us while we get through this mass of people. Who have we got here?
Fight our way through here, Lex.
Fighting our way through. We'll go a bit slower, I think, because I'm getting a bit...
Just going through a lot of the
Hello?
drivers who are getting ready.
What's your name?
Harrison Watt.
I'll try and figure that one out. What track are you from?
So we're from Clydebank, Glasgow.
Nice, lots of love for Clydebank. Yourself?
Elliot.
Where are you from? Crawley. Love a bit of Crawley. The creepy Crawleys are here, which is what we love. Don't forget to get in the comments as well. Show your support for your drivers, because they love hearing it. We'll let them know as well. It's just one of them things, isn't it?
It is. And don't forget, we've got the commentator race coming up this afternoon as well. We've got the commentator race. We've got Russ.
We do.
Russ against Tom.
So Russ and Tom have done a race around the track, and it is possibly one of the funniest things I've ever seen ever, Akhil.
It was great fun filming that as well. It was just an idea where we thought they're the two that sort of judge everyone else. You know, they're the kind of experts. So we thought we'll put them to the test. We thought we'll let everyone judge them. So it's a real good watch. There's some good driving in it. Some.
Yeah. And don't forget as well, that's it. And get your nominations in. If you think Russ has took the lead, hashtag Russ. And if you think it's Tom, hashtag Tom.
Do you know, I think now's a good time to actually start the competition and give away some free karting.
Should we do that?
Shall we do that? Let's do that.
Let's do it. Okay, so.
Go on, I'll let you do it.
Let's do it. So, courtesy of TeamSport, thank you TeamSport for donating the karting prizes for today. So if you want to win yourself some karting, all you have to do is drop us.
I think the slide might be saying something different. So we might have changed the idea of what we're going to do.
Oh, okay.
Should
we hang on?
The latest TeamSport track to go electric is the question.
Let's do that then, okay. So all you've got to do is ping us an email to win@bikc.co.uk and tell us the latest track that TeamSport has opened or transferred to electric.
Yeah, get it in.
There you go.
Not quite Ant and Deck, these two, are they?
No.
More like Laurel and Hardy.
Get it in to win@bikc.co.uk. Don't forget, there's only 5 vouchers to give away. If you get the answer right, you'll be chosen at random and we'll contact you via email to win your vouchers. We're going to have a little...
Oh, we've got
someone
who's
Trafford.
I think
a lot of love for
obviously
Trafford.
they're supporting.
Hi. Trafford, obviously, man, we're the best place in the entire TeamSport. It's not even a question.
Why is that?
Right. I know. I think Crawley got more people, but we had 8 people. We dominated regionals. It wasn't even like funny.
What's special about Trafford? What is it? The crew? Is it the track? What do you love about Trafford?
Got the best staff. I think the only people that could rival it is Liverpool, but Trafford is still better.
Shout out to Ben Jones at Trafford and the team.
Yeah, it's got the best floor. I think it's Silverstone or something like that. It's by far the best floor in
It was Daytona, I think it was.
Yeah, it's the best floor, honestly. It's so smooth to drive on. It's ridiculous.
It's a little close to Old Trafford, though, for my liking.
I don't support United either, but it's what it is. You have to take the bad with
You can't have everything, eh?
Nah, yeah, exactly.
I was wondering how long it takes.
What do you think of the day so far today?
It's good. Trafford are looking good here as well. That's all I care about.
Trafford's had a lot of airtime. Let's move on.
As long as Trafford's doing well.
Let's go.
Fair enough.
Love that.
Right, let's have a... Where are you guys from? Where are you from?
Manchester.
Who are you supporting?
I'm from Manchester.
There we go. This place is full of Manchester. It's great. There's the love for Manchester. Let's go on the bridge. Let's see who's on the bridge. Let's go. Let's be ambitious.
Let's go on the bridge.
I'm going to fall down on the live stream now, aren't I? Oh, look at this. Got him there as well. We're going on an adventure. Yeah. I haven't fell over yet, which is great.
There's a quick look to our VAR studio there.
So, let's see who we can find.
Do you want to follow up interview, Emma? No?
How are we all doing? Yeah, how are we all doing? We've got some colleagues here from Germany and Holland here as well. Say hello.
Let's have a look.
And this is the bridge.
The famous bridge that gives you absolutely beautiful views.
It really does. This is off. It's packed during the races. You won't be able to get up here. But we've got loads of people. Every time we're walking past everyone and they just go, no, don't want to speak.
Yeah, that's it.
I think we just force it.
Let's speak to these guys.
Who are you
Hi guys, how
supporting?
you all doing?
Where are you all from? Tell us where you're from.
We're from Manchester.
Everyone's
Oh,
from
from
Manchester.
Manchester.
Who are you supporting?
I support Man United.
No, I was in your driver. That's racing.
Oh, Ryan.
Ryan, good shout. Is that for
great
everybody?
team, though.
Everybody
I
here
love
for
that.
Ryan?
We're from Somerset.
Wow, you came just for this.
Ryan's my grandson.
Wow, what a support. Was it a nice drive down?
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad.
Good.
I think it's a
good.
drive up from Somerset.
Is it a drive up?
I think
It
it's
is, yeah.
up. Yeah, up. Yeah, it's up.
I'm so used to just driving down. That's the problem. Thank you.
Oh, super. Good luck.
Who else have we got?
Oh, we've got loads of hoodies here. all
Look at
branded
these
up.
hoodies. Basildon.
Team
Basildon.
Basildon. Can we get an interview, guys?
Do you want to chat?
Yeah,
Do you want
let's
to
jump
chat
on.
with us?
Beautiful.
Right.
So who are we supporting today then?
Kieran Eve. Yeah.
Look this way, for there's your camera here. So we're here for Kieran Eve, yeah? He's had a lot of support on the live stream as well.
Yeah.
Loving these.
Unfortunately, apparently the boost button on the qualifying didn't work, so that's why he's had a bad qualifying.
Oh,
He
the
only
boost.
get 52.8. His boost button wasn't working, so he's going to. He said he's going to send it. He's going to fake it till he makes it on this one. He's going to go for
You have
it.
to press it harder. That's what it is.
Harder. Yeah.
Let's go down. Thank you,
awesome.
guys.
Good luck.
Oh, you again. He's everywhere, him.
Guys, anyone want to interview? Tell us where you're from. Okay, right. Where are you from? Who are you supporting?
Right, so half Brazilian, half English. Well, English, and we're supporting Benjamin Amarin Draper. Hope that's how you say it. Woo! Go Benji!
Lots of love for Benji. And what track is he from?
I don't know.
You don't even know. Well, at least he's got some support. That's nice.
Here.
Yeah?
Lots. We're all rooting for him.
That's nice. Excellent.
Go Benji! Go
I hope we can hear that. That's the 12th
gonna
man,
hate
is
it.
that? Brilliant. Right, can we just jump through?
There's someone in the flag there
Let's go
who's
through.
caught my attention. Let's go to him.
Should we go down to the dead zone?
No, there's a guy in the flag here. Let's just go to his
The guy in the flag there. I bet you that's
Hello.
Manchester again.
How you doing, mate? You okay? Having a good day? Yeah.
Good, yeah.
Brilliant. So, who you supporting today? Leicester.
Oh, Leicester.
And how many drivers have you got in the next race?
None.
None in the next
None, unfortunately. Middleweights, hopefully.
Middleweights, all right. Okay, it's out for a day. Okay, brilliant.
Open,
all right.
Open for Leicester, first podium. Never had podium before Leicester, but
Confident?
kind of. It's a hard competition, isn't it? It can go any way. With a boost button as well, brings a bit of strategy into it. So, bit of a different ball game, innit? So.
I love that. Do you know that 55-second regen as well? It means you can't use it in the same place every time. Yeah. You've got to think about where it's going to be. So, awesome. All right. Maybe see you in it next year?
Yeah. Hopefully, if I'm good enough.
Awesome. All right. Okay, let's go down
We're down
to Lex.
here.
I think he's already down here. There he is.
Yeah, we're down here. But I think we're pretty much ready. We've got the. We'll do a quick little run through down here before the drivers get on track, just so you can see what it's like down here.
I mean, it's well worth saying this is obviously the new spectator area here in Warrington. So this actually gives you a spectator area at the heart of the racetrack, which is very rare. Only track to do so.
Yeah, this you could never normally get here in the past, so it's really interesting, especially from a perspective.
I can see the drivers are just taking their seats.
Yeah, I think it's about time to hand back to Russ and Tom in the commentary box for the finals.
Okay, here we go. So that was brilliant,
That
wasn't
was
it?
fantastic
That was
to watch.
fantastic.
That was so chaotic.
So many highlights there. I mean, the highlight has to be with Adam Beale opening the door in the background of the
just
interview with Simon.
He opened the door, he went for the move, realised the move wasn't on, he shut the door and then went round the outside
Round the
again.
outside. Great racing move. Yeah, I mean,
There's a
there was
very
no
good racing
contact.
move.
No
No,
contact at all.
perfectly
Clean
clean
move. Absolutely. So good. And then so much support out there for so many drivers.
I think the bit I love is the moment the camera comes out, all the drivers have an uncanny ability to just disappear.
Totally. Kieran Eve with a lot of love out there on the little walk around as well. Benji Amarin Draper also a lot of supporters out there. We can see on the live stream there's a lot of support for Alfie Hale, who we do have a grid actually, and I'm going to go through it. So starting, this is the final. This is the ultimate. This is the big one. So starting 16th on the grid will be Harrison Watt. 15th on the grid will be Kieran Eve. 14th will be Ben Richardson. 13th will be Blake Parkinson. 12th I'm running out of air. It will be Joe Peters. 11th will be Ryan Shepherd. 10th will be Toby Edelston. 9th on the grid will be Ben Sprout. 8th on the grid will be Benji Amarin Draper. 7th on the grid, Joe Greenhouse. 6th on the grid, Danny Hale. 5th on the grid, Josh Tagger. 4th will be Ross Honeyman. 3rd on the grid, Jamie Shearman Chase. And your top two. 2nd on the grid is Elliot Choosley. And in pole position, in driving car number 36, Alfie Hale. Pole position for the BIKC Lightweight Final 2023. So there is Adam in the pace car after his superb racing manoeuvre in the commentary.
Yeah, we tried to get it to analyse earlier, so we'll see if we can pull it up later. It was just hilarious.
And there was a lot of drivers from Manchester, isn't there? I know a lot of drivers from Manchester have qualified, and obviously not far away. And
yes, they've got. So Manchester currently have, I believe, it's
Chrissy.
2. I believe it's 2
Go on,
drivers
Chrissy.
in this
There,
final.
sorry, high fives from Chrissy Cole.
Last
She's
little
dropped the
bit of
water.
support.
She's dropped the water. Somebody's
And
run
it was
over
going.
it.
It's going.
It's going.
It's going.
Oh,
there we
it's
go.
good save.
That's gone.
Well done, Chrissy. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, Manchester have 2 drivers
We
represented.
can commentate on anything.
I know.
We can. Who doesn't? We don't need racing.
Have you ever seen the Murray Walker snooker one? Why do I feel like that would be me and you?
Totally.
And he's hit the ball. He's missed it. He's missed it.
Right.
Yeah, Manchester have 2 drivers in this one, so that is Amorim Draper and Josh Tagger. So Tagger's going off 5th, Amorim Draper's going to go off P8. Now it's going to be interesting. Now we've effectively got the 2 grids all together, and it's quite a lot of drivers who you'd expect to be towards the front who have quite a lot of work to do here. So Kieran Eve off 15, you then got Joe Peters off 12, Ryan Shepherd going off 11, Ben Sprout off 9. Those drivers traditionally have gone pretty well here at BIKC, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. We've seen you can make moves in a final. Slater, remember, went from about 8th up to about 4th place last year in middleweights. So it proves you can make moves, but these guys have a lot of time to find, as here we go, ready for the last race of the lightweights. It's the last race of the lightweight season, and now we've got 15 minutes to decide who will take home the British Indoor Karting Championship. We are guaranteed a brand new champion. With the drivers out of position, we're probably going to have 3 new drivers on the podium here. One of the least experienced grids we've got here, but they provided some fantastic action this weekend. So the field under the control of Alfie Hale, just a little bit of bumping here. The pace cart's already gone, so we're going to watch for the drivers going racing. Let's see if we can get it going first time. We're racing for the final here at TeamSport Warrington, and it looks like Choosley's gone the lead straight away. So totally. 2nd place, Elliot Choosley's got the gap, got the jump there. The 35 of Toby Edelston's gone from 10th right down to the back of the grid, and Alfie Hale, I think he's just managed to hold on to 2nd place, but now a big gap there.
Oh, that's contact, blunt contact.
As we now go through towards the top section of the track, as the 40 of Benji Moore and Draper's also gone backwards as well, as with big contact, but the front 3 are Choosley, Hale, and then that's Jamie Sherman Chase. These 3 drivers have been the fastest 3 pretty much all day, and now we get to see all 3 of them going for it, hell for leather.
Look at this, that's a move.
That's a move. There goes Sherman Chase. That's a move for 2nd place. He's got one of them done already, so he's up into 2nd place here. If he's going to go for the lead, he's going to have to try and go for it. Oh, we've got that. Danny Hale's backwards. Oh, Danny Hale's backwards once again. He's had a good showings of pace. He's come back from a penalty already, but that is probably going to end his BIKC Championship challenge for 2023.
And Alfie Hale starting in pole position, already
off
down.
2nd place. He's already lost 3rd place.
3rd place. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have predicted that would have happened. But here we go, and I think we've got a massive race on here because you know, Elliot Choosley, great start, absolutely brilliant first few corners. But we've seen some great overtaking from driver number 40 when Jamie Shearer and JT really have. 40 has stopped.
That's Moore and Draper.
Oh,
that's Benji Moore and Draper. So we had contact
in the barrier.
He had contact on the opening lap, and that put him right down the order. And now that has put him. There's no other way of putting it. Stone dead last. So he's going to have to try and have some work to do as we go back to green flag racing. Sherman Chase reignites the fight here at the front. Hale's been caught napping as well. He's got Ross Honeyman right behind him. Ben Sproat's in this battle as well, so he's just behind Josh Tagger, who's trying to hold on from Joe Greenhill. Ryan Shepherd is up to 8th place. Kieran Eves also making moves. He's up into 10th. So the big names in this one are already making big moves. Up towards the first corner here, that is still Elliot Chilsey holding on from Jamie Sherman-Chase. Chase is not going to let him get away here if he can get away with it.
And so Jamie Sherman-Chase just looks fast. He's just throwing the kart around way more than any of the other drivers at the moment. He knows he's got a little bit of a gap between himself and number 36, Alfie Hale. So he's driving a little bit with caution to the wind here. You can see that he just wants, this is not about a podium for Jamie Sherman-Chase. This is about becoming BIKC champion. Yesterday we saw that drivers were a little bit settling for a podium, but I don't see this happening here. And only now has Jamie had a little look behind, because suddenly he knows that Alfie Hale is right there on his rear bumper, with Ross Honeyman currently running in 4th place. Okay, this is going to be a long race. We've already done a fair number of laps. We've got 12 minutes left, so we are literally only really in the early stages of this grand final. But at the moment, it's all in Elliot Chilsey's hand. He's got to drive the most, I would say not fully defensive, but he's got to no mistakes. Any mistake that creeps in at any point, and he will not become BIKC champion, because Jamie's really pushing. Alfie Hale is right there.
Yeah, it's 6 karts to lead at the moment. They're all absolutely nose to tail. A mistake is the optimum word in this one, because we've seen quite a few of them. These karts seem to be a little bit tough for these drivers to get a handle on. We've seen quite a few drivers, top drivers, making mistakes and falling down. The order is this. Looks like Alfie Hale trying to make a move again on Sherman-Chase. He's not quite close enough, but these guys fighting and defending.
On the inside.
There we go. So Alfie Hale back on Sherman-Chase.
Look at that. Great move.
So Hale's back up into 2nd place.
Fabulous
but all that
move.
has done is brought Ross Honeyman and Josh Tagger back into this one. Ben Sproat isn't too far behind. There's 2.3 seconds covering the top 6 at the moment. 3 seconds back to Kieran Eve. So Eve is making moves, as is Ryan Shepherd. They're in 7th and 8th, so they could very quickly get into this fight as well. There's 10 minutes remaining here. That's just over 2/3 of the race. That's a long time for a lot of things to change. We've seen a lot of things. Eve's right on them. Eve's right on the back of this pack here, so they're driving the blue suit. Kieran Eve, he's right up behind Ben Sproat here. So he could, at the pace he's going, working through this pack isn't too far off the radar here for Kieran Eve. So you can just see the leaders there with a bit of a gap. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. That's how close they are coming through over the timing line. But it's still Elliot Chilsey, the all black, leading the way here from Alfie Hale. That gap, I think, is going to be about 8/10 this time round, as a 5-second penalty comes up for Kieran Eve. That's for advantage by contact once again. So despite the good run he's had so far, that's going to drop him out
There's a
of the
move.
champ.
He's trying on the outside. He's going to cut in.
There
He's going
goes
to lose
Honeyman.
another one.
Honeyman's
He's
found
going to
it.
lose another one.
So Sherman-Chase tried to make the move on Alfie Hale, and all that's done, instead of gaining a place, he's lost one and gone
41,
backwards.
Jamie Sherman-Chase, he's leaving the door too far open. He's trying to set himself up for the moves on the drivers in front, and he's just leaving the door open. He's done that twice. I was literally going to say that on that manoeuvre, he was focused so much on trying to get the lead and position his car to get a big run going on to the Dunlop curve that basically just left the door open. He did exactly the same thing there. He pushed for a gap. He pushed for a gap, it didn't work out, left the door open, boom, lost that place.
Tag has gone for him. Tag has gone for him as well. So in one lap,
he's got
it could
back.
Be Sherman-Chase losing one place. He
look at this.
Right well. Here comes Ben Sproat. Ben Sproat takes the position now. So that's Sproat inside the top 5. He's not off. He's not out of a chance for a podium here as well. So Jamie Sherman-Chase, instead of going for the move on Ross Honeyman, he's lost the position to him. So Chiesley, Hale, Honeyman, Chiesley has checked out at the front of this one. 1.1 second is the gap, simply because these guys behind are fighting. We've seen this time after time after time. It seems like every single final, we've seen the guys in 2nd place start fighting. It just lets the leaders start to drive away from the front. What needs to happen now? Alfie Hale needs to get his head down. He needs to start trying to build this gap. 8 minutes remaining, 1.1 seconds. That is a doable advantage to catch. If it gets much bigger, you're really going to have to start thinking about whether it's going to be possible to get back on terms with the leader, Elliot Chilsey. As they come over the line, we'll see what the gap is this time. It does look like Hale may have taken a few tenths out of him here. He's definitely further away from Honeyman. Gap's down to 8 tenths, so he's had 3 on that lap. If he keeps this pace up, 2 or 3 laps time, he's going to be right on the rear bumper of the leader from Crawley. As they now go up onto the Mez section 1 again. Honeyman is under pressure there from Sherman-Chase, who looks over the shoulder and now sees Ben Sproat is still there. Tagger is going to want to get in on this one as well. They've got a couple of seconds over Kieran Eve. Ryan Shepherd now is joining this battle at the back. Kieran Eve, remember, he's carrying a 5-second penalty. That's why he's showing his 14th on the screen, but is currently 7th on the road, just under halfway.
The
through
gap is
this
starting to come
so
down
far.
again. Alfie Hale is closing in on Elliott. It's down to 0.8 of a second. And that's because the gap has grown between Alfie Hale and Ross Honeyman. It's gone up to 0.7. So that is giving the little bit of breathing space that Alfie needs in order to get his foot down and try and get back on terms with the leader, Elliott Tuesley, who at the moment, with 7.5 minutes to go, there's still time, 0.8 seconds, there is still time to do this, Alfie Hale. There is still time to catch up and get this done. And Ross Honeyman himself is in pressure, under pressure from number 41, Jamie Sheeran Chase. So he's got a handful. So really, I think we're hoping here that Alfie Hale can really close that gap down, get on terms with Elliott Tuesley, and then we will have an absolute barnstorm of a finish.
Yeah, so Honeyman made a small mistake there. That's allowed Sherman Chase to get back on him. Sproat's in this as well. So Sproat going for his third podium here in the BIKC. He's looking over his shoulder. You can see Josh Taggart's still there. He also knows Kieran Eve and Ryan Shepherd aren't too far away from this one. As he looks to try and go down the inside, he thought about the move there, but he wasn't quite close enough to make it on the Birmingham driver.
I think
they now come over the line. That gap at the front is definitely come down. It's now down to 6 tenths. So a couple of laps, and we might have a fight on for the lead. We're currently watching the fight for the last podium's position. There's 3 drivers who want it. They're all fighting over third place at the moment. As we see the leaders go up onto the top section of the track. Honeyman, Sherman Chase, Sproat, Taggart, Shepherd, Parkinson, Peters, Kieran Eve in 10th place despite that penalty. So he's doing quite well. Danny Hale is down in 13th at the moment. So he's had a bit of a recovery drive so far. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do, but I think that gap is going to be closer to about half a second this time. I think Hale has had another couple of tenths out of him. It might be the next lap we start seeing a bit of defending from Elliott Tuesley. You can see that Honeyman is just driving his line at the moment. Sherman Chase is trying to go every single direction to try and put off.
But this will give Alfie Hale a lot of confidence, because
there you go. Tuesley sees him. Tuesley knows he's there. Tuesley knows that he's closed that gap.
He's seen that gap come all the way down.
4 tenths over the line. It's another 2 tenths he's got him on.
1.2 seconds to 0.3 of a second. He's literally brought that gap right down. This is now game on. This is now no longer really it's a slight gap. That's okay. But give it another lap, and I think we are going to be in for an absolute duel in the final 5 minutes to decide who is going to become BIKC champion 2023. And Ross Honeyman is not really in it anymore unless the top 2 come together in any way, and they could easily do so. I think Ross Honeyman is going to have to settle for third place here at the moment with 5 minutes to go.
He might not be able to. He might not have the option to settle for third place. He's got Jamie Sherman Chase pushing him, who in turn has Ben Sproat pushing him, who has Josh Taggart trying to literally pushing him as they go in towards the bottom hairpin there. Taggart's now going to lose a position against Kieran Eve. Eve's got a 5-second penalty already, so hopefully they can get through there cleanly. They all follow through in the same order, but that gap at the front is now just up to 5 tenths of a second. So it looks like Jules's seen he's there, and he's just trying to put a little bit more daylight between the guys in second. The guy in second there, Honeyman looks over his shoulder. He sees that Sherman Chase isn't quite there. That's Danny Hale again backwards. So unsure if that's contact made with Toby Edelston, as he was the driver directly behind him. But that's the 8 of Danny Hale is once again demoted down to the back of the field. He's really going to want to forget this BIKC finals. But now we look at the fight for the lead. They are nose to tail. Alfie Hale versus Elliott Tuesley. Rob Honeyman still trying to hold on for Jamie Sherman Chase. It's 2 by 2 at the front of this one. As they see the guys in second and third over the line, we wait to see what the gap is. He looks over, and Tuesley knows that Hale, if he gets even a sniff of the victory, is going to absolutely send it here. He's starting to go defensive, so he's just starting to move the car to the right-hand side, make that Biz EcoVolt GT as wide as humanly possible. The 36 right on his rear bumper, though.
The up ramp. Oh, he goes defensive.
He's really defensive.
Goes defensive. There's contact.
There, so he's right on the rear bumper now.
Yeah.
So there's big contact up towards the top. It just unsettled Tuesley's car. It's really tough to get a smooth line through that right-hander at the top of the ramp here. But the 17 now really under pressure from Alfie Hale, who sat in second place. This is Crawley versus Stockton at the front of this one. 2 opposite ends of the country right on each other as they come down towards the top. Defensive in towards T1. It's the first time we've seen Tuesley do it. Side by side going in towards turn 2. He needs to try and get the mark cut down here so we can get a good run into turn 3. He's not, I don't think he's going to get the overspeed here, but what this fight is doing, here's Ross Honeyman. Honeyman's back in this one.
Honeyman
so
is
now
back.
a 3-kart fight for the lead. You said a lap or two ago that it looked like he was completely out of it. There's now half a second between the top 3 in this BIKC final. We've been waiting all weekend for a good fight for the title. Now we get to see it in the lightweights.
Okay, here we go. So top 3 are now bumper to bumper. We are in for an absolutely grandstand finish to this BIKC grand final. And 17, Elliot Choosey, who has literally led all the way since that first corner. Literally took the lead there, has held on. It's not done. He's got the absolute fight of his life in the last few laps. So it is Elliot Choosey, is Alfie Hale. We're getting ahead. It's going to be point one last. Let's have a look. Oh, they had a little look there. Had a little look on the inside. Again, bumper to bumper. And yeah, it's going to stay pretty stable as they go through the Dunlop S's. Will it be 1 or 2 laps to go? Here we go, underneath the flyover. That's getting it's almost, and there's another car. Jamie Sheeran Chase has also joined on to the back of this battle. We have got a 4-kart battle in the absolute closing stages of the lightweight BIKC final. Fastest lap has gone to Jamie Sheeran Chase on the 51.774. That's the fastest lap of the weekend so far. And here we go, round on to the down ramp, and now we're in Last Chance Saloon here. It's now or never, simple as that, to become BIKC champion. Elliot Choosey has been there all the way. Is it going to change on this? We've seen it on the last lap before in many races. Here we go, he's gone wide! He's gone wide!
Alfie Hale's gone through! Alfie Hale's gone through! As they come through the Dunlop,
It's
they've got
one
one
more
more
lap.
lap to decide the championship, but Hale so far has stolen it. Elliot Choosey's led all the way, but it's the last lap that is the one that you need to lead, and it's Alfie Hale who holds the advantage as they go through. Lights are yellow on this one. Something's kicked off around the circuit.
Oh, we can't finish on the yellows, but
no,
we
we can't finish this on the yellow. No, Mikey, no. That's Joe Greenhell that's had a spin there. Lights, I think, are going back to green now. So there's one more chance for Elliot Choosey, who's led the entirety of this race, to try and get his title back. Looks over the shoulder. Alfie Hale knows he's there. He knows if there's a move, he's going to make it. The 17 looks like they've got a really good run through.
He's got to do it now.
Is he going to go defensive? Hale doesn't feel like he needs to. Into the second hairpin here. He's around the outside. Is he going to cut back and make the move here? He's only led 1 lap of the final, but it is the lap that you need to lead. Alfie Hale comes over the line and steals a British Indoor Karting Championship in 2023. The last lap is the one you need to lead, and that is the one that Alfie Hale led. 6/10 covers your podium sitters, with Elliot Choosey coming home in 2nd place. Jamie Sherman Chase in 3rd. Ross Honeyman in 4th. Ben Sproat, despite his low starting position, comes home in 5th place. Good performance from Josh Taggart to come home in 7th. Josh Taggart in 6th. Ryan Shepherd 7th, Blake Parkinson 8th, Kieran Eve in P9, Joe Peters in 10th, Ben Richardson 11th, Toby Edelson 12th, Harrison Watt in 13th, Danny Hale in 14th, Benji Morim Draper and Joe Greenhull in 16th. Rounds out your field, but there is your provisional champion, Alfie Hale in the 36. What a drive at the end of that. Look what that podium means to Jamie Sherman Chase. Look what it means to him. He was ecstatic after qualifying, and now he's ecstatic after coming home in 3rd place in the BIKC finals.
We're going to go to Akhil. All right.
So the guys are all down there. The drivers are all ready. So the drivers are all sat down there. What a race we've just watched there, Jen.
I'm going to set up for...
Yeah, absolutely incredible racing. I have a couple of clips to go over if we have time. Oh yeah, so we're just going to talk through the sort of final now before we hand over to Akhil for the interviews.
It was a really close finish at the end. It looked like Choosey had that one covered, but it just proves you only have to lead 1 lap to win a championship, and the last lap is the one you need to lead.
Yeah, I definitely think that the grand final has worked out the order correctly for the drivers. Obviously, in the heats, people were out of place, and seeing those guys in the top 10 at least with a lot good battle up there. Obviously, we had Alfie
moving everyone down there
through.
as well.
Yeah,
listen to the crowds here at TeamSport Warrington. Listen to them cheering the new champion, Alfie Hale. And we are going to head down to Akhil, who's going to have a chat with our top 3.
Stand up.
Yeah, it's amazing. I did not expect to be winning this, and coming from locals, my brother Danny being there through the whole thing. I wouldn't have been able to do it without like my sponsors and everything like that. I just can't believe it.
What went through your mind on that final take when you got first place?
Yeah. So I was like, I had an awful start. Jamie did a really good move on me into the hairpins down there, but I thought I'm waiting for him to make a mistake. I knew the hairpins is a place that I'll most likely get him, and then he just made that slight mistake and followed through.
Wow. Will you be back next year to defend your crown?
Probably middleweight next year, but yeah, hopefully. Oh yeah.
Well done, Alfie. Well done. How was that?
Well, that was a very, very fun race. Obviously, at one point I was in second, the next second I was in fourth, and it was like a roller coaster of emotions. And like, obviously, that was very, very good overtake from Alfie to get from third, past me, very good overtake, and then past the guy in first. Again, very good racing from all of us. I'll be in lightweights next year, so don't need to worry about that.
So what? You're kind of already setting the thing. You're going to be back next year to win, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely be back next year. Obviously, last year, I had a bit of an upset spun around the semi-finals. This year, pole again. Next year, pole again. But this time, all the way through to the grand final.
Anyone you want to thank?
Everyone over there. Everyone from TeamSport Birmingham. TeamSport Birmingham. Family. Everyone with me. Jay Foster, middleweights are going to win. Let's go.
Well done, mate. Wow. What a race.
Tough one, yeah.
How'd you feel?
It's going well. One mistake, that's all it is. It's so close to competition. If you do one error, that's it.
Motorsport. But proud of your overall race and overall journey?
Yeah, it went well. Obviously good at regionals, good to get through to here. It's just one mistake. But P2 is still good. So.
Want to thank anyone?
Just everyone at Crawley.
Fair enough. Well, TeamSport Crawley. Well done, mate. Everyone give him a round of applause. I think it's back to Russ and Tom in the commentary box.
So really close fight that we had through that one. All the finals this year, over the last weekend have been followed the same sort of pattern, where you have the champion just runs off towards the front of the field, and you end up with the guys in second place fighting over it. But that was a very, very different encounter. So we look forward to handing some trophies out and some beautiful Motorsport UK trophies. Just to remind everyone that Alfie Hale now takes home a chance to race in the Club 100 Sprint Championship, a extremely closely fought championship, and one where the final round is actually happening down south of Butmore Park today. And over the last little bit, we've been watching the results, trying to see the former BIKC drivers going through, just waiting on the heavyweight sprint final down there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Hoping to see Jonathan Wilson, a former BIKC driver, seal a Club 100 title. He's not the only one down there. You're going to see Dante Dillon racing down there later on, a three-time BIKC champion trying to win the overall lightweight sprint championship. A very tough series to be a part of. And I think the fact that we've seen such close racing in the lightweight just shows exactly how good the field we have of drivers are. As you just see Chrissy escorting our podium finishers down the pit straight and towards the moment that just about every single racing driver enjoys, the podium ceremony where you get to receive the beautiful trophies and spray the bubbly at the end of it. And remember, we've still got two more classes to decide. So we're 2/5 of the way through the BIKC for 2023. We've already had the juniors won by Bobby McGurr. We've then had the cadets, which was run by Eskild Hewitt, a massive gap at the front of that one, and then Alfie Hale taking away the lightweight category. We've still got the middleweights and the heavies to come. So middleweights and heavies going to be running alternatively, a little bit like we saw the juniors yesterday. So we're going to have two sets of two classes racing at the same sort of time, and middleweight really is a stacked grid. We're going to see lots of former BIKC drivers, lots of drivers and names that we've seen before, as well as two-time BIKC champion Sam Slater attempting to recapture his crown that he lost last year and hoping to go for a good result at the end of this one. We've now just got the three drivers just receiving the last little bit of instruction before we get down to the podium and we get some nice trophies handed out. So quite a few drivers in the middleweights represented quite well. And remember, we've still got two full sets of races left to go here. So the driver's just receiving the last little bit, and then Mr. Russ Mabley will hand out some beautiful trophies. And I believe we're ready to head down to him now. Over to you, Russ.
Come on, guys, let's get ready. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we have just one thing left to do in the event this afternoon, and that is the presentation. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, what a race, what a grand final! Absolutely stunning. Now then, before we get into the grand final positions and crown our new British Indoor Karting Champion of 2023, going to hand you over to a few people. So first of all, we have the COO of TeamSport UK. We have Simon Wooldridge. Try that one.
Let's try again. Okay, firstly, I'd like to say a massive well done to all the participants today. To have got here, 4,500 people entered BIKC this year, so to get here is a massive achievement. And as Russ said, the racing was fabulous. Really, really very, very, very good. Secondly, I'd like to say a massive thank you to everybody that was involved in setting up today and the wonderful team. If you can give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. They've done a bloody good job, and very proud of them all. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, of course. We've got Club 100, Will in the team. We've got Total Karting Zero, BizKarts and Monster. And also a big thank you to our partners, Motorsport UK, and also F1 Discover Your Drive, who've been working with for a little while. So thank you all very much. I'm going to hand you over to Will from Club 100.
Well, thank you very much, Simon. So hello, everyone, and well done to the top three drivers. Some fantastic racing there, especially the last couple of laps. So yeah, my name is Will from Club 100. We're the next level of arrive and drive karting. So when you guys want to move up to high-level outdoor two-stroke kart racing, come and speak to me. We're delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC for the 4th year in a row. The winners will be winning a whole season in Club 100 next year, our Club 100 Sprint Championship. And yeah, we just can't wait to see how they do on in Club 100 in 2024. So yeah, congratulations, and I'll pass you back to Russell here. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you, Will. Okay, now we come to the important part. We have, what a stunning race. And we've got three really worthy podium drivers here, snatching 3rd place with about 2 laps to go and holding on right to the end. 3rd place goes to Jamie Sheeran Chase. Brilliant job. Also, all these drivers will also receive awards from Motorsport UK as well. Okay, we get to the 2nd. What a titanic tussle it was every single lap. And literally, he got caught out with just over a lap to go. Second, the runner-up spot in BIKC Lightweight 2023 is Elliot Tuesday.
But we have one more driver. And to be perfectly honest, right, I don't even know how he did it, because he started on pole position. After the first lap or so, he was running third, yet somehow found a way. Taking the lead with about 1 lap to go, ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof for your BIKC champion of 2023 in the lightweights, Akhil Vyas! Whoop, whoop. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have a little bit of paparazzi here. We're going to have lots of pictures. Make sure you got your best side showing, guys. Great stuff. The winners of the lightweights 2023. All done? Right, okay, now gents, you have some champagne there. It is armed, it is loaded, it is over to you. Give it a good shake. Twist the corks off. That's it, twist the corks off. Here we go, the champagne. Fantastic. It's all right, guys, it's non-alcoholic. I just want to make that clear. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the lightweights 2023. And one last time for our BIKC champion, Akhil Vyas. All that is left for me to say is thank you so much for all the support that everybody has given to us during BIKC 2023. All the traveling, all the races, over 3 or 4 months. Thank you so much. And for us, it is the end of the event. Thank you so much for coming, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you.
Well, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
What a race. What a race.
A lot of fun. Oh, my God. And that is just the beginning. There's so much more karting still to come. I don't know what to do. It's very wet down there. Look at this. Spin round.
Look at this.
Look at that. We've got to get that cleaned up.
What a waste.
Pretty rapid.
What a waste.
Right, while we're getting set up and ready for the next stuff, don't forget we're running a competition to give away some free karting thanks to TeamSport. Do you remember what the question is?
We are. So the question is, what is the question again?
What was the latest track to go electric?
Nah, I'm only kidding, that's it. What is the latest track to go electric within TeamSport? Now get your answers on a postcard, on an email, send it to win@bikc.co.uk for your chance to win. Now there's 5 sets of tickets up for grabs, courtesy of TeamSport, and you can use them across the country as well, at any track near you.
Don't forget you need to be 8 or over to race at TeamSport, and we'll pick the winners at random if you get the answer right. Still to come, we're going to be chatting to Will from Club 100. He's got some nice, beautiful go-karts out in reception, so we're going to have a little look at them. We've also got a lap from Russ and Tom right around this track. It's absolutely hilarious. But until then, we'll give you a little break and we'll be back shortly.
See you soon.
Bye.
It's fast, it's competitive, it's thrilling. It's TeamSport Indoor Karting. It's the ultimate family day out and perfect for parties. It's getting the team together, driving performance and building relationships. It's making memories with your mates with adrenaline-fueled action on every straight, ramp and corner. It's the ultimate karting experience. With 35 tracks nationwide, there's a TeamSport track near you. Book online to save 10% with the code GET10 at team-sports.co.uk.
past all of them as well. What a move from the 48. Oh, look at this, and onto the straight they come.
Brilliant move there from the number 40 to make it through. That left-hander sliding up the inside, going up now over Hawthorne Hill, down Pilgrim's Drop, and it's brilliant stuff here at Brands Hatch.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport videos. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Good afternoon and welcome back to TeamSport Warrington. Now we're here back in reception. I'm joined again with Lex and with Akhil. And just look at the drivers
behind us.
behind us. Look, these are all the middleweights and heavyweights getting ready for this afternoon session. Yeah, amazing. Going to be some good racing, Lex, I think.
Absolutely. 4,000 drivers applied. We're here now with the final few. We're going to make it into 3. We've already got 1 champion. We're going to make another one in the middleweight, Akhil.
And well done to Alfie there. You know, it was a really gutsy move to win that race. I mean, I just spoke to him just now for social media, and he said he just wasn't sure if he should sort of hold it or go for it, and he went for it in the end. He said it was a last-minute decision. And wow, it's won him a championship. So fair play to Alfie and well done.
Yeah, it's super. And just one of his prizes today actually have been donated by Club 100, and we are actually joined live right now with Will from Club 100. Welcome, Will.
Someone give him a microphone.
Give him a
Hello.
mic.
How are you doing, Will?
Good, thank you. Really glad to be here again, supporting BIKC.
Yeah, we're getting to know each other quite well. I should apply for this, and I might do quite well. We're going to go into detail with you. We'll talk about these karts and stuff, but before we do, we're going to take a quick look around the brand newly refurbished track with Akhil and Tom.
Hello everyone and welcome to Warrington, to the new revamped Warrington. We've gone from petrol to electric, but don't worry, it's still 1,000 metres and the track is as awesome as it was before. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. I've got Tom here, Tom Gibson from Warrington, who's going to do a little track walk with me. Tom, how's it been this week?
It's been manic, you know. I think about a week ago, not many of us thought we'd be here and be running. It's been a real labour of love from me and the entire crew. Yeah. So,
but
just
exciting.
nice to have it back.
Exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. Loads of changes. Place looks completely different. It's had massive refurb, massive change, and obviously a brand new electric karts as well.
Yeah. You say a lot of changes, but obviously the track there are changes, but it's still a karter's track.
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
bit that makes Warrington great is still the same.
Yeah.
It's still the same great circuit,
Yeah.
which I think that's been the concerns of a few people. But yeah, it's still the same great track.
So this is where the grid start would be.
Yep. Standing start straight out the pit lane, timing lines here. So just before the first corner, brand new start lights as well. Cool. So you've got the nice 5 sequence. So really feel like a Formula 1 driver in your second grid, ready for a Grand Prix.
Cool.
So
where should the kart be?
So as you're coming up to here, you want to be just towards the barrier. This one of the great things about this track, there's loads of like furniture around. You can start using your braking markers. So here, you just want to be tapping the brake as you go into as you come up to the red door. Turn towards the white line. Nice smooth line as you come through here. Bonus, we've got so much circuit you can use, so much real estate. So keep it nice and tight up to the barrier, and then you're effectively following this new one on the way out. So you can just see a red line on the far side. You effectively want to put the kart in that gap as you come out of it. Nice TV as well for sector timing. That's a work in progress. I think it'll be the first track that's going to get that. So as you come over the line, you'll be able to see your lap times on the TV screens there. Then out of this second corner, out of this first one into the second hairpin, series of 3 hairpins, one of the better overtaking points on this track. So you normally find, as you come out of here, the racing line brings you right over to this section of the circuit here, just before this red line. But you can get a nice move down the inside, just sort of set it up here. So normally you find when you've got the races, this is one of the action zones. And again, nice sweeping line through. Tap towards the apex on the middle. This one's a little bit different. You don't want to use all the road on the way out, because that run between the between the second and third hairpin there, it's really short. So you normally find the quick line sort of brings you out towards the middle.
Oh, it's wide, isn't it?
I know, you've got loads of space here.
There's a lot
you got
of
loads
space.
of space. I think we worked it out. You can go into this corner, you can go 3 wide minimum. Now on an indoor circuit, that's unique. There's not many that you can do that sort of move, so it's a really good one for overtaking. This third hairpin here, this is one where you really need to alter your line for what you normally do. So you come out of turn 2 nice and tight here. You want to pretty much be where I'm stood here as you turn in, so just behind this L that's in the tarmac.
It's not as wide as
so not right up to the side, because that run's really short. Bring the kart in right up towards the apex of the corner, and then you can just see the circuit just starts to narrow in a little bit. So you can probably go 3 wide on the way in, but you've got to sort of get it all sorted out before you get to like where we're stood now. Otherwise,
you can see where you don't want to be.
Yeah, you can see where you don't want to be out here where it's all been run, but you can just start to see the line starting to rubber in. But again, you just want to be nice and wide on the way out. Stick towards that wall on your left-hand side. And then one of the beautiful features of Warrington Dunlop bridges.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the bridges are... I mean, we posted a couple of images on day one. And we just did these because
instantly recognisable. You come here, you walk over. It's as you like. If you've never been here before, as you walk over that footbridge, you just walk out of a nice reception area, nice clean, calm reception area. You walk out of there to a circuit that's running. You've got all the noise. You've got the carts going round. It's like it's a real attack on the senses. It's like a nice little feature that Warrington has that you don't really get anywhere else. But mainly through this section here.
It's quite quick, isn't it?
This is a very fast section. So if I was out here, especially with the new e-carts, the boost button, I'd probably be using it coming out of turn 3. Because this now, we're going into one of the fastest sections of the circuit. So you're coming through here, threading the kart through the barriers, inside through here, keep it towards the middle of the circuit, then go towards the inside again as you go under the bridge. You got the old line here from BIKC, obviously the home of the finals. There's a few little bits that maybe a little bit different. You won't see at other circuits.
We'll talk about BIKC as we get further on, but I mean, there's a spectator area there, which is quite unique. And that's
this is brand new. So this is all brand new. We've been saying for a while that this is like a really good place. You can see loads. When we've been running our member-only stuff, we'll normally have someone in the middle here because you can see so much of the circuit. And now the fact that guests are going to be able to experience this here, it's going to be a very unique viewing point.
BIKC.
Yeah, especially with BIKC. I expect this is going to be electric when we have BIKC. Because you're right up towards the kart, you get to see the start, you got the checker flag. So if you are thinking about doing BIKC, this is where you will become a BIKC champion as you come over this line. Bridges are a little bit low here. You find a lot.
Watch your heads, guys.
You'll find a lot as you come through. They actually look a lot lower than they are. So you'll see people as they come through, they just start ducking under the wheel. You don't need to, but a lot of people do it. This is one of the sections of the track where you can really make a lot of time. So we nickname it Dunlop 2 because it's the second of the Dunlop bridges. One of the few circuits that does have names. But if you look at where we are now, this is like a left-right chicane. So if you were looking at a normal racetrack, you'd expect you clip the apex here, you'd then try and clip this one here. That's the exact opposite of what you want to do.
Okay.
So as you come through this section here, you effectively want to stay nice up and close to this barrier on the outside, because you've got a nice big corner here that you really want to try and maximise your track width. I normally try and explain to people, when you're coming up into here, if you're right on the inside, you're making the corner very acute. Whereas if you can come out of here, open the corner out a little bit, you effectively make the corner look more like that. So as you're coming through, you take a bit more speed through. What it does mean, again, this is one of the action zones of the track. You find a lot of overtaking points. Because if you're over here with your cart, you've got a lot of real estate over there that you can quite easily find another cart going down your inside there. So you'll find when we get to like the BIKC finals, most drivers will probably sit towards the middle of the circuit just to cover it off. Because if you're if you're too far over, it's just going to invite someone down your inside.
Someone to go through.
It's just going to invite someone down here. Again, under the mez, really long section that we've got through here. It's a nice, fast and flowing section here. But as you come out of this Dunlop 2 corner, again, racing line etiquette, you'd probably want to be over here. Now the run to that corner is again very short, so I'd probably be about where you're stood there, Akhil. So towards the middle of the track here, because what we're going to do is we're going to pull the cart back over to the right hand side before you turn in for this tight left hander. You can just see the marks now as people have tried it. And you also see the marks where some people have gone a little bit too far out as well.
Yeah, there's a couple that might have gone a little wide there.
Just take an alternative line through the corner. So your turning point for this one, you're probably going to be about here, just where the line in the floor is. Bring it in. The track does drop away slightly here. So you want to try and get the nose of the cart in, so you can use the force of the cart coming down to try and get that little bit more of a bite on turning. So clip the apex here. This is another one where it's really short on the run. So you want to stick towards the middle here. Stick towards the middle and then go through this nice right-hander again. Loads of space though. So again, you do normally find you can get a good overtaking move done down here.
So I've got to say, you don't want to lead the whole way here, do you? It's very difficult to defend. You don't want to be sort of.
This is one of those tracks where you can really have a good race. We were talking earlier. I've seen races here where you've seen drivers side by side for the entire lap and they've not making contact on an indoor track. It's exceptionally difficult. But around here, you've sort of got the real estate to do it. Now, for anyone who's been here before, this section is going to look completely different.
So this is the new bit?
This is the new bit. This is where things have changed. So originally, the circuit would have gone over to your right-hand side just here, but now this is the pit lane entrance. So if you are unfortunate enough to be shown a black flag during your session, or the checker flags come out, which is probably even worse, you come through the pit lane entrance into the new pit lane. The new corner here is a nice, quick right-hander as you come up the ramp. Now,
so not much braking, just a bit of.
Through this one, you can actually lift. It's actually a very fast corner. It's one of the nuances of this track. It is very, very fast. But you can just see is where the general consensus is here. It's a nice late turn in to bring it to the inside. Use all the road on the way out as you head up the ramp.
Boost button opportunity if you haven't used it.
If you haven't already used it down the bottom section there, if you're maybe fighting with another cart and you want to try and get the move, if you maybe look at the boost button as you come up to that corner, give it a kick, maybe try and go down the inside here. Again, you can quite easily go too wide up here. It's a very, very wide ramp. Now, this section here, while the layout is relatively the same, it's all been slightly reprofiled. So I think the guys who've been down so far have all said, while it's a similar layout, it's a very different track to drive. So they're just still trying to learn it.
Used to it.
But out of here, you find you get a load of speed coming up the ramp. You've got to get the cart slowed down into this like teardrop hairpin. So it can be quite difficult. You do find
go a bit wide.
You can see the tyre marks where people have been coming just a little bit too far out. But you've sort of got to get the line correct here, because the next section of corners come at you so quickly. So really, there is only one line through here. Again, it's one of the nuances of Warrington. We've got the fast flowing stuff at the bottom section of the circuit. Up here, it's a bit more tight, technical, so you can really appeal to.
That's what makes it special, isn't it?
It appeals to just about everyone. If you're one that likes to thread a cart through the corners nice and quickly, then this is the sort of section of the track for you. If you want to go as fast as physically possible in a go-kart, you've got the section down the bottom there, which is really going to help you. So as you come up the ramp here, you want to pretty much stick towards the middle here. As you're coming up, there used to be two schools of thought. You could either go down the right-hand side. The way it's been reprofiled, the middle seems to work a little bit better. As you're coming up here, this section, looks really open.
Yeah.
However, with the power of these new e-karts, it comes at you really quickly.
Yeah.
So you're finding now that you're trying to get the kart stopped, turned in, and if you take a little bit too much speed up here, the back end of the kart's just going to slide out, and it's going to leave you really tight on the way in. I think these were my tyre marks. I think these ones were mine from the other day. So
you can see the line really developing here, though, can't you?
you can
do it right.
Yeah, you can see the general consensus here. Everyone's sort of got the same idea.
What's happening over there?
Yeah, I don't know who did that one. That was rather interesting. But out of here, nice and wide, just get towards the exit of the circuit.
Yeah.
I think this bit feels a little bit narrower.
Okay.
It physically
does,
isn't.
It does, yeah.
It just feels a little bit narrower than it used to.
It feels, even just walking, it feels a lot narrower.
Yeah, so through here, you can really only go like one by one. However, this again is one of the action points of the track. It's a real overtaking point. Even before we made a couple of changes here, you'd still find you get a nice move down the inside, because this used to be one of the only braking points on the track. You come down the ramp and you can just see all the marks in the floor here where people have been slamming on the brakes as you come up. What I find works best, as the car bottoms out, so probably about here, tap the brakes, just see where the rear wheel marks are there before you turn the car in. Now, this used to be really tight on the exit. What we've done, that barrier on the exit, is about a foot and a half further back, so you've got a load more space on the way out. So whereas it used to be, whereas it used to be quite difficult to run side by side through here, it's now exceptionally easy. And we found when we've been, I want to say testing, playing, that you can get an overtaking move done here, because you used to run out of space. Now you've got loads of it. Then two corners before we head down, one of my favourite parts of the track. You want to stick towards the inside here, stay nice and tight through this first one. You come out towards the exit the circuit, stay nice and tight. You can just see how the line, like you say, is developing. So it's a nice, smooth run. Even though this is like two right-hand corners, you treat it as one. You keep the wheel turned in. And if you keep the wheel turned, it feeds you nicely out towards the middle of the track.
It's quite a natural corner then, isn't it?
And then you've got the fastest section in indoor karting. As you come down the ramp, this is really the money part of Warrington.
So you've potentially got 3 boost opportunities then, if you've got this one as well.
It's going to be a real strategy game watching people use it. But as you come down the ramp here, you've got a nice long section, whereas if you use it coming out of here, you've got one of the
This feels quick.
Yeah, this is very quick. As you come down here, you're just getting up towards the top speed of the karts. It's just threading the kart through the left and the right. Even though this looks like two very tight corners, as you take it, it's pretty much a straight. So following effectively where I'm walking now, you want to try and stay relatively close to this one here, and then just coax the kart over to the right-hand side. Now, you've got the old grid markings here. These are from a time gone by. However, talking about track furniture that helps you learn. You can use these markers to turn to help where you turn. So we used to tell drivers to look between the 8 and the 6. Now you're probably looking between the 6 and the 4.
Watch
Another low bridge, watch out.
Quite a low bridge, guys.
So you can see the markings here. You've got, used to say between the 8 and the 6. Now you want to go between the 6 and the 4. So it's a little bit of a later turn in, but I think this corner here, this left-right chicane, a lot of our guys have been liking it to Eau Rouge Radion at Spa-Francorchamps. It's one of those corners where you really, it's come and have a go if you think you're fast enough, because this corner is just flat. If you get the right line, put the kart in the right place, you can do this absolutely flat out. Stay right up close to the barrier. The apex point is very late in the corner, so it's just about here. So you can see if you turn at the 6 and the 4, a nice smooth line, stay towards the inside here, and then use all of that curbing on the outside, and that'll take you on a lap. But
you can see why the BIKC finals are here, can't you?
There's no other track like it. I liken this more to like an outdoor track with a roof. It's really the best mix, and you normally find that does start bringing the best out of drivers, and obviously with all the overtaking points, if you've got a nice close grid, you're going to want to try and see some overtaking, and I think BIKC's shown that that's doable, especially when you've got a tight field.
And what about Race Academy as well? Because I imagine that's quite challenging as well.
Because there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. But the fact that we've got, like I've been going around saying, we've got loads of track furniture, it's bits that help us, that try and allow drivers to learn a little bit quicker. So like I say, when you're going up to drivers saying, oh, you turn at this point, maybe look for this. If you're going up into that first corner, brake at the red door, turn in for that, get towards the apex and use the barrier on the outside. It just helps drivers learn a little bit quicker. and you find a lot of drivers that come through here normally end up being quick just about everywhere. We see, especially while we've been shut, we've had drivers going to visit our other tracks. It's been quite nice going through the leaderboard and just see Warrington drivers all at the top who've been through our academy. So maybe a little bit of an ego trip for us, but definitely works.
Why not? Internal competition's always
it always works.
Right, that's the track walk done with Tom. As he said, come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. TeamSport Warrington, reopened.
So, one of the main sponsors for today is Club 100. They're providing some amazing prizes to our top 3 in every category today. We're joined by Will from Club 100. Thank you once again for being here.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, this is me.
It's for you. You've got your own.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, before we get into the nitty-gritty of it all, this is the 4th year you're doing this for us now?
Yeah, it was straight from year 1. So that was 2020, was it? 2021?
Yeah,
I can't remember. But yeah, it feels like 4 years. So yeah, 4 years.
So the drivers from the past have come to you. Tell us about that. How's that been? How's their development been? What have you done for them? How's it all been going on?
So, like Dante, for example, I mean, he's won the BIKC 3 times, the lightweight champion, and he's now become our Club 100 test driver. So he's very small, actually. So Dante, he not just tests our senior karts, but also our cadet karts as well. So yeah, and he's really enjoying racing, of course, as well as helping us out. So. But the rest of the drivers, I mean, to be fair, I haven't really been focusing too much. I don't go to the senior races. I tend to go to our cadet and junior ones. I wouldn't be able to answer that. But I believe they've had a good time.
Yeah, so, we've got a really good interview with Akhil done with Dante, so we're going to show that in a bit.
Okay, great.
But tell us then, for anyone who's not watched this or they're looking to get into a bit more higher class karting, where do you come in? How do they get involved, and what does it mean for them?
Okay, so the proposition about Club 100 is that it's like the next level of kart racing. So for those who are moving on from indoor and outdoor rental karting, they've achieved whatever they can achieve, and they want to race on outdoor tracks, but they want to race on outdoor tracks on high performance go-karts without the cost of having to buy their own kart. So Club 100 is that. So it's high level arrive and drive kart racing, the highest in the UK, if not the world, to be quite honest. And the karts are amazing. You know, I used to race 20 odd years ago, and for me that was the only way I could do high performance racing. You know, without having to buy a kart, there's no way I could have afforded that. No way, as a student.
Of course.
So I spent my student loan racing in Club 100. It was great fun, and so that's what Club 100 is: arrive and drive, 2-stroke kart racing. High performance, you know, our senior karts will do about 63 miles per hour. Our cadet karts are around about 55 miles per hour. Lots of acceleration, lots and lots of fun. And then the competition is right up there as well. You know, we have people who've raced in owner-driver racing as kids and are racing in Club 100 as seniors or juniors and so on. People who are just naturally talented but don't have the funds to go and buy their own kart. And they're racing. It's awesome to see people racing in equal machinery where they just have to pay one entry fee. They don't pay for crash damage or tires or fuel or anything. Just like TeamSport, how great it is to have an arrive and drive platform here where people can race in the same equipment. So it's the same thing, but done at a really, really high level, all across the country. It's a lot of fun. So,
and Will, just talking about the costing then. So
yes.
So you look at it's arrive and drive, everything's included in there. For those that are not lucky enough to win this weekend and win a season with you guys, what does it cost to get into this then with Club 100?
Okay. So we have a championship registration fee of £55 for each of the different championships that you race in, and that gives you like reservation of your number plate and access to the championship, as well as a free Motorsport UK license. The only thing that we would ask is that, which we require actually, is a Motorsport UK approved helmet, suit, gloves, that kind of thing. So those are 2 requirements. And then once you get into the racing, everyone has to be evaluated for safety, from a safety perspective. So we need all drivers to be within 10% of the fastest drivers generally, which almost everyone achieves of the first ever test day, which they do. And we're just looking for people who pay attention to the yellow flags, who drive safely. So it's really, really important. So you come to a test day, but then when it comes to the actual race days themselves, it depends on the format that you do. So we have sprint racing, that's £230 per race day, so 3 heats in the final. Really, really hardcore racing. That's my love, especially first few laps. We also have endurance racing for those who really like the long form racing in a team of drivers, up to 3 drivers in a team. And that's more expensive because you get a lot more track time. I think it's about just under £600 per team for about 2.5 hours of racing. And then we have this kind of like halfway house, what we call the SP60 format, where it's individual driver racing, but they get 2 half-hour races plus practice and qualifying. And I think it's about £260 per person. And in each of those championships, we have 10 rounds. And we go to tracks all over the country, and all of the details on our Club 100 website, club100.co.uk. So yeah, we try to cater for as many people as possible, and different age ranges as well, cadets, juniors and seniors. Our youngest driver is 7, our oldest driver is about 67, so quite a varied range there.
You mentioned about the karts before. We've got them here. Let's get in some detail. Let's have a little talk. Talk us through these karts, Will, and let's have a look at them.
Okay, what's my favourite topic? Is what they like to race. And so first of all, this is a race chassis from Birrell. We have the Dunlop endurance tyres. Race chassis from Birrell. Birrell, an Italian chassis manufacturer. Their heritage is proper kart racing for many, many years, decades. And then, most importantly, this is our Rotax 2-stroke 125cc Evo engine. This is the Junior Max version. Will produce about 22 horsepower, which is a significant amount of power for normal rental karting, as you can imagine. And so this is our junior senior kart. We've made some adaptations for Club 100. In particular, if you come around here to the left side of the cart, we have these ballast poles here. So we have minimum weights in all of our categories, all of our classes. So you plonk on your lead ballast to bring yourself up to minimum weight. So for example, cadets, we have 50 kilos and 60 kilos. Sorry, 40 kilos and 50 kilos are minimum weights. And in the junior classes, it's 60 kilos and 70 kilos. So you put the weight onto those ballast poles. So everyone is at least the same weight. As part of the level playing field. We're all racers in Club 100. And if you come over to our cadet kart here, so this is for 7 to 12-year-olds, and it's proved really popular since we launched it a couple of years ago. We have a slightly smaller, well, it's the same engine actually, a smaller radiator, more restriction. It's what we call the Rotax Micro Max. And this is a slightly lighter kart because it's much, much smaller, but it's still really, really fast. And I think anyone who's looking to make the jump up to indoor kart from indoor kart racing to Club 100, they will love it for sure.
So tell us what the top 3 drivers are going to win today from you.
Well, the top 3 drivers in the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight classes, the winners in each of those classes are winning a whole season in Club 100. So, just speaking to Archie Hale, is it Archie who won the lightweights just then? I think it was Archie. He's won 10 rounds in the Club 100 Sprint Championship. That's worth about £2,300 plus a test day as well. And again, in the middleweight category, which is about to get going, and the heavyweights, they also win a full sprint season as well. So. Lots of fun all over the country, the best racetracks in the country. We're looking forward to seeing how they do.
Thanks for your time, Will.
Thank you very much.
We mentioned about Dante Dillon before. He was a former champion. He did and gone through the whole Club 100 thing. Akhil caught up with him and had a little chat, and this is how it went down.
BIKC, obviously you're a BIKC legend. Let's be honest. And talk me through the first year. What made you enter BIKC? Because it was quite new. It was a new concept. It wasn't. Maybe it wasn't credible at the time because no one had done it before. But what was it in that first year that made you enter, and how was the experience?
Well, as I already knew of TeamSport's own championship, Kart Champs, I was naturally going to enter anyway the following year, and obviously they rebranded. I thought it was very interesting to see what it would be about. I quite like the look of the format as well. I like the fact that you have to travel around as well. I think that was pretty good. As I said, I think in that year I did Gosport as my local, Crawley as a regional, and then Warrington or something along those lines. Yeah. And I just wanted to enter it. I thought it's another new challenge. It's a cool championship concept. It's called British Indoor Karting Championship, which is they can very much call themselves because it is literally all over the UK. People are fighting to be part of it. So it was a good year.
Did you ever think you would win it in that first year?
I always believe in my abilities, for sure, especially after winning Kart Champs 2019. Obviously, I was quite new to indoor in the 2019, but I feel like I was able to get used to it. Yeah, because outdoor, indoor, very different, completely different skills, especially as through the locals and regionals. And there was a mix of petrol and electric as well, because it was at Stoke that year. First time at Stoke, so I really enjoyed BIKC 2020. I think when I got to the final and I could see the setup, the effort
It's a lot bigger, isn't it? It's a lot bigger.
Yeah, the effort put into the live stream, the organisation, the fact they got new carts just for it as well. I thought, yeah, this is pretty good. You know, this is like, a lot of people can enter this and battle good drivers. So.
And then you went on to the second year again, probably less nervous because you've been through it, won it then. What was the third year, last year, like? Because obviously we had record number of entries at the final. When we were at the final, and it was just an incredible atmosphere. It was just full of people. How was that?
Yeah, it was really good, especially as with 2022, I was able to have a bit more support as well. Usually I go to like BIKC 2020, 2021, I was kind of on my own a little bit. Didn't have anyone who came with me either. Kind of out of choice a little bit. I liked to kind of be in my own place. But 2022, I was definitely around more people that I knew, and I felt very comfortable there. Obviously, we want to come first again, and I thought after the practice sessions, it went really well as well. So yeah, obviously going into 2022, I could see how much it was evolving, and could see obviously the competition drivers were hungry to win. Just had to stay calm, relax, and just do what I can do.
Do what you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure that interview's been edited because it was a lot longer than that when I recorded. Or maybe it was me just messing up the questions, I don't know. But thank you for Dante for doing that. Dante Dinner not here this year, but a massive advocate of BIKC, having won it 3 years on the trot. Now, what, Ben Tyson with me? We had a great race earlier, didn't we, for the lightweights?
That was a quality race. The final, I mean, what went... That's very helpful. I'll leave that out of the way now. No, that was a quality race. I mean, we have a very limited view here, but we had the live stream on my iPad watching through, and that was a really good race. And you have to say, feel a little bit sorry for Elliot right at the end on the second to last lap, losing it down to 3 hairpins. But I have to give it to Akhil Vyas, who won it just at the end. Stuck on Elliot, caught up because he was a little bit way back after having a battle for second with third place. But yeah. Very good race.
He took it really well, though, Elliot, didn't he? Like, I spoke to him afterwards. It was just such a mature and humble person who said, I'll be back next year and try again.
100%. I mean, I know Elliot personally because he was at my old track before I left.
Oh, cool.
And he's just got a head on level shoulders. He's a very nice guy. And he took it like a champ, and fair play to him. I'm sure he'll be back next year to try and go that one step further.
Absolutely. So we've got the middle and the heavies now.
Yep.
Tell me about the format. How's it going to work?
So a little bit like cadets and juniors. Yesterday we're going to do middleweight Group 1 qualifying first, followed by heavyweight Group 1, middleweight Group 2, and then heavyweight Group 2, and that will conclude qualifying. And then we'll do alternate again for the heats, and all the 10 minutes go through. So Group 1, Group 2, Group 2, and so on. And then we'll get through to the semi-finals, which again will alternate before the grand finals, and finish off a brilliant weekend so far.
Now, you're quite involved in BIKC,
yes.
And you work alongside James really closely. How hard is it to arrange championships like this? It doesn't just happen by fluke, does
No, it takes a lot of planning before even locals start to make sure everything's right, and then deciding which regionals happen. It's a very hard task, making sure we choose the right tracks to do it on. There's so many different little bits and pieces that go into every bit of regionals, and then inviting all the drivers who qualify through that to Warrington. What a track it is. I mean, the refurb it's proved some really good racing. I mean, go back to the cadets yesterday. The electric carts have made it so much closer. When I looked at best lap times after the grand final, they were 0.3 from first to last on best lap time. And that's unbelievable. And that's a really good advocate for electric carts, which a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not sure if electric's right. I prefer petrol. You've got to give electric a go and make sure you do it, because it's really proved some really close racing.
And obviously the boost button has just made it even more thrilling, hasn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I don't want to know what that safety car boost button will do, because that car is rapid. But you know what? You see them catch up coming down the ramp through the Dunlops. You know what? Those carts go rapid with those boost buttons, and it's going to be even more exciting with middles and heavies. We'll see what happens.
Well, we can't wait, and obviously we are going to see 2 new champions today, with Mackenzie and Johnny not competing this year, so we will have 2 new champions, so we can't wait. Back to Lex and Will.
Thank you, gentlemen. You need a microphone, don't you? We're going to go for a little walk. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, we're going to go for a little walk and see what we can find. We're going to go up the bridge, see if there's anybody who wants to chat. Try not to get me ball patch in, please. You're going to be awesome. You come with us, Akhil?
Of course.
Yes. Okay, cool. Great. Let's see what we've got up here. The drivers are just doing the brief at the minute, I think. They are, yeah. So if we can get up here and we can have a little look down, Sam McNally right now is giving his speech. Potentially the most beautiful man in team sport, I'd say. Very good-looking guy. Let's try and get over the top. Where are you going, Akhil? He's going downstairs. Let's see what we can get up here. You won't be able to hear anything, sadly.
I think everyone's fixated on this briefing, Lex.
It must be very exciting. Whatever's getting said. So right now they're just laying down the rules, really, letting them all know what their expectations are, the behaviours, what will happen to them if they misbehave. So this is Sam. Basically, his job is to liaise and sort out any issues that might arise. And because he is a charmer, they've chosen the right person for it, because you're not really going to argue with those eyes, are you?
He's got a tough job, though, isn't he?
He does, yeah.
You know, motorsport is a passionate sport, and we all, you know, people you can see down there are a bunch of winners. They're winners because they've got here.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And, you know, they're all super competitive.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's a tough job.
Yeah, it is.
He does it very well.
And, you know, tensions are high now.
Yeah, but I mean, no doubt our drivers are respectful and will produce some great racing today.
Right, let's take a walk down the what should we call this? It needs a name. I don't want to call it a bridge. What's he doing down there? Is Will going to Will's going to have a chat down there?
Will.
I'm going to squeeze past these people. Say hi. You're live on the telly right now. You're literally live. Say hi. Say hi.
Probably don't say it too loud. It might interrupt the briefing.
I'm going to try and go to the race control box. Should we have a look at it? But there's nobody in there.
Can do. The VAR studio.
The VAR and control box. This guy, right? This guy's the happiest person that works at TeamSport ever. He's doing all the jobs that need to be done, and he's got a smile on his face while he does it. You had a good day?
I have.
He's just a guy. I love you, honestly.
I would say he's the unsung hero of this weekend, the most hardest person, working person there.
Yeah. One of our big spectators here.
Let's say hello.
Try and get down the stairs. Oh, yeah. A good try. Good attempt.
You never know.
Spaniel Ricardo. That's right,
He's got
Joel.
talent there. So
try and get down these stairs without falling down. Okay, who have we got? There's all the spectators supporting everyone. You're live on the telly. Give us a wave. There they are. Who are you supporting today?
Jamie Foster.
There we go. Where's that from?
Where from? Willenhall.
Oh, there we go. Love that. Good luck. Hope it all goes well. It's Jordan Dibble. How you doing?
Okay, I'm good, thanks, Lex. Yourself?
Yeah, very well. You're live to the nation right now. How have you found it? Tell us what your role is today. What you're doing?
Duty managing the centre today.
That's a job.
Absolutely, it is indeed. Yeah. Enjoyed it, mate. Loving the atmosphere. Some exciting racing going on this morning. Looking forward to seeing what's going on this afternoon.
So you obviously were the GM at Stoke. You've just come to Warrington.
I have indeed.
I mean, are you enjoying the whole experience?
Absolutely.
A month or so?
A month, yeah, absolutely loving it. It's nice to be in a centre where there's loads going on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's got an aura about it.
It has indeed, yeah. I think it's unique to the business. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
You've got the gem on your hands here, my friend.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Jordan.
Anytime.
See you soon. You too. Let's have a little look around. So we've got some guys. Say hi. Everybody say hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm okay, yeah.
You were dying to get on this bit.
I am, yeah.
Let's go down. Let's see what we've got down here. So don't forget, we're giving away some free karting as well. All you got to do is answer a question. It's which track became... what was the latest track to become electric? Get your answers in to win@bikc.co.uk. 5 vouchers are going to be given away at random if you get the answer right, and you'll be contacted by email. Don't forget, you need to be 8 or older to race at TeamSport. And full terms and conditions at bikc.co.uk/competition terms.
Awesome. I think we should have a chat with Brandon.
Yeah, go on, get in there. Go and talk to Brandon.
Come on, let's get you on the call. Brandon, great to see you. So, Brandon, do you want to just tell everyone kind of what you do at TeamSport, what your role is?
My role is making sure that...
I don't know if we can repeat that.
My role is making sure that the karts across the north are kept to a high standard. Safety is super important to us, so make sure we go to each site, safe checks are being completed, visual checks and test drives being completed on time. Just generally checking the safety of the karts, standards need to be high.
That's Superman. And you're like, you're kind of, I think you're like second in command to Adam in terms of the electric world, aren't you, I believe? You're kind of leading the way on that.
Kind of there, yeah. Just about.
That's awesome. Because your home track initially was Victoria, right? And that was the first track, I believe, in the business with Electric Fleet. Or was this the second, maybe?
I think it was the third, yeah. Yeah, we had.
I'll stand corrected.
Yeah, Farnborough and Acton before that, and then Manvic, yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, awesome. And you guys have you been busy then over the weekend, getting the karts ready?
Yeah, it's been a busy week. There's plenty of preparation and beforehand, making sure that all the karts have a really narrow margin. Like, we want to make sure the karts are as close as possible, so it's fair racing.
That's Superman. And what do you think about the electric versus petrol? What's your kind of view on the whole situation?
I enjoy that it's fairly easy to get close competitive racing with electric karts. There's a lot of torque coming out of the corners, so it's nice and quick to pick up.
That's awesome. And to be fair, I think that's what everyone wants, isn't it? Everyone wants clean, close racing in a kart that is the same as the next person's. But that's awesome, Brandon. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate you spending time with us today, and I'll see you around.
Let's take a look around this way.
Let's take a look around.
Let's go back to the... we'll go that way. We'll go around and see what the driver's doing. We won't go outside. We'll just go around this way. Mind that safety car behind you. Beautiful safety car, just have to point out.
Look at that.
Yeah. So, yeah, driver's still doing the briefing. If you want to pan around, have a little look at those guys over there. Who's talking? Who's we got on stage there now?
It's Ben Savoury. Ben Savoury, all the way from Leeds there.
Let's get
Should we have a walk over and we'll see if we can listen in?
Yeah, I'm going to get the microphone right under his face.
Ben will be giving him the update on exactly what they can and can't do, what to expect from the decisions being made today, why the decisions are made.
I've just nearly went flying on my face live on a live stream then. Did you notice that? This is going to proper put him off, but I'm going to do it anyway. Probably shouldn't do it while they're getting the briefing done. Let's have a look.
Shall I get closer and see if I can get Ben on the mic?
See if you can get him on the mic.
Let me see if I can get him on the mic.
Other one we've got, we have the blue flag, all right? We're live on YouTube? What do you mean? I'm briefing, dude. Oh, thanks, dude. What's up? It's a bit weird timing.
Told you to put him off.
Oh, I'm joking.
I
told you. Sorry, Ben.
Let's move on. Let's go. Let's find something. Where are we going?
Should we have a look at the top of the ramp there?
Oh,
and just show them
come on then. Let's go this way.
Kind of speed.
I'm gonna bang my head. Can we get under this?
Stuck under here.
Oh my lord. I mean, we have just done a track walk. Look at that. That's skills. Oh, if you could have seen what I've just seen, then
skills right there.
We've done that. We've done a track walk, but it is interesting to be here, isn't it?
It is. I think just to see it, and really kind of feel just the angle on this approach.
Let's get that in right there. Where are you from? Newcastle's finest, right there. Love it. Great stuff. Well, yeah.
Love that. Leicester banner's up as well, look.
Do you know what?
Love that.
There's Leicester's banner. You've got to get Leicester's banner in.
Love that.
Make sure you're showing them all the time.
Leicester till I die.
Get the love in the comments for your favourites as well, and we'll let them know. But yeah,
amazing.
This is it. Chat about it, Will. Let's talk about it.
I just think, just look at the... it's the angle of this approach. I mean, you are literally flat out from that top corner, actually just for the left-hander, all the way to the back of the track. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, all the way to the other side.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
it really is. It's amazing.
Speed on it, especially with the electric now. It's pretty rapid.
We were watching them earlier, Lex, and they are literally getting airborne coming,
they are.
coming down this ramp.
Yeah.
You know, it's brilliant. It's so good.
It's good. Do you know what we should do, actually, is we should look at Russ versus Tom. We've been asking who you think's going to win on that, because they did do a race together, because Tom always said that he beat Russ. And
Russ always said he'd beat Tom.
Let's find out how that went down.
I'm going to warn you now, I'm in the car of the Dive Bomb King. So in the nicest way possible, you might be getting sent.
All I'm saying, right, I'll be lucky to get around the corners.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
He's on the outside. Show him all. He's got him on the outside. He can't get around right round the outside. Keep him at bay. And again, here we go. Going to use the boost button. Going to use the boost button. Here it comes. Here it comes. Just need to wait a little bit till. Here we go. Boost, boost, boost.
Oh, is that?
Here he goes.
What manner of thing is he doing? He's madman. He's cutting back.
Okay, going on to the up ramp here. Oh, he's right behind me. Going on the hop. Yes. Wow.
Brake check me.
That's just Tom just letting me know that he's there. Oh no, I've got a little bit wide.
Yes. Right, defend down the inside here.
A manoeuvre very similar. Oh, I've got to run on him here. I've got to run on him here.
So, you tried it last time. We'll defend down here.
Oh, he's boosted as well.
He's all the way up.
Here we go. Gonna have to try. Maybe on the up ramp. Maybe on the up ramp.
Oh. I've still got him! Come on!
Oh, look at this. I can't believe he's going to beat me.
There's the flag!
He's going to beat me. Oh. All because of that mistake going through the... Just by there, wasn't it?
No!
Fair dues, he is a quick driver.
Well done. I told you I was quicker.
That was good.
And there it is. That's how it goes down. Tom's the winner. Tom's done it. Russ spun out there a little bit at the end. But yeah, that's really funny, that. Nice work, Akhil.
Yeah, as I said, it was fun to film. They were very competitive, actually. Yeah. And I think about half an hour after, they were still arguing about the race. So I think we might have a rematch on our hands soon.
I'm sure now that we've shown that, they're going to start talking about it. And there's going to be a lot of things to say. What's going on the socials, Akhil?
Loads of lovely comments. Lots of people enjoyed the lightweight final, of course. And now everyone's looking forward to the middle and heavies. There's support here for Basildon, good luck Taylor from Sue. Go on Tom. Well done Joe and Toby. Shout out to Freddie from yesterday, from Les. Belter of a drive. Congratulations to all the lightweights from Nick. Let's go Jamie, Let's
go Jamie. Keep them all coming in.
Let's go Jamie, yeah.
Absolutely loads.
Plenty of support for Basildon today. We've seen all of the hoodies up there today. Basildon, TeamSport Basildon. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Really good.
And lots of shouts for some of our team as well. Ben, Molly. There's been the team at Victoria are great. Team at Trafford are great. Shout out to Chrissy from Crawley. So yeah,
I've got to give Liverpool some love. They've got us on in the bar. A few of the tracks have got us on in the bar as well. So if you're at the TeamSport track,
absolutely,
hello to you. Get in the comments. Let us know where you're at. Once again, just want to say we're giving away the free karting thanks to TeamSport. Do you remember what the question is?
I do.
Yeah.
Which TeamSport track? We changed it twice. Which TeamSport track is the latest, the newest electric circuit in the business? So if you know that, drop us an email. ping it through to me, Akhil and Lex, at win@bikc.co.uk.
Yeah, don't forget you need to be over 8 to race at TeamSport. And we're going to be closing that competition at 6 o'clock, so make sure you get your answer in. 5 places to give away. We're going to be giving them out at random if you get the answer correct. Full terms and conditions at bikc.co.uk/competition terms. It's getting to me now, sticking in my head. We're nearly ready. Look, I just want to mention the speed on here, Will. Talk about this, because this is huge.
Well, it's again, Lex, it's another flat-out area of the course. Yeah, it looks like it should have braking points all over it,
but it
just
really doesn't.
And you kind of watch them, taking this on the inside, clipping them apexes, really kind of getting as close as they can to the barriers there, and really trying to chip into every tenth of a second that they can kind of just gain back is brilliant.
It's probably one of the fastest sections of the track, and I know. Sort of in the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of chat about when to use your boost button. Obviously, you can't use it at the same time, but this is very popular. And in fact, in the commentator versus commentator race, this is actually where Russ took Tom a little bit further on. But I think he started to use his boost around here.
Yeah.
So it was a really, really quick part of this track. This is
where we. I also think though, you look at the guys that are in the finals. Like, they make this look so easy. I remember karting here a couple of years ago. First time I'd driven Warrington, cutting on the inside. I got to the end here on the right-hander, holding on for dear life. I was like, oh my God, I can't take this as quick as them guys. Like, they make it look easy.
I've never driven Warrington, and I don't think I ever will. Don't even mention it. Don't even mention that.
Not sure you've driven
if
anywhere.
Head-to-head,
really
live today.
It's not really.
Get it in the comments, and Lex, me and you, head-to-head, live. Let's do it. I'll do it if you do it.
Not happening. Sorry.
If you want Lex to drive,
no,
comment.
We don't. A big shout out to Alex Minto, who's our chief firework operator for this weekend. That's where the fireworks come from, those big things.
Oh, he's got the very tough job. He presses the button.
Yeah.
Let's not underestimate that.
Anyway, I think we've waffled enough. I think we want to get into the middleweights. This is going to be quite exciting. Let's hand over to Russ and Tom in the commentary box.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the next stage of the British Indoor Karting Championship National Finals 2023. We have seen the cadets race, we have seen the juniors race, we have seen the lightweights, and now we have the absolute pleasure of watching the middleweights and the heavyweights do battle over the next 4 or 5 hours, I would think, of absolute hardcore racing. So we are here and we are awaiting the first drivers to be called to the pit lane for the first of the practice qualies. Now then, let's just go through exactly what the format is going to be. So first of all, go right back to the start, is we will run these two events alternately. So for example, we will run the first practice session for the middleweights, and the next race you will see go out, or group you see go out, will be the first practice of the heavyweights, and we'll go on and so on and so forth like that all the way through the event. But if we segregate each category out, first of all, it is a practice quali, which is just there first of all for drivers to get used to the circuit, but it is a crucial part of the whole race meeting, as it is a qualifying session, and the top drivers will start at the front of the grid for their 2 heats. And that's very, very important, because we are actually finding the more we go through this weekend that first section, if you get it wrong in that first section, let's say you should be on pole or second and you end up starting 6th or 7th, that will be your grid start all the way through the heats, and your ability to score points will be dramatically diminished. So it is very serious right from the word go. So first comes the practice, then we have the heats. The heats, each driver will get 2 heats, scoring points as they go from the finishing positions they end up in, starting in the grid positions allocated to them, following their performance during the practice quali. Then we have a little break, and we're going to run semi-finals, which obviously is down to points. If there are, and it'll be kind of the highest points or down to the lowest points. Any drivers that are tied on points will come down to fastest lap time. And then we will have the top 8 in the semi-finals, 2 semi-finals going through to the grand final, 2 16 kart grand finals, and then in a few hours' time we will be crowning a new middleweight British indoor karting champion and a new heavyweight British indoor karting champion. So that is a format of what we have got lined up, and it has to be said that we have seen some stunning racing, and we just got to reflect a little bit, Tom Gibson, on what we have seen in the first of the sessions this morning, the lightweights, because we were treated to the most absolutely stunning final there.
Yeah, we've said at the start of the day that some of the finals have been starting to follow the same sort of pattern. It almost looked like for a bit that we were going to get the exact same thing again, and then within like 3 or 4 laps to go, all hell seemed to break loose. There's a lot to unpack in that one, with a move like right towards the end of that one, and I know at one point Jen was furiously scrubbing through trying to find all the stuff that we had to analyse. There was loads of stuff in that one.
Yeah, there was loads of footage to go over in the final. Honestly, it was some great racing from everyone. It was nice to see some improvements over the grid starts we've seen earlier in the day, obviously. So obviously looking forward to seeing the middleweight races now, and there's a lot of good drivers, a lot of talented drivers that have done BIKC for many, many years. Obviously we got Sam Slater, the returning champion from 2 years previous. Obviously last year wasn't his year with the new format and stuff, but hopefully this year, there's been a lot of practice he's put in, so hopefully we can see him make it to the podium again.
Yeah, middleweight is always a stacked class. It's always got, you always find like the top names end up coming through that one. It's always a big grid, and middleweight is always one of those where you can normally make a really good grid out of just the drivers you haven't got through. So I think it's a testament just to the guys that we've got here racing today, both categories. It's not an easy feat to get back here.
Yeah, we there was a driver last year that we had racing, was James Britton, who came through from middleweights. I saw him race to qualify through Coventry and did absolutely amazing. He won that event. Came out of nowhere. His name I didn't know personally. Obviously he's doing Club 100 this year, which is why he's not at the national finals, unfortunately. But he had an outstanding performance last year and made it to the podium. So hopefully we're going to see some new names come through.
I thought as well, of all the racing we did this morning, all the racing that we did, and we had 2 changes on the last lap. We had a driver go from 4th to 3rd to make it onto the podium, and then the winner and the leader and the second position driver also changed position with 1 lap to go. After all the practice, after all the qualifying, after all the heats, after all the semi-finals, it came down to the last lap and a half of the grand final. We were absolutely treated to a storming race, and we are really looking forward to more of the same. Now, as we get the practice going, this is just a bit of a shout out to anybody on the live stream. Got to go a few shout outs already. Not mention the categories just yet, Kieran, if that's all right. But basically, we've got a few shout outs. Shout out to Anthony Ballinger from TL53 Karting. Wheel to Wheel says good luck to everyone. Grim says good luck, Dad. TL53 Karting says hey, Tyler. And so there's a lot of shout-outs going on out there. Anthony Mays says, good luck, Sam Slater. We're expecting a lot from Sam Slater in this event.
Yeah, former double champion.
Yeah, has to be.
But so far.
The point I just want to make before I hand over to somebody will be, on the live stream, you can do a shout-out, and when we get racing, you can, if you want to see your driver on screen, then let us know. We have the ability to switch between karts on circuit as we choose. Obviously, we can only do it in practice in the qualifying, as then we are racing. But if we get to that point, or when we get to that point, if you want us to focus on your local hero there, just let us know, and we will make sure that happens. Okay, so moving on. Now, the big thing about this is the speed of the karts, and we talk about the boost button a lot. But basically, it is having a pretty major impact in the racing that we've seen so far. So first of all, let's just explain exactly. We are operating on speed 4 on these karts. Now that sounds very technical, one number, but we usually operate on speed 3. Everybody got that? Everybody with me? Okay. So we operate with speed 3, but now we're operating speed 4. So what does Boost do at the moment? What it does is it gives the karts an extra about 300 revs right at the top of the rev range. And the way we've set it up to go off every 55 seconds. So every 55 seconds you can deploy that, which means that you can't just use it at the same point on the track every lap, because the lap time will be slightly less than that. And it means if you push it, it just won't work because you haven't got your 55 seconds in. So that is making things an awful lot strategical. We've heard that drivers have been leaving it and using it to defend. And we've seen some fantastic overtakes using it as well. And I used it, Tom, when we were on our commentators race. So we've just shown on the live stream to very good effect.
Yeah, you came from absolutely nowhere in that one. So it was rather interesting to see how that race all played out. But yeah, taking the win in the end. We always knew I was the faster of the two.
Yeah, absolutely were. If I'll be absolutely honest. So yeah, so that's the whole kind of boost button and speed settings that we've got. Now, this is the first time, obviously, we've run electric karts in the BIKC final. And you might be thinking, why? How do they stack up to petrol? Well, we actually have one petrol kart hanging around here that we have been blasting around the track. And this is very loose, but the petrol kart is approximately half a second slower than the electric karts that are on speed 3. Now, just to remind everybody, we'll be operating on speed 4, which means that the karts we've got and we're using here are substantially faster. Now, this has had a few repercussions. We saw the practice for Group 2 of the lightweights this morning, and we had 4 spinners in the first lap and a half.
Yeah, there's quite a few people struggling to get used to the karts, used to the circuit. Obviously, it's still quite cold here at the moment. Quite tough to get some tyre and track temperature in. We've really found these karts, you have to sort of like wind them up. You can't go absolutely flat out. Thinking about flat out, there's a pace car going out warming the track and itself up. So hopefully that one doesn't have a spin, and hopefully our guys don't catch it. Yeah.
Indeed.
Just a quick note to the director behind us.
So we are expecting, especially on the first few laps of practice, that they could be quite entertaining for all the wrong reasons, because they were really entertaining earlier on this morning. Okay, so it will catch. We're pretty confident it will catch a few drivers out. And we did have one driver spin 3 times. He's actually span out the pit lane. Drove out the pit lane, put his foot down too hard and went straight in the barrier.
Yeah,
so
it wasn't the best moment there as drivers start to get in. And middleweight's always one where you find circuits are quite well represented. And Jen's just been rubbing it in my face that she's got like 5 or 6 drivers in this one from either Cardiff and or Bristol. So she's been dead happy about it there.
Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing how they race today. Obviously, they've been working really hard to get themselves to this point. So one of those being Sam. Obviously, I work at Bristol's track now as well. So he's one of my drivers along with Harley Smith. So hopefully we're going to see some good racing from everyone. As we can see right now, they're all getting their weights checked by the Marshall team.
Super stuff, yeah. So final preparations really for the drivers in Group 1. And let me have a quick look. Yeah, we have, we don't have a grid. We have the first group, effectively. That will be going out onto the circuit. And, final checks. See all the pit marshals here. They've done really well this weekend, haven't they? There's been a lot of hard work, really, a lot of racing that we have got through over the last day and a half. And
doing the last checks, just making sure everyone's in conformity. Obviously, a few little regs that we have to just make sure everything is abided by. And just going back to the point about different drivers there, I've just looked down the entry list here. We said lightweights was probably the least experienced grid in terms of national finalists. I've just looked down the grid here. Out of the 32 drivers we have here, and we do have a capacity grid for the lightweights, for the middleweight, 19 of them are on at least their second BIKC final, and about 10 of them were here last year, including 3 drivers that finished inside the top 10, that being Sam Slater, who finished 4th, Jamie Foster, who finished 6th, and Fabrizio Colucci, who finished 7th. So there's a lot of experience in this grid, and there's a lot of drivers who may not have been in a BIKC final before, but are names that I do recognise from other series and other stuff that they've done. So it's going to get quite interesting when we see the different drivers come on circuit at the same time.
Yeah,
Lots of shout-outs. We got R9WWR. Come on, Chris Ball. We got Ben Boyle. Let's go, Steve Gray, Liverpool. We have got Kieran Dowdle saying, come on, Cole Hunter. Jen's just dropped her notes all over the floor. Wheel to Wheel says,
you're not using anymore.
Let's go, Jay. I don't need notes. We've got, Tyler Cart says, come on, Dad. Ryan Lewington, let's go, Ethan. A Grim show, Anthony. We can't just yet. They're only getting in the carts, Grim. Not actually on track yet, but we'll do our best. Kerry Tingle, shout out for Cole Hunter commentary team. Okay. Sparrow Rogue, David Brown. Yeah, cool. We've got to skip down a bit because there's loads and loads and loads going in. We've got Cardiff, let's go. Let's go, Ethan, says Ryan Lewington. We've got John Partridge, Sam Hill, let's go. We've got Dan Lee Archer, Elliot the Worthing Warrior. We've got a lot of love on the live stream. There's no doubt about that. Bradley says, when's the heavies on? Hang on, right? Let's just do the first middle practice, then move straight into the heavy practice. Crazy Skin Dog Karting, let's go, Seb Miller. Wizzy, Harley Smith about to embarrass some people. Oh, that's confident. That is very, very confident. Lacey Cook, Reese Kello, go on. Rebecca Edwards, shout out to Anthony Team Basildon. Absolutely flying in. The more I shout out,
loads of people
the more I shout out, the more they come in.
There.
Ed White,
BSR.
Ed White Lightning is still out there. BSR. How are you, Ed? I know Ed from long time ago from TeamSport Brighton days. Right, okay, we've got Charlie Zach for the win. What's all Zach? Is that racing? We've got Aruna Farrell saying, thank you for amazing comments. We've got Ben Boyle. Racing for Fred, he will win. He'll do us proud. Zoe saying, come on, Sam Hill. But hey, I'll just slightly get away from the live stream for a second. I could do this all day.
Thankfully, we've got karts and tracks. You don't have
goodness.
to. So drivers now filing out. So just to remind you, we'll be going through middleweights, then heavyweights, middles, then heavies. So it's going to take a sec just for us to go through. We were talking about spinners early on. There's our first one there. That is 28. That's Zach Anwin. That's been backwards at turn number 2. Again. Didn't take long. The temperatures have dropped here now, so it's probably going to take a little bit of time. I was doing a bit of mingling in between the sessions, and a few people were saying, okay, what's the big tip for a good time around here? Honestly, the big one really is just build it up. Don't try and set a pole lap straight away. It seems like at the moment, you really need to treat this track with a bit of respect. You need to almost wind these karts up over a couple of laps. Just get them in the window, get them working correctly. As the driver's going through the lights test,
red light.
Fiber red. Doesn't mean that someone's stacked it already. That would be impressive if they had. But yeah, just getting everyone running again. Lights are yellow, so we're going to get everyone rolling. Make sure everyone's pointing in the right direction. We'll then go green, and then we'll be starting to look for some decent times coming through. So currently following the 41, that's Elliot Chong Green, who's throwing it over the start-finish line. Green helmet, same as his last name there. Nice.
Okay, here we go. First, let's see. I can do it. Kart 39.
So we're looking for 39. That's Anthony Belanger. So driver who's had a relatively late call-up into this one, taking the place that Adam Sheargold had. He's off doing Club 100 today, trying to win the lightweight class 3 championships. The Basildon driver jumps in.
Lots of people asking for 39, about 4 people. 39, please, give me 39.
So the guy's going to locate him.
Popular.
And there we go.
Anthony Ballinger.
So Anthony on his first qualifying lap here in BIKC. It's his first time in the finals. He's had a rather consistent run through the competition so far. He was 4th at qualifying, 4th in the locals, and would you like to guess where he finished in the regionals? 4th. He finished 4th as well. Hopefully, if he finishes 4th overall today, I think he'll be really happy with that. But just off the podium, considering he's probably not quite had the same amount of track time as everyone else with a relatively late call-up. As he comes over through turn number 1, we're going to go through and we're going to have a look for another driver. I think we're going to look for Seb Miller. So, driver from, is this from Cardiff, Jen? Yes? Cardiff? Awesome. So, Seb Miller from Cardiff, throwing it around the top section of the track. A driver who's had a bit of time in BIKC before. He was here last year, finished in 13th. another driver subbing in for someone racing in Club 100. He's taking James Britton's place in the national final because he's down at Butmore Park this weekend. But over the line, we look for drivers. Taylor Barnes sets the early pace, a 52.7. Have a feeling that time is going to come down very, very quickly. So Miller throws it through the last little bit. Here is another Miller, but it's James Miller from the other end of the country. This is James Miller, Scottish driver, coming all the way from Dundee. One of the wild cards we've got here today. Finished 11th last time out here. I think he's going to be hoping to go for a top 10. And Seb Miller has just topped the timesheets there on a 52.470. He manages to get through. Russ keeps throwing numbers as fast as anyone can do it. Now we're looking at Jamie Foster, the 36. He's third on the road at the moment, 52.607. Finished 6th last year, the highest seed in this group. So 6th place he finished last year, coming all the way from Birmingham. Second, third is his form guide. As soon as we get a look at him, we get now started to search for driver 27. This is Steve Gray. So driver who is no stranger to finals. He's been on the podium in BIKC before. But Steve Gray, driver from Liverpool, won the regionals that he competed at. As we try to sniff him out on circuit. He's 8th on the road at the moment. Just going in towards turn number 1, getting ready to complete a lap here. We'll see if he's able to go a little bit further. Nicer, bright pink gloves, quite hard to miss while he's out there. We'll be able to definitely analyse his hand movements later on. You won't miss them while you're out there. So Steve Gray comes over the line, see if he can improve on 8th place.
Look how fast that is, 52.
Last time out there, so that's a 53.044. It's enough to improve his time, but it wasn't enough to improve his position as Adam Davis goes up into 3rd place. We're looking at the 41s, back to Elliot John Green at the front. So he's 12th at the moment, looking for a time to get him inside the top 10.
And for me, Tom, right, how fast are these drivers early on? We've only been racing a few laps.
5 minutes in, we're almost under the 51 brackets.
Because we only just squeezed into the 51s in all the racing.
Just goes to pole position there, just snatches it away.
We literally only just got there. We're literally on the cusp of it, and we've only done a few laps of the first ever practice quali session.
Yeah, so these karts have already had a set of days, basically a group's worth of running already. As Seb Miller, fastest on track at the moment, a 52.062. Fabrizio Colucci on a 52.090. That's how close it is at the top. It's 28 tenths as we go looking for Reese Kello, the 29 driver. He's in P5 at the moment, 52.485. By day, he works as a carpenter on movie sets. I was watching an Avengers movie and saw his name in the credits. It was a real strange moment there, but we've had some people with interesting lives outside of karting. We had a Guitar Hero World Champion one year, remember that?
We did.
Interestingly, he became a champion. He now drives for Watcher Esports.
Wow.
So he's gone for BIKC and now he's an esports driver. But Reese Kello currently sat P5 at the moment, 52.485. It's a rather accomplished driver in his own right. I think we're now going to go start to look for another driver.
We have a shout for Kart 1.
Kart 1, that's Reese Duffy. He's currently down in P11 at the moment. So he's going to be trying to hope to get a little bit further up. A 52.955 is the benchmark that Reese has managed so far. Reese coming from Clydebank, another one of the Scottish drivers, of having a run down here at Warrington tonight. One of the youngest driver in this field. He's not long turned 16 and just able to go into the adult categories. His first year outside of juniors. So 4th, 3rd is his run to the finals so far. As Clydebank driver tries to come through the top end of the circuit. Let's see if he can improve.
I've done a call out for Kart 10 because Kart 10 is absolutely flying.
Yeah,
and it's right on the heels of Seb Miller, who is also flying, as pointed out again in live stream. So 52.052 is the fastest time so far. Fabrizio is 52.090. And there is driver number 10, the driver who is chasing down Seb Miller for that lap time at the moment. And a lovely, clear track in front of him where he can just absolutely put his foot down, be as smooth as he possibly can, and see if he can pip that. And let's see if he does it this lap. He's going to go round a lot of overtaking around this particular hairpin. They're nice.
Yeah, it's been an action zone today, hasn't it?
Nice late apex there. This looks like a cracker. Can he beat 52.090?
He's over the line. Not quite able to. That lap was a 52.124. Fabrizio actually has a record that most people won't like in this class. He had the worst qualifying of anyone. He qualified 17th. so only just made it into the locals himself. Then finished second at the locals and then third at the regionals. So he's clearly been able to make the moves when it counts. But he's going to hope that maybe the qualifying curse doesn't transfer through to here. Currently he sits second, about 2800ths off the poleman Seb Miller, with Adam Davis 2/10 behind in car number 4. So the Liverpool driver sat in third at the moment. Then it's Jordan Hayward, Oliver Smith, Reece Kello in the 29, Jamie Foster, Taylor Barnes just moves up into 8th place at the expense of Easton Bloodworth. Steve Gray, no, it's now James Miller in 10th place. So Steve Gray, Reece Duffy, Sam Hill, Anthony Belanger, who we're going to be looking for now. A lot of support for Anthony in live chat at the moment.
Sophie says, show my dad, kart 39. We're hunting down kart 39. There is kart 39 on the screen for you, Sophie. I just want to have a shout out as well, because we have been talking about where people are tuning in from. Are they listeners? Are they viewers, Tom? I'm not sure.
I think they're a bit of both. They probably don't want to be listeners to us.
However, we do have the family, I believe, of Elliot Chong Green, who are watching us all the way over in China.
I think that wins for this distance away.
We've had France, we've had Spain, we've had Norway yesterday. But China, a really warm, afternoon over here. Anyway, I try to think what time it is over in China.
I don't know.
Probably early hours, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning maybe. But you are very welcome to tune in and to watch how Elliot gets on in the whole race event.
So following the 39, he's got the 19 of Sam Hill just in front. A few people looking out for him as well. So Sam Hill's in 30, Anthony Belanger's in 39 in 14th place. So there's the 19 at the moment. He's on a 53.034, the last of the drivers. Sorry, the first of the drivers yet to break into the 52-second mark. These two drivers running nose to tail. So let's see if these two maybe can work together and try and move a little bit further up the order. Every now and again, we've said it a few times, you need to form temporary alliances through the early parts of the competition.
We've seen a lot of this.
Yeah, so you find a temporary alliance with another driver just to try and work together.
Very temporary. The word is temporary.
Yeah, temporary can be one lap. It can be one lap. If it means that you sitting behind another driver, means that you can get that little bit of a draft, means you can try and pull away a little bit, then you never know, you might end up finding yourself both moving up the order. If you can work together, it sort of helps out, but you find when you get towards the final, all alliances, they mean absolutely nothing when we get there.
Okay, here we go. So, Sophie's going to show 39. We've only showed 39 like 3 times. We're just going to make it the Anthony Ballinger show. That's what we're going to do. That's all we're going to look at all afternoon. Right, let's go. We're going to go to kart 36. Jamie Foster, there's a shout out.
Yeah, so Jamie Foster, 36, he's 5th as Sam Hill comes over the line. Can he improve on that time? He does improve up to 12th place, as we now look at Jamie Foster in the 36. Currently sat on a 52.275. Let's see if he's got anything in the tank to try and improve. There's quite a few drivers there, grouped really closely together, all on 52.2s. You've got Oliver Smith on a 2.29, Adam Davis on a 2.63, and then Jamie Foster on a 2.75. So Foster's coming up behind Steve Gray in the 27, as we now go looking for one of the other drivers on a 52.2. Let's see if we can find Adam Davis. He's got a Dayglow yellow helmet, so it should be quite hard to miss. There he is coming down there. Adam, another driver, is not a stranger to the BIKC finals. He's come through. This is his 2nd time here. Come through Trafford Park, 6th, 4th and 3rd as he goes past Anthony Belanger there.
And Ben Boyle, I can say your wishes are command. He asked for kart 4. Kart 4 is there for you. Also, right, we're pronouncing Ballinger wrong. We pronounce everything wrong. Have we pronounced anything right?
Someone correct. If we're getting something wrong, just tell us. We'll correct it.
Just tell us.
We'll correct it. We'll make sure we get it right. If someone tells us we're doing it wrong.
Ballinger, surely.
We do a lot of stuff wrong, to be fair. We do a lot of stuff wrong.
We do some bits right, though, as well.
Every now and again, we do it right. We got the Through Goes Hamilton wrong last night, so every time there was an opportunity for it, we both sort of missed the boat on that one. It was too late. He'd already gone through and got someone else by that point. So Adam Davis comes down through the left-right chicane. Let's see if he can move up the order. Now we're going to head to the poleman. So we're going to look for 17, Seb Miller, one of the tallest drivers on the grid, must be.
There he is.
If he's not the heaviest, he's definitely the tallest, Jen. So I'm 5'7". God knows what it would be like if he's anywhere near me. Thank God you're doing the presentations later if he gets on the podium.
Very smooth driving style, isn't he? It's very kind of very kind of hunched shoulders. But yeah, it works for him because he's gone around in 52.062.
I believe it's the full Euro stance. Hand on the top of the wheels, championed by Chris Ball, who we'll see later on.
It's the mannequin stance.
He's convinced that it's quicker.
He literally doesn't
convinced that it's quicker. The locked arms, hands on the top, gives you a little bit more leverage on the wheel.
It looks like it's a toy cart, and somebody has actually got him on remote control in the stands. You know what I mean?
It's almost like a cross between John O'Lacey and the full Johnny Elliott, where you're leaning throughout the corner.
His head doesn't move though, and there's literally total focus. What a great driving style.
Total focus in front.
It's
quick. Clearly quick. It's clearly working for him. So 52.0 at the moment. He's got clear track in front of him. Let's see if he's able to improve on what's probably going to be his penultimate lap. So he's going to have time for probably one more after this. So over the line, Seb Miller's going to come. He's on a 52.062. He's currently enough for pole. Let's see if he can improve on this one by a 0.04. Oh, get a 50. Woo! A 50, getting that close to a 51 and not getting it. That's heartbreaking.
But we watched
already.
him do it. We watched him do it. Fantastic.
So fastest driver on the track is Seb Miller in the 17. Fabrizio Glucci's currently in second place. Oliver Smith, Adam Davis, Jamie Foster, Reece Kello, Jordan Hayward, Taylor Barnes, Ethan Bloodworth, and James Miller.
Great, so I've got a great shout out. So Molly has literally written an essay. Come on, Taylor. Your big cousins Leanne, Emma, Mark, Nikki, and your little cousins Jack, Amelia, Connor, and Millie are all watching. So proud of you, lad.
Yeah,
great shout out.
Lots of support for Taylor Barnes coming through there. He's currently sat in 8th place as we see Seb now coming through the top section. Can he get that 51? He's the closest driver to it. Can he do it now?
Sophie says she's 10. We've got to show 39 because she's 10 years old.
At some point, if he doesn't get, if Anthony doesn't end up in kart 10, that's going to be that sort of needs to happen at some point. If he ends up in kart 10, that'd be quite a happy little accident there.
Grim has actually labelled it, so Ballinger.
Ballinger. There you go. You weren't far. Ballinger.
That's what we said.
No, say Ballinger.
Ballinger.
Yeah, Ballinger. Yeah, we get it right eventually. Checker flag comes out, and that looks like Seb Miller's over the line. He's still in pole position. Steve Gray comes over the line, can't improve in 11th. Let's see if there's anyone else to come over the line now. There's Sam Hill in the 19. Can he go any higher? No, he's not. Looks like everyone's staying pretty similar. No real improvements that time around. So Seb Miller currently has pole position, fastest driver in the middleweights. First one out, and he's on a 52.004.
So Anthony Ballinger. Is this all right? I'm just going to call him Tony.
In about 5 minutes, he's going to come through that door, shout his last name at us, and eventually we'll get it right.
Absolutely
he wouldn't be the first driver to do that. Normally it's a quiet knock on the door and just a card saying, get it right, you donut.
He's just going to break the door down, yeah.
Just come down, just break the door down, get my name right. There you go.
You got it this time. Which time? We've said it about 20 million times.
One of those times is correct.
That's what we'll do from now on.
You see, I normally try and add to the name how you say it there, but he was quite a late entry, so it meant that I didn't end up getting a chance to do that one. But the first of the middleweights have been out, and now we get ready to look towards the first of the heavyweights. Now, traditionally, heavyweights is normally a bit more. We normally say relaxed, but I'm going to be honest, looking at some of the drivers that are in this, I don't think it's going to be relaxed. I think it's going to be quite hard fought this year. What do you reckon,
do you think if Seb wasn't 6'5", with the wind resistance, he would have got in the 51s there?
What do you reckon? I think maybe, what was he, 6'5"?
Yeah, he's like 6'5", I think Seb is. He's probably one of the heavier middleweight drivers as well, so he might use that to the advantage. Obviously, the track is quite fast-paced, quite like slippy and stuff like that. So maybe the weight actually benefited him, especially on the bumpy parts.
Yeah,
it was a mega lap.
We normally find, especially with the juniors, you can see like the cart just like really bobbling as it goes through the corners. Sometimes having just that little extra mass in the right place, it can just make it a little bit more settled.
Yeah, exactly. He's very known for his leaning as well. So obviously that might have helped support the sort of change in direction of the cart. Obviously, we can see now when the heavyweights go out on track to see whether that was the case. Maybe being heavy is better in these carts. We don't know.
Well, we're about to find out. We're about to get a side-by-side comparison.
We are.
So we already know the juniors were running just into the 51s. We've seen the lightweights getting to the 51.5s, 52s for the middleweight. So about half a second delta in there. So by that theory, it should be like a mid-52 we're looking at as a pole time for a heavyweight.
Yeah, roughly. I think it's possible to get close to a 52, low 52 or 51. I think it's possible.
That being said, I'm pretty sure I've seen a couple of heavyweights run 52.2s, getting towards like the real low end. So that might back up the idea that maybe being slightly heavier might help you a little bit. So
yeah, especially with the balancing around the corner, especially Dunlop and the upstairs ramp that launches you very, very far.
It will early on,
it's
surely.
A proper launch
with a lack of grip.
Yeah,
surely earlier on.
We saw even in that one there was a couple of drivers struggling with it. So should be interesting to see what happens as the heavyweights now file out onto the circuit. 15 of these in each class. We've got 30 drivers total. As we now get drivers doing some furious tyre weaving. Let's see if we end up with one having
Wizzy
a spin
says
beforehand.
being heavier is never better, trust me.
Oh, you're preaching to the converted. You're preaching to the converted there. I have a couple of kilos of success ballast, so that's my excuse. Just to try and slow me down to make sure that it's a fair fight.
Alicia Day says, good luck Tom Owens is racing for my granddad Fred, who recently passed away. Huge commiserations to you there. And let's hope there's lots of luck for Tom Owens racing this afternoon. Okay, Sophie's still on. So 39, so 39. That's the previous run. So
yeah, he's not out there just yet.
He's not out there.
He's not out there. There's a lot of love already coming through from Tom Owens, driver from Liverpool. That on screen is Nathan Edwards in the 43. That's my race number.
Okay.
So 43 on screen at the moment. Nathan Edwards, one of the drivers who's come through. Oh, sorry, Nathan Williams, I think it is, from Preston. I'm getting names wrong here. I'm getting myself confused. You can tell it's later on in the day. So Nathan Williams, it's not like he's got his name written on his back either. So just making sure I get it right there. So through towards turn 3, some furious tyre women's. There's Tom Owens, who's got a bit of support. Who's getting a bit of support in the nice bright pink coloured kit. Another very hard one to miss.
Okay, and the Reds have to do this.
Yep, so the Reds out for the light test. We've got the 24 and the 26. So just trying to see through my list of who they are. As we're back on the yellows. Let's see what
Elevate says show Chris Tate. Oh, 44. 44 piece chap.
So we're going to look for 44. This is Chris Tate. Let's see what we've got on him. The driver from Newcastle. He's had a good run through so far. First in qualifying, second in the locals, second overall.
That's 24.
That's 24. So add 20 to that, and we might be able to find the right driver there.
No, it's still 24.
There we go. That's better. White and red helmet. Nice black race suit as well there. So a bit of a slide from Chris as he's coming through the top end of the circuit there. Just see he's taking a very tight line coming through the top half of the corner there.
Okay, brilliant. So, Elevator says show 15 and 44. So we've got to show two cars.
2 at once.
On this,
that's going to go really well.
That's not really going to work, really.
Yeah, 2 at once to go really well. These guys already do a really good job. I think we'd kill us if we try and make their job any harder than it needs to be.
We will cover your 15 though, Simon Fulton. So we'll switch from 44 to 15 to Simon. And yeah, okay. Let's have a look.
So 15,
early days.
Simon Fulton, Newcastle driver, one of the wild cards here. Finished 3rd in qualifying, 1st in the locals. A bit of a torrid run at the regional finals, which stopped him from qualifying. Been handed a wild card, and now he's here to race for a national championship. And just a Russ shouting numbers randomly behind us, and every now and again a different cart is going to turn up. So I think we're looking for Damon Brown.
This is for the Scots. The Scots show Damon in 26.
Yeah, so Damon Brown from Clydebank, one of the few drivers who's had an almost perfect run through to the finals. First. It brings us forward to Sophie Curry, we saw racing in cadets the other night. So you'll find a lot of the time you'll find that some of the younger drivers, because the parents are spending so long at the racetrack, you'll see the parents every now and again get involved in karting as well. So you normally find you can end up in situations where you see the dad and the lad both racing. There's another one here as well. Phil Jackson, his son Kai Jackson, was racing in cadets yesterday. So a few different families. You also find brothers as well every now and again come through the ranks together. So currently looking at the number 5.
That's for Ryan Riches. That's for Blue Dogs. Wants show 5. That's for Tyler Karts. A lot of love for 5.
5-1 so far. So Saul Gregory in the 37 is already at that sort of mid-52 point we thought the heavyweights might get to. We're only 4 minutes into this, so I have a feeling we're going to go really quick here. So down the straight, we're watching the 5, see what they can do there. There's the pole man just behind him in 37. I think we're looking for 42. This is Harvey Sugden Scott that we're going to be looking for.
That's for Highlighter Racing, wanting car 52, Kieran Dowdle. Show 42, Harvey, we're looking. Matt Dowdle, come on Harvey, kart 42. So a lot of love for 42, and there he is, I believe, on the outside.
Nice Joker helmet as well. That's a really cool design. We've seen this over the course of it. There's some guys who have some really good kit, some really good kit out there, some really
great
nice,
overtake. We're not racing, but it's a great overtake.
Yeah, it's always good when you see close competition in qualifying. It always means the races are going to be interesting. But when you actually see racing out on track during qualifying, it can quite easily be quite counterproductive as the 42 goes up onto the flyover, goes into the top section of the track. You just see how much air the karts get as they come up there, even with the heavyweights aboard as they now come through the top section. Wider line being taken by some of their heavyweights there. Also, getting the kart stopped on the way in.
Great lap time, John Luger, 52.376. This is heavyweights. That's only a couple of tenths.
52.3. That's an impressive.
That's a good time. 3 tenths away, in front of the next fastest driver from 3, Nathan Williams. So that's a cracking. Should we have a look at 24? Why not?
Yeah, let's get John up on the screen.
Let's see him.
John Uger.
Let's see what he's up to.
He's currently got a 52.376, setting his lap time by. In theory, he should be coming through to finish the lap very soon. So we should be able to come over the start-finish line and see if he improves on that 52.3 that he's got over the line he's supposed to come. The guy's currently trying to find more circuit. The cameras.
24 set that time, just went home.
Yeah, he set that time. Knows he's about 3.5 tenths clear, and he's just parked.
Yeah, he's gone. That's it. That's my job done.
He knows he's already got the time, so he's gone.
Quit while you're ahead. Well, the yellows.
The yellow at the moment. We saw these earlier. There's John. He's come over.
He's come back. He's come back.
He's trying to find a bit of a gap because that last lap of 1 minute 13 is very is untypically slow for a lap around here. His lights, I believe, yellow at the moment. Just trying to locate what manner of thing has occurred while we try and sort the karts out. Lights go green once again. We go racing once again. So pole man at the moment, John Uger in the 24. Comes through the top section of the track. We've got request for Ross Sandell.
Yeah, we're going for kart 3.
Sandwell, sorry. Got that
quite a few. That's Mocho. I haven't pronounced that right. But number 3, please. And
3 cars. There's 2 cars backwards there. One of them was the 5. I didn't get the other one.
Here we go. Still
there's
the
the
other
30 backwards. He's spun in sympathy. Ooh. That's a qualifying lap being absolutely ruined there. I think that was Damon Brown who got blocked on the way through. Now we saw drivers having unsafe rejoins and being penalised for them. Could that be a grid penalty already before we even go racing?
I didn't see any yellows there.
So look, I don't know whether the lights have changed or not, but it was definitely a bit of a strange rejoin there. As we're watching the 3 of Ross Sandwell here. So 53.164 for Ross at the moment. It's just inside the top 10 at the moment on this 15-kart grid.
Here we go, Tom. As well as people tuning in from China. Yeah, we got John of Propane, Chris Ball getting his support from over here in America.
People support.
We are literally
from just about everywhere. We're going international here.
We are global. We love it. Fantastic.
Nice.
Who else should we follow? Should we follow as a crest for 43? Let's see if we can do it.
Nathan Williams. So 43 currently second at the moment.
We're going to tune in.
6. So they're about 2 and a bit tenths behind the benchmark that John set. Oh, there's the 9 backwards. So that is Kai Andrew, who's had a bit of a spin. He's going to get the kart back in the right direction. So that's what the yellow's trackside of 4, and he's down at Dunlop 2 corner. It's one of the handy things of being able to spot to have a camera down there. If anything does come off there, which the spectators can't see, we can name and shame the drivers who's caused it. So the 43 coming through the bottom section of the circuit now as the lights go back to green. The issue with this is these drivers are going to be trying to just push and see how far they can go, but every now and again, one of them's just going to push it a little bit too far. It's going to bring out a yellow. It's just going to absolutely ruin the laps that people are on.
Okay, we're going to go back to 26. Because Tony Brown has been asking for it again and again. We were on 26, but we're going to see if we can go 26 again.
So looking for Damon Brown here. He's the Scottish driver. He's had He's one of the only ones I've seen so far with a perfect run through the heats. At least he's the only one in this group who's had a perfect run through the heats. There is a couple of other drivers actually looking through, but we're going to see them in the second group. A very distinctive snake helmet there as he goes up on the top section with day-glow yellow gloves. Again, you're not going to miss his hands out there. So down back into the bottom hairpin, nice line. He's done quite a lot of testing around here, so he's going to see if that time has helped him out. He's about 3 tenths at the moment off the pole time set by John in the 24. There's quite a lot of drivers there on the same 10th. Nathan Williams, Harvey Sutton-Scott, Saul Gregory, Damon Brown, all running a 52.6. But it's the points that matter. It's a 6.21 for Williams. Sutton-Scott's on a 6.33. Saul Gregory improves on a 6.44. Damon Brown comes over the line. Let's see what he can do. Looks like it was an improvement. That was a 53.0. There's another one spins down at Dunlop 2, and that blocks Damon Brown. So he's going to have a bit of an issue with that one, I think. That was the 42 of Sugden-Scott. So he pulls over, lets everyone go. He's going to try and find some space and see what's going to happen here.
Triggs
top section of the track
has asked for car 30. We're working on it.
So 30.30. That is Paul Lyford that we're looking for here.
There
Paul
he
in
is.
the black and red, with bright white helmet coming down the bottom section. He's on a 53.924, so he's got about half a second to find if he wants to try and move up in front of the 44 of Chris Tate.
Should we put somebody on who's obviously got no mates because nobody shouted out for him? What about 18, Jack Bridges? There's no shout-outs to number 18. Let's go 18. I want 18. He's my mate, Jack Bridges.
So Jack Bridges we're looking for here. He's in P6 at the moment. There he is. He's following.
In fact, he's right behind 30.
Behind.
We could have just kept the same link. Perfect.
So he's now overtaken. The irony, he's wearing a Sody Kart suit with his karts.
Yes,
so,
totally.
It's quite an ironic
confusing
thing. A little bit confusing maybe. And then alternative brand to our kart partner for this event.
I'm going to have a shout out from Johnny from Bradford because every time Sody Karts gets mentioned, I just think of Johnny, our head mechanic in Bradford, who absolutely loves. We do run Sody Karts in Bradford, and he absolutely loves them. And big shout out to you, Johnny, out there.
Yeah, but Jack,
hope you're tuning in.
The 18. Let's see what he can do. He's on 52.7 at the moment. He needs to find. If he finds a 10th, that would be. If he finds a 10th of a second, that'll be enough to move him from 6th up into 7th place as Ross Sandwell improves on a 52.789. Let's see what Bridges can do now. Comes up over the line. It's not an improvement there. It's a 53.254. So Bridges doesn't quite improve. Let's have a hunt out for kart 6.
Highland Go-Karting says get Tom on the cam. That's a real racer. So he's even put in a bit of a kind of this is why he's a real racer.
Tom Owens, he's Liverpool driver. It's his third time in the finals. Last year he finished in 12th.
There he is.
His best result in the Haas race gear. He's been racing a lot, doing a lot of owner driver stuff at the moment at Hooton Park, the Lever Sealed Championship there as well. So can he add a British Indoor Karting Championship to his repertoire? He's got a driver in front of him. That's a 30 in front. So Paul Lyford getting a bit of airtime as well.
Really looks like he's holding him up. He could really do with getting past this driver. He's just done it, which
Owens
is really good.
Owens is through now, so this lap might not be the greatest. He has a kart in front of him there. Shake of a head. He knows it's not going to be a great lap. As he comes over the line, does he improve? No, he doesn't. So that was a 53.290. He needs to find a few tenths. Even if he finds 2 tenths, that would be enough to put him up into 5th place.
That's that tight, isn't it? Apart from the driver who set that stunning 52.376, John Luger. Ooh, look how tight it is behind.
Yeah, at the
2
moment,
tenths.
even he's running at 52.8.
2 tenths through to 9th.
Yeah, so
just
if you
more or less
take the front
2.5 tenths.
Yeah, so if you take that 2.5 tenth gap at the front, the next 9 karts are all covered by about 2 or 3 tenths. So it's extremely close here at the moment. Even down towards Kai Andrews on a 52.950. He's only about 3 tenths off second place at the moment. He'd be mortified if he were 3 tenths off in 11th place. Let's see if Tom Owens can improve now. He just needs a couple of tenths to see what he can do. Over the line he goes. That's a 53.1. So it's quicker than what he did last time, but not quicker enough to move him up the order. That was a green time there on the screen.
Ooh.
As Nathan Williams is in the barrier down at turn 3. He looks extremely pleased about that. And just the deadpan stare of an angry racing driver. It's not the sort of thing.
Yeah,
you
what
want to
about
be
all
on
the others though?
end for.
All the others have just had their laps kind of nullified by the yellows. if you're in the end of a lap and the yellows come on, it's gutting.
Well, I mean, it could be worse. Nathan there was on the end of a lap and he's facing the wrong direction. So he's not had a good run there, but watching Tom Owens now, this lap is effectively going to be scrubbed and he's going to have to try. I don't know if he's going to have time to get onto another lap here. There's a minute and a bit on the clock.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tight to see if he can do it. He may not actually have time to get this lap in. So as he comes over the line, checker flag is out, so unfortunately it looks like it's going to stay the same with that yellow flag ruining it at the end. Williams is going to be absolutely furious with himself, and I think he's not going to be everyone else's best man. I don't think he's getting a Christmas card off any of these guys this year.
There's a lot of shout out for Tom will win.
Yeah, he's going to be in the next. Yeah, Tom Walwyn we're going to see in the next group.
But
so,
Nan and Grandad watching as I cough.
You all right there, Russ? I think those lap times have almost killed Russ there. So some pretty quick times at the moment. We did say it'd be like a low. We reckon it could be a mid to low 52 for the the heavyweights, and they seem to have met expectation there, Jen.
Yeah, so obviously we can see the field split by quite a lot of seconds there.
Yeah, 2.2.
Obviously pole is a 52.3, and then the last place driver in 15th is 54.5. So there's quite a bit of time difference there. Obviously we can't tell if all the drivers have practiced for the track and stuff. Obviously looking at it as well, a lot of the drivers are from petrol tracks as well, so it could be just a kart difference as well. But overall, there's some great drivers out there.
Yeah, and a very quick time up towards the top of 52.376. That's pretty close. It's the fastest time I've seen from a heavyweight around here, which I believe was a 52.2. So they're getting towards that ultimate pace, and to only be about 3/10 behind what the middleweights could manage. It's actually pretty impressive straight away.
Yeah, I think at the moment we're waiting to see a couple of drivers that were on the podium last year. Obviously, we have David Harvey racing from Harlow in the next group, so we'll wait to see what times he can put in. Obviously, he finished third last year, and it's his third time in the national final, so we should see what results he puts in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Both classes, there's some big names we haven't actually seen yet. Middleweights, I believe, we've still yet to see Sam Slater go out there as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. Quite a few of the big guns in middleweights have already been out, but we've also got other drivers that still need to effectively shoot their shot at pole position, as we've now got drivers filing out onto the circuit. So getting ready to go for the next of the middleweight sessions. As all the drivers nice and slow at the moment. Lights are currently on yellow as they go out.
That's a very slow yellow pace, but we like it.
That almost looks like a pit limiter pace there.
Yeah.
So you've got the one filing out on track at the moment, 41 behind. Very distinctive blue helmet of Chris Balls. Jen jumps for joy there. And a couple of other drivers quite distinctive there. The 32, that's Barry Lakes, another driver who's been pretty handy in a go-kart. He's done quite well. Best result in the finals for Barry, 6th. Wasn't here last year, but was able to get himself back here this year thanks to finishing 2nd at his regionals. And a few others filing out. There is the two-time champion Sam Slater in the all green, heading out kart 4. It's his 4th time at BIKC. He's going to be hoping to add a 3rd championship to his repertoire. And it was really this stage of the weekend where Sam Slater's championship defence sort of unravelled, really, because he qualified 7th.
It just, yeah, totally. And this stage of the competition is just so important because wherever you qualify, that is pretty much where you'll be starting in both of your heats. So if you're mid-pack, then you're leaving out an awful lot of work to do. There's the boost button.
There's the infamous boost button
that we love.
There's the infamous boost button on the kart, and I believe that was Barry Lakes as the drivers all move off from the red. I believe they're all on the pit limiter at the moment, so once all the karts are out on track, they will give them some additional powers. The 17 of James McGing in the all purple. We've set this some nice custom kit. There's Tom Walwyn just in front of him. A lot of support for the driver in the 10 at the moment. And we'll just refresh our timing screen and see if we can get some results coming up as the drivers now get underway for the second middleweight qualifying session.
We will have to go through light tests as we are now. That's the yellows followed by a red. So we will just bring the times up. There's no rush. So, yep, that's the red. and then we will be back on once again.
So, live timing currently being a little bit quiet. There's a driver that needs no introduction there on screen at the moment. Double champion Sam Slater, champion in 2020, champion in 2021, and then 4th place last year as the 27 there on the outside. I think he's just trying to find space. What an ideal thing to do, just stop on the exit of the circle, the exit of the corner. You're going to try and find yourself some space. You need to try and at least keep the cart rolling a little bit.
And we can't follow him. We can't take the crest. We will be able to in a few seconds. There's a lot of shout-outs at the moment. We'll just let him run. Cart 4 there's loads of time. This is Sam Slater, who was the champion 2 years ago. So we're kind of stuck.
Additional life
stuck on Sam, just for the moment.
Out of all the drivers you're going to be stuck on, a 2-time BIKC champion
bad.
isn't a bad one to pick.
Although he's stuck behind the driver there.
So at the moment we've got all carts up on circuit. Show cart 1 Cole, please. That's Cole Hunter. So can we locate cart 1, please, guys? Let's see if we can get Cole Hunter up on screen at the moment. So there's Cole Hunter, the number 1 currently on circuit at the moment. The lights are yellow at the moment. Hunter, just before those yellows came out, on a 53.922. So currently fast. This is a 10 of Tom Walwyn. James McGink in 17 is currently in 2nd place. Cole Hunter, Callum Bendelow, Charlie Martin, Steve Smith, Sam Slater, Tom Fox comes up into 7th as we now start getting the representative times from the rest of the grids as we focus on one of Cole Hunter. For Charlie Matchin, let's have a look. Charlie's in 34. Can we get? So let's go hunting for cart 34 as Charlie Matchin is currently in P5, and as if by magic, there he is. Very distinctive helmet, all the cogs design on it. Looks really cool, actually. There's been some really good designs been shown at the moment. There we go. We've got the live timing back now. Software works again now. So 34 is coming through the top section of the circuit, currently on a 59.5. That time's not going to stand for a while though. As we now go through the top end of the track here. Tom and James really the only drivers. There we go, those times are more like it. Low 52s starting to file in for the middleweights here. As we now have Sam Slater going to the top, immediately bested by Josh Selway. And over the line, let's see what Charlie Matchin can do. Over the line he goes. And only P7 at the moment for Charlie, as we look for Colin Marshall, 41. So, request for Colin Marshall in 41. Your wishes are command. We'll go searching for him on circuit. Colin currently sat in 10th place at the moment. At the time keep changing. One of the drivers from Scotland has made the trip down here in Canvas Lang. His best result, P20 last time out as we go searching for him.
That Chris Ball with a 52.265.
Very quick time there from Chris.
Even better than the fastest lap time on session that were in middleweights. With visible tag on the screen, so this is middleweight 2. And so it says heavyweight.
The times all coming through. They're still not beating Chris Ball. Sam Slater. Luke Battersby now goes to the fastest time of 52.129 at the moment. This looks like a pretty good grid of drivers pretty close at the moment. We're looking at the 41. This is Colin Marshall. He's currently in P13 of 52.87 at the moment, separating the top 13 drivers. Request coming in for Callum Bendelow, who's in the 8th driver, who's no stranger to the BIKC. It's his 3rd time here, qualified through from Crawley. His best result here is
BIKC legend, I should say.
Definitely a driver who's been here a lot. So
a lot.
He's got a lot of experience in the BIKC finals. 29 we're looking for. He's on a 52.5 at the moment. His best results in the finals, P11. Last time out, though, he only managed 28. He missed out on the main event. Unlike Callum there, see if we can get a good qualifying there. So 52.593 for the Crawley driver as he's been hunted out by our camera team. There we go. There's the 29 of Callum Bendelow. It's very nice Monster helmet there, very apt being one of our partners for this year. This broadcast definitely fueled by Monster, at least no iron at this point. As we head over the line, let's see what Bendelow manages. Still a 52.587. Didn't improve that time around. as the driver from Crawley see what they can do. Looking for Kart 8 Luke Battersby. So Chris Ball now goes fastest on a 52.070 as the driver from Cardiff goes a little bit quicker. Getting shout-outs for Kart 8 Luke Battersby. So let's go hunting for Luke in kart number 8. Driver with quite a bit of experience. We've not seen him in the BIKC finals before. He's qualified through his wild card this time round. 9th in qualifying, 4th in the locals, 4th in the regionals. And there is the 8th driver of Luke Battersby, qualified through from Crawley. Another one of the 15 Crawley drivers that we've got here. So, Luke Battersby currently sat in P3 at the moment as he's been bested by Sam Slater. 52.126 for Slater, a 1.29 for Luke Battersby in the 8. He comes off the top, the two drivers there running nose to tail at the moment.
And Sam Slater is really starting to shine here. Yeah. He's got to make up for last year, hasn't he? 52.1 puts him second in this run, and he means business.
This was the point where sorry, they're delivering food into the commentary box.
That's so distracting. Yes. But Sam Slater second, Luke Battersby in third with another absolute cracking lap time. Luke Battersby only 3,000ths of a second slower than Sam Slater in second. It is that close. Charlie Machin is in fourth at the moment. Steve Smith on the 52.3. Great lap time. 52.3 in fifth. That would have been the fastest lap time in the previous session. The previous session would have been the heavyweights, but still extremely competitive. Tom Fox, kart 28, 52.3. Callum Bendelow, we saw earlier on a 52.39.
So looking for Harley Smith, requests for the 19 car, as if by magic, he's up on screen and being chased down by a BIKC champion. And he's giving it the full Euro driving style as well. It's clearly been watching Chris Ball's videos. It's clearly working because he's up right up at the top of the timesheets at the moment. Heading into the Dunlop 2 corner as they head through. Here the 19 is currently sat in P10, so 52.509, exactly the same time, or was exactly the same time as Marcel Hmelevsky, who's just moved up into P8.
Fabulous.
He's just done a 52.4. So currently the top 13 drivers are covered by just over half a second, and that's down to Barry Lakes, who's there in 13th
We're going to go to kart 40 because Skepta says kart 40 Cameron's thanks most handsome.
Cameron's Line's most handsome,
and that's
Steve
why
Smith.
He's on the screen because of how handsome he is.
So
yeah, there he is.
Smith, let's see what he's been doing. This is his first time here at the BIKC finals. He's qualified through from Canberra's Line.
He's doing well.
He's doing well. It's a very handsome helmet that he's got there. The nice red, the nice orange and yellow design. As he comes over the line, let's see if he can put in a handsome lap time. It's not quite enough to move forward. He's only 2/10 off. He's currently in fourth place on a 52.227. Normally a time like that, if someone came here on a normal session did a 52, they'd be extremely happy. But currently a 52.6 takes you all the way down to 15th place, and that's the number 1, Cole Hunter. So currently looking at a few different guys. Let's look for the number 11. So this is Chris Ball, the fastest driver on track at the moment, halfway through. It's a nice bright blue and pink helmet, quite a hard one to miss out there as he's throwing it up the top section of the track. He's on 52.070.
For Nick Samiska, 7624, that's for you. You asked for it, we got it, no problem.
So Chris coming through the top end of the circuit, throwing it through the hairpin. As we now see whether he can pull a pole time and see if he can go even further. Maybe we'll see a 51 out of the middleweights. We've not seen one just yet. Through the left, through the right, as he now comes through the last 3 hairpins. Let's see if this time is enough to try and get him a little bit further away. As he turns into the last of the hairpins, we're going to see what he can do. The BSR driver throws it towards the start-finish line. Over the line he goes. Is this a 51? Yes, it is a 51.968.
And we
first
saw
the middleweights into the 51s. Expect to see a right above that one on YouTube later on.
Fastest, that's what, 51.7 we had this morning. That's the fastest so far on this
extremely quick time so far, and he's moved himself a couple of attempts clear of 2-time champion Sam Slater. Luke Battersby, Steve Smith, Charlie Machin, Tom Fox The driver who me and Jem were talking earlier has come from absolutely nowhere at the moment. I've not seen him with BIKC. It's not a name that's really known to me. And he's on what is a relatively stacked grid here. And he's currently sat in P6. So good performance so far from Tom Fox. We've had a lot of requests for this guy coming through. The next one we're going to go looking for is Tom Walwyn, kart number 10, sat in P10. He's going to want to go a little bit further than that. He's on a 52.488. There he is in the all black, and he's currently chasing down another couple of drivers in front. That's James McGing he's chasing down. So Tom is currently P10 in kart 10 in P10 on a 52.488. He's just under half a second away from the pole time set by Chris Ball. Let's see if he can get any closer. James McGing, another driver who's had a lot of experience with the IKC finals. He either has a really good run or a really horrible run. He doesn't seem to be able to get in the middle of it. He's had a ninth place before. It's his 4th time in the finals for James. Let's see what Tom can do on his first visit here to the BIKC finals at Warrington. One of the only drivers to qualify through from Stoke, another electric track. So driver who's no stranger to electric karts comes through the last corner. Let's see what this time is for Tom. See where he can manage. 4.88 is what he's already got. He doesn't improve this time and stays there in 10th place.
Okay, good stuff. So we are now in the starting against the closing stages of this. This is the last of the middleweights in the qualifying runs. So it's looking really, really tight.
Here's another driver with quite a bit of experience. Mr. Barry Lakes from Bradford, the 36. Yeah. He's got Sam Slater right behind him. He's currently sat down in 13th place. He's about half a second off at the moment. Let's see what this lap is. He's got a 2-time champion chasing him at the moment. That last lap over the line was a 52.7. So it wasn't enough for him to move up the order just yet. The barrier driver who's got a lot of experience. It's not his first time in the finals. Last time he was here, he finished in 6th place as Slater just lobs it down the inside. Let's see if Lakes can try and find a bit of time here. Half a second he's got to find to pole. Even a couple of tenths is going to move him right into the pecking order. And qualifying in this, really an important point to try and basically set up Unite's racing. If you have a poor qualifying, it's going to change your outlook on the rest of the day. So if you have a good qualifying, you're focused on holding the position. If you have a bad qualifying, you need to focus on making moves there. So Lakes has been towed round by Sam Slater for a lap. Let's see what he can manage this time. Looked like a bit of a shake of the head there as he goes under the Dunlop Bridge. I'm not sure he's going to improve this time around. He doesn't. That one was a 53.5. So that time, that move from Slater, about a minute and change left on this.
Just to say, there's a lot of talk about weight and kind of allowing, if we allowed 5 kilograms here or there in ballast or that kind of thing.
No weights.
The only thing I was going to say is we got a new menu out, Tom, and it's delicious.
I'm going to be honest.
And there's burgers on it, and there's chips, and there's, we are providing the tools for all drivers to get into the weight categories that they want to.
Yeah, if you want to weight up in this category, you need to get yourself on the, I think it's called the full stack burger. It's beef, chicken, pulled pork. Does come with a disclaimer that it definitely will increase your lap times out there. So if you want to make a weight category, then it's definitely what you need to do. As I get handed
that's the answer.
Waffles.
I'm glad we're able to provide answers for all the debate that happens on the live stream. So Brad, that's your key. Come down to TeamSport. We've got a new menu, and just go for it. Don't bother racing. Just go for it. Right, here we go. In the last lap, surely it's still Chris Ball on a 51.958. Sam Slater, very tight, isn't it? Very tight. He hasn't improved that. 52.126 went in a while ago with Luke Battersby on a 52.129. Again, those lap times were set a fair while ago, but hey-ho, they are the fastest so far. The checker flag is going to be out any second. It's not out already because we are right at the end of the timer, and I don't think anybody's going to improve here. But it's a solid job for Sam Slater. That gives him something to work with, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can work with the front row, and let's see if he's able to do it. No, he's not. So
wasn't in this position last year, Sam Slater. He's about in 7th or 8th for a double champion.
Yeah, that was really shocking when you saw him that far down. Yeah, I think the last thing we expected was the defending champion at the time to drop down the order. But as the last cart's come over the line now, it looks like it is going to be Chris Ball who sets the pace in that second group. to 51.958. Sam Slater will join him on the front row with Luke Battersby and Marcel Himilevsky. Had a bit of a quiet session there for Marcel, but he's up in 4th place. A driver who's no stranger to us in the finals. He's been here before and will most likely be here again. Steve Smith, Charlie Machin, Tom Fox, Callum Bendelow, Colin Marshall, Harley Smith, Tom Walwyn, James McGing, Barry Lakes, Cole Hunter, Josh Selway and Thomas Schrimmer complete the order. And look at that, it's what, 7/10 separating the top 15 drivers in that. That was extremely close.
Fantastic, really good. So we've just got one more practice quali left, and that is the second of the heavyweights. And Tom has now joined in with the, what is that, chocolate sauce on
Nutella,
waffles. Nutella waffles. That is what Tom is currently
Joel came up to me and said, when I told you to waffle on, that wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah, indeed. It does look delicious, to be honest, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to be able to talk in about an hour or something like that. So here we go. Let me have a look. Yes, indeed, there's a lot of weight, but the weights are clear. If you're too heavy for the lightweights, that's where the middleweights come in.
And then if you're too heavy for the middleweights, that's where you end up in the heavyweights.
It's quite logical.
And just to be clear as well, we do allow, obviously, because drivers aren't allowed artificial ballast. There is usually a half kilo tolerance written into the regulations, just because obviously people's body weight does fluctuate a little bit. But we do find that it works quite nicely. But no, artificial weight not allowed here in the BIKC. I know many championships do allow it, but this is not one of them.
We did have a lot of drivers. There's a lot of stories from the regionals.
Yeah, there's quite a few stories from the regionals of sandbags in pockets, ankle weights.
Indeed.
There was one gentleman, I believe, that had I was told, a lead plate in a rib protector somewhere.
Yeah. One guy came out.
Clark's all found it in the end.
One guy came out of the toilets and told.
And dropped 2 sandbags next to the Clarks.
Was there, and so the big metal weight fell out of his pocket.
Yeah.
It's like, can't do that, I'm afraid.
That's part of the reason why you'll have seen at the start why it looked like the crew were just double checking like kits and rib protectors just to make sure there's not like some lead just been stuffed into it to help make weight. But yeah, just making sure that it's all fair, it's all equal. Effectively doing scrutineering for race kit now.
Yeah, so really, really good. Just that last practice quali to go, and then we will be lining up on the grid, and we are going to go racing and be the last practice quali of BIKC 2023. It's flying by.
Quick.
It is absolutely flying by. I think it's the whole amalgamation of weights into one event. It just kind of makes
I think
it
it's
all
just helping it flow a little bit better. So it seems to work. It is a bit of a longer day for some of the drivers, but it more mirrors what you'd expect at a proper race meeting. That sort of thing. We have multiple classes racing on the same day at the same time. Makes it a little bit more interesting, but some really quick times being posted, and like we were saying earlier, Jen, it's like we were expecting a little bit of a delta between the classes. Currently, it looks like that delta is about 0.2 of a second.
Yeah. Obviously, back to the point where you made about the sort of format and the longer sort of weekend and stuff. Obviously, a lot of competitions around Europe and the UK tend to take a whole day anyway, so it's just nice to see that we have a lot of
the same class.
Exactly, that's what I mean. So it's nice to see that we have a lot more drivers to support our heavyweights. Obviously, last year, it went on a bit later than it should have. And it's just nice to see that we have a lot of people supporting our heavyweights this year.
Yeah, and the fun part of the heavyweights last year was probably some of the best racing out there. It was literally a defensive race for the whole thing. So it should be nice to see what these guys can pull out. And in this heavyweight category, we're going to see a few of the drivers we saw last time out, including podium finisher David Harvey. You can just see him in the neon yellow at the front, kart 32, as our marshals look on. The gentleman known as Kevin now, it's now Harvey, and you've got Aidan on the other side there, just inspecting the karts, making sure there's nothing going on. A chief starter, so when you've seen all the false start flags there, it's Aidan's fault. So.
We also had a driver in the regionals turn up, out of weight, with a doctor's note as to the reason why.
That's a new one.
It is, isn't it?
That's a new one, that one. And then you just
really
see Brandon, Mr. Electric Karts. There's been a couple of people telling me, you know how we say that one of our race directors, Ben Savory, looks like Justin Bieber?
Yeah.
People have been saying that Brandon, who's currently looking at the charger there, looks a bit like Professor Green.
Yeah, indeed.
Which I know Ben loves being called Bieber. I think Brandon's probably going to get sick of being called Professor Green at some point.
Yeah. It actually is Professor Green, I think, I'll be honest.
I don't know, I think if you guys have seen our timekeeper Ben Tyson as well, it's a bit like Justin Bieber too.
Yeah, a little bit there. And you got the towering Liam Silkston just bounding through the pit lane, stamping his authority on proceedings. Normally we took him away in the VAR, and he's normally the one that's there making all the calls. And this time we've actually let him out of the closet, and he's out in the pit lane this time.
Exactly, he's making those charges, but putting those charges away look easy.
This is really a pit lane that's not designed for short people, as I found out the hard way here. Being 5'7" and having relatively short legs, it's not the easiest thing to run around leading over and getting those charges in, but Silky definitely makes it look easy there.
He certainly does. Askers, he's a bit of a TeamSport legend, isn't he, Silky? He's usually on VAR, is Silky.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
He's normally like shut away in the
There he
CCTV
is.
room.
There he
And
is.
we've let him out to play this year.
The king of silk.
Hopefully he doesn't leave his kit here like he normally ends up doing.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he's there. There's Ben with his hands in the air. It's like, yes, hands in the air, like we don't care.
There's Bieber up there. We are allowed to call him Justin Bieber.
This is where you just see the death stare from the racing.
No,
There you
no,
go. There's
says
the head shake.
No, you're
There's
not.
the head
No,
shake.
definitely not.
There's the head shake as the drivers now head out onto the track, much to Ben's happiness, which means Russ's detention is taken away from likening to Canadian superstars and more onto some fantastic racing.
We did have Pep Guardiola last year as well.
Pep Guardiola was in the bar.
Steve
off the top of
Pitts.
my head.
Is he?
I think Pep Guardiola's up in the bar at the moment. You normally find like loads of the crew start getting likened to different celebrities.
Especially because
you've got Bieber,
of
Professor
the
Green,
weekend.
and Pep Guardiola on site. So
Yeah,
no expense
indeed.
spared for BIKC
No expense.
2023.
Okay, right. So we're on for the last of the practice qualies. 15 minutes, and let's just see. So these drivers getting used to these karts for the very first time on Speed 4. So I think as well as try and go for lap times, they've got a lot to take in here. First of all, they've got to experience Speed 4 and get used to it. They're also going out on relatively cold tyres this moment in time, and that's got to get used to that. They've got the boost button, which is functioning in a way that hasn't really functioned even if they practiced, because if they've practiced before they've been on Speed 3, which should mean it just gives you power wherever you want it. Whereas at the moment, because they're on Speed 4, it does not give you extra power, it gives you extra revs, which is important. So at the end of the straights, if you're trying to overtake a manoeuvre, press that button, your car will go a bit faster and hopefully help with the overtake. But there's no point using it coming out of the hairpin, because there's no point. You'll just use up your 5 seconds and you won't get any benefit of it. So because you can't use on the same point on every lap, because it's set to every 55 seconds, then there's a lot of tactics. You know, a lot of drivers saying yesterday they were using it by choice. By I mean they didn't have a pre-plan. They were using it if they needed to. If someone would come alongside, knowing they've got a good defence mechanism, and then if they were on their own, they were just generally kind of deciding on the hoof almost exactly where they deploy it. So there's a lot of different strategies. I think it's brilliant. It just adds a little dimension, doesn't it, to what's going on. It mimics what's going on in Formula 1. The way it works usually on Speed 3 is like the ERS, I would say, in Formula 1, and the way it's operating today is like DRS. It's like DRS. So it's kind of the best of both kind of areas of performance that we see week in, week out with, am I getting left out for that corner? Yeah. So anyway, it makes a lot of logic to me, Tom, if I'm being honest.
I think it's more something about waffling on the waffling on joke, sort of just getting around the crew.
Oh, I see. They're about 10 minutes behind.
Something like that. Their stream's on a bit of a delay to ours, so currently looking at Oliver Price, who's coming through the top section.
Show 26.
Looking for 26.
Warrior even.
26.
Yeah,
That's Kingsley Nanton, the 26 kart heading up on the top section
Currently
of
third.
the track.
Now, where are we? Fourth, 53.1. Very early days.
Time's changing extremely quickly for the Watford driver. So hopefully we'll see a bit of a representative lap. He's coming on 53.1. I wouldn't say it's a slow lap, but I'd probably say there's at least a little bit more in it from what we can see as Dave Harvey now goes up onto the top step. Immediately beaten by James Eastrop as they now get beaten again by Charlie Jackson. Currently looking for Carp 3, that's Daniel Jones. A lot of shouting going on for him, and as if by magic, straight up he goes.
And he's got his visor up.
So the guys are telling him to get that down as they now head up onto the top section.
That's my race directing. I couldn't stop myself from saying
That's the normal day-to-day race director. Right, visors down, guys. Off we go. But looking through, the times are really tumbling quickly here. A 52.6 for Hamid Durat, who's in the 30 at the moment. Currently looking at the number 3 of Daniel Jones. He's coming through the top end. He's coming through the bottom end of the track, getting ready to complete a lap. Dan Jones from Cambuslang, another Scottish driver with a lot of support here at the moment. Won his regional and finished 7th in the local finals, Dan Jones. He's coming through. Let's see if he can improve. He's currently sat in P8 over the line. Let's see what he can manage. 53.1 last time about. That's still keeping him in that position. We need to flip our live timing screen over for you in a moment there. Russ, just he watched this one on the stream for me.
Yeah, somebody's asked the Kart 18. Kart 18 doesn't exist.
Kart 18, focus on 18. 18 is John Bloodworth. He's out on track at the moment. Let me just refresh this for you, mate.
Oh, right, I get it.
We're on the wrong class.
Why is our technology letting us down?
I want to watch the big screen there.
Okay.
It's not the tech letting you down. It's just
that
the
tech
pink
letting me down.
No, it's the pink squishy thing that's operating it. There you go. So,
right.
currently looking at John
Bloodworth
in the 18. He's coming through the top section of the track. Very distinctive helmet there he's got. Nice white, nice yellow, black and red design. Looks really good under the lights there. Looks like it's got a bit of metallic flake coming through. Look over the shoulder. You can see he's got a couple of karts behind him. I think that's the 6 of Tom Clark who's there. A couple of drivers outside the top 10 at the moment.
We're going to go 43, James Estrop.
Just hear random numbers getting shouted at the back of my head.
That has been requested. So
James Estrop on a 52.812. He's up at the top end of the circuit at the moment on the Mez in bright red, coming through the double left-hander. He's going to come down the ramp now to get ready to complete a lap onto one of the fastest parts of the circuit. He's got clear track around him in front and behind, so hopefully it should mean you can get a nice clear run. We'll double check what that time is when he comes over the line here as a 43. Gets ready to complete a lap. If we look back before the kart for the 5 kart, that's Charlie Jackson, 52.807 that we're looking at here at the moment.
Leo wanted Charlie Jackson. Charlie Jackson, what you got? There you go.
So you got Charlie Jackson and then Chris Phillips just behind there in the 37. So Charlie Jackson, P4 at the moment, so 52.807. He's going to wade through Chris Phillips and see if he can pull a bit of time there by following behind. But still Dave Harvey who's out in front, 52.467 for him. Hamid Durat in 2nd place, Russell Endine in the 44 is 3rd. Charlie Jackson, James Eastrop, Kevin Taylor-Beebe. Then you've got Ian Wilson in the 7, Joe Powley in the 8, Kingsley Nanton in the 9, Dan Jones, who's just been bested by Jordan Bolton.
Kart 6, we are on now.
Tom Clark.
And because, and there's a reason, he's a really good overtaker.
Tom Clark, a really good overtaker.
He's going to need to be a good overtaker.
He started from 12th. Starting from 12th place. He's got Hamid Durat in front of him. So he's got the driver who's currently 2nd. If he's going to try and improve, this is probably one of the drivers that you want out there. So Tom's been doing quite a bit of karting this year, not just with TeamSport himself. He finished 20th last time out. It's his 3rd time in the finals. A driver from Reading, 35 years old, from coming through. He's had in his qualifying, he finished 1st. In his locals, he finished 2nd. In the regional, he finished 3rd. Hopefully, he doesn't end up 4th and can go one better and get himself on the podium this year. One of 6 drivers who is back for another run here at the BIKC finals. A 53.159 is what he's currently running at the moment. That's about 6 to 7 tenths off.
I'm going to make a call. Let's see the driver in the front, because that's a really good lap time, that is.
So let's have a look at the 32 of David Harvey, our 3rd placed finisher from last year. He's the top seed in this category, a very distinctive Dayglow yellow and pink race kit. As he comes up onto the top end of the circuit, he was bested by Johnny Elliott and John Paragon, 2 drivers not here this time around, but Harvey looking, with the 2 rivals from last year missing, looking to try and make hay. It's one of the drivers where we sort of saw him towards the front, but not right at the top, at the sharp end throughout the heats last year. And then when it came to the final, he was able to get himself into 3rd place and had a really good run from there. Almost came out of absolutely nowhere. This is his 3rd time in the BIKC finals, and he's going to be looking to get back on the podium again this year. Currently on a 42.467 through the right-hander there. Let's see if he can improve this time around. The 32 comes over the line. Let's see what he can manage. There was a 52.6 last time over the line, so not an improvement this time. As you just
Close,
see,
though.
yeah, very close. This one looks a lot closer here. There's only about 4 or 5 tenths separating the top 11 at the moment, so all the way down to Kingsley Nanton there at the moment. So it's Harvey Durant ending, Jackson, Eastrop.
I mean, I would say, Tom, if he hadn't have done the 52.467, that last lap would have still have put him.
Yeah, that last lap would have been enough for pole position.
Yeah.
So two relatively quick laps, still a couple of tenths off what we saw the other guys do in the first qualifying session for heavyweight. As he now dropped back through again. Let's see if he can go any quicker there at the moment.
Okay, it's really good. So David Harwood at 52.467. Hamid Durant is in second on 52.696. Russell Eden is on 52.719. Gets really tight from here. 5, Charlie Jackson, 52.807. James Estrop, 52.812. Tom Clark, 52.906. He's talking thousandths of a second here.
Yeah, it's
Kevin
extremely
Taylor Beebe, 52.956. Ian Wilson, 52.957. 1,000.
No. It's Ian we're watching at the moment. He's trying to set himself up for a quick time here. The driver who's qualified through from Sheffield. Another driver who has been doing quite a bit of racing this year. He's had some decent runs so far, some decent results, and let's see if he can get a decent result at the BIKC finals. It's the first time here. He did his during qualifying. He was first. Local finals, he finished 4th. He was second at the regionals to get his place here, as he now goes on to what is going to be, hopefully for him, a fast time and a lap enough to put himself up into probably the top 5 or so. Having a chat to him before, he reckoned he's probably sat about 3 to 4 tenths off the real quick guys, but I have seen him run times that are a little bit quicker than that, so I think he's got a few more tenths in him. Let's see what he can do here. It's a relatively tidy lap he's got so far. So through the top end of the hairpin there, keeps the kart really composed. Through the double left-hander, who's going to come down the ramp here, taps the boost button there, just see the hand go to it. As he now comes through the bottom section, through the left, through the right. And let's see if he can hook a time here through
it's
the
important.
top.
He would have chosen it. For me, that's the best place to use it. Can't use it there every lap, obviously. Oh, that's a bit scruffy.
Yeah, a little
that's
bit.
That's a bit scruffy.
The kart just bobbled on the way in, and it just sort of forced him offline. It looked like a relatively tidy lap. Let's see if it's also a quick one. He's currently in P8. He wasn't able to improve on that one. That lap was a 53.2. So about 2 tenths off what he ran in the last one.
I think he probably lost it on the corner that we saw there.
Yeah, he definitely lost a little bit. A little bit. But I'm not sure if that was the entire couple of tenths there.
Because let's see what he might not use the boost button on this particular lap and then use it again.
Yeah, he won't be able to use it in the
lap.
same place, so it's probably going to have to be the run. Considering where he used it last time, he's probably going to be using it out of the 3rd hairpin this time round, just to get the run towards the end of the lap. So let's see if we can go any quicker this time. Who won in middleweight? Middleweight is still on. What this year we're running multiple classes together. We don't know yet. We're trying to find out.
Yeah.
So it was Russ won the middleweights, and then I won the lightweights, and I think Jen's going to win the juniors later on.
Indeed.
So
yeah, that's exactly how it's going to be.
So Ian Wilson still doesn't improve on the 8th place that he's got there. It's still Dave Harvey on pole position for this group at the moment, 52.467. Still Hamid Durant. It looks like the times are also just starting to, I always want to say fizzle out, so I don't think we've not seen many improvements over the last little bit. We've got 3 minutes to go here, so just starting to run out of time here. So it's still Harvey Durant, Dean Jackson, Eastrop, Taylor Beebe,
perhaps Josh
Tom Clark's up in 7th.
Perhaps Josh C98 is watching us on +1.
Watching us on +1 or BIKC +1.
Yeah, like BIKC +1.
Most people don't want to watch us live, let alone on +1. You're watching this back, then. Hello to wherever you are watching this back, whenever it might be. But currently we're watching Ian Wilson. Let's see what he can do this time around. He's had another relatively clean lap. That was a 53.2 again. So he's relatively consistent. He's got decent race pace there. Maybe not quite the outright qualifying pace, but he's a bit of a I've seen him maybe a bit of a ruthless overtaker at times. So hopefully he's going to be able to use that to his benefit. Let's see who else we've got. Cadet Champion is in chat at the moment. Eskild Hewitt says hi. As we now look for we're already watching 42, mate. We're already watching 42. I think it's past his bedtime, isn't it? He's getting a little bit tired, isn't he? He's getting a little bit tired at the moment. He's just trying to figure out what it all said. He's not got his right glasses on. But Kevin Taylor Beebe there in 22 has gone into. Meanwhile, the director's lining up, trying to find some heavy object that he can throw in Russ's general direction. as they come over the line a minute and
with
a half
number
on.
with number 42 on it. 42 number board or something.
Oh no!
Let's go. Let's go David Harvey, 32, because
So,
he's the fastest at the moment.
Fastest driver at the moment. 22. Kevin Taylor Beebe just moved up into second position of 52.598.
I am trying to do 10 things at the same time, but yeah, I get it. Okay.
By reading 10 comments at the same
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Is that
that's
what you mean
exactly.
there?
Yeah.
So 32, David Harvey is currently the pole sitter. It's not going to be long before we see a checker flag being shown out. So these drivers really on their last lap.
Kevin Taylor Beebe in with a 52.5 there, so he snuck into second.
As Kingsley Nansen there sneaks in a 52.901 there. So the
last laps. These are last laps.
So let's see
44 seconds on the clock.
Manage. Tom Clark comes over the line. That wasn't an improvement for him. He stays in P8. Joe Pallian Wilson now improves up to 7th place. So the moment we come off, we stop watching him as the moment he improves. John Bloodworth comes over the line. He doesn't improve on 14th. Let's see if Harvey can improve on the time that he had there. Not quite. It's still a 52. It's still pole position.
Yeah.
The time he set still would have been enough for pole position. That was a 52.546. So checker flag
Good laps from David Harvey
now.
there. I mean, you look at his best, but he set consistent lap times through that would have been in pole
So
position.
we've seen it before where what you really need is you need to make sure, A, you're having a clean run, and B, you need to make sure that you've also got consistency out there. If you can consistently bank those laps, consistently bank the times, and you'll start to find that you can start pulling a bit of a gap, especially if people start fighting behind.
Also, Tom, Stephen Ball has gone. He just saying that he watched the feedback back on the footage back on the way home, and he can say people were watching as far as Hong Kong.
People watching as far away from Hong Kong.
Yes.
Wow.
Come on. We're just worldwide superstars, really, if I'll be absolutely honest. That's how the words I would use to define us.
I don't know how.
We are known.
The only time we've ever sounded like we have a rough idea is every time we bring Jen in to start analysing stuff.
Exactly.
It seems like me
And
and
she
you just
saves
say
us.
random stuff, and Jen sort of makes it sound like we know what we're doing.
And we disagree with Jen.
Yeah, not always.
I try my best.
Hey, we've already said if we were a race direction team, we'd all agree. However, it would probably be absolute chaos.
Yeah, I can guarantee that now. So that was a great result from David Harvey. Who
Look at Christina playing up to the camera.
Oh.
No, she's not playing up.
Christina.
I think Harvey's probably just said something to wind her up there. That's the problem. It's getting
That's Christina.
It's getting to that
TeamSport
point of the
legend,
weekend.
Christina.
Everyone's just starting to wind.
Yeah, I think Christina's over the barrier. Hang
she's
on.
over. She's gone.
Oh, I hope Malcolm's not watching this. Head of health and safety.
Can someone black flag
no.
Christina for barrier contact there, please?
Oh, and she's jumped the barrier. That's not even allowed either. Oh,
Can
goodness.
someone black flag Christina for barrier contact there, please?
That's not Christina. It's not allowed. Yes.
And
Anyway.
just as she does that, Adam there is just currently telling her, just don't do that.
Yeah, Adam has picked up on it immediately. You can tell old school team sport, can't you?
Who's there? Almost like a disappointed parent.
Absolutely. They're going, no, she jumped the barrier. Adam goes, oh, jumped the barrier. Now she's twerking. For Kart 28.
This is
Whatever.
into a episode of Chrissy in the Wild.
Chrissy in the wild.
It's more like Team Sport Marshall's gone rogue.
Totally.
As soon as we go later into the day, it's going to get worse and worse and worse.
Jen, did you see anything there that you want to pick up on in any of the practice qualies that we've seen?
Honestly, just some
Don't
great
say no.
space. No, I'm not going to say no. I'm going to say there's some great spacing out from the drivers. We saw a lot of racing from the juniors and cadets yesterday. They weren't giving themselves gaps. Obviously, a lot of the drivers now were giving gaps, or they were just sort of trading along with drivers that are faster in front, sort of benefiting themselves rather than obviously getting their lap times taken away from them. Obviously, we saw David Harvey putting in a mega lap for the heavyweights, so he's got a good chance to win it this year. I don't think we have any other of the returning champions this year. Adrian Ray was one of them. I remember him in the boiler suit, I think it was.
Yeah, boiler suit with the autographed helmet.
Can I
Helmet
just
covered in
I'm
autographs.
sorry to interrupt, but I've got to get in here. Dave Rich has just put on there. Adam needs a high vis, though.
Yep.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right, Malcolm,
Get your
come
high
down
vis
here and
on.
sort him out.
Two wrongs don't make a right in this situation.
Wizzy says, love the ADHD style of commentating. Thank you very much for that. Gary Jones, tell Chrissy off from me. Okay. I think Gary, a bit of a crush on Chrissy, I would say there.
Beginning to see how tired you
I can
are.
almost guarantee that's a Crawley driver.
We have been doing this since 9:30 yesterday morning, but we can get through this. There's loads of fun to be had, I think. Things get looser, don't they, this time? Let's keep it together.
Hey,
right.
value number 5, fueled by fun.
Exactly.
Means
we can get away with anything.
Laugh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
These are some sexy shots of the drivers here, ready to go out for the first heat.
Yeah, so we're getting ready to go racing now. It's all the qualifying sessions for the day done.
Jamie Foster posing for us there.
Yep.
And we got Sebastian Miller all the way back there. There's a whole length
Just
gap.
starting the whole way back. He's clearly was that confident with the pace he had in qualifying. He's going to start that far back and still be able to be there or thereabouts, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully.
So the drivers now all getting ready as Adam does don his high vis at the request of Dave Rich. And we're just waiting for the last couple of people. Who do we think's going to be in the pace car this time? It's been sharing the duties so far.
Well, the high vis just went on Adam, so don't think it will be Adam.
No, if it's Adam, the high vis is going to have to go on and come quickly back off again.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've had 4 different pace car drivers. Normally, it's usually Adam and Dave McGregor usually used to.
I've literally had something from Race Control. Sorry to interrupt.
Go on. The hot shoot from Race Control.
The clerk of the course has just said that he's got Adam putting a high vis on straight away.
Has he said anything about the time penalty for Chrissy for a barrier contact?
No, not at all. But, right, here we
We've got a lot
go.
more poses coming from the drivers this time, other than the juniors who just put the visors
There's a
down
wave
and acted
from
very
Steve Gray.
movie.
JG Karting says, can I be pace car driver? You might be a bit late, though, I think.
A bit late on that one, man.
Not sure we'd have the right insurance either, but there we go.
And just in case, just because TeamSport members driving, it does have to be insured, especially when the likes of me or you would be driving it. They don't trust us with the high power.
Joe will love these shots, doesn't he? He literally loves the oh, look at that! Look at that! I love that! Brilliant.
I do love these shots, seeing all the drivers' personalities come through in their race suits and helmets.
Seductive shots.
Yeah. To be fair, there is quite a lot of custom artwork out there as well. Some really good stuff been shown off over the last couple of days. Reese has a really good one there. The Dayglow orange going against the purple there.
Yeah,
you'll love me saying this. I quite like Chris Ball's as well. Actually, the pink and the light blue works really well.
Yeah,
really good.
So
we had a lot of orange race suits yesterday, I noticed. So, well, I think that might be the Lando Norris effect, I think, for young drivers.
Yeah, I believe it's one of the teams. Their team colour is orange, which, to be fair, as a marshal, orange is I quite like an orange. I quite like
the red of the safety car. To be
the red of the safety car,
yeah,
the red of the Sonner safety car does look really good out there.
But not as good as the blue of TeamSport e-karting.
Yeah, I am a sucker for the blue.
It's a cracking colour.
I am a sucker for the blue. To be fair, when we rebranded, all my kit is all blue, white, and black, and it's all the right sort of blue. So as soon as we were told we rebranded and held it up to the side, it's like, oh yeah, that matches. My helmet's finally on brand.
If only we could rebrand to pink.
Yeah, that would sort yours out there.
Yeah,
that would sort
that's
yours
coming,
out.
surely. Yeah.
That answers the question of who is our
10 years' time will be pink.
That answers the question of who our pace car driver is, with an on-brand helmet as well, a white, black, and blue one.
Yeah,
there.
is that
Sam? Is that Molly?
That's
Molly.
Molly's going to take the wheel.
Current mechanic for this weekend.
Yeah,
so.
Fantastic. Loads of motorsport experience. Yeah. Molly, Formula Women.
Yeah, she's done a lot of laps around this track as well. She's been one of the team that's been testing and fleet testing these carts within an inch of their lives. So just trying to make sure they're all good and
correct balaclava on, which is marvellous. And
she heads out onto the grid and she gets ready to. The rest of the drivers coming up behind us. So Seb Miller, Tio Colucci going to be on the front row of this one. Oliver Smith, Adam Davis, Jamie Foster, Reese Kello, Jordan Hayward, Taylor Barnes, Ethan Bloodworth, James Miller, Steve Gray, Sam Hill, Reese Duffy, Anthony Belanger, and then Elliot Chung Green and Zach Awan to finish off the order.
And I did say earlier, if you do like flashing lights on karts, check out our combat karts. We have a whole new karting product operating in Newcastle, in Preston, in Mitcham, in Reading, and in many more TeamSport tracks coming your way soon. And it's very similar to a certain video game that we're not going to mention that involves running over things on track and picking up power boosts and shields and rockets and all kinds of things. And it's fantastic, isn't it, Tom? It really is a lot of fun.
We took a group of crew to Preston.
Yeah.
Man, it's hilarious.
Yeah. You can go from first to last and last to first in the space of 3 laps.
I was chatting to our resident Pep Guardiola, and he said he had a crack at it at Reading.
Yep.
And he was in second place. He was having a right good laugh, and then everyone started getting all the power boosts, and he went from first to last in the space of 2 corners. That being said, his talent probably would have put him there itself, but the power boost didn't help it.
I must admit the combat karts looked great when I was in Newcastle. I didn't get to drive them myself, but when we were up there and the regional was running, the combat kart track was running as well. And obviously when we had a lot of red flags and stuff around the sessions, we were seeing the combat kart drivers spinning out. There was like a unicorn for Helmet Fuzzy just going around the track as we were all resetting the drivers.
So it is a very different style of karting, and to be fair, if you want to go out and have a laugh on four wheels, it is actually pretty good fun. As a racer myself, I'll be honest, I was looking at it like, maybe it could be a good laugh having taken a group. Like, it works really well with a good group. So you get like 6 or 7 people together, something like that, all get on there. It's absolutely hilarious.
Grim says, right, that we are still calling Anthony Ballinger the wrong name. He says we might as well call him Ball Hanger. And you know what? I am the wrong person.
No, that's the wrong
to
person
say
to say
that
to.
You have just made that.
You don't realise what you've just done.
You've just made it a thing.
Oh no. But anyone who knows what Russ is like, go back and watch the Rising Stars cast from 2020. It was about this time, actually, that the famous line came out, and it was at the end credits of almost every BIKC since. So yeah, please don't do it.
Christine wants married. Oh, almost said it. Whoops! Combat karts in BIKC.
Yeah, me and Silky were having a chat saying we should have a BICC, the British Indoor Combat Championship, which all run on combat karts. That would be absolutely. Imagine the VAR for that.
Indeed.
It's like, I wonder if someone managed to get that power up. No, they didn't shoot that rocket in the correct direction.
Totally. We'll have loads of buttons on the go.
I will say the screens on the karts are really cool.
They're
so
epic.
Maybe something to look at there, but the screens are really cool. They show you position and everything. Right, here we go. Thinking about position, we are in position for a race start. So, Seb Miller, Fabrizio Colucci, Oliver Smith, Adam Davis, Jamie Foster, Reece Kello, Jordan Hayward, Taylor Barnes, Ethan Bloodworth, James Miller, Steve Gray, Sam Hill, Reece Duffy, Ansi Belanger, then Elliot Chong Green and Zach Ewan. So we're looking at the pole man, Seb Miller.
Tom, you're going to do it, even at 5 o'clock on a Sunday. Those words get creeping in.
I think that's only something you can pull off.
I'll do it when I do it. You take them, Ray.
So we were talking about different ways to start racing. Someone's dared me to try and do the NASCAR style, the full-on David Wall trip. So the guys come to the line and it's the full.
I've got a cheesy one. I haven't even done yet. Well, I'll do that in a minute. You've
got one that you want to.
You're on for the moment. You're on for the moment.
So drivers come towards the start-finish line in true NASCAR style. Oogity boogity boogity. Let's go racing, boys. Seb Miller leads them away. It's Fabrizio Colucci that takes the lead here. Seb Miller's in second place. That looks like Adam Davis has got himself into third at the expense of Ollie Smith. So it's all change at the front as the Bradford driver looks over his shoulder, defends from Seb Smith and heads up onto the top section of the circuit. 2 by 2 they go up. A little bit of contact there. Looks like James Miller getting into the side of another one of the drivers there. When they head down through the top section, it's Colucci, Miller, and then Adam Davis in third place. Oliver Smith, the driver who's finished 4th here overall in the BIKC before. He's going to be looking for a strong result here. So 7th last year for the Bradford driver, 3rd in his regional. He's now going into the top section of the
Miller
circuit
goes defensive.
In the lead.
Miller went wide there, and he's going defensive already.
He's got to be careful. If he opens, we've seen it many times already. If you open that door on the inside, it's just going to invite the driver behind you. Oh, there's a spin there. I just saw the top of the helmet. It flew. That's Steve Gray going the wrong way. So Steve Gray's pointing the wrong direction. The tram driver from Blackpool's facing the wrong direction. He's back on track again. As Fabrizio Colucci now heads through the top section of the circuit. Seb Miller in hot pursuit. And you've got Adam Davis just behind him, Oliver Smith, Jamie Foster, Jordan Hayward, Reece Kello, Ethan Bloodworth, Taylor Barnes, James Miller, your top 10 at the moment. So you'll go through the top section of the track. And you wait to see from race control what manner of thing occurred there with Steve Gray at the second hairpin. A look over the shoulder. Colucci's definitely pulling away here from Seb Miller as they now come back through the fast left-right chicane. Oliver Smith in hot pursuit of Adam Davis and try and get on turns. It looks like you've got a bit of a gap forming between Reece Kello and Ethan Bloodworth there over 7th place. So it's the top 7 all in nose to tail. Ollie Smith really slow on the apex there, maybe trying to get a good run through. He's put himself back on the rear bumper of Adam Davis. Another lap goes into the books. That's Seb Miller still in pursuit of Fabrizio Colucci. I'll speak English in a moment. Half a second is the advantage between the Bradford driver and between the Cardiff driver.
Yeah, great start and really, really good stuff. But nobody's really pulling away from this one. The top 2 are in combat, but they're only about half a second ahead of what is in 3rd and 4th They're third and fourth are 0.2 seconds apart, with Jamie Foster in fifth and Jordan Hayward in sixth position. Then it's Reese, and all these drivers are all these drivers are literally nose to tail. It's about half a second between each of them. So here we go. We are 7.5 minutes remaining, and we are looking for some. We've had some brilliant overtaking manoeuvres all the way through this weekend. And we are looking for a heck of a lot more coming up. And we haven't really seen any. It's all very stable at the moment. Drivers just sussing each other out, because now we're racing in the heats. There is a lot at stake. So in the first few drivers that are coming around here, they are already in for a whole hatful of points. So it's about risk versus reward. And do you go for it? Do you really take a risk and try and take that position, or do you settle and take a hat full of points for coming second? That is the conundrum that Seb Miller has got at the moment. They now are starting to edge away from kart number 10, Adam Davis. Contact for Anthony Belanger. I said that really wrong, because it's come up wrong on the screen. So that's my excuse. I read his name missing there. There is letters missing. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, Grim. Ball hanger. Yeah,
going back to what you were saying
ball
there
hanger. Warning for black and white flag.
To what you were saying about
that's better. They corrected it. Look at that. How good are the guys behind us?
At least they can get it right.
How good are they? Absolutely brilliant.
Going back to the point you were saying about banking points and trying to just keep it clean at this point. We've already seen loads of times where people have gone for a move and it's not quite worked. They've either copped a penalty or a black and white flag for it. I think at this stage, unless you can be really confident that the move you're going to make is going to be a clean one, it's going to be a decisive move, then it's probably going to be worth just to bank the points. Because starting on the second row of, let's say starting on the second row of a semi-final, it's going to be better than starting on the 7th or 8th row if you cop the penalty. And
what we've also seen, don't forget, is them working together. So especially the cadets and the juniors, they were tapping their helmets. But basically what they were doing,
a lot of hand signals saying,
signaling
tapping
behind,
the helmet and
let's not fight, let's just put lap times in, and then they would move away from the rest of the field, and then in the last few laps of the race, they would really go at it hammer and tong, knowing that if something does go wrong, they're only going to lose one place, they're not going to lose loads of others. Loads of strategy, and the biggest strategy for me is coming for the cadets and the juniors. And because I thought that was awesome, what they were doing. They were working together, and then suddenly, very clever is what I would.
It's very mature driving from those young drivers, and it looks like we've almost got a similar sort of thing happening here, whether the drivers mean it or not. So the two drivers at the front, Gallucci and Miller, are lapping inside the 50, just lapping in the 51s, compared to Adam Davis, who's currently fastest on a 52.391 against Ollie Smith. So
I worry with the ball hangers thing that Anthony has just got a new nickname. That's going to be his racing nickname for the rest of his life.
I've got a feeling you've just. I think everybody's
in with it
that
now.
Guy's life.
Can I just say a big shout out, because he's just popped up. Niall Bill, hello, I came second in cadets. We know, we saw it, Niall. It was fantastic. It was amazing. Sophie saying, we can't show 29, we've got to show where the action is at the moment, Sophie. We can't show people anymore, we can only do it in practice.
So the drivers at the moment are 2 by 2, so you've got the top two, you've got Gallucci and Miller 1 and 2, then Davis and Smith are really close as well over 3rd and 4th. It almost looks like you've got a pair of alliances starting to form, with maybe Davis just looking over his shoulders, making sure that Smith isn't going to try and throw a move on him to try and catch this now near 2-second gap that he's got to try and get on terms with Seb Miller. But you've also got Foster and Hayward behind. They're also 2 by 2 at the moment, so they fly by the spectators in that new spec zone. It's a fantastic place to stand. They always used to, whenever we're running a members-only event, one of us will go into the middle section there, just to watch everything. You literally get to see almost everything that's out there. It gives you a real perspective of the speed of the karts as well, because they're literally coming past you at max.
It's an awesome place to see, to watch.
Meanwhile, after that spin, Steve Gray's managed to find 2 positions. He's now back into 14th. So already a recovery drive in progress for Steve Gray.
Gallucci's seriously looking behind him there as we was going around the upstairs section. That really, now for him, it's just position the car. There it is again. That's what he was doing on the other side of the circuit. A quick flashback just to check exactly where he is.
Just a look, just to see who's there. Just to see if he's there or not.
Position that car in exactly the right point, so that it's pulled away a bit there. Actually, just going through this section there, maybe a small mistake from Seb Miller.
Yeah, he's just found about 3/10 on Seb Miller there. So Miller currently in second place, gap 6.4 tenths. still about 2 seconds to Adam Davis, who's now got about 6 tenths over Oliver Smith. Smith himself, Smith is a driver who's not too dissimilar from the...
Sophie's
really wanted us to
I know.
show Anthony down.
We can't. We've got to follow on the action.
Another position
on
for
the
Steve Gray.
front.
So Steve Gray's got another position. He's back into 13th. So the recovery drive well and truly on for the Liverpool driver as they now come through the top end of the circuit for the leaders. 2 by 2 the carts go. You can just see that Foster and Hayward now have a bit of a gap over Reece Kello, who's got Taylor Barnes and Ethan Bloodworth for company. Then James Miller sort of running on his own in 10th place. Got a bit of a gap towards him and Sam Hill, who's close with Reece Duffy, and then the charging Steve Gray trying to make up for that early incident. So Colucci versus Miller. Miller's now back onto the rear bumper of the Bradford driver. A look over the shoulder.
Probably last lap here, I think.
Yeah,
well.
maybe this one. Maybe they might squeak one more before the timer expires. As they now come on the top section, it looks like Adam's definitely being dropped here, and he's still starting to drop Ollie Smith. This is really the closest battle on circuit at the moment. It's Fabrizio Colucci versus Seb Miller as they now go through the left-right chicane, the 8 versus the 11. Another look over the shoulder there for Colucci as they turn in. He knows
time
he's
penalties.
not quite close enough. There's an update from
Okay, 3-second penalty for car number 41, Zach Owen, for failing to follow instructions to close their visor.
Oh, so that's an interesting one there. You mentioned the visor thing earlier on with different drivers.
Yep.
Last thing you want is a 3-second penalty for something as small as that.
As silly as that,
So
to be honest.
on to the last lap here. So it's quite an easy instruction as well. You'll just get the hands pointing down for the marshals. It's not a hard one to spot. But last lap now for Colucci and Miller. They're up on the flyover section here, still dropping Adam Davis at the moment. Gap now 3 seconds between them and the driver in 3rd place. Through the left-hander again, another look over the shoulder there, so just double-checking. Great awareness from these drivers. The last thing you want to see, we've seen it time and time before, where you get drivers, they either just focus on what's in front of them, they end up getting absolutely sent by another driver, or those that just keep looking over the shoulder and are able to spot when an attack is incoming and be able to maybe go into self-preservation here. Check flag for Fabrizio Colucci, as there is the 3-second penalty for Zach coming up on the screen. It's Adam Davis, Oliver Smith, Jamie Foster, Jordan Hayward, Reece Kello, Taylor Barnes, Ethan Bloodworth, James Miller, your top 10, as we wait for Sam Hill to come over the line, and he will complete the top 11 there. Good race at the front there. 2 tenths is the gap at the front, and the 2 fastest drivers on track, but it was fastest lap to Seb Miller there, 51.925. That was impressive time.
I just want to answer something. So basically, Scott asked, so it's okay to overtake before the start line? Yes, it is fine.
Yes.
It's
so
fine to overtake.
So we had this question.
We had this earlier.
We had this earlier, and just to make sure that we give them the right information, the way the start rules work is drivers come up 2 by 2.
Luke's got it.
They're focusing on the light that is sat just at the top. As soon as the lights go green, it's game on from there, and you can race on the light. Some races do it slightly differently. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you can't overtake until the line. But it's all about being familiar with the rules and the regs that you're on, and especially if you're bouncing between multiple series, as you'll probably be aware of there, Jen, that it can be difficult to stay on top of all the different quirks of what you need to know.
Yeah, exactly. I think the most important thing to do, especially if you're starting in first, is just to make sure you're that slight edge ahead. Obviously, you don't want to cause a false start, but you need to be on the line a lot quicker.
You almost need to anticipate the lights going, effectively.
Yeah, exactly. Because the pickup of the carts is a lot quicker, and they're not as fast spread as the petrol cars. Obviously, you want to make sure you are the faster reacting driver, as you are going to lose out on that position in the first corner.
Yeah,
indeed.
You're looking for this sort of, especially with a grid like this, you really want to be looking for every single tenth and every single tiny advantage that you can try and get, and something like that you can pull a couple of tenths. We've seen drivers be able to pull a couple of carts off the start. Coming back to, I think it was Frederick Navarro yesterday in the juniors, he managed to go, what was it, from 7th to 3rd in like 1 or 2 corners with a good start.
Yeah, exactly.
Nick Sminska said that's a bit dodgy, but okay, because start lights in motor racing.
So there's not the standard
it's a new
grid start.
phenomenon, isn't it?
It's not the standard 3 lights and then they go green. It is literally just
so it's literally just yellow to green. Just yellow to green. Similar to majority, we do have the full LED start lights. So if you come and do a Grand Prix here, you'll do a standing start. You get the 5 red lights. You feel like a Formula 1 driver. But for these guys, we're going with the rolling starts. A little bit nicer. To be fair, as a racer, I prefer the rolling starts. So get everyone a little bit closer. You get a little bit of an opportunity. It's a bit more racy sort of
Ed
thing.
White's kicking off. I can't believe you, Ed. Like, I'm very disappointed. He says pole not beneficial then. Well, it is if you start third. It's much more beneficial. But yes, they go 2 by 2 kind of thing. And second goes on the outside, which is really not it's not as good as starting on the left-hand side.
I think it all depends really on sort of how the drivers react behind as well. Obviously, there can be a little bit loading on the grid start, or the rolling start, I mean. So if the driver behind in third or in fourth causes a little bit of loading on the start, gets a bit of launch, it could end up unsettling the drivers in front, which is what also ultimately ends up people losing positions as well.
Indeed. Right, okay, so we are seeing karts leave the pits for heat number 1 of the heavies. So now we saw John Luger with unbelievable pace in the practice quali. So fast that he actually was quickest by 0.3 of a second. So the big thing is here, can he translate all that pace into his racing?
Yeah, it's a big gap in this sort of sport. We've seen how close the middleweights are.
Totally.
And that's a massive gap.
Who have we got in the pace car? Is that
That's
Molly?
Molly again.
It is
there.
Molly, yes.
Molly leading him away. I think Adams finally surrendered the keys to the safety car.
He has.
I think he's finally given the keys up.
I don't think Molly needs that safety car as fast as what Adams had it.
No.
With her motorsport experience.
No, I have a feeling that if she was left to her own devices, she could be in one of the normal cars. She'd probably still be at the front of the field anyway.
She'd probably be in a cadet car and still do quite well. Such is her motorsport skill.
Do you remember what happened last year when you started talking about Adam's driving skills? He burst through that door and he started coming here with a spanner.
He did. He wasn't happy. He's never happy though. What am I on about? It's Adam. Right, let's have it. Ed White, sorry Russ. It's all right. Hope you're well. Hope you're good, Ed. Speak to Owen. All right, he'll put you right on that. Yeah, indeed. That's back in the day. Oh. Right, okay. Great commentary, Russ. Glad my name's in there. I tell you what. I expect to see great commentary, Tom. You're making up for us.
Yeah. Every now and again, it's like, oh, so the pair of you guys doing it again. It's like, oh, one of you sounds like you know what you're doing, and the other one's like really loud.
Yeah, that's me.
Yep. Oh man, we have a good laugh. We
enjoy it.
We've got Jen here as well to keep us sane if we require it. But we've now got the heavyweights now going out for their first heat, and the front row men absolutely side by side.
I think Jen's adding a little bit of glamour to the team.
Definitely the intellect as well.
The intellect,
definitely the brains.
We're going to have the job next year.
Definitely the brains of the operation, put it that way. And then Joel has
to
somehow make us sound like we know what we're doing.
With all the race experience.
I mean, we've proved earlier on why we don't race and why we talk about it. It's Murray Walker's old line. Those who can't do, talk about it. That's why we talk about it.
Great line.
So, heavyweights coming to the line to start for their first heat. The pace car's going to run away, which it already has. We wait to see the lights go green, and they go racing now for the heavyweights. John Uger and Nathan Williams line nose to tail. The pole man straight away takes a wide line. Bit of contact at the back there. I'm not quite sure which driver that was. Damon Brown's flying. He's up to third place at the moment. He's up to second place at the moment.
Damon Brown's not happy,
place,
but he's in third.
He's in second place. I think he's managed to jump Nathan Williams as well. It might not be. Yes, he has. Williams has fallen down the order there. Contact again. There's a lot of loading going up at the top section. But what that's doing is allowing John Luger to run away here with Damon Brown in second place, the 42. There's the Joker helmet, the 22. That is Harvey Sugden Scott, so one of the only drivers to maintain their position on the start. Fifth place is the number 5, that's Ross Sandwell, and I think Nathan Williams is now outside the top 5.
It's an overtake.
Brown's track.
How did he do that?
That's Sugden Scott's gone down the inside. There's one for us to look at later on. Both of us missed that one.
Got to see that.
But over the line, John Luger comes over the line to start the second lap.
We have not seen overtaking there
seconds
at any point.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds, the gap, all hell broke loose on that start line. We normally say the heavyweights are the mild one. That's more actions than the lightweights gave us earlier.
Fantastic. Six is shaking his head. Damon Brown's not happy with that, but we've got to see that again, and we will.
Yeah, Jen said, I'll get it, don't worry. So we'll be able to have a look at that one at the end of this. She's shouting now barking instructions to the guys from Revolution. He's like, get me this footage and get it me now. So Harvey Sugden Scott now has Damon Brown to worry about. Brown trying to, after his lightning start from 5th place, is now up into 3rd. Nathan Williams is confirmed in 5th place there at the moment. He's got Ross Samwell behind him. Phil Jackson, Saul Gregory, Ben Richards, Tom Owen is there in 9th place. Jack Bridges is down in 11th place with Chris Tate just in front. Kai Andrews, Simon Fulton, Paul Lyford, Stuart Clark are your runners and riders here, the 15 drivers taking part in this first heavyweight heat. Over the line, the gap's come down at the front. Harvey Sugden Scott is now, there's the 18 the wrong way. Is that the 18? As Paul Lyford's facing the wrong direction. He's lost one position now. Stuart Clark, maybe there was contact, we're not sure.
And John Luger is checking out here, absolutely checking out. 1.4 second lead. Damon Brown, who went from 5th to 2nd and wasn't happy at that. Then he went back down to 3rd, not happy at that, but at least he's holding 3rd. He's 2.4 seconds clear of the 4th place. Ross Samwell with Nathan Williams in 5th, Phil Jackson in 6th, Sol Gregory in 7th, Ben Richards in 8th, Tom Owens 9th, Chris Tate in 10th, Jack Bridges in 11th, Kai Andrew in 12th, Simon Fulton 13th, Stuart Clark 14th, Paul Lyford at the back in 15th at the moment. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. We haven't seen any overtaking
Nathan
here.
Williams has passed Ross Samwell, so you say there's no overtaking, but Nathan Williams has got back into 4th place.
He has.
The rivalry started on the front
But I haven't
row.
seen him take around that particular hairpin. We've seen so much overtaking
It's
around
normally
that.
it's been the second hairpin that we've seen a lot. The first
All the
one,
time.
the first and the third, normally not quite as much. You normally see the first hairpin set you up for the second hairpin. You get moved down the inside. But Nathan Williams is now up into 4th place. He's going to be looking to try and get back to his 2nd place start. The gap at the front is staying the same with 1.4 seconds. And then Harvey Sugden Scott has 1.2 seconds over Damon Brown in 3rd place. And then it's this driver that we're watching, Nathan Williams, trying to make amends.
Watching the battle for 4th here, because that's where the action is.
He's trying to make amends to that poor start. You've got the 44 of Phil Jackson and Saul Gregory in nose to tail at the moment. Liverpool driver trying to get up the order to another Liverpool drivers. Looking at the back of Ben Richards, that's Tom Owen. Down the inside goes Gregory. That was a dive and a half.
We got one.
A lock up from Jack Bridges just keeps him sideways. That
Great
was a
move.
Beautiful move by Saul Gregory. He taps the car. He's happy with that.
You get that
now
as well,
off he
Jen.
goes to catch Ross Samwell.
We will be into the Gen cam at the end of this particular.
Yeah, there's lots to review at the end of this one.
Oh, we got another spinner. It's 3, and he spun off. It's Simon Fulton. Simon Fulton literally spins the cart around, but was so fast pulling it around, we didn't even go to yellows. So
yeah, it was quick enough there
to interfere anything on track. But it just shows that there are drivers here absolutely on the limit. This is speed 4 plus a boost button. This is the fastest we're pretty much going to allow anybody to drive our karts at TeamSport. And yeah, they're doing a fantastic job, and John Luger really checking out. He actually, as you watch checking out, Gap is stabilised. Gap is,
coming down.
I think he's kind of maybe pacing himself, but it's
pacing
important.
himself. He's allowing Sugden Scott to get back into this one because he's taken another 3/10 out.
And there's 5 minutes to go yet, so he can't. Harvey's on it. He's really reeling him in.
Yes, the gap between Brown and Luger looks like it's staying the same, but Scott has definitely got the bit between his teeth. That gap was 9/10 over the line. I'd probably say at this point it's probably close to 7/10. So he seems to be making all of his time up on the mezzanine section as it sits. We're currently watching the fight for the leads, just less than a second between the two now. It was 1.5 seconds a couple of laps ago, so this gap definitely coming down. It's one of the closer battles we've got at the moment. Samwell and Gregory is also starting to tighten up the battle for 5th place. We see them in back of shot in a moment as they go into the first hairpin. You just see them at the back there. And there is Damon Brown in 3rd place. There's the 6th. There's your leaders. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 9/10 over the line last time. I think it's going to be close to about 7/10. No, it's 4/10. That gap's been cut in half.
Look at that.
Scott's definitely got the bit between
So
his
where's
teeth.
his pace gone? Where's his 3/10 a lap suddenly evaporated to?
Yeah, Scott's setting the fastest lap of the race on a 52.5. Luger's about half a second slower than what he was doing at the start of this race. He was running 52.5. His last lap over the line was a 53.0. Now, it doesn't look like he's driving particularly scruffy at any point, but He's definitely being caught at the moment while we watch the battle for 5th with a massive train of karts there fighting over 7th place. That's Samuel and Gregory that we're watching at the moment as they come down the top end of the circuit. There's your leaders now with Sugden Scott right under the rear bumper. He's maybe thinking about a move here. It looks like he's trying to go wide. Gets the back end out of the kart out. Is he going to try diving the 3rd hairpin? He's not close enough to go for it there. Luger's just managed to buy a small reprieve as he comes over the start-finish line. Samuel and Gregory, though, were separated by a 10th as they came over the line last time. So the battle for 5th really hotting up, and the battle for 7th, there's about 6 karts in it from what we could see there of Jackson, Riches, Owen, Tate and Bridges.
But the thing with John Luger, it's not like the kart is slow, because he's currently lapping half a second slower than what he has already lapped in this race. So he's already set competitive lap times. It's just now.
He's just backed right off.
It's just now the pace has evaporated.
Yeah, Damon
That's the key.
About the same sort of pace he has been. He's within a 10th of what he's run, of what his fastest is. But Luger's running 53 zeros consistently now, and he was running 52 fives at the start. I think Scott's just found another gear here, and maybe Luger's getting tired. He's round the outside this time.
He's really trying.
Maybe cut back. He's trying to go around the outside. It's really down the inside of that corner is where you want to do it. If you're going to do it, you don't want to try and go around the outside of the 1st hairpin, inside of the 2nd one. That gives you the run towards the 3rd. Luger now knows that Sugden Scott is there. He's looked over his shoulder. He sees the gap is 3/10 at the front of this one at the moment. Samuel and Gregory still not separated by much, but they're currently fighting over 5th place. We're watching the fight for lead. Ben Richards and Tom Owens are also really close in the fight over 8th place, with Chris Tate behind, ready to pick up the pieces should that go wrong. 2 and a bit minutes left to go. I reckon that means 2 laps left to run here through the left-hand hairpin, the double right-hander before they head down the ramp once again. As we now see, John Luger is just under the 53-second mark in terms of times. These times really starting to back off for the front too. They're going to be getting caught by Damon Brown at this rate. That gap's already down to 2.8 as the 3s come off. The 3's just parked up at the side of the road. Now, has he been helped there, or has he just driven
That is a strange
It's a very strange place to end up. That's a very strange place to end up, but it looks like I have a feeling he's been deposited there by going too wide on the way out.
And the yellows, this will well, it shouldn't bunch everything up.
It'll slow everything down.
Indeed.
And if anyone is bunching up, we've already seen over the course of this weekend, they are extremely hot on handing penalties out. Sugden Scott is now 6 seconds behind John Luger there, so that could mean a penalty coming someone's way there. If the 30's pulled that 6-second lead off the start, or is that a quirk? Because that gap is definitely bigger now. They were bumper to bumper.
Yeah, that's
through,
strange.
so either a mistake for Sugden Scott, or
Yeah.
been a little bit of an advantage gain.
6 seconds
there. So
is
6
a lot.
seconds is a lot. I reckon the gap is probably close to about 2. So maybe
2 to 3, I think there, yeah.
Luger's gone over the line, and then the yellows come out. Looking at where they were, that wouldn't be too dissimilar. We'll see what it's like here.
It's a massive bigger gap though.
Flag. The result stays the same at the moment, but I have a feeling Clark's going to want to take a look at that one. Checker flag falls. John Luger, let's see what the gap was this time. It was a couple of seconds, 1.6. Okay. So that gap went up about a second and a bit.
Yep.
And the gap as well to Damon Brown is about the same there. So maybe something to take a look at later on. The VAR guys will be busy later on. Very close there for the fight over 10th. Chris Tate just comes over the line there.
Christine, we know we're gonna have a look at that. Or the stewards will have a look at
the stewards will have a good look at it. We'll probably have a look at some stuff anyway. Yep. Because Jen's got her beautiful machine.
We're going to hand over to the Jen and Jen pad.
Let's see what we've got.
Yeah, so unfortunately I don't have the first move yet, as we hadn't stopped the live stream for a while, so it's a big file I have to download. But we do have the dive bomb from one of the drivers.
That's brilliant. Let's do it.
We love a good dive bomb here, especially when it comes off.
Bring it on.
This is incredible. So I'm going to play it a little bit slower, just as it is a short clip.
Let's have a look here. So that's
look at this.
Dive bomb by Gregory.
That is textbook, isn't it?
That was perfect.
No contact at all was made with barrier or cart. Just
a little bit slow if we.
That was almost perfect.
Yeah.
He
literally
just
used better exit and just went down the inside and committed to it.
Yeah, it's fully committed down the inside.
He just had so much.
He actually speed at 44 and saw him coming and turned out with it.
I'd be interested to know if he used the boost button on that section of the track, because it did a lot of.
It looked like he got a big overspeed.
But all it would give, he might do at the end of the straight.
He's used it out of the corner. He's given that little bit of extra pace going towards.
But it wouldn't do anything out of the corner because it only gives you extra revs.
So it could have helped him as he came out the corner down straight when his wheels are straight. 'Cause obviously more momentum when you see him straight.
Yeah, could do.
So he could have used it as he was going into the next corner and just trusted his late braking skills.
Yeah, so that was it was a beautiful move. That it was
very
a very
calculated,
good move.
very hard to read, especially on the speed form
Very
as well.
confident move as well. So it's just
what is great is the driver he overtook just didn't see it coming.
Yeah, he didn't see it coming. By the time
passenger.
he looked, he started to turn in for the corner. He's like, "Oh, it's a car there. Better turn out of it."
Here we go. Adam is back in the.
Must have had his cup of tea and a biscuit, and now he's ready to go again.
He's had a chill.
He's had 5 minutes out. He's had 5 minutes out of the car. He's like, "Right, now it's my turn."
Yeah.
You've done rolling starts. Let me show you how it's
Got
done.
the helmet to
Watch
match the
this.
car as well.
He loves it.
I've only just noticed that. It's taken me a day and a half to spot the helmet and the car match.
He definitely bought that helmet when he used that petrol track.
100%. 100%. Right, let's see.
He loves those flashing lights as well.
Yep, he
doesn't drive a kart now when they say it hasn't got flashing lights on
No.
it.
It's probably where the idea for Hot Pursuit came from with the grid event. You put flashing lights all over a car. It was definitely Adam's idea.
Oh, Hot Pursuit is an interesting form, that is for sure.
I quite like it. Different tracks have different takes on it. Like, I think the official line is it's supposed to be a DQ. What I've traditionally done is we run it as a stop-go penalty. You just hand the driver over. It's like, do you understand how slow you were going there? Drive quicker. Hand them a ticket and send them back out.
Unfortunately, my members are very, very committed to the track and they come down a lot. And if we're not on circuit with them for the entire race, we cannot overtake them. It's physically impossible. So we have to play bad cop instead. So we send the driver out and they'll just defend and defend and defend and just be very, very a nuisance on track. So
Sounds a little bit like one of the events we've got coming up towards Christmas time. It's that Santa karts where you've got good Santa, bad Santa. You overtake one drive, you get a time bonus. You get overtaken by the other, you get a time penalty.
yeah, I love Santa Kart. It is my favourite format. Every single year I do a big. I run it like gridlocked and I run a really good off-track challenge. So
Yeah, I think one of my favourites, my tradition's heat racing. I love sprint racing, so Need for Speed is probably my favourite. 4 15-minute races, all random grids, go out, just pure racing the whole way.
yeah, I must admit I do like the grid series as well. The championship's going on at the moment. I think it's a great competition for the for members to race in. Obviously, hopefully we can get more rounds in the future. My members take it very, very, very seriously. We do have BSR Hall Pass and a new team, Race Age Rig, that race at our track as well, all custom suits. So it's very, very competitive at our track.
Seen a few of their bits out there. All the bright orange of the BSR, the blue and that of Hall Pass. A few of the other teams out there as well.
We call them the Colgate toothpaste.
The Colgate toothpaste, love it. So I like the social aspect that you can get involved in karting as well. So there's a team that's come out of Warrington, the Warrington Warriors. They all met doing our race academy. They're all junior drivers, a couple of cadets. They all went off. They did a bit of Total Karting Zero or Global Karting League as they're going to be next year. And they've also done Club 100 cadets as well. So you just see them starting to build that friendship, go around, do other stuff, and just outside of TeamSport, but they never would have met had they not come down to the race academy stuff.
I love the fact that TeamSport bring people together and bring communities together. I started racing in TeamSport in 2020. I did BIKC 4 months into my karting career, joined TeamSport, and then now I race around Europe. So
yeah, ironically, my first laps in a go-kart were on this track. I won't say what year it was because it makes me feel really old when I say it, even though I'm not, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not that bad.
Sadly, mine was just after COVID, and 2020 was the first time I ever got in a go-kart. So
I worked it out the other day. It's 16 years ago. I first drove a kart around here when I was 12 years old, so it's absolutely mental for me. But yeah, there's loads of different aspects to it. And the fact that you can, even on these sort of events, you see the camaraderie of seeing all the drivers at the end of it. Love grid series in Cardiff. There you go. There's a couple of people.
First time I drove a kart, Tom? 1990.
I think we've already established that was way before me and Jen were both even ideas, let alone here. So
exposed wheels, 140cc engines.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Karting with exposed wheels is it's really freaky the first couple of times you do it.
And the kind of karts, if we saw one now, we'd just put it straight in the skip.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see the technology of go-karts have come. Obviously, you look back in the 90s, they're open wheel, really bad plastic barriers, and health and safety was not as big as a thing back then.
Cable brakes as well.
Yeah.
They used to be a nightmare. No. And the throttles used to stick open on such a regular basis. It was the number of karts.
It was just pot luck if you make it through the race.
Yeah, the number of karts that started driving around the track by themselves in the 1990s was enormous.
Well, I mean, even if you look at race karts in the 1990s, they were a bump start. You had to pick up the back of them and push start them. There'd be very many scenes where you see a driver trying to start the kart and the kart would leave with the driver still on the floor.
If anybody remembers the 1990s karting will know exactly what we know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the fun part as well, when you look at like owner-driver karting just for a second, you've got even like a historic scene of karting now, and it's karts from the 1990s. It's mental to see that sort of thing out there at the moment. But it just shows that how wide the range of karting is, and you find quite a lot of people start with the indoor stuff where we are today.
Exactly. It's nice to see a big scene for rental karting as well. So obviously, TeamSport is a big runner and all of that. Obviously, the UK is known for its rental karting scene, especially because a lot of F1 drivers have come to the UK to learn and develop as a driver, and that's how they make their way to F1. Obviously, George Russell, Jess Hawkins was also doing like British champs and stuff when they were younger. They were racing each other, I think, back then.
Yeah, I've seen Jess was doing stuff with us when we ran Girls on Grid, and she became the latest.
Trafford,
became the latest latest woman to drive a Formula One car when she tested for Aston Martin not too long ago.
She did, indeed, really important. Yeah,
and
she was part of the Girls on Grid there and all.
And
really good.
And won a TCR UK race. That was really good watching her win that at Oulton Park.
Now Adam is showing off now. He's just showing off the reverse gear on the new electric karts.
I think we should get some cones out and practice some parallel parking.
No, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to drive the track in the other direction.
You're not allowed to reverse the car.
Exactly.
That's the point.
Look at that. He's
naughty. How about Russ? You go tell him to get out of that car.
Yeah, he better hope that Dave Rich is not tuning in just at the present moment in time.
Well, I mean, Dave's already spotted his lack of a high vis, so let's see if he spotted that one there.
Have a shout out. So basically, Brandon Jones wants to have a big shout. I want to have a big shout out as well to Fia Tennant from Hull. Hello, Fia. How you doing? I'm back from Barcelona, Fia. Lots of stories. I hope you're tuning in. I'll catch up with you. But Brandon wants a big shout for Fia as well, because everybody loves Fia, has to be said. And we'll do Will. Wait, there's a reverse. Look what we've done.
And there we go. Penalty for Adam for reversing the car for speeding.
Totally. Yeah. Total penalty.
They don't know this, do they? They don't know there's a reverse gear.
Total penalty. There might be.
And we keep the controls deliberately hidden.
Exactly.
And everyone is told if you touch it, that's a fast track back into the car park usually.
Exactly. So, yeah. If you guys ever figure it out, do not do it.
Yeah. If you ever figure it out, don't let onto the crew that you know you found it either.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that's
I don't think this is going to go down well. There's a 5-second penalty for kart 6.
That was Damon Brown.
Damon Brown gets a 5-second penalty for contact following a VAR review for something that happened on lap 1. And that is the reason why we have got
He wasn't pleased
a
at the
delay.
end of that lap, so I'm not entirely sure he'll be too pleased having heard
This
that
is the
one.
second time we've mentioned VAR today.
Yep.
I know.
Only the second. Normally by this point it's the 102nd.
I know. VAR's old school now, and then we've got boost buttons and electric cars. VAR?
VAR, by the sound of it, is like it's modern technology.
We were using VAR before football.
If I remember correctly, 2020 was VAR, 2021 was cat grease, and then this year is now boost button.
You're BIKC Encyclopedia of Knowledge now. You know just about everything here.
I've watched it every single year, and I remember in 2020 we watched it in the Snap Bar at Cardiff. All the members supporting Luke Evans who made it there that year.
Now, Nick Simska has said, since when did they start using reverse gears? Look, it's probably just a trick of the eye that cart went backwards there, because reverse just doesn't exist at TeamSport at all, obviously. So that might just have been like a trick of the eye, or might be something Revolution the camera guys were doing to make that cart go backwards, because obviously go-karts don't go backwards, and we don't want anybody trying to make them do that.
Yeah, definitely don't. Definitely no reverse.
The guys behind have just said they reversed the footage intentionally for you
yes,
guys.
There you go.
So
they reversed. Yeah, indeed. So that's what it was.
Meanwhile,
all
they're all
trickery
laughing in Somerset.
All trickery.
Here all weekend, they're shouting out behind us now. Normally, it's not supposed to be giving you guys stick. You're not supposed to give it back.
Sharmin Shire says other kart companies allow the reverse to be used. We are not other kart companies.
Yep.
Okay,
yeah,
look at detail. Let's go Cardiff members. Lot of love when you talk about the Cardiff events, by the way. Loads. People pop in that there's round 2 coming up in the week.
Yeah. So on the 16th is round 2 of the grid series. So obviously all tracks are running this. Now we've got racing going on.
Here we go.
Be quiet.
Right. Okay. So we are off for. Should I do a cat grease?
I've already done mine. If you're going to do it, now's the time.
I'll do my cheesy one. Right, I did think of this.
Oh no.
I know.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Why do I
So
feel a sudden feeling of dread.
I know. So you got Kart29, Chris Ball. You got Sam. So this is going to be a cracker, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah, two very quick drivers at the front of this one.
Indeed. So here we go. We're watching for the lights to be gone. Here we go. Here we go.
Jen's going mad. This is Cardiff and Bristol.
Lights are gone. You're with Russ and Tom. Here we go.
Oh, no. And it's Chris Ball who holds the lead into the first corner. So the pole man leads away as there's a bit of bumping and barging towards the back end of the pack. But it looks like that might be Marcel Himilevsky there in the 40s. Got in front of Luke Battersby. So third place down to fourth. That's the 39 of Charlie Marchin that's managed to get himself up into fifth place. This is all pushing behind.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on at the back.
Yeah, a lot of pushing there, but it's still Chris Ball who leads the way against Sam Slater as they now head down the back end of the circuit. Lights are yellow, so hands go up. So drivers acknowledging the lights, saying, yes, I've seen him, I'm slowing down. And we'll try and figure out where it has kicked off. I can't see the marshal on the flyover, so that probably means something's gone on up there. So we wait to see what's gone on there. Lights are still yellow. Maybe see if we can see green. No, they're definitely yellow. Reds are on the other side.
I can see what. There's a little bit of red glow on them.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a strange glow onto the side of those ones. But we're trying to see if we can spot what manner of things gone on. The marshals are being attended.
We are looking in the camera angle, I think. As it's not a single kart on the track.
I think this is what's known as a safe camera angle.
Is this a safe camera angle?
Oh no, there he is. The car's in the corner. It's Barry Lakes.
Oh right, it's the best.
It's Barry Lakes.
There he is.
That's the reason why we couldn't see it, because it's like right in the back corner.
Just out of shot.
Just a cart appears out of nowhere. So now he's going in the right direction again. Lights go green. We're back racing once more. So Barry Lakes has it all to do. He's now right down at the back of the pack, but Chris Ball's at the front with Sam Slater just behind him. Marcel Himilevsky's just up behind them as well. They've managed to drop Luke Battersby, who's in fourth place. He's got Charlie Matchin, Steve Smith, Callum Bendelow, Tom Fox, Colin Marshall, and James McGing just behind. Now they're heading through the top section of the circuit. The top three really broken away here, and they're all running absolutely nose to tail. Double left-hander, they head down the ramp. Let's see if Slater can get on turn to get his first heat win of the event, or is he going to be a first heat win of the event for Chris Ball? Very quick driver in his own right through the left-hander.
Oh, I thought so. Look there.
That's a move. Charlie Marchin on Luke Battersby there.
Can he make it stick?
Battersby's trying to come back at him. This is going to carry on into turn 3, and it's going to bring Steve Smith in there as well. So even though there was a massive dive, black and white flag goes out for Marcel Himilevsky there. So that looked like a black and white there for Marcel. So we'll see if we can find out on race control what he's done. Most likely it's going to be something along the line of loading would be my guess.
Indeed.
But all line astern, Harley Smith found a position against Colin Marshall. Colt Hunter has found a position against Tom Walwyn there in 13th place. As Russ's phone lights up, so we'll get the update from race control in a moment.
Okay, black and white flag for cut 40 of spinning under yellow lights.
Yep, that's Marcel. Oh, spin under yellow. That's impressive.
Speeding under yellow.
So to still be in third place and spin under yellow, that would be really impressive.
That'd be really good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be really impressive to hold third place and not get kicked off the race circuit.
I could just say that Zach Bradley said, Russ, any singing yet? I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to ignore that comment completely.
No singing.
Right, here we go.
Let him sing.
Chris Ball leading. We've got Sam Slater second, 0.3. Come on, we're rooting a bit for Sam Slater, aren't we? After his poor run last year and being a 2 times champion, like, we can't have favourites. Well, we can actually because we're commentary. But at the end of the day, we're not actually running it. But you do feel
we usually pick them every year.
Every year, so we do actually feel a bit for Sam Slater after what happened last year, kind of thing. Where it just didn't happen. And he is a 2-time champion of BIKC, so it's good to see him up there, really. Dicing for the win with Chris Ball. Even though it's earlier on, it's only his first heat. We've got Sam Slater 0.3, but now we've got number 40, Marcel Himilevsky. Is right there as well, so that's going to give Sam something really. Oh, he's gone for it! Absolutely
straight down the inside.
That's sent it.
Totally sent it there, and
it
almost brought Himilevsky into this one. Ball's now having to defend for his life just to try and hold on to second place there.
You've got to see that.
Jen, Sam Slater just launched it down the inside there. A very decisive move for the 2-time champion.
He flicked it and then straight lined it into the apex of the corner. Genius stuff.
That was a very quick move.
Put his car into that position, and then he had track position and just thought, I'll deal with it when I get there. I think we've got to see that one. They're absolutely superb. And now he is pulling away. He's already 0.4 seconds away. I think he's going to run and hide here, Sam Slater. Look around there.
Sam's going to hope he can run and hide, but Chris and Marcel are two very quick drivers, drivers that are familiar with BIKC, and both two drivers who are very, very quick in their own right. So if there's any chance of that not happening, Chris Ball and Marcel Himmelevsky will try and make sure that doesn't happen. Maybe a temporary alliance is what's required here, but I have a feeling after that little fight those two of them had, I don't think that's going to happen out there. Ball needs to get his head down and try and see if he can catch up to Sam Slater, who's already, by the looks of it, extended that gap to 8/10 of a second.
He's on it.
Chris is really defending here from Marcel. He's defending into that bottom section of the circuit, probably thinking Marcel's going to try and launch it down the inside. Meanwhile, Cole Hunter and Tom Walwyn have found a position each at the expense of Colin Marshall. We've still got Tom Fox there in 9th place, Harley Smith in 10th. A little bit further up, James McGing's found a bit of pace. He's up into 6th place. Luke Battersby from the second row of the grid is currently down in 5th. So he's going to have a little bit of work to do for the Crawley driver. Down the back straight they go. Slater really stretching this advantage now. I think Ball is focusing a little bit too much on Himmelevsky behind as they turn into the top section of the circuit. Himmelevsky thinks about it. They thought about jinking back to the inside, but Ball just about had him covered in the second hairpin. And trying to go wide to get the run on the way out. Ball looks over his shoulder. There's no room for Marcel Himmelevsky to fit his kart down the inside there. He's going to have to go defensive again this time, which he does. Himmelevsky takes a wide line on the way through, tries to cut back on the way in here. He's on the outside, but he's not quite close enough to go for it. This isn't really an overtaking point. We've seen people try, but you have to be really committed here. But at this point, I really think these guys need to try and bank these points or try and start working together to get back onto Slater, who now has a 1.6 second advantage. Thanks to these guys fighting.
Can I just say what Joel Metcalf said? The commentary bias for Sam is unreal. Yeah, it is, but we're human beings. We're probably going to have to tone that down, but he had such a bad run last year that you got to feel for him a little bit.
He completely snookered his day. He very nearly got onto the podium,
Indeed.
so I do feel for him there.
Indeed,
Looks like
he's
meanwhile,
doing well.
I think Barry Lakes may have actually pulled into the pits and retired from this one. He's showing us 2 laps down, so I think he's called it quits for this heat.
This looks good. He had a big
really
overspeed,
good fight between Chris Balls and Himmelevsky here. Marcel's throwing everything he has at the back of Chris's car, but I think this is going to bring Charlie Marchin in to this one in 4th place if they're not careful, because he's really closing the gap there between 3rd and 4th. It's currently about 1.1 seconds, and it looks like that gap is coming down very quickly as Ball now is defending for his life. So Himmelevsky is still there in 3rd place. Matching is really closed up. Look how quick that gap has come down. It's 1.1 seconds over the line. I'll be surprised if it's a couple of tenths now as they come through the top section. Meanwhile, behind, Luke Battersby's also defending for his life. He's got James McGing trying to get himself into the top 5. Again, James, another driver who's no stranger to the BIKC final. Same with Callum Bendelow, 2 very experienced drivers trying to get into the top 5 at the expense of Luke Battersby. Now here is Machin trying to get past Himmelevsky. Himmelevsky's having to defend a little bit here. That's allowing Chris Ball to start to run away. So the BSR driver maybe getting a little bit of a reprieve. A good start to go after the race leader here. Now Himmelevsky goes a little bit defensive there against Charlie Machin. Let's see if they can do it. James McGing has managed to get past Luke Battersby into 5th place. So Luke, after starting on the 2nd row, now down into P6, and he's got Callum Bendelow as his next opponent. He's going to try and displace him outside the top 6.
Here we go. So, yeah, Sam has kind of checked out. I think I'm going to go back to this. It just keeps saying how great he is. He's a 2-time champ. Well, if you're a 2-time champ, right, you get respect.
If you're a 2-time champ, you've got to have some respect. In the same way that we've been talking about Dante Dillon, even though he's not here.
Indeed. And so I'll promise you, right, I will not mention he's a 2-time champ ever again. Anyway, Tom, I want to sing you a little song.
Oh, God,
Sam is a 2-time champ, a 2-time champ, a 2-time champ.
Right, behave.
No
Where's
good.
that mute button again?
So Chris is 2nd, Marcel is 3rd, Johnny Hansen is in 4th, James McGing is in 5th, and 39 and 40. Yeah, that is Marcel and Charlie Manchin. They are absolutely bump to bump. And none of these drivers are 2-time champs since one. Oh, he's going for it! 39 on the inside, he's got him! Surely he's got him. What a move! What a move from the non-2-time champ Charlie Manchin going into 3rd position.
That was a dive and a half from Charlie Match. I'm not even sure Marcel expected a move down there. It's not really a place we've seen much overtaking. And all credit to Charlie Match in there. That was a fantastic move to pull it off. We'll have to take a look at that one in a moment. Jen's currently waving furiously at Joel saying, get me that footage now. Now let's see if Himilevsky can do anything about it. Meanwhile, takes a little bit of a slide. He's not going to be able to do that there. Meanwhile, the leader, Sam Slater's going to come over the line to secure his first win
Nick
of the
Simska.
competition.
Totally agree. What a move.
Chris Ball comes over the line in second place. Charlie Matchin comes home in third. Fourth is Marcel Himilevsky. Well done to James McGing, who manages to come up into P5. That was a really good run for him. Luke Battersby is going to want to really forget that heat. He's come home in sixth place. Callum Medlow, 7th. Steve Smith, Cole Hunter, Tom Fox, Tom Walwyn, Harley Smith, Colin Marshall, Josh Selway, Tom Schrimmer, and then Barry Lakes calling it early.
All over. Goodness me.
That was a really good run, that
Sam
heat.
wins. Chris Paul second, Charlie Manchin third with that great move.
That was
right
a
at the
fantastic
end.
move. I think we're going to have to do some unpacking of
getting
that in
a lot of love on
I think we're going to have to
live
unpack
stream.
that one. So, Jem, what have you got for us right now? I think you've got some of the stuff that we've already seen. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so I've got the overtake from Slayer on Chris. Obviously, the move on the up ramp then is just getting sorted for me now, so we can go over that.
Can't wait for this one.
This was a dive.
Transition.
This was a dive and a half from Sam Slater. So let's see what he's been able to see.
We got a few moves here, haven't we? But it's a Sam. Is this the Sam Slater? It is.
Let's start with the first one. Start with Sam. So he leaves it really
Look at
late.
that.
He left it exceptionally late there.
To be honest, with these two on the front row, I was expecting this sort of move to come across. Obviously, there was no point in defending so early into the race. There's so much more to fight for today that bringing the rest of the drivers in and causing more of a risk of losing more positions would have made no sense. So obviously, when the move was made, they tried to decide to settle and continue going.
It just comes back to the
idea. Come back into it as well. So.
Yeah, it just comes back to the idea of just trying to bank points early. So just trying to make sure that you're keeping your point score up. And then I think it's touring car driver Tom Ingram says make it a pointsy weekend. So it's very brave move from Sam.
He just flipped it and then kind of straight line.
He did leave it extremely late.
Yeah.
It was definitely a boost button kind of move, I think.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And then
100%.
Then Ball did really well to fend off Marcel as well. That could have ended up losing 2 places instead of just the 1, so he did quite well to hold him around the outside there.
Christine has said, great move from Sam. That was so clean. Now, Christine, can we just calm down with the applause for Sam? Okay. All right. Okay. Just we've got to look after all the drivers.
Just in case everyone who's watching at home did not know, Sam has won this twice. Apparently.
Has he won it twice, Jen?
Yeah, apparently. He's going for a third today.
Okay, here's the other one. Sorry, we're still still watching it back. Really good.
So let's
do we get the other one
up?
Yep.
This is the move between
this just
and
came out of nowhere, didn't it?
I don't even think Marcel saw this one coming.
Yeah.
So he's just thrown it down the inside of the ramp. Yeah, Marcel's not even seen that one coming. That's probably I think that's the first overtake we've seen in that section of the circuit.
Yeah, if you're looking at the overtake itself, you can see obviously when you're on the inside line defending, you're going to have to brake at the top of the ramp. So he has perfect control of his car. He's not throwing it in recklessly. Just a little bit of top of the brake at the top of the ramp to get that rotation, obviously to stop the car from flying up in the air like it normally does.
Yeah, and he just manages to get the car to the point where he's 50-50 alongside. I think Marcel's looked in to probably look at the apex of the corner. He's like, oh my God, there's a car there.
Yeah, I
you can just see him turn in. You can just see him turn into it, take the lock off, and then turn in again as he realises, oh no, there's a car there.
Yeah, it's perfect racing from the two drivers. Obviously, the move was set up and executed perfectly, and the driver on the outside then reacted accordingly as well. Could have ended so much worse for him if he didn't turn out.
Yeah, could have ended up with both of them in a barrier there quite easily.
Yeah, we saw one of the lightweights earlier, didn't we? Tom Thompson or something that came off because of the race start up on top of the ramp as well.
There was a similar move where someone tried to do something like that, but it just didn't work.
So yeah, it was a great move.
I think we're getting an
Indeed.
update.
Yeah,
from
we've
race
got
control.
Christine. Calm down. Great move from the two-time champ. You can't stop going on about it. All right. Okay. I might have gone on about it. I think I got away with it, but
you might have mentioned it once, but you think you got away with it.
I might have mentioned it twice. John Yuga. I know.
Having some corrections.
We're having some corrections on how we are.
We're having some corrections because we're actually been saying a name wrong.
Oh, okay. We will say it correctly.
And this time it's not balling.
Let's not go there with that.
No.
We've been on that. Let's not go there. Right. Okay. So we're lining up for where are we? Heat number 2 of the heavies. We will remember that, indeed. Thank you. We got Darren in the background in our ear.
Yeah. Darren just shouting at us. It's not even just the drivers that are under risk from,
I know.
From a visit from the race directors. Even us, we in the commentary box get a visit from the race directors. Yeah. It's normally when we've done something wrong to get a telling off.
Totally.
As usual.
My phone's going to ring in a moment. It'd be Dom saying, "Look, not be funny. You're pronouncing his driver's names wrong."
Yeah, I will say, we do ever get anything wrong, correct us. Just tell us. We get it wrong. We're human. We do the best we can.
We do the best we can.
Despite how everyone keeps telling us to do the Formula One, we're not professionals.
I know.
Something which the guys behind us know, because they have to deal with us all the time.
And also, we've been doing this since 9:15 yesterday morning.
Yeah,
We've
it's a short day.
We've now commentated for about 15 hours.
Yeah, it's a short day by BIKC standards.
In the last 22 hours.
Yeah, it's a short day by BIKC standards.
Is Adam going to reverse all the way back through that'd be brilliant.
There we go.
There was something like the red arrows, wasn't there? He thinks he's a red arrow, is what it is. It's in the red car.
The red arrow.
Yeah.
Yes. So, here we go. Heavyweights now going out for their first heat of the day. So it's the first heat for these drivers. So it's Harvey, and then, so David Harvey, Kevin Taylor-Bibi, and Hamid Durrant. Then Russell Ending, Charlie Jackson, Jamie Strop.
That's great comments on live stream, I just want to say. We've got to go with the race, but hey, did you like my start last time? Lights are gone, you're Russ and Tom. What's not to like?
I'm going to side with Joel. He just said it was terrible.
It was terrible.
And not even with a hint of sincerity.
Got visor up on...
yeah, it was just terrible.
Yeah, indeed. Right, I'll go again. I'll try the good old one. Okay, this is a tribute to last year. So here we go. We're ready to go, and it's cat grease, right? And we're off. Here we go. Charging underneath the flyover for the first time.
Oh, Hamid Durrat's on down there. That looked like the second place man's just been pushed out wide a little bit. So Hamid Durrat is there in second place. So that Russell Ending's moved into third place. Where? There's the yellow. There's the yellow come out there. Is that Kevin Taylor-Bibi's just gone missing there completely? I'm not entirely sure where he is. I've not spotted him come through. So it's a 43 that we're looking for there. Back to green. There's the 24 coming up with John Bloodworth. So we're trying to see where the 43's ended up. I can't spot him straight away. So it's David Harvey that leaves. It's Hamid Durrat there in second place. That's Russell Ending in third as they all file through the left-right chicane.
Oh, that's a whack.
Big contact on the wall.
And we got another...
That's Ending on Durrat.
That was a lot of contact. That was a lot of contact.
Not left enough space on the outside there.
Yeah, Hamid is going to be really unhappy with that.
I think the move on the way in looked all right. It was more on the way out is where he's just showed in the barrier on the exit. That's probably going to give something for the guys in the VAR room and for the race directors to take a look at. So Ending now into second place. Charlie Jackson's there in third. Oh, we've got a driver backwards. That's Kevin Taylor-Bibi, the front row man. He had a poor start. He dropped down to fifth. He's now going to drop down into 14th. So the only driver in front of him, only driver behind him, is Tom Clark, who must have been the one who was caught up in that early incident. But it's the 44 of David Harvey, Russell Ending in second place. Charlie Jackson third, Hamid Durrat down into fourth. Ending really on a charge here at the moment. He's trying to get onto the back of David Harvey as quick as he can. The gap was 9/10 of a second last time round. This is Charlie Jackson and Hamid Durrat that we're looking at here. Will Hamid be able to throw a move down the inside? He's not quite close enough to go for it there, as the 43 has gone absolutely tumbling down the order. That's going to help the likes of James Eastrop, Kingsley Nanton, Ian Wilson. There's a penalty board gone out there. I think that was Russell Ending. Looking how he's falling down the order. It was 3 seconds for not leaving enough room on the way out of the first hairpin. So exactly like we thought, the 3 has been handed a 3-second penalty for that move on Hamid Durrat. Is it 5?
5 seconds. On the actual chat on race control, it's a 5 second.
Yeah, race control chat says 5 seconds.
And says it
5
twice.
seconds it will be. So David Harvey is now having to defend a little bit from Russell Ending, who is carrying a penalty for the move that he made to get into third place. As it looks like Hamid Durrat has also lost. He's also lost track position now to Charlie Jackson. So Jackson's now up into second place. Kingsley Nanton fourth. Russell Ending, that penalty is going to put him down into fifth. Ian Wilson in sixth. Jordan Bolter in seventh. Joe Powley in eighth place. Daniel Jones, Chris Phillips, Oliver Price, John Bloodworth in P12. And then coming through the top end of the circuit, 7 minutes remaining. Hamid Durrat now into third at the expense of Russell Ending. That penalty is going to push him all the way down to fourth place. He's going to have to be careful. If he loses another couple of attempts here, Kingsley Nanton will move past him as well. out towards the top end of the circuit. Endine still closing in on the back of David Harvey. That gap is about 0.8 of a second over the line. Let's see what it will be when they come back through. Harvey, no stranger to a good fight here at the BIKC. Finished third last year against the likes of Johnny Elliott, John Paragon, two really quick drivers in the world of the British Indoor Karting Championship. David Harvey, the top seed for this year. Let's see what he's able to do. So he's now, looks like he's starting to pull away a little bit from Russell Endine. As he comes through the top section of the circuit, comes over the line. There's the other 2 seconds going on to Russell Endine's time there to make the full 5, and that's going to drop him down to about 8th place.
Okay, lots of chat on the, I've got to shout out right to JH4492. Who is that? Will somebody do a Le Mans start and sing the 2001 A Space Odyssey? That harks back to my life 20 years ago. I don't know who you are, but hey. Do you have any two-time champs in a race? Christine, thank you for that question. I can
in this
affirm.
specific race?
In this race, no, we don't. We do have in the competition, Christine. There's a young lad who is racing. I think he is two-time world champion, BIKC
British
champion.
British champion. He's definitely a British champion.
Okay, right. Let's go back to the race. David Harvey lead. Got a massive lead, 3.1 seconds. Really, all he has to do is keep it out the barriers. And this is one. Charlie with a just 8/10 lead over Hamid. Kingsley in 4th there. It's changed. Sorry, Hamid in 4th. That's all changing here. We got penalties being applied, I think.
Yeah, so Russell Endine's got that carrying that 5-second penalty. That currently drops him down to 6th. Brings Kingsley Nanton and Ian Wilson inside the top 5. They're running relatively close. Kingsley Nanton closing up quickly onto the back of Hamid Durrant, who's got Charlie Jackson just in front. Remembering Russell Endine, you can see him on the road. He's going to move right down into 6th place. Sorry.
Kieran Roby keeps on going on about how he nearly ran a marshal over. It's almost like he's a little bit disappointed that he didn't, but nearly. But that post has gone on there about 5 times over the last couple of hours. It's like, it's whatever you know. Almost ran a marshal over.
Note to self, don't let him back to
Warrington. We know, right, okay.
Note to self, don't let him race at Warrington.
Right, so David Harvey got this really, really sewn up. And really, we're starting to come out with kind of favourites kind of thing in the kind of the odds, the reckonings kind of thing. 2 good races there, you know, for the heavyweights. And David Harvey really making his stake, really, that he is a contender for the heavyweight BIKC crown. Charlie Jackson really left in his wheel track, so I'd say in 2nd place. Harry 3rd, Kingsley Nanton is in 4th, Ian Wilson is in 5th, Russell Endine with that penalty. Running actually on the leaderboard in 6th position, Jordan Bolton in 7th, Joe Pauly in 8th, Daniel Jones in 9th, Chris Phillips in 10th, Oliver Price 11th, John Bloodworth in 12th, Kevin Taylor, BB in 3rd. Oh, we got a spinner! Here we go on that infamous second hairpin, that's
Joe
32.
That's Joe Powley, 32.
Oh, he was running okay there. That's going to really
He's come back
move him down.
Oliver Price, so I think that's going to put him in 10th place.
We are under yellows here. We're going to.
There is the leader of the 4th. There's the leader of the 44. Endine is still about 1.3 seconds behind at the moment. But remember, he's carrying that 5-second penalty that's going to drop him all the way down to 5th place as it sits. Kingsley Nanton and Hamid Durrant are pretty close at the moment. Charlie Jackson up into 2nd place as a penalty. As a bonus of that, Harvey's almost 5-second clear of him as well. So if it carries on like this, and if Endine can carry on pushing on with David Harvey, he might just find himself moving back up the order when that penalty is applied. He's already been able to jump in Wilson by about 7/10. He's only got to find another 10th or so, and he'll jump Kingsley Nanton as well. He'll be about he's about 6.2 seconds behind David Harvey compared to the 6.3 for Endine. Over the line again, 2 minutes 40 on the clock here. It looks like Russell Endine still now down to 7th place. He's lost a bit of time there. Ian Wilson, Jordan Bolton's now moved up as well. Further down the order is Daniel Jones, Chris Phillips, Joe Powley, Oliver Price, John Bloodworth in P12, with Kevin in P13, James Eastrop and Tom Clark rounding up the runners and riders. Still only 13 seconds separating the top 15 at the moment, as we now come through towards the closing stages of this first heat for these drivers. Group number 2 of the heavyweights and the conclusion of the first round of heats. And 4 more heats left to go in BIKC 2023. We head through the top end of the circuit. David Harvey gets ready to start his final lap here of the first heat. of BIKC 23. Over the line he goes. Let's see the sort of lap times they're pulling. He is the fastest driver on track at the moment, 52.4. Next closest to him, I think, is Russell, ending on a 52.5. So they are matching each other in terms of pace. That gap looks like it's come down a little bit on this lap specifically.
But Russell ending, he's actually driven really well, because with that penalty that he's carrying, to still be in there in 6th position is really good. He's actually holding the tail.
A couple of tenths, really.
Yeah,
even if he pulls another couple of attempts, like a half second will put him into 4th ahead of Kingsley Nanton and Ian Wilson. The two of them running nose to tail, 42 and 5. As we're on to this final lap, through the left, through the right, and Dean really trying to close up onto Harvey. The closer he can get, the further up the order he will go. Like I say, he needs to pull half a second, and he'll be able to move up the order. There's the fight. You can just see just about, maybe, some lights. It's all in soft focus at the moment, as David Harvey's going to come over the start-finish line to record his first win in the BIKC of 2023. Charlie Jackson confirmed in 2nd place. Hamid Tarat, Kingsley Nanton, Russell ending ends up in 5th. So he's 1.1 seconds behind David Harvey on the line. When the 5 seconds added, that becomes 6.1. And he splits Kingsley Nanton and Ian Wilson. Jordan Bolton, Daniel Jones, Chris Phillips, Joe Powley, John Bloodworth, Kevin Taylor-Beebe. Then you've got James Eastrop.
Also got Tom Clark, 37, 5-second penalty.
So 5-second penalty for Tom Clark for ABC. Advantage by contact.
Yeah,
Harvey, you smashed it. Yes, he did. That was a really good drive from him. Very measured, very cool, calm, collected, and the fastest driver out on track throughout the entirety of that race.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. So that kind of completes the
first run of
heats. Yeah,
the first run of heats all completed.
Everybody is kind of done there on their first set of heats. So it's going to get interesting now, because you're going to have drivers out there who haven't done quite as well in their first heat as they would like, and they've got to make it up here. So that's what we saw in the earlier racing. If you do get some drivers who were just a bit out of kilt, they were really pushing really hard in the second heat. So hopefully we will see the action crank up even more than what you have already had. But Dan Weber says it's a great win. Yeah, it is. Jen, we've got any? Are we ready? Yes.
Yeah. So we've got the footage of the time penalty on Russell ending. So we'll play that through real quick. Just waiting for the iPad to come up on the screen, the gem pad.
I think they're just chatting.
I think they're chatting.
Apologies, guys. There we go. We've got it up now.
Yay.
So we'll play it through real quick for everyone to see what the penalty was for, and we'll talk through why it was a penalty.
Yes, he's gone for a move down the inside there. The move itself didn't look too bad. Maybe
but there's loads of contact there.
It's on the way out that's the problem.
Yeah,
it's on the way out that really is the problem.
There is a lot of contact. And,
so we'll play it back real quick again, just a little bit slower for people to see.
It's like there was contact, and then the car just kept on pushing driver 9 out like there. There's just continuous pushing.
The start of it almost looked like a carbon copy of what Slater did earlier.
Nine wasn't a million miles away from going into the barrier then.
No.
Exactly. So it's so important for drivers to leave racing room on the outside, of course, health and safety and stuff like that. You know, obviously when you're running drivers wide, there's not grass like it would be outdoors, tyre barriers. So we want to make sure we're giving everyone racing room and making sure it's a fair competition.
So it's like we say, the start of it was almost spot on, and it's just had he been able to leave that little bit more room on the outside, instead of talking about it as a 5-second penalty, we'd probably be talking about it as a worldie of a move.
Exactly. I think from watching back the footage as well, you could see that there was still more steering that Russell Endy could have done on the exit of the corner. I think just because of the fact there was a lack of effort to turn out of the corner is the reason why it's taken such a harsh time penalty as well. If it was not as much contact and not as much advantage gained by the drivers behind, it may have been a warning, but due to just the fact the driver lost a lot of positions because of that as well, it had to be a time penalty, unfortunately.
And I don't think there's a bit of chat saying the driver didn't give way. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think the driver was ploughing into him at speed, just simply understeering into him and not able to do anything about it.
Yeah,
so,
unfortunately, the 50-50 rule does exist on the outside of a car as well. So obviously, when you move into a corner, that's what we judge it off usually. 50% alongside makes it fair. But on the exit as well, you are deemed to give 50% of racing room to the driver on the outside. Otherwise, everyone will be putting everyone into walls and we'd never get any racing going. So
either that or the Clarks would never get away from the VAR screen after the end of Heat 1.
Exactly. We've got a new safety car driver.
We do. We have seen Connor a few times today, but he's not. I wouldn't call him a regular.
No.
But
I think this is his second start.
Yeah, he has popped up. So let's see. I remember last time he did a really slow pace kart, which, yeah, of course, not issues, but it was a little bit different than what we'd already seen. And yeah, we got some great resumption of battles here, haven't we? With Seb Miller, Fabrizio Colucci, which went in the favour of Colucci in the previous heat. Seb Miller's got to be thinking he's got to get this one back over.
I think Seb got caught napping at the start, maybe, because it was right at the start. Colucci definitely got the advantage there, and it wasn't like he was just holding it around the outside. He was clear and gone before he even got to the corner.
Yeah, I think the one interesting thing I did notice as well with the rolling starts, obviously the driver on the inside should always have the advantage because they are on pole, but on the outside driver, if the lights go green just before they've come around that curve completely, technically the driver on the inside has finished rotating their car before the first place driver, which is where the benefit is coming from. So obviously if the lights are going green too early, then that could be where the loss is.
You see, this is why you're here. You spot all this stuff that we miss.
That's because I'm watching it again and again and again.
You have the ability of an action replay where we sort of have to live in the moment. And just call it exactly how we see it. So, last the karts are in line. They're going to receive their final orders. Here comes Joel running down the middle of the grid to try and get a nice artsy shot. They've done a really good job of making this event look as good as possible, having the guys from Revolution Audio. They've done a really good job for us.
They have. They're fantastic.
And there's the handy cam as we now get on there. We're not racing just yet, lads. The guys commentating on the race themselves in the background, their own headsets. They get to hear our dulcet tones as well as their guys trying to see what we've got. Every now and again, you know something's happening. You say, "Oh no, crash behind." So, drivers all side by side here. So Miller, Colucci, Smith, Davies, Foster, Kello, Hayward, Barnes, Bloodworth, Miller, Gray, Hill, Duffy. Then Anthony Bahanga. Then you've got Elliot Chong Green, Zach A1. Lights go green. I think Seb Miller has definitely got a better start this time. He's learned his mate.
Oh, look at
Smith's
this.
got his nose in there as well.
Yes.
Maybe we're going to see a move. Yellows are on already. Oh. Man, that was quick. Your driver almost out of the cart there.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that may be a red as Aiden gets over there.
It's
just to
got to
double
be
check
red.
how they
He's not
are.
happy. 34.
Yeah, driver's asking to come out of the cart, so
Jamie
that'll definitely be
Foster.
a red light. That'll definitely be reds there at the moment. So that kicked off before they'd even got started. Just double checking the other two drivers are all right.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a knock there.
That's the
and
40.
he just
That's the 41 of Sam Hill asking what manner of
Yep.
thing has just happened there.
Yeah, he just wants a little bit of time there, I think.
I think some of the other drivers are like, "What was that? What happened there?" I don't think we got to see. We didn't get to see all of that because we were following the lead. It all sort of kicked off behind. So it was all like sort of in the mid-pack where it all kicked off. So around the 12th, 13th area, so sort of towards the bottom. All the drivers now will just wait to we'll double check that.
We will just wait for instructions from race control to see exactly what is going on. It doesn't look like a major knock. I mean, but when you see a driver climb out of a car and immediately, he looks like he's just a bit winded, looks like maybe.
Yeah, sometimes as well, when you're in an incident like that, it can be a natural fight or flight response. So you can just be like, right, I'm in a situation, I don't want to be in it, I'm going to get out of it as quick as you can.
Yes, definitely.
Now, especially when you're on an indoor circuit, getting out of a car isn't always the best option to do. So the driver's now just been given a signal, I believe, to be told to head round towards towards the start circuit. He's got back into the cart now, so that's a good sign for Jamie Foster, who started quite high up the order there. I think you got Adam over there just to double check the cart's all good, make sure everything is okay. The driver's now being told, just making sure the cart is all right there actually, just to make sure it's not received any damage from.
Don't get run over, Adam.
Yeah, that would be really bad if that happened. Live.
I thought he was then. As that cart went forwards.
So here we go. The driver's now going to come round for a quick regrid. So Jamie Foster's going to get his fifth place start back. And we're under red flag conditions here at the moment. So Connor gets another lap as Silky briefs him on what happened down there. He warms his tyres, makes sure they're all good. Make sure the pace cart's at maximum performance there. And just make sure the driver's at maximum performance as well. So
that is a legend, that is Liam Silkstone. Very experienced team sport race director, runs a lot of cadet academies, VAR, proper racer, loves his esports.
Yeah, it's confirmation from race control. Driver is okay. and they're going to head to the dummy grid for the resumption of the race. It's always good to hear when the driver's all right. And here comes Joel now getting back onto the grid. No sooner has he got left the grid, he's had to get back on it as well.
It's a shame he's all right in a way, because we've got an ambulance outside. Like, we could have... It's about value for money, isn't it?
Oh.
If you're going to pay for something, you want to use it.
Turn him off. just turn him off. He's saying silly things again. Someone turn him off. Give him a minute or two.
I did that seriously. I did actually think when that happened. I thought, oh, please not have another last year. Last year we were stationary for 2 hours, at least.
Yeah, I
2
think
hours.
the middleweight final, the official race time was about 3 hours and 8 minutes off the top of my head. Something along the lines of that 3 hours and 8 minutes. So Jamie Foster there's going to resume 5th place. Thumbs up to the camera, so
Jamie
he's all
Foster
good.
is good.
So just double checking he is all right. Marshall's just double checking he is all good there. Just hearing the direction behind him. They're absolutely terrorising the gaffer there.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
We got
good job the guys behind us have fun just as much as we do as well.
We got some more seductive photography here. You can tell that Joel's photographic career started in adult entertainment.
I was more thinking shaky rather than than what you're thinking there. Right, there's the command for visors down, and thankfully, before Russ digs himself too big of a hole, we're going to go racing once again.
I love
here.
digging the holes, though. I'm quite happy to live in them. They're good.
That's why we'll have to get the TeamSport private jet to fly you back from China. That's how deep of a hole you've dug yourself here. You've got right through the other side.
No problem.
You've dug that far. You've gone right back through the other side. So now to single file restart here, because obviously the race did start, but now we have a restart here.
Look, that Blaze is on. Blaze was the person.
Wonder who made it 3 hours and 8 minutes.
Yes, Blaze, we have not forgotten.
So here we go. Lights go green. Green flag shown. Seb Miller now restarts the race here as the drivers all go through single file. Hopefully we get a clean start this time. Looks like everyone's just about coming through nice and cleanly this time. So Seb Miller leads the way here from Fabrizio Colucci, Oliver Smith and Adam Davis. They all go single file up the flyover. We've seen some moves here. We're going to see 2x2s. A couple of drivers already going defensive. I think that might have been Taylor Barnes trying to hold off Ethan Bloodworth there as they headed up the top section of the track. But it's still Seb Miller leaning his way through the flyover, heading back down the bottom section of the circuit. Oliver Smith right on the back of Fabrizio Colucci. So Colucci got a really good start in the last one, but Oliver Smith is absolutely flying here. Colucci's already going defensive. This could allow Seb Miller to just run away. Smith is going side by side. He's trying to duck back down the inside. No room there. There goes to 27. That's Taylor Barnes on the 35. Jordan Hayward.
He's going to let both go.
In comes Ethan Bloodworth. They've gone side by side through the S's. Win this? Be careful here, lads. Make sure you leave each other in space. Ollie Smith now goes straight for second place. This is going to allow Adam Davis, and we've seen this sort of move happen before.
Yeah.
We wait to see what happens here behind. That looks like Oliver Smith's come through. Adam Davis is there as well. Fabrizio Colucci's lost 4 places.
But Tom, this is the first race in the second set of heats. You can tell the difference here.
Kello's
People,
in this
it's
as
now
well.
or never.
Kello's in this as well, so Colucci's gone from
Lots
second
of
to fifth.
argy-bargy.
So looks like there's a move back there, so Colucci's now back into 4th place. He's behind Adam Davis. So Oliver Smith now in 2nd place. Adam Davis now in 3rd. Then that looks like... no, Jamie Foster's got through. Where did Jamie Foster come from?
Well, there's
I didn't
a lot
even
of
see him in the middle of that
contact.
one.
There's a lot of contact out there, Tom.
I saw it kick off between Smith and Colucci, and somehow that allowed Jamie Foster to get in there.
There is a lot for the stewards to have a look at here.
Really helped him out.
Yeah, there's a lot for the stewards to get into here, because I think there's going to be a lot of very unhappy drivers at the end of this race. But let's see how we go from nothing in race control yet, but they're going to be really all over that. VAR will be working. Mentioned VAR. Absolutely. All the time, overtime here to make sure that they get everything ironed out. So here we go. We've got Seb Miller leading. Oliver Smith is in 2nd at the moment. Jamie Foster is 3rd. Adam Davis is in 4th. Fabrizio Colucci has dropped all the way down into 5th place. It's a bit of a disaster race after the win in the first heat. He's down in 5th place. Reese Kello in 6th. Jordan Hayward in 7th. Taylor Barnes in 8th. Ethan Bloodworth in 9th and James Miller in 10th. Steve Gray, Sam Hill, Anthony... I can't even go there in 13th. Elliott is in 14th. Zach Owen is in 15th. And Reese Duffy is in 16th. That is your leaderboard. Here we go, 27 with a move. He's shoved it down the inside. I thought he was going to make that stick.
That's Hayward and Barnes
he
again.
Still might. He's on the inside. He's going to have to barge his way through here, and I think he is. He's going to make that stick. He has.
Trying it around the outside now.
Taylor
James
Barnes
Miller might get into this.
Taylor Barnes, that is a move. That's an aggressive move. Really had to put his car in a position and fight for it. But he's gone through, and again, I think the stewards will be all right with that. But that, again, that's the kind of aggression that we're seeing here come out in the middleweight heats. Okay, brilliant stuff, though. But Seb Miller, with 6 minutes to go, is relatively comfortably leading, 1.3 seconds. Jamie Foster, a second behind. Half a second behind Jamie is Adam. A half a second behind Adam is Fabrizio. All half a second apart, really, till we get down to Taylor Barnes, who's 1.2 seconds behind Reece Kello in 6th place. But here we go once again around these hairpins. We have seen so much action. You can see these electric karts are so much faster around these hairpins. We've mentioned it quite a bit. I think it's one of the reasons why we're having so much overtaking down there, because it's so much faster and the karts are a bit edgier. There's also a little bit of a bump going into that second hairpin, which has caught a lot of drivers out. But the whole dynamic of boost button, faster karts, a little bit of a bump going into that corner, I think it's resulting in a lot of position changes. We've seen easily the most overtaking done on that corner in the whole of BIKC this weekend. Okay, right, we're heading into the final 5 minutes here. Final 5 minutes of racing, and
looking at Adam Davis here, he's on the back of Jamie Foster. He's still got Fabrizio Gallucci, Reece Kello, Taylor Barnes, and it looks like Bloodworth's definitely trying to make a move here. He's really attacking Jordan Hayward as they come into the third of the hairpins. But still 7 Miller leads with Ollie Smith 8/10 behind. These guys have about 2.2 seconds off Jamie Foster, who in turn has about 6/10 over Adam Davis and Fabrizio Gallucci together as they go up onto the top section on the circuit, as they go up and over the top through the double left-hander as they now fire down. Look at that train that Adam Davis has behind him. He's got the drivers for him all the way down. So I think that's Taylor Barnes in 7th place he's got right behind him. Let's watch them all come down the ramp, as you've got Fabrizio Gallucci there on the... Fabrizio Gallucci still in 5th place behind Adam Davis. We're looking at Ollie Smith, who's really closed in on Seb Miller at the moment. About 4 minutes left on this one. He's really attacking him, as Adam Davis looks like he's broken away from Jamie Foster. So Foster's defending. Kello's come out of nowhere. Yeah. Kello's managed to get past Gallucci there. And Taylor Barnes has got through there as well. So you can see the shake of the head. Gallucci's not happy with that. He's lost 2 places on that lap, as Adam Davis has now gone past Jamie Foster.
2nd to 7th.
So there's a lot of moves there that we've missed on that one. So Adam Davis now into 3rd ahead of Jamie Foster.
Catastrophic for Gallucci, this. He was one of the favourites.
Taylor Barnes. Fabrizio Gallucci's now in 7th, where he finished the final last year, with Jordan Hayward just behind, Ethan Bloodworth, James Miller, Steve Gray, Sam Hill, Anthony Bahanga. Then you've got Elliot Chung Green, Zach Awan and Reece Duffy. And then coming down the back straight, look how close the leaders are now. It's absolute nose to tail. That gap that was 8/10 now is now just 3/10. It was even less. So Seb Miller now going defensive as Ollie Smith tries to hang it round the outside. He's going to maybe try and dive to the inside. Miller's got him covered. Will Miller go a touch wide there? No. Ollie Smith's going to focus on trying to get a good run out of this hairpin and try and set him up into the second unlock corner.
Looks so much quicker, doesn't he? Looks so much faster.
He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, as Foster picks up a 5-second time penalty here. So that's put him out of the action there. Side by side for Ollie Smith and Seb Miller, as they now go through the left-hander before they head up the ramp for the penultimate time of asking in this heat. Look over the shoulder. Miller knows he's there. He goes defensive at the top of the ramp.
I think he's going to go for it at the end of the pit straight. End of the pit straight for me is where he's going to have a go. Jamie Foster, 5 seconds for contact.
I think they've got to be careful of here. If they really start fighting, yes, Adam Davis is about 2 and a bit seconds behind. But we've seen how quickly those gaps can change. How quickly everything can alter here. If Ollie Smith and Seb Miller really start fighting and slow each other down, this could go really wrong for the pair of them. Ollie Smith still trying to hold on. These are 2 very experienced racers, and they're going to know that all they need to do here is bank the laps. However, if you've got a heat win on your record, it's going to sound a little bit nicer than finishing second. So if they can go for it, I think if
look at the gap here. Absolutely bumper to bumper.
If Ollie Smith can make a decisive move, he's definitely going to go for it. That gap behind, though, is now only 1.9 seconds. Adam Davis has just taken a second out of these 2. So they've built a gap up at the front. Now these 2 are fighting, and they're expending that gap, and it's allowing Adam Davis to get right on the rear bumper of them. But I think they're going to run out. I think he's going to run out of laps to try and get on terms with these guys. He may be close when they come across the line. But Seb Miller now just backing Ollie Smith off, and hoping that Adam Davis can get into this and maybe give him something to think about. But Ollie Smith is focused on the back of that orange BSR driver as they go into the top section. He's going to go a little bit defensive on the inside, not fully defensive, but it's just enough to say to Smith, I know you're there. There he goes!
goes!
Look at
Thrown
that!
it down the inside. Ollie Smith showed absolutely no quarter. It looked like he just about had the space to do
What a
it.
move.
That's going to be a close one to analyse later. But
Oh,
Ollie
a
Smith on
checker
the line
flag.
takes the checker flag. That was a decisive move from Ollie
What
Smith.
a
I
move.
think he was just inside.
We need to
half
see that again.
50, I think he was just in on the 50-50.
Yeah.
I think he would have just got away with it. I think Seb just about turned in and forced him a little
There
bit
was
wide
contact,
there.
but I
there
think
was contact.
more
But I think
that Miller was surprised.
I
Just
think
didn't
Smith
expect to have
was
him there.
entitled to the space there from what we saw.
Yeah.
I think Jen's going to pull it up in a second. We'll be able to take a look at it. I think he
I
was
think that
just
was
at
fine.
the point where he was entitled to the space, and Miller just did not see him coming. I'll be honest,
Totally.
I didn't see him coming either, and we had a better view of the race.
It's
than,
almost looked like they choreographed it. It almost like they were working. Obviously, they weren't, but it looked like it was literally karting on ice. You know what I mean? It was choreographed, but not. That's what I'm saying.
It was a really good move. If it was clean, if it was 50-50 alongside, I think that will have been a good move. As Jen is furiously going through the computer trying to pull that move out, so we can have a quick look at it in a minute. Ollie Smith definitely happy with that. I don't think Seb Miller will be too pleased with it, as he's now finished in second place in that heat.
More seductive moves. I'll keep my comments to myself.
Just been told to just take a seat back in the cart until we got all the drivers in. And we can start getting everyone out and get ready to go for the next heavyweight heat.
Here we go. We've got racing, Charles. Let me just have a little update on the.
There you go. Ben Sprout, driver we saw earlier on today. Miller should have defended that. He probably should have. He did leave the gap open a little bit, but I don't really think he'd have thought that. That Ollie Smith would have gone for a move in that point. And,
nothing yet on that.
No, I think the check has been declared on the session, so I think they're probably happy with it at the moment. But I think it's quite telling how close Adam Davis got to that one as well. He was only 4/10 off the lead when that race ended. So that could have been rather interesting there had that had another lap in it maybe.
Indeed, but great moves. It just goes to show, just when you think that the race is pretty stable, there's only a few corners to go.
So Jen has been furiously working away, and let's now take a look at this one. So,
unfortunately, this is not the move everyone's waiting for.
Not the move everyone's waiting. You're just teasing us.
Teasing us.
Just teasing us.
There's a lot happened on this lap, so I'll let Tom.
So this is a downfall of Fabrizio Gallucci, effectively, from what we see. So there's the move for Taylor Barnes. He's thrown it down the inside of the 35, and Bloodworth goes down the inside there. We're going side by side. I'm surprised these two were able to get through here side by side. And there's where Smith goes for it. So he throws it down the inside, just gets fully alongside before they turn in. So there's a lot go on in a handful of corners there.
Yeah,
it was
with
manic.
the camera change, I was so confused about who was at the front then, because obviously I saw multiple moves being made at the same time. So obviously at the back here, we had a really nice move made by the driver in 27.
Yes, he just
lovely late break.
He late breaks. I think he just overcooks it himself and gets into the side of the other driver. So I don't think he'll have intended. He just looks like he just locks the brakes.
I mean, he did get alongside, but in order to get alongside, he absolutely
sent it. He's properly sent it in to the point where
he's not in control.
It almost looks. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but it looks like one of those moves where you don't actually intend to make the move at that point. You just sort of gone. It's like, well, if I don't try and overtake this guy now, it's going to be either a horrible crash or.
To be honest, with the way he locked the brakes, if he didn't have the driver next to him, he would have spun himself out straight away because he caught himself on the other driver. If he took that position, then I think they would have been deemed as advantage by contact because it's a bit unfair with how he outplayed itself.
It almost looks like on the exit, he sort of tries to back out and just allows Bloodworth to get in on that fight and go side by side. And then, obviously, at the front of this one, straight after it, you've got Carlucci defending. Ollie Smith gets it halfway, more than halfway alongside. You see the front of that car bouncing up and down for Carlucci as he tries to get it turned in. But Smith's definitely entitled to the space on the inside there. He's almost, I'd probably say 70-30 at that point alongside before they turn in.
I'd definitely say it was a very
authoritative turn.
Yeah, it was a very brave move. It was not a lot of space, and it could have gone horrifically wrong. That's definitely a penalty if that went wrong. So
if that had gone wrong, it would have been a big penalty.
Have we got the one we all want to see?
Have we got the one everyone wants to see now on the gridding up?
Seb send, obviously, because that was what happened to him, unfortunately. So we'll play it back at full pace for everyone to watch.
Let's have a look at this one. And this one came from absolutely nowhere. I didn't see this one coming, so I don't think Seb would have done it either. So he's gone a bit defensive at T1. And then Smith's got a good run out of there. He's just taken a normal line and sent it down the inside. He's fully alongside when he turns in.
But 19 moves across really sharply, almost as if to push the driver out, thinking the driver's over his right-hand side.
Yeah.
But the driver's clever and goes, right, if you're going to go there,
I'm taking the apex.
Yes, you can just actually see. I think
he
lifts
look at
off.
this.
Smith lifts off on the way in.
And he goes, no problem. If you
I'll
want to
just
go
send it
there,
down the inside.
yeah, you want to go there, I'll go here.
I think if the driver was any further forward next to Seb on the left-hand side of his car, it wouldn't have happened. I think it was a perfectly executed move.
It's great.
There was a millimetre in it, and Seb's turned. It looks the contact there's been made. As Seb's turned in, and he's just not expected him to go down the inside. So you can just see the steering wheel just stays in the same position instead of turning out there. They did really well to make sure there wasn't loads of contact, and they both get skittled towards the barrier. But I think it was just on the right, maybe just on the right side of tough.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, I think Seb was playing a game with the driver and defending, and Ollie Smith.
Yeah.
Is Ollie Smith?
Yeah.
Eventually
Two
won
very
the game.
experienced drivers.
Yeah.
So
Very
Seb's tried
clever.
to play the game, and Ollie's fully played it.
Yeah,
So
and he
very
won the
clever.
game very, very quickly as well. So that was just a brilliant move made overall.
yeah, some really good
Has the live
races.
stream stopped?
Some really good racing so far.
We've just got like
From these drivers. Now we've got the heavyweights going out on for their next heat. So John Yuga in the pole position spot with Nathan Williams alongside Harvey Sugden, Scott Saul Gregory, Damon Brown and Jack Bridges as Joel runs away and heads back towards our commentary position. So we can get back in the warmth, really. It's one of the warmest places in the building here. It's a very cold night in Warrington, and it's probably leading into some of the sideways action that we're seeing here today. So drivers now coming through towards the top end of the circuit. Nice slow formation for these drivers. The last chance that they're going to have to influence their starting position for the semi-finals.
Okay, heavyweight Group 1, Heat 2.
So, under the Dunlop bridges they go. We wait to see the lights change, and we go racing. You see the drivers bobbing up and down to try and find a little bit of space, as it looks like John Yuga is going to hold the lead there. Williams has been shuffled out once again. Hugden Scott sideways and a spin in the background. That's the 42. That's Chris Tate facing the wrong direction. Lights go back to green straight away. Williams have been forced in the barrier there, I think. Lights yellow once again. So they went green. Now they went green briefly, and we're back to yellow once again. So some manner of fingers kicked off as John Yuga gets everything nice and slow. It's a perfect walking pace. Oh, it's Tom Owens. Tom Owens has been sent the wrong direction. We saw a little bit of contact there, especially with Nathan Williams getting pushed towards the barrier. Maybe he's been caught up in all that action. But that's Tom Owens now down towards the back of the order as Yuga now gets us underway once again. And that is Sugden Scott that is in second place, despite all the bumping and barging. Nathan Williams is still there in third, the 24.
24 to look.
Ross Sandwell is in fourth. Oh no, Brown's backwards. Damon Brown's facing the wrong way. There's another one in the barrier. That's Saul Gregory. This is absolute carnage on this opening lap. That's three separate incidents in one lap of racing here.
It's a second set of heats. It's what it is. Its drivers know that it's a scramble for points. And it's meaning that there's some desperate moves going on out there. There's some heavy contact. There's lots and lots of minor contact happening everywhere. And I've got a funny feeling that the clerk, of course, James Hislop, will be summoning a lot of drivers here to say,
yellows again.
Calm this down because
like the light after the first run of heats, the first lightweight group ended up with a bit of a stern telling off, let's say. I think the heavyweights, this one's had more yellows in the first lap than they had in their whole race. So back green once again. Let's see how long this lasts. So Williams and Scott are going at it, but Yuga has a massive gap up at the front of this one. The 18, he's trying to go for a second heat win here as the drivers all file down there. That's Nathan Williams we're watching here. He's got Harvey Sugden Scott behind him. He's managed to jump him there on the start there. So was that an overtake on yellow?
This looks like an overtake coming up behind.
That looks like that is. Jack Bridges side by side, the 24, Ross Sandwell.
He's going to hold this though, surely on the inside.
Down
He's going to hold that.
Again, that's going to bring.
Look at
that was a move and a half there by the 30. Ben Richards there. A board goes out to the front. That's a time penalty for Nathan Williams for advantage by contact. So I'm assuming that's going to be for one of the massive yellow lights at the start of this one. Oh, there's more contact. There's even more of them in here.
Yeah, this is.
Come on, lads. What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
There's been more spins and more contact in this than I've seen in any of the races so far put together.
Yeah, I can feel a James Hislop stern talking to at the end of this heat, I think.
So, lights go green
drivers.
Once again. That's the fourth interruption we've had in less than 3 minutes here. We normally say the heavyweight is normally the mellow class.
Yeah.
Normally there's quite respectful racing, quite close, fair, tight racing. This one's been absolutely mayhem to start with.
In
So-
previous years, they haven't even taken it too seriously, if I'll be honest.
Yeah, some of them have been here having a laugh, and at the end of the day, karting's supposed to be hilarious and fun. But this is absolute bedlam here at the moment. So we wait to see them come over the line to see exactly what order these guys are in. So it's John Yuga that leads, Harvey Sugden Scott, Jack Bridges is up into third place, Ben Riches, Ross Sandwell, Phil Jackson, Stuart Clark, Simon Fulton, Nathan Williams with that penalty is going to be in ninth place. Paul Lyford, Saul Gregory, who was caught up in the incident at turn 1, Damon Brown, Tom Owens, who was caught up again in an incident, and then Chris Tate and Kai Andrew we saw at the back of the field. Damon Brown just tumbled down the order, so that's a 5-second penalty for him. That's his second penalty that we've seen in this one. He wasn't a happy chappy coming into this one. I really don't think he's going to be happy at the end of this one. So through the top section of the circuit they go. It's Yuga and Williams. Williams has that 5-second penalty. If he can get past John Yuga here and then pull away, he may be able to counter some of that penalty. We've seen a few people try it. Very few of them have succeeded. So coming over the line once again, 6 minutes remaining, just under on this one. With Sugden Scott in second in the classification, but it's Nathan Williams that is there on the road. Jack Bridges has had a good run so far. There's a bit more of a bump there. Yuga puts his hand up. Williams is like, come on, go past. I didn't mean it. Let's get racing again. So, hand in the air for these drivers. There's a lot of bumping and barging here. Williams is already on a 5-second penalty. If he picks up a black and white for loading, I'm not entirely sure he'll be able to carry on racing at this point.
Really good racing though. John Yuga leading at the moment, only just by 0.7 with Jack in third place. You've got a feel for Nathan Williams though. I mean, that 5-second penalty goes from second to 8th, like from in the running to nowhere when it comes to semi-finals. But we have to have the rules that harsh. We have to have these time penalties as they are. So to make sure that drivers it doesn't turn into a ramming session. You know, that's why those penalties are there.
I think the karting term for that is going bowling. And going bowling is the technical term.
So here we go. So we are less than 5 minutes to go to the end of this heat, and it's really tight. One of the closest heats that we have had so far today. It literally is a 6 or 7 chain of karts for the win here. And John Yuga, who's driven brilliantly in his first race, he checks behind going down. That's important because I think he's a bit worried about being overtaken at the end of the pit lane straight. Coming down here, 22 has a little look, a little glance and realises it's just not on there. And so, and he's going to be very careful because he's got Jack Bridges right and Ben Riches is right in there as well. And here we go on to the start-finish Dunlop S's once again. And there's a lot of time left here. There's at least 3 laps coming up here.
Ooh, and obviously there's a bit of a touch there for Bridges and Ben Riches there.
Yeah.
Sugden Scott, sorry. I've just had the memo from Race Control.
Yep.
All of the drivers in this grid have been called to the clerk of the course office.
I can see it coming. Yeah, yes. Absolutely.
So that effectively means in racing driver speak is go up to the clerk of the course, put your tail between your legs and say, I'm really sorry, sir, I won't do it again. Yep. And then head back and have a really clean semi-final. So through the double left-handers, John Yuga is trying to fend off Nathan Williams, who's still carrying that 5-second penalty. The fact that this grid is so close at the moment is not going to be helping Nathan Williams. He ideally wants lots of these drivers to start dropping back and start falling away so he can try and find a little bit of space. But Stuart Clark at the moment is the driver that is the driver at the back of his pack, and that's the driver that Nathan Williams is going to come in behind. So 3 minutes as they cross the line this time. Yuga still leads. Bridges now about a second. Sugden Scott is about 6/10 behind. Jack Bridges just behind. We saw the pair of them come together, have a little bit of a rub. Looks like Tom Owens has managed to find a place against Simon Fulton in 10th place, and Damon Brown is a little bit ahead there of Kai Andrew. That's reversed when the penalty is applied for Brown. Up through the top section of the circuit again. Very measured drive here from Yuga. He's very good at. He's been very good at resisting pressure, and God knows he's had quite a bit of pressure from this one. He looks over the back of his shoulder. Williams is still pressing on here. He knows that if he can try and get in front and start pulling a bit of a gap, he may be able to counteract some of this penalty that he's got.
Also, 22's got to get through, because if he can, he could pull away. He could pull back his 5-second advantage and move up from 8th in the race, 8th.
Yeah.
And he might finish, there's only 10ths between these drivers. He might finish 3rd, 4th.
Yeah, he's only 1.8 behind Yuga as they cross the line. So it's 5.1 as the penalty becomes applied. That does drop him behind Stuart Clark. He effectively needs to get past and find about 1 and a bit seconds.
Yeah,
Looked on
bit of a
the
look
up
there.
ramp.
He's looked a few times, but he's not actually been close enough to try and make the move just
It's mad.
yet.
He kind of flicks the kart to have a look, and then flicks it back into the into his racing line, like very kind of edgy driving kind of thing. I would say. Doesn't look, flicks it, and has a look, flicks it back. And see, he's going to have a go at the end of the pit straight. He always has a little has a little dart, but nothing. This is the area where we've seen all the overtaking. Here we go.
Hugo has to go defensive.
Yeah,
Williams maybe
big
thought
time.
about it there. So I think they're going to get one more.
Because obviously
lap
John
in.
Hugo will be probably absolutely clueless to the fact of the
checker's
penalty.
out. So checker flags out. Not enough time to get one more lap in.
Harvey
there.
second.
So Sugden, Scott, Bridges, Richards, Sandwell, Jackson, Clark, and Williams. So that
Eighth.
drops Nathan Williams to P8. So all of these guys are going to come into the pit lane and make their way up to the clerk of the course office for a little bit of a telling off there.
Ballinger.
There we go.
That's not what they're saying on the live stream, is all I'd say.
We're getting people correct us online, so
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
we'll get it right now, man.
We've
got
just had it
one job.
confirmed, right, that Ballinger is how it is pronounced. So this goes out to all the people online.
We've had it confirmed from
It
the man
is Ballinger.
himself.
That's what
So
we're
everyone who's
going
telling
to
us that
say.
we were saying it wrong, that's...
Yeah,
there
whoever
we
came
go.
up with ball hanger, I mean, come on.
It's definitely his family's winding him up there. But yeah, lot to unpack in that one, Jen. What have we got here? Where are we going to start?
So I've only got the one clip, unfortunately, of the main incident that happened. Obviously, I saw car number 5 dropping down the order and get the first time penalty.
Yep.
So we'll play it through at full speed, and then we'll just break it down a little bit. Do have a lot of comments on this particular incident.
Can I just... Sorry. Yes, go on. Sorry, John. Go on.
Of course you go, yeah.
No, I was just going to say there's a call out about why it was checker flag with 1.5 minutes left. But if you look on our screen, because what we see on the visuals isn't exactly what is going on. And on the stint, we've got a column on ours called a stint time. And John Iuga, his stint time was 9 minutes and 53 seconds. So sometimes the time is a little bit wrong from the kind of visuals that we get to see. So just want to put that. Go on, Jen.
No, of course, no worries.
We have to pull to make sure everyone's
Obviously, this is
Go on,
the
Jen.
incident with car number 5. So this is how it all played out, and I'll break it down for everyone who's watching. So obviously, it's car number 15, apologies, car number 5. So coming into this corner here, if we zoom in,
So
we can
24's
see-
gone in sideways.
Yeah, we can see that the driver has already made his turning point at this point. We can see it just as he's turning, and the car behind is not 50 alongside, nowhere near 50 alongside.
nowhere near.
So they go into the corner, and he makes contact with him. I'm assuming that he hits the brakes, which is why he spins out like that. Obviously, the driver who
Yeah.
got hit did a very good job to catch it. But
Yeah, the
obviously,
guys behind as well did quite a good job of avoiding that as well.
Even has time to look
yeah,
over
but because,
in disgust.
Because the car 15 didn't quite put the brakes on in time, it kept rolling backwards, it caused more issues behind. Obviously, didn't stay stationary long enough for the drivers to be able to react and move around. Obviously, that's why the situation unfolded like way it did then. So we got obviously the driver on the wall over there, and that's his race kind of over with because of the incident. But yeah, again, I'll play it back one more time just for people to watch.
Yeah, so there we go, pulling it back through there, looking to be 50% alongside, and no,
that's nowhere.
That's definitely not 50%.
No,
there.
absolutely nowhere. Which is why the karts ended up going in the directions that they did. Otherwise, we locked in side to side, where
Yeah,
Exactly.
it almost
It's
looks like he's
unfortunate.
attempted to go for the move and realised a little bit too late, maybe that it's just not going to come off.
But all drivers need a proper, as James Hislop, the race director, is doing, the clerk of the course, I should say, is doing, because a lot of that happened there. I could see it coming, and all of it was totally unnecessary. And I just think it's what's happening with drivers that are. This is the second set of heats, and it's the last gasp effort to get points, to get grid position, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the semis.
Yeah,
it's fortunate because obviously slow but steady wins the race kind of thing. The driver was quite high up in the top 5 drivers, and now he's finished pretty much last to 2-time penalties. So obviously you would have had a much better odds going into the semi-finals to jump up higher into the grand, but now these races pretty much over with.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate series of events, and
just proves that just one mistake can really ruin your opportunity in the BIKC. Now the middleweights are on the grid, getting ready for their last
Ian,
heat.
50-50-50, anonymous post, says that Ian Wilson looks like the best driver by far. He's also incredibly good looking. Jen, do you agree with that?
I personally have never met the driver myself, so I couldn't comment.
We're going to take a vote on that,
I
Ian,
have
later
heard
on.
a rumour that we have a two-time champion on the grid.
Yeah, is there? Have you heard a rumour?
Yeah, apparently the driver in Kart 35 sitting right there in the green suit.
Is that Christine again?
Twice?
No,
he's won this twice and he's in second.
Yeah, that's just a rumour.
Two-time world champion.
Is that why he's in second? Because he won it twice?
Apparently,
Must be.
Okay.
And then on the left-hand side in pole is Chris Ball, who didn't even make it to grand final last year. So obviously a much better run this year for him.
Yeah,
So the driving 16th.
Just a little bit different to last year.
The driving 16th has won it 16 times.
By that logic, that means on a standard grid, then I have won this championship 44 times.
Exactly, we're all winners.
Because on a standard starting grid, if we have 20 grid slots, I normally have to start a race in Manchester if I'm racing in Warrington. So that's how far down the grid me and you normally end up. We're normally starting in Manchester.
Yeah, I'm the greatest driver who's ever lived on that logic.
I think the old McLaren Hondas would start ahead of us after their grid penalties.
Indeed, yeah. Absolutely. We've got where?
The irony
Zach?
as well. The gentleman saying that that driver is the best looking out there is the gentleman he's referring to.
I know, I know that, yeah. So Zach Fenn, why did check out? Yes, we've already answered that. So it's with the graphics are a bit different, and there was a stint time, and the stint time was 9 minutes. What was it? I've forgotten. 48, 50 seconds, something like that. That's where we are with that. Okay. So let's see how everybody gets on. We're just waiting. I'm not sure what we're waiting for here. Oh, I'll tell you what we're waiting for.
Pace car drive for
we're waiting for the previous group. Okay, because
the
Mr.
previous group have
Hislop.
their telly
Yes, Mr. Hislop is different. Okay, Mr. Hislop's nickname is Hawkeye Hislop. I haven't mentioned that in this particular event, can I? He's also a Beaver Scout leader. Is James Hislop, and even in that, his call sign is Hawkeye. Indeed.
I must admit,
Pretty cool.
this running order now, we've got a lot of really good drivers. Obviously, Barry Licks is a well-known driver, along with James McGing. We have Harley Smith from Bristol. We have Tom Fox, who won Coventry. Steve Smith as well, and Marcel up there as well. So it's a very hard group, this one.
This grid is properly stacked, this one.
Yeah, and we have Luke Battersby as well. I just noticed that one as well. He's a very, very well-known driver in the karting community in the south. So.
And also all these drivers but they're all sitting now. This is raising temperatures, isn't it? I mean, they're all sat there like...
They're probably very bored right now.
Yeah, indeed. While the previous group are having their telling off, but it's not even in a competition, I'll be honest. They're heavyweights.
If I was in this situation right now, I'd be thinking,
easy.
what do I do?
Yes,
what's the best way to go, left or right?
This plays tricks with the mind, isn't it? When you sat there for such a long period of time. You know, it's... yeah, interesting. It's a long telling off, it has to be said. But we won't resume until all of the clerks of the course are 3.
Is there a message you want to see on your note there? Driver to race control, please. It's not a fun experience. You have to be told off by the clerks.
Unfortunately, with the way the drivers are all lined up, we literally have only 2 options of 2 drivers to stare at completely, along with the pace cart. So.
It almost looked for a minute there, the pace car driver's falling asleep there.
Yeah, eyes were closed and ready to go sleep.
Yeah, it's actually really comfy just sitting in the car. It's like the right sort of
sitting in the car is really comfy, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it is. I always have
It's like it's the right sort of angle, nice and laid back.
Everything's there. It's just great.
I must admit, the seats on these cars are very, very high. When you're turning the corners, you end up hitting underneath your arm on the seats. I found that when I was driving on a Friday. I like the big bucket seats that the other biz karts have.
Yeah. It's where we find like different circuits having different carts. It's where you start finding favourites.
Christine says, Ian 50-50-50. Rumour has it the commentators are the most handsome. Oh, shucks.
There's a reason why we're not on camera.
Oh, Christine. Oh, shucks.
Yeah, there's a reason we're not on camera and we're kept in a dark room all day.
Jen's off.
Yeah,
she's gone.
She's run off. She doesn't want to
She's like, can't take this anymore.
She doesn't want to be associated with it. She had a day and a half with us in here, and she's like, nope, I'm done, I'm out. So, middleweights on the grid. It's Slater, Bohr, Battersby, Himmerslewski, Smith matching Fox, Bendelow, Marshall, Smith, Warwin, McGing, Lakes, Hunter, Selwyn, Schrimmer. These drivers, there's a lot of star quality on this grid. We wait to see the lights go green. We go racing
couple
here.
Of champions.
Just a couple of champions. They just happen to be the same driver as Chris Ball once again takes the whole shot into T1. This time Luke Battersby has managed to stay up into third place with Sam Slater just in front. It looks like Battersby is actually trying to attack Sam Slater as the two front row men run away at the front of this one. You've still got the one of Himilevsky in there.
40, very aggressive. That's Tom Fox really having to hold his ground there.
Oh, McGing in there, that's 27. Oh, carnage there. There's a load of cars off. That looks like it's going to be a red there.
That's not good.
That's got to be a red flag there.
Cole Hunter looks like he is in pain.
Yeah, that one looked like that stung there. So the driver's going to go. So the marshal's in attendance there just to make sure that he is all right. And we'll get someone up there should he require it there. And the pace car driver is going to sit on the middle of the grid and get ready to receive the drivers as he just gets a brief from the marshals about what manner of thing has happened behind him. So the marshal will get up there, just double check that Cole is all good and either give him the attention that he requires or...
At least the ambulance person gets to do something now, because they haven't done anything all day.
Yeah, at least we got all the correct medical cover. Make sure that if it is required, that we can get assistance out to drivers as quickly as possible.
Again, I don't think that's a bad injury. That looked like a bit of a knock, but it didn't look like the body language of somebody who is like broken a leg or anything like that.
It looked like that one was
It looked painful.
It looked like it was
stinger.
stung.
Yeah, definitely.
It's one of those that you'll feel in the morning.
Yeah, that's what we think from all our how many years of watching racing have we got between us?
Yeah.
So we got 39 years of watching racing between us, Tom.
I mean, I have a bit of experience about being put into barriers before as well. So it looks like the driver is okay. We wouldn't be seeing the pictures if they weren't, but there's quite a few drivers caught up in this. That's the 28, that's Tom Walwyn in there. The 8 of Cole Hunter's driver we were checking on. 17 of Josh Selway, Barry Lakes, the 19 is in there. The 29 of Tom Schrimmer's in there. So pretty much the majority of the grid from like 10th backwards, but I think it's the only the likes of James McGing who got away with that one. The driver's now just being given the instruction to say you can head back to the grid, and we get ready for a single file restart.
Single file restart. We've had these in every single, I think. Yeah, we have, because in the cadets, every single one was single file. We've had one of these in every single competition, so let's have one again.
Lots of different stuff coming through here. Tavis saying, I heard Harvey is the best looking marshal.
Not a good look. Christine says, my name is Christine, but they call me Christine. I wonder why. Right, okay. Neil G, what happened? Nicky Nishka, it was a crash.
Yeah, what happened is a few karts tried to go for the exact same piece of tarmac together, and it just didn't work.
Didn't work.
Oh, the guys in the background trying to do our job for us. It's quite just feeding us ideas. This is the point it's got to. They're not happy with our commentary anymore, and these guys think they can do it.
They think they can do it.
The sad part. That's a good point. Joel made a very good point. That says to imply that they were happy from the start. I mean, it was Dom that came in here, looked quite disgruntled, and said, "I have to pay to listen to you this weekend." The funny part is, I can't even say, right, we'll switch, you do the next one, because I have no idea how to use that technology, and I'll probably end up breaking it. Most of it looks really expensive, so we'll just stick there. We'll just leave our jobs there. Give me the big camera backpack. It won't fit, man. You'll need an extension. You need an extension bar to get it on. And if you want any footage that looks anywhere near usable, then there's no chance there. So, drivers all sat on the grid, just waiting for the all clear before we get going. And Russ got his eyes glued on live chat there.
There's not much happening on the live chat at the moment. Everyone's a little bit like, let's bring it on.
There's the starter's instruction. Harvey's going to get them off and running. And they get led away by the pace car. Remember, this is a restart, not an actual start, so it's all going to be single file from here, and it's back to the original grid order. So Chris Ball is going to lead them away. It's going to be a little bit easier for him to potentially try and get away from Sam Slater here. And Luke Battersby is going to try and get it back on terms with Sam. It looked like he was trying to attack early on.
I mean, Tom, what would you be thinking now if you had a two-time BIKC champion line up right behind you?
Run away and hide. which I think is what Chris Ball's going to attempt to do here as soon as the lights go green. He looks over his shoulder, drops the throttle, lights go green, and we are away in racing. And Chris Ball is already opening up a gap, so I think he may have listened to what we said there, and he's just running away and hiding from Sam Slater. But it looks like Slater now has managed to get back on the rear bumper pretty quickly. And the two drivers at the front are going to try and maybe open up a gap. Front 4 or 5, look like they've got away pretty quickly there. It was Jamie Ging already going on the offensive there. And the drivers all flying through. So Chris Ball's been handed a 5-second penalty for not leaving racing room. That's going to be an interesting one. So that's going to drop Chris Ball way down the order. That's going to promote Sam Slater into the lead of this race.
I got one for you. Will Sam Slater try the same manoeuvre what worked in the previous race?
The thing is, though, now, Sam doesn't need to. All he needs to do is
41! Look at that, Charlie Manchin.
Charlie Manchin's been really
Great
good
move.
in offence already, and he's just got past Steve Smith there. Slater now, so Ball will see the penalty board as they go over the line. That means Slater's going to see it as well. So Sam's going to know he doesn't need to attack here. But if Chris wants to have anything... If Chris wants to get a good result from this one, he quite literally needs to run away and hide from Sam Slater and try and build a 5-second gap. So what
he's pulling away nicely at the moment.
Is just banging in the lap times and just trying to pull a bit of a gap on the, dare I say it, the two-time champion as they come through the top section of the circuit. If Chris can do this, this is going to be a really impressive drive from him. So he's currently, after that penalty, he's going to sit in 11th place. About 4.4 seconds. That's really what he's got to try and find here as they go through the top section. This really mixes things up, doesn't it? It's going to give Chris an interesting job here. It looks like that's Himalaisky trying to go down the inside of Battersby. That's going to give... Oh, there you go. Machin's gone down the inside of Himalaisky there. So those two drivers coming to blows once again. That's going to release... that looks like it's going to release Luke Battersby to try and move through the order. Looks like Ball's managed to pull one of those tenths that he requires, but he still needs to find a lot of time here, and Slater is going to do everything he can to catch up and make the move on circuit. As they go up on the top section of the circuit, they're going to start trying to pull away here. So Machin's the man on the move at the moment. He's up into 4th place here as they go up down into the top section of the circuit. And Steve Smith trying to get back on terms with Marcel Himalaisky. Tom Fox having a decent run in 6th place, a driver who both me and Jem were saying at this point, we weren't too sure. We hadn't heard the name Tom Fox before. He'd blown up onto the BIKC scene. He's put really good times in practice, and he's putting in a really good performance here in 6th place for his first appearance here at the British Indoor Karting Championship. Look at the 27 there of Harley Smith. Oh, backwards there, that's the 18.
Oh dear.
That's Tom Walwyn. That is the driver from Stoke. He's had a lot of support in the live chat so far, but that support is not going to see him moving forward so far. It's going to see him moving backwards as it sits. So as they come through the top section of the circuit, looks like Ball isn't dropping Slater here at the moment. What he really needs to do is try and find some time here. He's currently got about 7 tenths by my maths, so he needs to try and find quite a bit more than that. The gap you can see effectively there is what he needs to try and find if he wants to hold this win. If he wants to try and hold on to lead, it'll currently drop him down into 9th place, which is going to make his semi-final grid very, very difficult for him. He's got a bit of a gap against Luke Battersby. He's got Charlie Machin behind now. Charlie can find a move. He's going to go for it. We've already seen him be ruthless in attack already. You see, he thought about it there against Luke Battersby.
A little bit of contact. But here, I mean, we've got Chris Ball here who's running in 9th place. In actual fact, he's leading. He's got to work hard.
So he's made one of those places.
He's got to work. He's got to get those lap times in and pull away from the rest. He could still salvage something here. He could still get up to maybe 5th, 6th, something like that, and salvage his race. But he's got to. I'm not sure whether he knows when he's got a penalty. Sure he does.
We've seen the penalty board on the start-finish
line. So he's got to know.
And
Hogan Sam is not really making any impression because he knows he's seen that board as well. He knows he doesn't have to because he's actually technically leading the race. So basically, Chris Ball, just got to get those lap times in. Get away as hard as he can, and hopefully those lap times, that 5-second penalty, when applied, when he's moving away from the field behind, will mean he'll move up the field.
Yeah, throwing it down now. Let's see what the gap is now. 4.1 he's made. So he's found a couple of tenths, but he needs to try and find a couple of seconds if he wants to hold on. Battersby's now got a little bit closer to Sam Slater because he's got Charlie Machin breathing down his neck at the moment with Himalaisky and Steve Smith under the back of him as well. So Ball now running in 7th place. He's found another position on this lap here. So Callum Bendelow is the target. So Tom Fox is 6th place now. Is a target that Chris Ball needs to work on here, but he's not pulling away.
I'm with Chris Ball here. Let's see how far he can make it up just by putting laps in.
See what he can do. We've seen a few drivers put a good run in, so let's see how he can come back from this one. It doesn't necessarily mean that the weekend's completely over, but it's going to mean he's got a bit of an interesting one. There's the 11 going sideways. Battersby's really trying to defend here from Charlie Matchin. He's got Himilevsky right behind him. Steve Smith is in on this one as well. These drivers really starting to fight here. So Battersby, Matchin, Himilevsky come across the line. Himilevsky looks towards the outside of Charlie Matchin. They're going to start pushing. They're going to start pushing and Matchin, if you can see half a gap that's big enough to fit a Biz EcoVolt GT, and it'd be sure that he's going to put it in down the inside or even the outside in some places. He has been absolutely ruthless in attack over the last couple of races. As they now go through the top section of the circuit, turning it in towards the hairpin through the double left-hander before you head down the ramp into one of the quick sessions. Slater now right on the back there of Chris Ball. Ball might have a penalty through the chicane. That's not really an overtaking point. If Matchin can make that stick, that'll be impressive. Looks like hand in the air, looked like a lot of contacts, not really an overtaking point, but Matchin seems to, at the moment, be able to try and make any corner on this circuit an overtaking point. Oh, backwards, that's Tom Clark. Is that Tom Clark again? No, it's Cole Hunter. Hunter again facing the wrong way. He's not having a good run here. You can see he's
Jason Elliott said,
furious.
Can we see Cole Hunter, please, commentary team? There he is.
I'm not entirely sure.
There he is.
Oh, my God, man. Oh,
in the barrier. You asked for it, Johnny. We aim to please.
That's the most brutal thing you've done all weekend. That is the most brutal thing I've seen all weekend. So back to green flag racing again as Russ gets the entirety of the YouTube chat.
Chris Paul is up to 6th. Chris Paul is up to 6th. He's doing well. It's all panning out slightly better, but he's still going to be very disappointed when he gets off. There's no doubt about that. And Sam Slater, I think he knows he doesn't really have to make the pass. Because, but, as a racing driver, you would...
Oh, it's in the chicane. That's not a place you want to have an off.
Well, that was...
So that was James McGing.
Yeah, that was James
Harley
McGing.
Smith, by the looks of it there.
We must be in Reds? Yes, we are.
So usually when you see an incident of that size in the chicane, that usually for us, that's almost an immediate red flag, because anything coming through there at race pace is usually absolute carnage. So they come through the top through there. It's quite a blind corner. It's a very fast corner as well. So I'm no surprise that the marshals trackside have asked for a race stop just to make sure that no one else got hurt, because those drivers were slap bang in the middle of the pack. And if someone had come through there absolutely flat out, that could have been a rather interesting incident.
Super fast, isn't it? And also it's tighter now. Well, now that we've altered the track a bit.
It's blind.
It is. It's a great corner though. We do love it. But it's it needs respect.
Forget that request, commentary team.
Too late, Jason.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm not surprised that
we've already given it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that one ended in a red there. That was a pretty bad place to have an off. Thankfully, everyone's managed to get going again, so it's just going to be a case of now they get the pace car back on the grid, and they're going to look to get everyone back in, ready for a single file restart. I didn't notice how long we had.
Joanne Hunter says, harsh, I'm pleased you found that entertaining. I do apologise, Joanne, but it was just too good to miss.
I can't believe...
We couldn't,
I can't believe that.
Yes, indeed, I do apologise.
Yeah, Cole hasn't had a good run of this one. He was...
pace car out.
Yeah, he was
it's
back.
Not a good sign.
Yeah, so we're going to have to go for a single file restart, hence we've got the pace car on circuit there. So it's going to let all the drivers go through. Looks like Molly's behind the wheel of this one, so I think Connor's had enough of restarts for these guys. So we're going to get a new pace car driver, see if that brings these guys a little bit of luck.
Okay, so we're just waiting to see. Let's check the chat a minute on race control.
Yeah, the only thing there is the confirmation of the penalty that we saw earlier on for racing room is the exact line.
Nothing
so the pace car pulls over to the side. It's going to let all the drivers go through. We're going to have to get everyone back towards the dummy grid, unless the pace car is going to go pick up the leaders.
We have a restart order. So the restart order is 34, which is Chris Bell.
34, Chris.
35, Sam Slater. 8.
8 is Cole Hunter.
No, that's wrong, because 8 appears twice in the order. I'm not sure they've got that right yet. Let's just leave that, because I think that's for their purposes, not ours. Because
let's stay out of the race control. Let's stay out of the race
we will,
control.
just the moment so we see something that is directly aimed at us. Okay.
Are there any Stockton people in here? Let's have a look. Stockton has been relatively
KV
well
Racing says,
represented.
sorry, can I have a shout out? Of course you can, KV Racing. There you go. KV Racing, shout out.
And those asking if we got any Stockton people in here, the only Stockton driver I can see on the list is number 8, Cole Hunter. So driver who's not had a decent run through this so far. Just see the top two there. Top two drivers there so far. And Chris probably trying to find out what manner of thing he's been handed the penalty for. As the drivers now just waiting to get in the correct order. I think they're just going to confirm the restart order and then start getting everyone in the right line. As you just see Harvey giving them the instruction now to form up behind the pace cart. We'll just get the drivers in the right order there. You see the two drivers who had the spin in the chicane. That's James McGinn, the 10 and the 27. We'll see if there was anything to be handed out through that. Again, there is a camera right above that left-right chicane where they are. It's quite a high-speed corner, quite a big corner. So if something goes wrong there, it usually does end up in either a longer yellow or a pretty quick red, just to make sure that the drivers who are following through, which especially at this sort of level, will be coming through at some pace, and that they don't end up causing any issues. So the drivers now all coming up. You've got Harvey there on the top, just getting ready, just getting the last couple of drivers in position. Seeing if we get the thumbs up there, just waiting for the last driver to form up. I think it's Cole Hunter just trying to confirm something there. You just see some people trying to find out what manner of thing is going on at the moment. They're just discussing maybe with some of the spectators what the penalty was for Chris.
Matt Screen said, will it go around behind the pace cart? Yeah, this is going to be a single file restart.
So where the carts are, there's a good chance they're going to try and I think they'll try and release them this time as they come over the line, just to try and get this race started as quick as possible there.
If anything, this is bad news for Chris Ball, because it's bunched everybody up.
It's going to make his life that little bit harder.
Yeah, initially, on the start of lap 1, yeah, I mean, if they're all nose to tail, then it's going to put him way down. But he can appeal the penalty, which I'm sure he will at the end of this, and they will review it on VAR. And there'll be lots of explanations if it's sustained.
Yeah, it's a very good point being made there by a couple of people. Chris looks absolutely fuming with that so far, because while a penalty normally would probably drop him down to maybe 5th or 6th by the end of it.
Yeah.
With everyone this close together, 5 seconds.
5th was on before, easily.
With everyone this close together, 5 seconds could quite easily be 14th or 15th.
Yep.
So there's a good chance here they're going to go for a start almost straight away with where the carts are. So in the last couple of corners,
27.
That was
Harley Smith just drive into the back of the cart in front.
Yeah, looking at the time here
Goodness
as well.
me.
I think it may only be maybe 1 or 2 laps if we're really lucky, but I think it's going to be 1 lap here.
I think it might be just 1 lap. Yeah.
I think it might just be the 1 lap here.
Stint time is already at 18 minutes.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be 1 lap. Pace car drops the throttle, Ball looks behind him, he just sees the little green flag, and we are racing one more time here for the final heat for the middleweights. Let's see if we can find any overtaking moves on this last lap, and Chris Ball really needs to try and run away into the distance as far as he can to see if he can see how far up you can see that the penalty will drop him all the way. I'm trying to see the time screen. It drops him all the way down to 14th. So it almost doubles the severity of the penalty effectively with the red flag as they come through the double left-handed now. Slater, all he has to do is just follow behind Chris Ball, and he's going to take the heat win. Looks like Luke Battersby still has Charlie Marchant just behind him. I think Marchant may think about it. Battersby has to go defensive, as it might bring Himaleski into this one. We know if there's a gap, Marchant will go for it.
I think back Chris Ball
Let's
14th.
see what the gap is going to be when they come over the line, because I think this is going to be the checkered
It is.
flag. It is. So ball comes over the line. Let's see where he ends up as he tumbles down the order. Everyone stays in the same position. He comes up
12th.
as 12th. So
It's
what
really
could have
cost
been
him.
5th or 6th now is 12th, and that's going to make
It's unbelievable.
it's going to make his semi-final a little bit interesting.
If I was him, I definitely would appeal that, because it just seemed that the way that events unfolded, it was. I don't think the penalty deserved 14th or 12th. Sorry, 12th.
Yeah, I think even the drivers involved in that were like, what, not quite sure what went on there.
Yep.
As we see now, the heavyweights sat in their carts, and a couple of questions. One thing that a couple of people did point out at one point is, why don't we just send out the drivers in the correct order so we don't have to have all the messing about on the grid? It effectively means that we've got a kart rotation system that basically means that the drivers rotate through the fleet, so that the same drivers don't end up in the same kart. So that's a 5-second penalty for Charlie. Martin just popped up on our TV screen here. That's on our timing screen, so that's dropped him way down as well. So that's put him way down. So Martin's down in P14. He did cross the line. I think it was in 4th. So that's cost him 10 places there. So lots of penalty, and that again for racing room. So Clark's have been very busy so far, and yeah, lots of penalties been handed out. We've seen it already with the heavyweights having a big telling off. I think there may be some conversations after this middleweight one.
I think so. Yeah, absolutely, totally agree with that one.
So heavyweights now getting ready for their last one. And hopefully, I think it's. Am I right in saying this is the last heat of BIKC 23 coming up?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Am I right? Can I actually count?
That was middleweights 2, so we're in.
There's a reason I talk about racing
2.
instead of counting. Maths isn't my strong point. It never has been. When I walk in to do a briefing, if I can count a room of 10 in one go, that's normally a good start to the day.
Yeah, because I only recount like 3 times because everyone starts going 10,
Jen,
12, 14.
do we have the crisp ball penalty at all?
Unfortunately not, no. I don't think it was picked up on camera, so I don't think anyone really knew what happened on the stream. Obviously, we'll find out in a little bit from race control.
Because
Obviously,
it just surprised me. It just suddenly popped up, and I was like, why?
yeah, hopefully the VAR can confirm what it was for. Obviously, but obviously
I'm going to
the
actually
VAR,
request from race control we have a detailed explanation.
Yeah, so
Usually if
obviously
there's
the
something
VAR
out there,
team's
they're
going to
normally
review it
pretty
correctly.
good at explaining it. Is this where we need our own CLO, a commentator liaison officer?
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I can just tell he's going to race hard in the semi-finals to get those positions back, hopefully. But yeah, it's an unfortunate end of the race. Obviously, we'll see if he appeals it or not. But overall, we saw Sam win it. We saw Luke Battersby defending for his life. So
Yeah, Luke put up a
racing.
really good defensive drive there from what we saw. It looked really good out there.
Yeah, it was, to be honest, he was doing him a favour at the front, obviously holding up the rest of the grid. It was just unfortunate we had to go red for the incident during the chicane down the main straight.
Yeah, that chicane's it's an extremely fast, tight and narrow corner. So anything on the outside, we've already seen what can happen when we've got a kart facing the wrong direction in a tight, fast, narrow corner. We saw that what happened last year in the middleweight.
Right so for safety always comes first when it comes to karting. A lot of things can go wrong very quickly. Obviously, it's just unfortunate we had to go red, and that sort of brought the gap back together.
Yeah, you can see Mr. Lex Gough there at the front hand in. I think is that Brandon a pen and maybe getting some cue cards signed there. He always goes around and gets everyone to sign a card sign one of the cue cards at the end of it. Just he's got a little memento of the whole thing. And you normally find at the end of it as well, there's not the entire team that's been running this event normally invade the podium at the end for their moment to have a bit of a celebration at the end.
It doesn't go anywhere on the main social media pages, so no one gets to see
Oh
that.
no, never ends up there, but we always end up somewhere. It was in the back of the racing regulations at one point. And to be fair, it's just a nice way to end the year. And I think we'll probably end up, if the guys end up in the studio, that normally gets gate crashed as well, either by the competitors or the crew. So one or the other.
Exactly. There's a lot of people working at this event, a lot of people from a lot of different places. Obviously, we've got people down from Biz, Club 100, and all the other collaborating sponsors and stuff. But we've got a lot of marshals and experienced race people sort of at the track. So
we've got crew from as far north as Dundee and as far south as Eastleigh running this.
I know,
literally
dude.
crew from all over the country have come down and run this. And you know what? Honestly, might be a bit biased. I think this has actually been probably the best BIKC we've had so far.
It's been a cracker
over
the weekend.
The racing's been really good. It's flowed really well. I think this new format we've got of having classes intermingled works really well. So I think it's just really good fun, you know. It is just really good fun.
this is definitely one of my favourite competitions I attend each year. Obviously, I wish I could be racing in it, but obviously staff can't, so it's an unfortunate for a lot of us. We all work
the
here. The
infamous 6-month rule.
Yeah, we all look at it and think, I want to do that. And it's like, if I leave in February, I can do it next year.
The other point as well is quite a lot of people look at it and think, you know what, I could probably win that. I could probably win that. You always hear it. You see loads of crew like going, I could probably win that. But yeah, it's quite funny watching it. And every now and again, you find that drivers we see on the grid here end up being crew. The amount of time you find like members end up racing with us a lot and then end up joining the teams. No, Warrington.
Okay, got news. The Chris Ball penalty is currently being reviewed.
Ooh.
Okay.
So we actually have one of the race directors has come into the commentary box, and Russ is getting a bit of a debrief here, so we'll be able to bring something. There's the other two race directors there, so they can stare down into the cameras.
Okay, I got news, ladies and gentlemen. I got news. And that's 100% correct. I can announce it. Yeah. So the Chris Ball penalty, okay, has been re-reviewed and has been reversed. Okay, so effectively we believe that basically we got the number wrong. It was 36, not 34, and it was loading. So effectively those 5 seconds are going to be reallocated to Chris Ball.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense considering that we didn't see.
Yeah,
so we have reviewed it.
Still so close behind him, along with the driver in third as well.
We've reviewed it and we've cancelled it for Chris Ball. That is what has happened.
So thank you to the VAR team and the race directors for re-reviewing that. Obviously, it's not always a quick call to make these decisions. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so there's the correct one going on for 36. That's Colin Marshall.
Indeed.
Should have received it. And the 34 will be rescinded there.
So, because obviously Chris Ball was leading, so Chris Ball will win that heat.
Yeah, so that should, in theory, put him on pole position for the semi-finals. And now the last grid to try and decide where they're starting on their semi-final are just going on to the grid now behind the pace car. The driver who's going to have the bit between his teeth to try and make up for lost ground. It's going to be Russell Endine. He had a penalty in the opening heat. He's starting on the second row of the grid. So let's see what he can do here.
Can I just take this up again? Because D. Tutton has also come on. So does he keep P1? Yes, he does. He keeps P1. He is the winner of the heat that we have just watched with Sam Slater second.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the mistake's been made. It's been spotted. Hold the hands up and race directors
Yeah, I think by the look on Sam's face when the lights went red, we can see that there was a bit of confusion with what happened. Obviously, we saw Sam and Luke were still right behind Chris, so obviously everyone was a bit confused by the penalty. But again, the race director team has a lot of pressure to make sure all the calls are correct, and obviously the VAR team are working hard to make sure everything is correct called as well and giving penalties out to the right drivers.
Yeah, so heavyweights now on the grid. We've got Dave Harvey and Kevin Taylor-Beebe on the front row. That's a 1,000-mile stare of a racing driver from the front row men.
Also, can I say, where are we? Sorry, JH44692. Can we see the penalty for Colin Marshall? Afraid not. We weren't aware that penalty even existed. So we have to literally watch and pick and choose what we want to go and re-review. Well, yeah, re-review.
Yeah, what we want to replay. And, we have to pick them in the moment.
And we literally, until we see something like, we go, yeah, we would like to see that. We are completely separate. But apart from, we get feed to what's going on in the race control, but that's it. There's no other communication that goes on. Okay, here we go. We've got the last race in the heats. We've got David Harvey starting in pole position. Let's see what happens in the last of the heats for the heavyweights are coming over. Underneath is going to be a clean start. We've had clean starts all the way through this. We've had clean starts, and we've got another one. absolutely flying underneath. Great racing so far. Is there any RG? But they've gone into single file, oddly, in first, second and third, which is quite unique, really, in the kind of racing that we've had.
Endine's already been shuffled out. He's trying to make amends in this heat for a penalty in the first one. He's already been shuffled out. He's about to fall into the clutch of Ian Wilson. It looks like they've managed to get past Kingsley Nanton. Oh, there's a spin at the top last of 30. That is Chris Phillips that's facing the wrong direction there. Marshall's going to head up and going and attend. But Chris Phillips now facing the wrong direction. They are going to fall right down the order as the leaders come around the top of the bottom end of the circuit towards the last 3 corners. Lights go green. Harvey moves over to defend just to make sure the BB doesn't think about going for the move. Hamid Durat is still in there, and I think that's James Eastrop with Ian Wilson just behind. No, Russell Endine's still up there at the moment. Charlie Jackson's fallen down there at the moment, from what I can see. Looking at Ollie Price, who's a little bit further up. They've managed to move up from P15. So over the line they go. David Harvey, Kevin Taylor, BB, Hamid Durat, James Eastrop, Russell Endine, Ian Wilson are your top 6 as they go up onto the flyover once again. Harvey just starting to stretch the legs here, just trying to put a little bit of daylight between him and the number 6 driver, Hamid Durat, trying to make up for lost ground in this one. Russell Endine, after that penalty in the first one, he's running 5th at the moment. He's got James Eastrop in front of him. He's already lost 1 position. He started inside the top 4. He's currently running 5th. He's got Ian Wilson trying to chase him down to break into that top 5. Charlie Jackson 7, Kingsley Nanton in 8. Tom Clark, Jordan Bolton, Joe Powley, Oliver Price, John Bloodworth, Daniel Jones, Chris Phillips are your 15 runners and riders. And it looks like Kevin Taylor, BB, is still in there at the moment at 2nd place. He's closing down on David Harvey. Lights go yellow once again.
And the
Let's see if we
yellows.
can find out. That's Oliver Price who's spun out there. That's the 9 kart. As Silky goes over, gets him pointing in the right direction again, tells him to get back on his way. Shake of the head and a tap of the steering wheel. They are back off and running. As the lights hopefully will go green. Yes, they have, and we're back racing once again. That's 2 yellows already in this one. We're only 3 minutes into this.
Okay, here we go. David Harvey with that lead. It's a very tight lead. And after that little shot of yellows, nobody's really pulled away. Still about half a second is that lead over Kevin Taylor, BB, at the moment. So it's the last of the heat. We've got 7.5, and so far, touch wood, we only had 1 spinner, but it's not bad, really. Oh, brushing the barrier, David Harvey, absolutely on it. And David Harvey, here we go. Will that stick? I don't think it did. He's lost a lot of ground. Might have lost a place defending here. 43 made that move.
Yeah,
it didn't come off.
Trying to defend.
Didn't come off, and then he had to really defend for his life to get back on. I was saying David Harvey not really running and hiding in this one. In this previous heat, he was gone. But Kevin Taylor, BB, is keeping him honest at the present moment in time with 6.5 minutes to go in the race. Right, here we go. Hamid is in 3rd place. James Estrop is 4th. Russell Endine is in 5th place. Ian Wilson is 6th. Charlie Jackson is in 7th. And 5 seconds covers the top 7 at the moment. Tom Clark in 8th. Kingsley Nanton in 9th. Jordan Bolton in 10th. Joe Powley in 11th, Daniel Jones is 12th, John Bloodworth is 13th, Chris Phillips 14th, Oliver Price in 15th at the present moment in time. And again, this is quite a tight race, if I'll be honest. The gap is 0.9. Let's see what it is as they go over the line. I think we're under yellows again. Yep. Camera spins trying to find it. Let's see.
Who's not come through.
3, David Harvey. There's your leader.
Wherever it was a quick yellow. So let's see.
I think it's Tom
Clark again.
Yeah,
maybe
very fast yellow.
Yeah, it's Tom Clark who looks like he's lost a position, so it may have been a bit of a slide, maybe a half spin for him. But it's still David Harvey. He's now, it says 1.2 over the line last time. I think that gap's a couple of seconds now. So that's definitely opened up over the last little bit. Maybe it's been open under yellows. We've seen that the driver's been pinged for that over the course of the day. As he heads through the left-right chicane, it's definitely a couple of seconds now he's got in hand over the 6, who's in 2nd place. Hamid Durat in the 32 is still in 3rd place. Trying to see if he can get up a little bit further. It's still James Eastrop, Russell Endine in 5th, and Wilson still 6th. We're a couple of seconds behind this leading battle. So over the line they go. It's 1.6 seconds the gap, 2.2 to Hamid Durat. So that is about half a second we found between 2nd and 3rd. And it's still David Harvey who's out in front, controlling this race. And halfway through towards the last heat of the BIKC 2023, especially for the heavyweights here, is the last chance to try and influence your starting position for the semi-finals. Remember, after this, we're going to start knocking out drivers. It's really the point where this competition gets really brutal. We need to cut both categories in half. So we'll be looking for the top 8 drivers in each of the 2 semi-finals for each of the grids. And then we get towards the point where we look at crowning a champion. So
only now is David Harvey really starting to show a kind of gap that is a proper gap that's going to be really, really tough to kind of take down. So Kevin Taylor, BB there, 1.6, solid 1.6 seconds, but that, I think he's getting a little bit, yeah, that's it. Hamid is really caught up and going for it.
He went for the move down the inside.
Can he hold it? No, he can't.
He may lose the position here himself.
Indeed, he should hold
trying
that.
it around the outside.
He should hold that because he's got the inside going onto the up ramp. That should be middle of the track. Even left space for the drive if he wanted to go up on the outside, but he didn't. He thought better of it. But good, we like a bit of a go. We know that was a good go from Hamid. James Estrop tries to take advantage of it. Couldn't do it. All drivers live to fight again. But all that does is allow David Harvey once again to extend a little bit more. And the gap goes up to 2.1 seconds. And it's going to be a bit more at the end of this lap.
Oh, that's a
contact.
Push the pass.
That is.
Estrop there.
Oh, here we go, 18. Russell Eden. Surely he's got it. Can he hold it around the outside? Now he's got to make his car as wide as possible. Really hold that position. I think he can do it. It's going to be underneath. Yes, he's got it.
Ending's through.
Look at that. The whole move there took about 3 corners for it to pull off. Like, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so the original contact between Estrop and Durant, Estrop realised what he'd done. He realised it was a push to pass and conceded the place to Hamid Durant. And what that did, it allowed Endine to get into the fight, and it allowed him to move up into 4th position. Now, even though James has lost 1 place, it's better to lose the 1 place and hand it back than to end up losing 7 or 8 because he gets slapped with a 5-second penalty. He may just get away with a warning for that one, but Ian Wilson now is hot on his tail, trying to take what is now 5th place off James Estrop, with Charlie Jackson still behind in Kingsley Nanton in 8th place, Jordan Bolton, Joe Powley, Daniel Jones, Tom Clark, John Bloodworth, Chris Phillips and Ollie Price are your runners and riders. Dave Harvey's got 3.6 seconds in hand over Kevin Taylor-Beebe, who's got a further 1.2 over this man, Hamid Durrat, that we're looking at here. Russell Endine still holding on against James Estrop, who's going to really be kicking himself for that move he made to try and take 3rd place. It cost him 3rd, and now he's down into 5th place with Ian Wilson bearing down still. So through
final stages here into the last couple of minutes.
This is going to be Harvey starting his final lap, the last lap of the heats for 2023 here. Ending still trying to hold on in the 18 ahead of James Estrop. This is what the
huge
gap looks like at the moment. It's a massive gap that Harvey has at the moment. It's 3.6 on the screen. I think it's going to go to something more like 4 and a bit when they get over the line. So Estrop still trying to get that move back on Russell Endine there.
Last lap
over the line.
coming up.
4.1 seconds is the gap at the front, nearly 5 seconds to 3rd. And Ian Wilson still here trying to get himself into the top 5 in the final heat here. Through the left-hander before you head up the left-hander at the ramp. Try and get the kart in a straight line before the thing just lifts as you go over the up ramp. Endine just driving really measured here, just trying to stay on terms with the guys in front. He's actually opening up a gap here to James Estrop. If this race was a couple of laps longer, he may actually be able to challenge Hamid Durrat for 3rd place himself. But down through the back straight they go, past the pit lane, through the left, through the right, using all the curb on the inside. Missed the barrier that comes at you very quickly. Into the 1st hairpin, into the 2nd, and Dave Harvey's about to come out of the 3rd and take the checker flag for the last heat of BIKC 23. Over the line he goes to score his 2nd win of the evening. Kevin Taylor-Beebe, 4.6 seconds was the gap. Hamid Durrat comes home in 3rd place. Russell Endine in 4th, and Estrop 5th. Ian Wilson in 6th, Charlie Jackson in 7th, Kingsley Nanton, Joe Powley, Dan Jones, Tom Clark, John Bloodworth, Chris Phillips, Jordan Bolton, and in a few moments Oliver Price will come over the line to complete the 15 runners and riders. As it looks like there's a bit of a conversation going on there between the heat winner David Harvey. He may be having a chat either about his kart, either that or he's just overshot and not seen the checker flag maybe. So he's just
possibly, very strange because he literally was... he commented to do the kite with 4.6 seconds in the lead.
Yeah, maybe he was going that fast. He was just that focused on racing. He's not actually seen the pit lane coming.
Because a lot of these drivers, they're used to the pit entrance being around the next corner, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
like, the first time I drove it, I missed it.
The amount of times that we have people who've been here before that haven't been since we changed over to electric and come down the down ramp to come into the pit lane on the left.
Yeah.
It's actually quite a common occurrence at this point where people try and signal to come in. It's like, oh, no, there's not a pit lane entrance there. And they sort of forget that you go round the outside to go get it.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are. We are at the end of the heat. This is what's going to happen. Unless there are any more appeals, and there could easily be, we will be calculating the points that everybody has scored, and then we'll be producing a grid list for the semi-finals. And that will be the starting point of the elimination. In 2 semi-finals, each race will have 16 drivers in it per category as well.
Bit of a conversation going on in the front there.
And the bottom 8 will be lost. And there definitely is a conversation going on. Chrissy right in the middle of it, discussing, I think there might be a few visits up to Mr. Hislop. He's
been a very busy man today.
Hasn't he? Especially in this event, I would say. There's been a lot to deal with. So, probably a little bit more coming up now is what I would say. It's tricky though, indoor kart. You can't please everybody. You know, I've seen it so many times. There's an incident, and the 2 drivers involved in the incident both think they're right and can argue it out between them all day long. But what do you do? But that's not our job, thank goodness. We can comment, we can have an opinion.
We comment and analyse.
But our opinion doesn't matter. It's it's just the clerk of the course, James
That's the
Hislop.
bonus of the 3 of us here. We all have different views, we all have different opinions. Somehow today we've actually all agreed for a change.
I know,
we actually
agree.
It's weird. We're at a race event and people are agreeing together.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get any clips to analyse from that last session there. Obviously, I know a lot of drama happened on track. I didn't manage to catch any of it on the replay. But I want to give a massive shout out to the SLOs who are dealing, or the CLOs, I mean, who are dealing with all of the complaints from drivers. Obviously, I know it's a very, very hard job. Obviously, you've got Sam McNally, you guys see in the briefing, who hosts all the SLO, or talks about all the SLOs and CLOs. Sorry, I keep saying the wrong thing. Who obviously talks to all the CLOs and give them some advice when it comes to dealing with you guys. So thank you very much to everyone who has been pleasant to talk to them and has been giving fist bumps to Sam. That's what Sam likes.
Sam has a very specific rule, and he normally lays it out in his briefing.
It's
called the fist bump rule. And I was in a briefing with him on Friday, and he was just going through what he wants from his CLOs, and he was saying that one of the regionals, I think it was Newcastle, he was fist bumping drivers that much to the point where he had to remove his right hand as a fist bumping option because he'd done the knuckles in on his. On his hands, he was fist bumping that many people, just making sure people have a good laugh, and it sort of engages people there. So when they come up to the CLOs, it's like, "Look, man, that wasn't right. You almost got that.
Yeah.
Maybe would you say relationship with them? Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it is quite funny to mind when you have a very angry driver who's had a very bad race who comes off, and they still fist bump too.
You know when they've had a bad race, the fist bump's really hard. It's a really forceful fist bump as opposed to like a
talk to the devil as well. Guess who's just walked into the commentary? We're only discussing Sam McNally at the present moment in time.
Just talking about the fist bump rule. It came out of a mistake and it just stuck.
And
the best things come out of mistakes, don't they?
Exactly.
We are not saying tonight that everybody's going to be happy with the decisions that are being made, but we have got the most experienced eyes, and James Hislop has been in the industry almost as long, goodness me, as I have. So he started in the early 90s, I believe.
Is that the 80s?
And basically. All the adjudicators that are out there are the absolute best at what they do in team sport. We have VAR as well, and every incident that we see gets reviewed, and then we have to make decisions. And some decisions will be popular, and some won't be quite so popular, unfortunately. But we have to do that to keep the spirit and the accuracy of the integrity of the BIKC absolutely intact.
Yeah, James is a very, very experienced race director. He's working in motorsport for a very long time.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's the head of membership for TeamSport now, and he's the one that creates all the race events and race formats for you guys that you race in every Thursday.
Indeed. So we await the grid. I think there probably are a few protest hearings going on. I can see up in the race control box there's lots of bits of paper floating around. Oh, there's a thumbs up. There's a thumbs up. Yeah,
Can
indeed.
we get a dab from his lot? That's the question. Can we get a dab
that's
from
Ben
Hawkeye?
Savoury who's giving us a thumbs up. So I think
you've
they're
just been
good.
completely ignored there.
Oh, he has to give me a dab. Come on, James. Give us a dab.
Nope, he's completely ignored you there.
No, he's probably listening to something in the headset.
He
so,
can't hear. He can't hear. He's putting his hands.
Yeah, he's
to
probably
his ear.
doing this thing called work, something we've not had.
They
to do
call
all
him
weekend.
Hawkeye, not Hawkeyer, is what I would say.
Not Hawkeye, not Hawkeyer. I
I
love
think a
it.
good question we can ask the chat, by the way, is what do you all think about the heavyweights and middleweights running alternatively with each other? Do you think it runs smoother, and do you think it's more engagement for you guys at home, obviously watching more racing and supporting your heavyweights at the same time, not at like 10 o'clock at night?
I think it's a lot of commitment for the people at home, because whereas the old events used to last about 3 or 4 hours, because this is about a 6-hour event, so it does mean a lot more commitment from the people at home who are watching it. But from our point of view, I think it just flows, doesn't it? It's quite nice.
Definitely helps a lot more with the electric carts too. Obviously, we have to make sure they're charging at the correct rate, and obviously, when we're sending one group out, we have a whole other fleet to use to send the next drivers out with.
Yeah, and part of the thing they've done here to try and ensure parity is they've tried to make sure that instead of trying to balance all 40 carts together, or 36 carts, let's say, they've tried to balance just 18, 19 of them against each other and keep them within the same fleet. And because we're running grids side by side, middleweights effectively use one set of carts, and the heavyweights use their own set of carts. That way you've just got that last little bit of parity to make sure that they are as close as they can be, and that the drivers are the deciding factor within the...
And Jen, you got your first bit of feedback. It's definitely more engaging for us at home.
That's what we like to hear.
Thank you very much for responding.
Anyone else? Any other comments?
Let's have a look. You got a shout out, Tom.
Tom's got a shout out.
Brilliant job
He is doing an
Joe.
absolute brilliant job commentating. Absolutely, no doubt about that. Paul Brody, he's been in since 10 a.m. Oh no, Paul.
Watching the whole event.
Paul Boodle did since 10 a.m.
On the plus side, there's no Formula One this weekend, so
we've
got your motorsport replaced.
We've got to wait till next week, and we get to race on a really cold track at night in the north. So
thank you, Paul, for your commitment.
Basically, precursor.
Thank you for your commitment, Paul. That's a great comment. Shout out to Crawley drivers who are doing great. Thank you very much, Ruth Barnes. Crawley drivers are doing great. In fact, they are monopolising.
Yeah, there's 15 of them this year, so which is the most I've ever seen. That's the most I've ever seen from any group. Like, I think the most I'd seen before that was 9. I think it's the first time I've seen the track in double figures. But I think it worked out. If you just look at the spaces where they qualified, there's 3 drivers in each of the qualifying. There's 15 spaces available. Crawley, just the qualified drivers, took 12. They dropped a total of 3.
Exactly.
So that means I think it was 3
They'd
categories.
another one as well, wouldn't they, if they didn't have the dropout from the one driver, the Robson Mitchin driver coming in last minute then.
Yeah, and then it works out in, I think it was 4 categories. They had a 1, 2, 3. In a couple of them, it was actually 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 6 drivers they could have out there. So
some very talented drivers. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for obviously helping those drivers through and being great support to them all.
Especially like the juniors and the cadets. I think Taris and Sarah, the guys down at Crawley, run a really good academy. And looking at that track, it's a proper roller coaster. So if you can learn that track and be quick at that track, I'd argue that you can be quick just about anywhere.
Exactly. If you're in the area of Crawley, it's worth popping down there for a race
Chrissy
academy
as well.
or a taster session,
Chrissy
which
as
we
well.
do have.
One of the CLOs we've got here is that absolute bundle of energy, running the academy down there, looking after most of the drivers as well. But I think Russ is staring at a timing screen. We've got a grid there.
Yeah, we do, absolutely. So let's go through. So the first semi-final this is. So we're going to go from top to bottom here. So in pole position for the first of semi-finals is Sam Slater. Second in kart 11. Second is kart 29 in Sebastian Miller. Adam Davis will be third. Marcel Chmielewski will be fourth. Reece Kello lines up in 5th place. Steve Smith will be 6th. James McGing will be 7th. Charlie Manchi will be 8th. Tom Fox 9th. James Miller in 10th, Cole Hunter in 11th, Steve Gray in 12th, Tom Walwyn in 13th, Thomas Schirmer in 14th, Anthony Ballinger, oh no, in 15th, and Elliot Chong Green will be in 16th. And everybody is saying that they love it being mixed up. It's that's what they like. Do the competitions have a break? If so, try the new menu. Bacon breakfast, triple Snickers bar. Regards from Dr. Love. West. I used to live in Western-super-Mare for 10 years.
Triple Snickers
Dr.
bar.
Love.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Isn't it?
That is a lot of Snickers.
Really good. Let's see if we can go a race with no stoppages. Yeah,
that would be good. That
brilliant,
would be good,
wouldn't it? That would be fantastic. So
This could be the race coming up now. Obviously, there's a lot of good drivers here, a lot of experienced drivers, so hopefully we can see some clean racing from everyone.
Indeed, absolutely. So we're just starting to get ready here for the first of the semi. It's got middleweight first semi-final. So here we go. Just drivers just climbing in, just getting ready.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers at home who are watching as well. Obviously, if you guys don't personally do BIKC or are looking to do BIKC in the future, you do have taster sessions available to you guys now. As of next week, now is adult taster sessions. So if you want to come on down to track for a Monday 3 for 2, it's £10 to just do it. It's 45 minutes worth of carrying, and at the end you get £10 off a club or elite membership. Okay, great deal for everyone. Obviously, if you have a membership already, unfortunately it's not going to work for you. But if you are looking to give it a go and you're at home listening, you might as well pop down to track and just get a £10 45-minute session.
Kieran says, why can't we guys do F1? And then he'd watch it.
Why can't we do F1? Because
Sally?
F1's boring. There's no action in Formula 1.
There's not.
I can give you the summary for Formula 1 if you want.
Yeah.
And Max Verstappen crosses the line in first place. And there we go, that's the rest of it.
And then the field is rounded out by Sergio Perez.
At the back, oddly enough. Unfortunately, Sergio is a great driver, obviously, but just been very unlucky recently.
Yeah, it's a really bad run of form so far, but the fact that he was able to win in a racing point says a lot about the type of driver.
Who's our pace driver? Is that Chrissy? Who's that? Who's that? It's not. Who
That's
is it?
Brandon, isn't it?
Is it Brandon?
That looks like Brandon.
You
I think
can
that's
tell
Brandon's
he's
helmet.
begged to do this.
Totally.
This is going to be his second start.
There's only 5 pace carts left. I think it is Brandon, if you're right. It wouldn't be Chrissy.
I feel like we should send Russ out for one.
Considering he's bopping around. If you actually want the race to start, then no, that's not a good start.
A little classic spin out from the pace car. We'll send Russ out.
Yeah. The problem there, if you're using any other part of the track, then it'll probably work. But the fact that he's got to go through turn 2, that's turn 2 is Russ's kryptonite.
Totally.
He just can't do it.
I'd personally love to give it a go, but it'd be too embarrassing if anything happens.
We try when we get towards like BIKC time, especially in the academy. We normally try and tailor it towards BIKC, give drivers a bit of a taste of what we're going to see in the finals. So we'll do single file rolling starts. We'll use a pace cart. I've done it before with a grid of juniors behind me. I will tell you this for free. It's absolutely terrifying. You've got 16 drivers there whose only goal is normally, because you obviously build up a bit of rapport with the juniors at that point, their entire goal is to try and bin you off before the race starts. So
yeah, sounds about right.
Shout out from Mel Love. Shout out to James Miller. Dundee represented. Yes, absolutely represented.
He was
really,
one of the wild
really
cards
well.
that came through from the track.
Can I
was at
get-
the Newcastle Regional, and he drove amazingly that day.
Kieran Roby says, can I be honest? I need to run over a marshal. Can I just check, Kieran, are these like separate incidents? Are these like separate marshals? Have you nearly ran over like 7 marshals in your racing career?
I got run over at the Leicester Regional by a cadet. I drove on my foot and it hurt quite significantly, but yeah, obviously if you are on track, please don't run us over.
Thankfully, I haven't had that in team sport. The only time I've ever had to dive from a kart, it was when I was running an outdoor race with 2-stroke cadets. We red flagged the session, trying to stop them all on there. The first 2 cars stopped, the next 4 didn't. So it's just as one comes forward, you jump to the left. As the other one comes forward, you jump to the right. So.
Yeah, I've seen a marshal before who got hit by a car and his legs went in the air and over the car. So definitely was not in a very good mood after that. It's a Scottish lad that worked for us and in a very bad mood after that.
Yeah, not the ideal situation you want to find yourself into.
It was really funny to watch on the cameras afterwards, mind.
Okay, here we go. So once again, we're just looking at. Right, we're almost there. We're just lining the final drivers up. And just to run through this important point, so basically, how it basically will work is the winners of each semi-final will occupy the front row. And it's their lap times of the winners that will decide who gets the pole position, who gets second. And the same will be for all the drivers who finish 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. So basically what they're battling for is their row position.
I see in the start of an alliance there between Adam Davis and Sam Slater.
Really, that'd be interesting.
I'm pretty sure I've just saw some hand signals that looked like me, you, go together, that sound good, and then a fist bump.
I can assure you now that is not going to last much longer.
I think it will last probably a lap or two. Once they've got past Seb Miller, and then they'll probably start tearing chunks out of each other.
Yeah, whenever I'm on the grid and someone says we're with me, I am like, I am not listening to you. I do not trust you. You're not my friend. You are my enemy. So I'm going to defend you no matter what.
Is. Here we go. So to start off the semi-finals, we go with very slow pace car, it has to be said, as they go around at the back of the circuit through the S's. Away goes the pace car. We'll look for a green light. Here we go. Oh, Sam Slater's not happy. Put his hand in the air already. He's thinking Seb Miller jumped the start there, I think. That's what he was thinking. That's down to the stewards to have a look at. But as it stands at the moment, Seb Miller has made a really, really fast start, and Sam Slater currently in 2nd. Let's have a look a little further down. Adam Davis, I think, is still third, with Marcel is in 4th, and we are under yellows, under the bridge, under the flyover. Surely, let's have a quick look. They all stream through. We're just looking to see what has occurred.
Try and see who's not come through.
I think that might be one for the stewards again, actually, on that
James
start.
Miller's has fallen right down. So James Miller's last of the runners. There's a back green there. Sam's gone on the offensive straight away. Oh, contact! Oh, it's happened immediately.
And we got chaos. That's an injury.
That's going to be a red.
That is a very, very.
That's definitely going to be a red.
That is a very fast accident. That is a very fast part of the track there. And he had a nudge as well going in there. And that is a very, very big accident there for driver number 11, Sam Slater.
Yeah,
so we're going to go to reds.
And it looked like Sam tried to go for the whole shot straight away to try and get back past Seb. And it looks like it was either no space given or no space there to give. So get the marshals over there just to make sure he is all good. It's a very quick part of the circuit. And as soon as we're able to, then we'll be able to bring some news, make sure that everyone's all good.
Yeah, and on the live stream, that was a shunt. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's not
There's
nice
a little bit of follow-up as well, wasn't there? Not just the impact that went in, which was fast, and then helped by the impact, but as well there's a bit of follow-up. Another driver ended up there, but I tell you what, indoor kart drivers have made a pretty stern stuff, it has to be said.
Yeah, so it looks like Sam's all good there, just giving himself a shake-out, just making sure he is
Apart
all
from
good.
Blaze from last year, obviously, just get that in, but there you go. And Sam Slater's really, he's going to feel that tomorrow, no doubt about that, but he looks okay, is the most important thing. And we will see Sam's there to give him some...
Double-check he is all good.
Double-check he's okay. And it's all the neck there, isn't it?
Just shaking himself out, making sure he is actually all right to carry on.
When you see a neck roll like that, it's because it's a big, helping shunt going into the barriers there. And those barriers have taken a bit of a beating, haven't they, today on the outside of that corner?
Yeah, it's because the corner's tightened up quite a bit, and the turning point has been. The turning point's effectively been moved a little bit further to the corner, so you have to turn in a lot later than you used to. It's made the corner a lot tighter. Now, while you can take the corner pretty much flat out, it's quite a tough one. It's quite a tough one to manage.
Yeah.
And if you get it wrong, the car starts to step.
Yep.
Then it almost goes beyond the point of no return extremely quickly.
So we're going to go back round here to the start-finish grid, and we await an order here. I would expect that Sam would be, placed back in the running order.
Yeah, so from what we can see, one lap hadn't been completed. The leaders weren't over the line. So it will be a case of they restart, and I believe it will restart with under-grid order. So we'll wait to get the correct order through, and then we'll take it from there.
I blame Brandon. First time he's done one of these things.
No, it's the Steve operating procedures. At Warrington, former GM, Steve Pitts. It's the Steve operating procedures. And the Steve operating procedures are blame James.
Blame James?
Yes, just blame James. Not James Hislop, but blame James. It's an inside joke for all the Warrington crew. Right. They'll know exactly what I'm on about, but blame James.
Yeah, and also, right, Jason Elliott
Jason
Elliott makes a really good point. The guy turned into Sam. That looked dangerous. So there might yet be penalties for that incident that happened. So it's not just a case of grid up and here we go again. They'll be analysing.
If there is anything from that, I know there is a camera pointed directly at that corner.
Yeah.
The guys will have a pretty good look at it. So,
with all due respect, we are not going to show that.
Yeah, there's a very good.
We don't like seeing karts go into barriers in that kind of speed, in that kind of way.
No, it's not. It's not fantastic.
We will leave it down to the VAR and James Hislop to work it all out. Nick Simpson says, right, you can't overtake at that corner. Absolutely.
No,
absolutely.
It's a very fast corner, and to throw it down the inside there is, I'd argue, extremely brave, and you really need to trust the person that you're doing it with.
Right, let's have a quick look at what is coming from race.
Second order, maybe.
Right, here we go.
Through.
So we've got 2-second penalty for car 29 for jumping the start.
So
we all spotted that, didn't we? We did all spot that. So Seb Miller will get the penalty for jumping the start. Even I commented on that as it happened. No penalty for the red flag incident. So it has been reviewed. So it has been put down as a racing incident.
Yeah, even with the outcome, I think it looked like. I think we could analyse it. We could analyse it at some point, but I think having the two drivers going that close together, I think you have to really trust the people that you're racing with there. But the jump start, it's good to see that's been dealt with here and now. We go for a single file restart now.
Oh, look at this shake of the hands!
Between the pair
Come on,
between
that's
the pair
what we
of
want
them.
to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to see a bit of sportsmanship between even after the incident. No love lost between the pair of them. These are now back under starters' orders. They get the instructions from Harvey. Brandon's going to lead them away. Sam shakes himself out, and
just to remind you, we are deliberately not doing a replay of that. We are not showing replays of people going flying into barriers like that. We just that's not us. We're just not going to do that. So here we go. We're back on under pace kart conditions. You can see that Sam Slater there just moving his wrist a little there. I think
just double checking he is all good, making sure everything's still there.
There's a lot of him that's going to be injured or hurting tomorrow.
He'll probably feel it in the morning, but I think if he can take a win away, that'll make him feel a little bit better.
Indeed, absolutely. Christine, that was a nice handshake. It was a nice handshake, wasn't it? It was good.
So here we go. We're back under green flag racing again, and already it looks like Marcel Himilevsky's going to try and go on the offence against Adam Davis. Now remember, Seb Miller, who's there in second place, carrying a 3-second penalty. That's enough to drop him at the moment down into 8th place behind Charlie Matchin and James McGing. So Seb's got to be really careful here. If he doesn't pull a bit of a gap, there's a good chance he could find himself without a seat in the main event here. Remember, we're looking for the top 8 drivers. Only 8 are going to go forward, and that's going to decide which row of the grid they're going to start on. So Tom Fox, James Miller, Cole Hunter, Steve Gray, Tom Warwin, Thomas Schrimmer, Anthony Blanger and Elliot Chong Green are all currently without a seat in the final.
Look at
down
this.
the inside, there
Driver
goes the 4 of Marcel
Marcel.
Adam Davis. Adam Davis shows him the door again.
And again behind.
It looks like that's James McGing on Reese Kello. So James has found a little bit of space there already at the expense of Steve Smith, and he's trying to go on the offensive straight away. As here we go. So Seb Miller now P4 after that penalty. If he can get a little bit further away from Adam Davis, he may still be able to start the second row of the grid here. Or if he can get past Sam Slater again, you never know, he may be able to start.
And Adam Davis is closing down Sam Slater. It's not a 1.3 second gap now. Absolutely not. It is bumper to bumper. I wonder if Sam's actually hurting a bit from what happened before the red light. As it goes, it is Sam Slater leading, Adam Davis second. Marcel Chmielewski is there, yeah, absolutely. So
Seb Miller going around
Seb
the
Miller,
outside.
yeah, sorry, Seb Miller, yeah, indeed.
He's
in
second
second.
in the road. He's fourth on
track,
there.
yes, of course.
He waves the fingers to Sam. It's like, right, let's go. Let's try and open the gap. Yellows again. Oh, James McGing's backwards. So that's the 19 of James McGing facing the wrong way at the second hairpin there. You see his head in his hands. He's
not happy.
You can tell he's really not happy with that.
Yeah.
He either has a really good run at the front, really good run here, or it's a final.
He's doing great in the past,
one or
isn't
the
he?
other.
Really good stuff in the
It
past.
doesn't seem to be a middle ground. He either has a really good race or he has a really horrible one. There doesn't seem to be any middle ground for James. It's a shame to see his chances for BIKC end that way, but we go green once again. And then Slater and Miller still at the front of this one. Miller trying everything he can to get back onto the rear bumper of Sam Slater, while Adam Davis doesn't want to let these two get away at the front. You can see it's the top three are all nose to tail here. There's a handful of tenths in between the pair of them. If Adam can stick with these, it's going to get him on the second row of the grid for the semis, for the grand final. And if he can get a decent lap time, he may find himself starting
and it's
in
crucial for Seb Miller to get past here. If he can get past and pull some time, he can move up from 4th place. It's absolutely crucial that he does this. And, you know, I think Sam Slater will probably know about the penalty, but he'll also know that he doesn't want to let him go, because then suddenly if he gets more than a 3-second gap, and it's not beyond the realm of imagination that, if Sam suddenly gets a lot of pressure from behind,
Adam's right in here.
He'll lose it.
Davis is in this.
Absolutely.
7 minutes to go. Adam Davis could spoil Seb Miller's fun here. He's second on the road at the moment, but I think Adam Davis is going to try and line him up. He's right on the rear bumper of the Welsh driver, trying to throw it down the inside, not quite close enough to be able to go for a move just yet. And through the back end of the circuit, look over the shoulder. Seb Miller's going to know that he's there now, so over the line they go once again. Start lap number 7 here at the BIKC finals for the middleweights. Just a couple of races left for these guys before we start handing out some beautiful silverware and see who's going to be taking home the Club 100 prize at the end of this. Sam Slater putting himself in a good position to be able to do that once again.
And it is a fabulous prize. It is an entire season of racing in Club 100.
Yeah.
Like, come on, that is what a... We've got so many extra drivers, all right, that are racing in it at the present moment in time. It's a brilliant championship. They sponsor us on Sundays. It's really, really fast, 75, 80-mile-an-hour karts, running all the outdoor tracks around the country. Really awesome stuff. Okay, so, yeah.
Going defensive there.
Very defensive on Seb Miller. Very, very defensive indeed, where he really needs to be attacking. You know, with that penalty hanging over him, really needs to be punching in these lap times, because he's effectively could be dropping back. I mean, unlikely, because they're a little bit of a country mile away from the driver in 5th place, but it's about damage limitation here. And if he could get past Sam Slater and put some laps in, you never know, he might make up that 3-second advantage, and suddenly he is in with a shout. So here we go.
So down the ramp, Miller's wind's dropped off the back here, so he's right into the clutches of Adam Davis here, so this could get a little bit interesting. Oh, who's that facing the wrong direction? That's 35, that's Cole Hunter. He's really going to want to forget these finals. He's not had a good day. So he's backwards in the last of his heat. He's backwards here again. I'm assuming, looking at that, I think he's probably been helped around there, looking at where he's gone off. But he's managed to get running again. So here are the leaders. Slater's really checked out in front of this one. So the battle we're looking at now is Miller versus Davis. Miller's going to win the fight in the standings, but despite the penalty, I think Adam Davis is going to want to try and do this on track if he can find a way past Seb Miller here as they go up on the top section. He's taking a really tight line through there, not leaving any space for the driver to get through. You've got to be careful. If you carry on fighting, it could bring Marcel Himlevsky into this one. So Miller's still 4th in these standings. He's got a good gap behind to Reece Kello, who's currently 5th. Tom Fox, Steve Smith, Charlie Matchin, and the drivers currently holding the box seat. Steve Gray, the driver, knocking on the door and trying to get into the main event. He's got a couple of seconds to find in the last 5 minutes of this race as they come through the top end of the circuit again to complete another lap. Still looks like Davis is still on the rear bumper of Seb Miller. He looks over. He's not quite closer this time around. The gap to Slater's come down, though. Second it is now between himself and Davis, so it's probably only going to be about half a second to Seb Miller, who's there. James McGinn gets a 5-second time penalty for contact, so that really ends his day. I'm assuming that's going to be the reason we saw Cole Hunter facing the wrong direction up on the flyover. Really strange place to go off on your own, so the fact that he's gone round again, that's...
And even though it's really awkward here that Seb Miller is running like second on the track, but 4th actually on the road, if you know what I mean, 4th on the standings. It was a clear jump at the start. There's no doubt about that. We all saw it, and as soon as it happened, it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, it was just a question of what the penalty would be, not if. Really, when we saw the start of that one, we all knew something was wrong with it. It's just a case of what action was taken. As we come down through the top end, through the bottom end of the circuit, Slater maybe just a little bit wide going through there. As that just gives Miller a look in here. And Sam just controlling the pace at the moment. It looks like Seb's close back onto the rear bumper of Slater here.
Yeah.
So the two.
He's going for a final attack. He almost had a breather. And then suddenly, yeah, right, let's get back on it.
Yeah, he's backed off, and he backed off a little bit, just gave him a sec just to maybe save some energy. And now he's going to start fighting, and he looks over. Now he can see that Adam Davis is a little bit further behind. Davis hasn't really been caught by Himilevsky here. That gap is still probably about 5 or 6 tenths of a second. So I think Davis at the moment safe in third on the road and second on the track. But could this be the opportunity that Seb Miller needs to try and get a 3-second advantage against Marcel Himilevsky here to move up into third place in the standings? He's about 6 tenths short of being able to do that. So if him and Slater can maybe work together and push away, it could see him moving on to the third row of the grid instead of the second. We've already seen in BIKC's gone by, being that extra row.
That's literally what he needs to do. He needs to hold back, okay, and let Sam Slater move away, and then put the foot down and pick up, so at least he'll move up to second. Yeah, like, there's several strategies you could do here to get him out of that 4th place.
Yeah. So
and I tell you what, Sam Slater, he's shaking his wrist there as he went down, so you know he had that impact, but yeah, I wonder how injured he is. I mean, actually, I think when he gets off from here, he might be thinking, wow, I'm a bit injured here.
Yeah, he may be feeling. He's definitely going to feel it in the morning as they now come round to start what I believe is probably going to be the final lap here. So over the line they go. Slater starting his 13th tour of the circuit. Last time over the line was a 52.362. Then Adam Davis was a touch quicker than that, and a touch quicker again with Seb Miller there on a 52.2. 52.1 for Marcel Himilevsky, so it's all closing up a little bit here, but there's literal tenths of a second in between these drivers. I think Cole Hunter has come into the pits and called it a day by the looks of it there, so that's his BIKC well and truly over as we head down towards the bottom end of the circuit once more for the final time in this semi-final. The last time these guys are going to be able to influence their starting position and try and get themselves into the main event, which should be coming up in not too long now. Won't be too far away from the main event itself, but coming through the top end of the circuit, Sam Slater is going to come over the line and record a win and take a front row start. Adam Davis will start on the second row. Marcel Himilevsky will start on the third row. Fourth row for Seb Miller. Reese Kello comes across the line now to score 5th. Steve Smith, Charlie Machin and Tom Fox get into the main event. Sadly, we're going to say goodbye to Steve Gray, Tom Walwyn, James Miller, Thomas Schrimmer, Anthony Banga and James McGing. It looks like the penalty for James McGing is going to keep him in 14th place, with Elliot Chong and Cole Hunter also bowing out of BIKC for 2023. Right, that's half the middleweights. That's half the middleweight
Half the
race.
middles.
Now the first half of the heavies.
Okay, here we go. So this is the knockout stage. Obviously, as Tom said, we're only after the top 8 that will go through. Good race from Tom Fox, just snuck in there. Just snuck into the grand final there. He will be racing in the final. We will see him again. And yeah, Charlie Manchin, Steve Smith, Reese Kello, Sebastian Miller, Marcel Chmielewski.
Yeah, guys just there going to Sam just to
Adam
double
Davis
check he is okay.
And we might get a further update here because he definitely is not 100%. That's the easiest thing. Yeah, he's sitting on the top. You can see that he's still in a little bit of pain, and it's whether, you know, will he carry on in the final? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the race. I think the racer
if he's
in
got
Sam
a chance for the third title, I think he'll ride
Yeah.
for the pain.
I think the racer in Sam will still go for it.
Yeah,
I think the racer in him will
Christine's
still
doing a
go
very
for it.
gentle hug on rubbing the back there.
He's got a rib protect, he'll be fine.
Thank God he has. You know what I mean? Thank goodness he has got one. So that's when it comes in play. That's why.
Just see the session there paused. So I think there's a few little bits that Clark's maybe taking a look at there. I can just see someone them huddled around the screen up in race control at the moment. So
yeah, there's a lot of shaking hands here. A lot of people patting the back of Sam there because we've all been it. We have all been in the tyres pretty hard, haven't we? Let's face it. As kart drivers, I know I have. I've been upside down in the car in the 90s.
Yeah, I've been at an outdoor track and I have been driven over, and I know how much it sucks.
Yeah, we've all been in the big ones, and it's not nice.
Yeah, I think at some point when I think there's an old saying, especially in touring car racing, which really touring cars, it's an old saying. If you don't have have at least one crash, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, totally.
Exactly. If you guys, obviously you didn't know me back in 2020 when I did BIKC, James will know this. I crashed out of my regional final quite significantly, caused a red flag. I'm pretty sure that is the reason why the red flag rule was put in the next year. Because
of you.
Yeah,
the general.
Yeah,
the gen flag.
The race didn't restart.
The gen flag, the gen pad.
Yeah, the race didn't restart after the my incident where it went red. So obviously the next year then it was like brought in. So I'm assuming it's probably my fault. But yeah, the crash was quite big. But again, I was 4 months into karting. I had no clue what I was doing back then. So
well, because we didn't exist then, you got no action replays. We can't.
Yeah, because it wasn't a live stream. It didn't happen.
Exactly.
I wasn't.
Didn't happen.
I had my MT helmet in my default sort of Sparko suit. No one knew who I was. I was just a person that turned up, and I was competing against Emmanuel Nabodo and a bunch of other good drivers. So.
Yeah, some decent couple of names there. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have the heavies heading straight out onto the circuit here.
D. Tunton says, how do you figure who starts on pole for the final? Well, there's 2 winners in the semis, and it's down the fastest lap. So that's basically it. So each position is the row that they'll be starting in. So if you finish 4th, you'll be on the 4th row, 5th row, etc., etc. And then it very much will be down to lap times to decide, and lap times in the semis, who decides who goes where on that row, which is also super important because, yeah, it's every inch matters, really, I would say, at this particular stage of a BIKC final event.
Yeah, every few millimetres and every single row on the grid really is going to matter. It's really going to make it a little bit more difficult, or a little bit less difficult, really, to try and get through here. As we've got the second set of drivers taking it to the grid.
Yeah, not sure if you'd know this. I don't know if you guys have any information on this, but what is the person who started the furthest back to make it to the podium? Do you guys know this?
Ooh.
If Amy's going to know this, Tom will.
That's one thing I'm not 100% sure. I know Sam started fairly far back in the final to take 4th place.
I know Charlie Radford did 4th to win it.
Yeah, 4th to a win is probably one of the bigger ones I'm aware of. There's normally not, because the finals are all that close. Normally isn't
Charlie
that
Radford.
Much.
Did I say Radcliffe? Charlie Radford.
No, you did say Radford.
You did I?
You said Radford, not Ratford.
No, that's fine. No,
See, I'm trying to think back to all the ones I've watched. What about Harris Ahmed? Did he start high up, or was it that
I
sort
think
of
he started
through?
5th and finished 3rd.
Yeah, potentially.
In fact, no, I think he was the front row and finished 3rd off the top of my head.
See,
You've asked a question I don't have an answer for.
I'm going to get the answer for next year now.
You've asked a question I don't have an answer for.
But we have run a lot of finals. Like in year 1, we did 7.
Yeah, we did. We had 7 classes back
then. Cadet,
Rising Junior,
Star.
Rising Star,
Rising
Feathers,
Stars.
Middles, Feathers,
Goodness
Lights,
me.
Heavies, and Super Heavies.
I'm so glad I did not work for TeamSport back then.
It was a long day. We ran 3 classes on
one. A lot of analysis.
We ran 3 classes on one day, and we ran 4 classes on the other. And it was back in the day when we had practice. I think it was practice, 3 heats, a semi-final, and a final. So it was actually more racing over the course of it. It was a bit of a slog, put it that way. I think the 5 classes we've got now, with the way the weights stick out, it works quite well. I think there's arguments. I at least make arguments for the super heavy to make a return, but that's more for my success ballast than anything else.
Exactly. We found a lot of heavyweights are always 90 kilograms to 95 kilograms, and then we have the odd few who are like 100, 110. Obviously, that's a bigger disadvantage than it would be in the middleweight class or the lightweight class. So.
Yeah, you always find there's always the odd few, but I think the 5-class system we've got here, I think it works pretty well.
Yep.
Covers a broad spectrum, means that there's the racing's always fairly close, and you normally find a good run through there. So, first of the heavyweight semi-finals, we've got Dave Harvey on the front row. We've got Harvey Sugden Scott, Russell Endine, Ross Sandwell, Ian Wilson, Kingsley Nanton, Jack Bridges, Saul Gregory, Daniel Jones, Joe Powley, Damon Brown, Chris Phillips, John Bloodworth, Thomas Clark.
I mentioned Charlie Radford. Stacey Radford's on. It was a very long day.
It was a very, very long day.
Well, we remember it. We still remember it, Stacey.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those the Basildon crew always came out and they always had loads of drivers in, and they always came out. And they were always the loudest there. And usually, whenever you did the podium, you normally had like one of the confetti cannons, normally set it off in the most inappropriate places. I'm pretty sure someone, when we did the end link for the end of that show, someone smuggled one onto the set and halfway through it just blew it in Lex's face, which he was less than pleased about, put it that way.
Where's your car? Bring back super heavy fatties. Not sure we're going to call it that.
No.
I'll be absolutely honest, if we do.
Probably not the best name. I don't think marketing would like that one.
Okay, right. So this is all down to what's happened in the previous race. There's a lot of analysis going on. There's a lot to talk about. It is mad. These 12-minute races can go on for quite some time, has to be said. What the last one was 19 minutes, and that was before we had a delay before the start as well. So, but it's important we get it right. It's important that everything is analysed. We all know what indoor karting can be like. It can turn a little bit chaotic, and it's important that everything is analysed as much as we possibly can. That's why we have all the VARs, why we have all the chief instructors. It's a thorough job of reviewing and doing everything we can to make sure that we believe that the rules are being upheld in exactly the right way. So here we go. So this will be the second of the semi-finals, but the first semi-final for the heavyweights. And yeah, this was the group. In fact, they're all mixed up now, aren't they? It wasn't a group. Yeah, so some of them will be the group that had to go to see the course last time.
Yes. There's been a couple of classes that have had that stern talking to, let's say, from the clerks, and it's not a fun message to receive, to have to go and visit the clerks, have your tail between your legs and be like, yeah, I'm really sorry, sir. As here we go.
Here we go.
Now, carts off on the pace lap, and we are getting ready to say goodbye to a quarter of our heavyweights here. So, top 8 drivers go through. That's what we're looking for here. If you're outside the top 8, your BIKC journey ends here. So 12 minutes to try and earn a ticket to the main event. And Dave Harvey is
very
the man
slow
in the box seat, keeping it nice and slow, nice tight formation.
Very steady.
As the pace cart's going to be dropping the throttle here, you just see
pace cart's probably gone, surely.
There.
Yeah,
so
pace cart's out of there.
Line. Lights go green, and we are racing once again. The last time these drivers can try and influence their starting position, Sugden Scott slams the door. There's a contact on the outside.
Oh.
That's going to be a red. There's a driver under the barrier. I think that's the 6 of Saul Gregory. Yeah, that's going to be a red pretty quickly there to try and get that driver out. So that was a very messy start there. It looked like people trying to go 3 or 4 wide. You just see drivers behind, like, trying to discuss what happened. I think 44's hand signal there just summed it up pretty quickly. So all carts just came together. There was contact, and then carts scattered. So
and that cart is underneath the barrier there.
The driver's out of the cart. The driver's okay.
Firm impact.
And it's just going to take a second to remove the cart from the barrier. You just see Saul walking around. He's good to see he's out of the cart and he's okay. And he's got that properly in there.
That is in, isn't it?
That is properly in there.
They need to lift the barrier there.
Yes, the barrier's over.
People on the back of the cart, people on the barrier.
Yeah, a little bit of wiggling.
There you go.
It's also caught on the brake pedal there. It's going to make it even harder to pull it back for them. Yeah, that is rather stuck.
It is indeed.
Yeah,
it's just over the bumper. He's got over the pedal.
Yeah, and you've got to try and lift that banding, which isn't the easiest thing to do with all the tyres chained together. Trying to make sure that the barriers all stay intact. So bring the cart round, trying to lever it out. And there we go.
There we go.
There we go. We've got it out. Marshals will double check, make sure there isn't any damage, make sure it is all good. Then we'll do a quick brake test. Molly mechanic just having a quick inspection of it, just to make sure that we are happy with everything, that everything is fully attached properly. It looks like maybe the NASA panel maybe needs a small amount of adjusting.
That's Molly, head mechanic in Brighton, I think. I think it's Brighton.
Yeah, it looks like the drivers are all being waved around. I think they're going to be asking for a new one. Anyone good at lip reading there? Yeah, I think they're asking for a new cart there for Saul Gregory, so they're going to take that one out just to make sure that everything is all good. And they're going to bring a new cart round to him. And there's the pace cart with Harvey waiting for him as Silky heads onto the grid, ready to receive the drivers and make sure that they are in the correct position. Yeah, kart 6 being wheeled off. It's heading to the workshop for some TLC before that comes back. And we'll get a new car just to make sure it is right, to make sure that the drivers are the deciding factor here. So Saul will receive a new kart and we'll get it off and running. Yeah, so given where he is, actually, they may actually bring Saul back to the pit lane and
single file this time.
Yeah, so because this is a restart again, something we're getting quite used to now through this event, then it's going to be a single file restart there. And we'll be able to go racing. Yeah, Saul's walked back to the pit lane. He's getting a new kart. The guy's going to pull one of the spares out of the fleet. And then we'll be able to get off and running once again. They'll get him back in position. And we'll be able to go racing here for this semi-final. And we just see the last of the drivers all making their way to the grid. And then we'll get Saul back in his kart. And we'll take it from there as Jenny's furiously working to get us a replay of that one so we can figure out
we really do want to see that, don't we?
Occurred during that one.
And we might be able to get it on replay relatively soon.
Yeah, we'll just
maybe before start. We're working on it behind the scenes.
Yes, they're just sorting Saul his kart, and then we'll get him off and running once again. It's going to be interesting to see how all of that ended up playing out. And I think
Jen's done it.
So Saul's just joined the back of the grid.
She's getting excited. Here we go.
So we may actually get. So there's the rest of the grid being formed back up.
Have we got time, Jen?
So I think we're going to have a chance to just. Yeah. So it looks like we're going to get, once we've got all the karts in the grid.
We're going to get a chance to look at it or watch it after the semi-final.
So it looks like we've got something to look forward to after the race then.
Indeed.
I was going as fast as I could, guys. It wasn't going any quicker.
I mean, that's probably the quickest we've had something queued up there. So fair play. We're getting good at this now, aren't we?
Little wizard hands. Getting it all like magicked up.
There you go. So start marshal is just saying that we've got everyone. Command for visors down. Just reminding the drivers no weaving. And off we go. So single file restart for these drivers. And one lap in theory already completed, but a relatively slow one. So timer starts ticking down once again. It's going to be one less racing lap that these guys are going to have to try and decide who's going to be making it into the semi-final. So Saul Gregory is the driver holding the box seat into the main event. If anyone's going to try and qualify to get into the main event now, he's the driver they need to try and get past. So David Harvey controlling the pace. The pace car has dropped the throttle. Here come the drivers. We wait to see. The lights go green flag, and we are racing once again here at Warrington, single file. And we see already drivers going on the offensive. Ian Wilson dives out, try and make the move. Gregory looks like he's been pushed again there. So that may have been with Dan Jones. He's moved out of the way there by the looks of it. Not sure if he was moved or if that was just to try and get out of all the cars. We've fallen right back down the order once again. So there is Saul Gregory. He's having a race to get here.
He's having a nightmare. I think he might be even giving up there.
Straight towards the back end of the circuit with Harvey Sugden Scott up behind him. Russell Endine, Rob Sanwell as well, with Ian Wilson in there. So that's the 13 to 43 that we're looking at. A little bit of a sideways moment for the 43 of Ian Wilson in that bright white and blue race kit. Down the inside goes the 3. That's Joe Pauly on Dan Jones, the 32.
It's good. It's fighting back.
He's pushed him back wide. Oh, that looked like that was a nasty hit on the side there. He's furious with that one. I think that's going to be the Clarks having something else to review a little bit later.
And David Harvey is not running and hiding like he has done in previous heats here. This is a real shootout here. Gap is 0.2 of a second. Harvey Sugden Scott is in second with Russell Enden. Then there's a little gap of about a second to Ross Samuel, if you can call it a gap. Ian Wilson in 5th, Kingsley Nanton in 6th, Jack Bridges 7th, Daniel Jones in 8th position, Damon Brown in 9th, Chris Phillips in 10th, Joe Powley in 11th. John Bloodworth is just looking. He had a little look there, didn't he, Harvey? Had a look on the main seat. Trying to pull across here. This is the favoured overtaking point right round here, either this hairpin or maybe trying to slingshot it. There, like that.
Goes down the inside.
A dive, absolute dive. Not going to make that stick, though, I don't think, on this occasion.
That
but
looked
hey,
like a bit of a desperate move.
It was desperate. Hey, you got it, haven't you? You know what I mean? This is semi-final time. You got to try and make those positions. If you want to be BIKC champion, you've got to make it happen. So here we go, David Harvey once again. David Harvey suddenly is looking like he's driving defensively, and Harvey Sugden Scott literally all over the back, and Russell Eden, just kind of picking their moment. I think at the moment, slightly pulled away there. I think Harvey probably looking behind him a little bit just to see exactly where Russell is. But around this section of the circuit, suddenly it all gets very, very close once again. And again, on the inside, so David Harvey running very wide, allowing Harvey Sugden Scott to really bring in. We've got 44 Jack Bridges. He's trying to make a move on driver number 22. No, David Harvey still goes through, and the gap is 0.5.
Yeah, gap's got bigger this time round. The gap's got a little bit bigger there to David Harvey. Sugden Scott tried to move, but he's had to back out of it, and that's allowed Harvey to get a couple of tenths in his back pocket, with Russell Endy now right on the rear bumper of Sugden Scott. Sandwell, Wilson, Bridges, Nanton, Jones are the drivers who are all holding the qualifying position. But Damon Brown is knocking on the door at the moment to try and get himself into the main event. He's had a torrid run of it so far. If he can get himself in the main event, he could probably classify that as a decent day. But under the bridge, these guys go through the right, through the left, and they head down towards the first hairpin over the old start-finish line there. Sugden Scott is now back on the rear bumper of David Harvey. It seems like Scott is a little bit quicker through the tarmac section here, and Harvey then just gets a good run at the third hairpin and just starts to put a little bit of air in between him. Gap stays pretty much the same, with a second now between the top three, as Harvey just controlling the pace here of this one, currently running a 52.4. Looks like that's the fastest lap of anyone so far. It's the first real racing lap that we've seen here so far. As they now go up onto the mares, as they're up on the mares once again, the leaders all filing through. Looks like you've got the top six running pretty close together. It's only about 2.8 seconds separating all of them, with a bit of a gap down back to Kingsley Nanton, Daniel Jones, and then 1.2 seconds separating Damon Brown from a position in the main event. Over the start-finish line they go. At least the older start-finish line brought towards the second hairpin. It looks like Harvey's going defensive for some reason.
Yeah, with that lead.
Scott's not close enough to go for it, so I'm not sure why David Harvey's going defensive, unless he thinks that Sugden Scott is closer than he is.
He's pulled away again, though. He's pulled away again.
A massive gap through there. Maybe it's an alternative line that he's taking through that second hairpin.
Slow in, fast
just
out.
Allowing to him to get away and start to build that gap over Sugden Scott. Has he figured out a hack on this circuit that most people haven't been using yet?
Maybe, but it's around the twisty bits here that Harvey tends to be a bit quicker.
This is where Harvey Sugden Scott's stronger. That's where it seems like David Harvey loses it. And then out of the second and third hairpin, he just builds the gap again.
Yep.
Be interesting to see the gap update is a set time. Set time is something that's going to be coming to the circuit very soon.
We will be
for anyone who is going to be down and visiting us. As you head through the top end of the circuit, this is where David Harvey strong again takes a slightly tighter line on the way in compared to everyone else, and he heads down back onto the main straight. The gap was 7/10 last time. I think it's a little bit lower this time. It's probably close to about half a second, which it is pretty much exactly, and 9/10 separating the top three at the moment. Ross Sandwell in fourth place, Ian Wilson still fifth, Jack Bridges, Kingsley Nanton, Daniel Jones, your top eight, and it's currently just under 4.5 seconds separating all of them. With just over 5 minutes left to go on the clock. As drivers now file through.
And again, look how tight it is between David Harvey and Harvey Sugden Scott. It's and then he would go down, and then suddenly the gap increases.
Yeah, gap
it's 26.
Really come down
Harvey's really got to work out exactly what's happening down here. If he can stay with him, Ultra's racing line or something like that, then that's what he needs to do. Then he'll be quicker.
He's closer this time.
That's better. That is better.
He's really closer this time. Yeah, he's just got the run out of that hairpin. Just opens the gap a little bit. It's probably
much closer this time. 3/10, yes, much closer. So
Scott looks over his shoulder. He sees that Endine's not quite there. He knows he can't really afford to fight too hard. But these guys have about 1 and a bit seconds over Ross Sandwell. So in theory, these three could have a bit of a ding-dong fight and still be able to hold on to the top three. That's the gap to Sandwell. You just saw him come up in the black and green helmet. It looks like Ian Wilson's got his rear bumper covered with Jack Bridges at the moment. 310 separating those guys at the moment. As they now go down towards the back section of the circuit, the last three corners that separate them from the start-finish line. Sugden Scott again is really close. He looks over his shoulder and he's just seen Russell Endines really close the gap here. So these three are now all bumper to bumper. Really close racing here at the BIKC National Finals for the heavyweight class. Just a couple of races left for these guys before we hand out some silverware and find out who's going to be taking the Club 100 prize at the end of this. David Harvey trying to put himself in the pound seat to be able to do that. Up the top section of the circuit once again, he's just holding Harvey Sugden Scott at arm's length here. And Russell Endine in third place. Ross Sandwell still fourth. Wilson still trying to hold off Jack Bridges. That gap is now only about 2 tenths. Just see him in the back of shot there. Harvey's going to head down the ramp at the moment. Still in the box seat here with 3 minutes to go, and that means probably coming around for about 2 maybe 3 laps if we're lucky. Down through the bottom section. He's really looks like he's really taking a defensive line through the second hairpin. Seems to be the main overtaking spot. That one and the Dunlop 2 corner towards off the first corner off the start. And yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what he does. He's taking a normal line. Oh, that's a 15. That's John Bloodworth facing the wrong way. Not sure what has gone on there. He was racing around with Tom Clark and Chris Phillips. So lights have gone green again. There was a short yellow just while the marshals dealt with that.
And I think Harvey was caught napping there. He had to go really defensive for Russell Endine, and now the gap has moved to probably well over a second. So I think Harvey Sugden Scott was a little bit fast asleep on the yellows, and that's what's happened there.
Expected it to be a little bit longer than that.
Yeah,
very quick.
Very quick. Yeah, it was just a spinner who got himself back really, really quickly. And you know, it's a long event, but it's all about staying sharp. That's what it's all about. So David Harvey's still leading, but once again, Harvey Sugden Scott, once he gets going, is able. Just the gap is visibly coming down already in the half lap or so. That 0.8 that easily was higher than 1 second on the previous few corners. So here we go. Now we probably got this is the final lap. Probably we'll have to wait and see. But on the up ramp, they go for David Harvey, and I think that 0.8 gap is going to be enough to see David Harvey over the line and to take that victory, which will give him a front row start in the grand final. But a good race, you know, once he got going, okay, good race, has to be said. We don't like to see races stop. We've had a few stoppages. We haven't had many stoppages in hardly any of the semi-finals in the previous events.
It's been fairly...
it has. It's really just here.
Fairly clean this weekend.
It has. It's largely just been here that we've had a few stoppages and drivers looking like they have... Well, drivers having big incidents, to be honest. So, yeah, here we go.
So, on to the last lap.
It is the last. We've got one more lap. Okay.
Yeah, on to the last lap here for the semi-finals. Sugden Scott's got any answer for David Harvey. He's going to have to do it now. They both look over their shoulder in unison as I see a change for 8th position. That looks like Damon Brown now has a seat
in the grand final position.
Considering the day he's had
I know. Surely he'd take that at this stage.
I think being in the main event for him is going to be a good result. And a lot of people are going to be quite happy to see that as the case. But now through the top end of the circuit, Harvey Sugden Scott has he got an answer for Dave Harvey? I don't think he does.
Final 3 corners. If
he is, he's going to try it. Maybe no, not quite close enough to go for it. The rest of the field looks like it's staying relatively close.
We have seen last corner changes,
flag,
but not
and
today.
There's David Harvey takes the win. Harvey Sugden Scott comes home in second place. Russell Endine, Ross Sandwell, Ian Wilson, Jack Bridges, 22 Kingsley Nanton, and then Daniel Jones gets it back on the last lap against Damon Brown. So for one lap, it looked like Damon Brown looked like he'd be in the final, but Dan Jones just takes the position back off him on the final tour of the circuit. So unfortunately, that's Damon Brown's BIKC over. Chris Phillips also sees his BIKC.
Damon Brown missed out.
Yeah, Dan Jones got him on the last lap. He got overtaken. He got repassed on the last lap there heartbreak.
Final
there
nail in
for
the coffin
Damon
there
Brown
for what
for
is
him.
not a happy event there.
Yeah,
for
we
Damon
also
Brown.
say goodbye to Chris Phillips, Joe Powley, Tom Clark, Saul Gregory, John Bloodworth and Simon Fulton. That's half of the semi-finals done. Now we move back to the middleweights for their last semi-final of the day. And I believe, Jen, you've got some analysis for us. Let's take a look at that start.
Yeah, so we've got the original start where the cart went under the barrier, so we'll have a quick look at that.
Let's see if we can spot it. So there's like 2 or 3 carts in there, and Saul's just been
We need that, I
effectively.
think, in slow motion.
Give us give us it a little bit slower. Let's have a look.
I definitely think it's just the driver's being stubborn here. So obviously a little bit of contact happening from behind. He gets pushed into the barrier. The driver in front is the one that lifts the barrier up, and then obviously the driver behind then gets sort of put underneath more then. So if we look through it again just a little bit more, you can see that there's a driver in front in the white helmet.
Yeah.
He's already lifted the barrier here.
So he's been put into it almost by Saul by the look of it.
Yeah.
The driver who's made the contact.
But there's the driver at the back there.
He's been forced into it.
The driver at the back is pushing everybody in there.
Just a lot of loading, really.
I don't know. He literally starts pushing the driver in front by about here.
So if we look at this as well,
and pushes them all in.
No gap between the carts, so that he's getting pushed into the corner. The driver in front in the white helmet, as we said.
But he's doing the guy at the back there in the orange helmet.
The orange helmet. He's pushing.
And then
the guy
again,
in the white gets into it as
and
well.
then again in the guy in the white. It's like,
Yeah, it's just unfortunate in that
That's
one.
not right, though, Fabian, to be honest. And I can, hot off the press from race control is if we get any more red flags for driving of that standard, then it will come off the time of the race. Because these 12-minute races are taking 20 minutes to run. And it's literally that was a pretty poor driving standard, it has to be said. There's no excuse in that, I don't think.
I think we've got something else there to take a look at as well.
Yeah, we've got one more clip. This is the switchback clip that we had. So I do have some opinions on this, but I'll let Tom talk over it first of all.
The 3 goes down the inside. It looks like there's just enough space there. The 32's already lost the position here. And that just looks a little bit messy to me. With a little bit of a push, and the 3 goes around the front and gets clattered by the 9 as well. The 9 just had nowhere to go, but I think that the third hairpin there just looked a little bit messy to me.
Yeah, so the driver with the yellow helmet definitely came from a bit far back. Leg broke into the corner.
It's a very late move, but by the time they've got towards the corner,
he's alongside.
He's fully alongside.
Yeah, it's definitely a clean move going into the corner. I think what happens here is these who didn't want to give the position, so kept it sort of tight into the corner, causing the driver on the inside to bounce off the barrier.
Yeah.
And then the exact same thing happened in return over here, where he went down the inside. Driver on the outside didn't want to give space.
Did not want to
and ended
concede.
up bouncing off the barrier.
It's a bit tit for tat, really.
Yeah.
This is more of a racing incident, in my opinion. It's unfortunate that the driver with the yellow helmet sort of lost control of the car over here. So he's got his hand up in the air. But if I was the driver in the yellow helmet, I probably would have opened my wheel a little bit more, gave a little bit more space, and just maybe backed out on the one move rather than losing multiple.
I was going to say, it may have been wise to concede the one corner instead of ending up conceding the majority of the race.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Obviously, the contact on the start then sort of unsettled the driver's mindsets anyway. Obviously, race restart is never ideal.
We got RB Racing saying, I thought you didn't show replays. People go into barriers. No, we do, but we don't like to see people getting hurt, do we? Of course. And the replays, it's down to us just to pick them, really. So it's not every single incident. We don't have... it's quite awkward for us to actually pull this footage back up. It's not a simple process. It's not just we have like lots of buttons. We go, we'll have that one, we'll have this one, and we'll have that one. It is kind of what we choose to kind of show, is what I would say, and it's pretty much what we do when we're actually watching. So, hey.
Yeah, obviously to note as well, when we have a red flag, it's for multiple reasons. There's 5 reasons why we go red. One of those is being for injury or cart control or for track blockage. So that's one of the reasons why we could show the replay. It wasn't for an injury.
Okay, here we go. The pace car driver leads them around. We are in the second semi-final, the last semi-final of the middleweights. So let's see who is going to come out of this and potentially join Sam Slater on the front row of the grid for the grand final. And it is, of course, in the pace car conditions. It's very slow, really slow, actually. Waiting for that green light. It could come any time. Ignore the line. It's all on the light. It's gone. It's gone. Let's see who's going to lead.
Ball. a really good start for Chris Ball there. Oh, touch there at the back between Battersby and Smith, as it just looks like they're all getting into each other here. Colucci's trying to defend from Luke Battersby. He's trying to throw it around the outside, who in turn has a 34, Jordan Hayward, down his inside. Be careful here, guys. We've seen that come to grief already. As I think it was Taylor Barnes in the 19, just getting shuffled out a little bit. Oh, that's very messy up at the top section. They're all trying to go 2 by 2 here, but I think it's still Chris.
That's 34.
That's 34 on
Jordan
19.
Hayward.
That's Hayward on Taylor Barnes there, as they head down towards the back end of the circuit. Lights are yellow at the moment. And they go back green again. That's a very short yellow there as Chris Ball, Ollie Smith, Fabrizio Colucci, top 3, Luke Battersby as well has moved away from this one. And then it's all hell breaking loose over 5th place behind as they come through to complete the first lap of racing here. It is Chris Ball who goes over the line in first place, half a second to the good over Oliver Smith, Fabrizio Colucci and Luke Battersby. It's Callum Bendelow in 5th place, Jamie Foster in 6th, Taylor Barnes and Jordan Hayward are the drivers still with the tickets into the main event. Colin Marshall's dropped right down the order. There's the 36, Josh Selway backwards, his hands in the air. I think he thinks he's been pushed off wide a little bit, so VAR down there is going to have a bit of work to do. I think he's running around with Colin Marshall and Sam Hill, so we'll have to see what happened there. Down they go again, the top 3 still extremely close. I think Ollie Smith's feeling really racy here. We've seen him make some very, very good moves.
Defensive driving, look at that. Chris Ball right on the inside.
Around the outside
He's
here.
compromised himself here.
He's trying to hold it there. So Chris Ball's going to run it to the inside.
And
this could hope.
Fabrizio Colucci
Smith's going to make the run of it side by side through the
This is going to be
careful
intense.
here, lads. Leave space. Fabrizio Colucci's going to get into this. Ollie Smith tried to make the move. He nearly got overtaken himself, but the lights go yellow once again. And I think Colucci's trying to say, I was ahead. I should be in front of Ollie Smith.
I'm not sure I would back that.
According to the timing system, what we can see here, Ollie Smith was definitely ahead when they crossed the line. And I don't think Colucci had the overlap as they went through, but his hand was in the air. He clearly thought something went awry there when the lights went yellow.
But it's early days. There's still 10 minutes to go.
As you say, 10 minutes remaining here. In the top 3, there is absolutely nothing to separate them. Look over the shoulder. Chris Ball knows that Ollie Smith is still there. Colucci, with his hand in the air, is a little bit further back. And Luke Battersby as well is further back. Again, he's got his hand full trying to defend from, I think, that's Jordan Hayward behind him off the top of my head. The orange down the inside. Oh, no! That's the 27. That's Jamie Foster with the selfie. I thought that was going to be a lot bigger than it was there.
But fair dues to him. He knew, he backed out of it. It was too late. He spun around and he really tried to avoid everybody flying through. So you've got to have a go on this, haven't you? You've got to have a go. But he's knocked himself out of a grand final position here.
Yeah, so disaster for Jamie Foster. He had a crack at it, but he just didn't quite work for him as the lights go green once again. And another effective mini restart here, and it looks like Ball definitely got the whole shot there against Ollie Smith. Fabrizio Colucci's right on the rear bumper here of Ollie Smith there for second place. Luke Battersby's got Callum Bendelow for company, with Taylor Barnes not too far away. Jordan Hayward, and now Reece Duffy is into the qualifying position. Kart 8 in position 8, with Harley Smith a few positions back, and Zach Awan for the back of the grid. He's currently running in 10th place. Well, that's a fantastic start for Zach Awan. He started stone dead last.
Absolutely brilliant.
And he's now up towards the top end of the circuit, so fair play to Zach. That's a good drive so far. Currently looking at the fight over second place. It's Ollie Smith and Fabrizio Colucci. Look over the shoulder. Colucci knows that Battersby's not quite close enough. As we see the gaps come over the line. Reece Duffy's still in 8th place. Harley Smith, Zach now in 11th place, as Jamie Foster's made the position back into P number 10. So still all line astern at the moment. Gap at the front is 7/10, with a further 3/10 from Ollie Smith to Fabrizio Colucci now, with 1 second over Luke Battersby, and Callum Bendelow in 5th place at the moment. Now let's see if any moves can be made.
Great job from Chris Ball. He looks comfortable.
Just controlling the pace.
He doesn't he? He looks comfortable. He looks like he can turn it on when he wants. But he's just keeping an eye on what's going on behind him. And Oliver Smith really... he had the opportunity there a couple of laps ago, couldn't quite make it stick, but yeah, he's just got to hunt him down. He's got to get those laps in. Is that what we saw in the previous race? You've got to get that gap down, and this is much closer. You've got to put pressure on him. You've got to put pressure on him. And here we go, going on that hairpin onto the up ramp, and
Smith thought about a cut back there, and Ball just had him covered.
And very defensive from Chris Ball, middle of the track there. going onto the up ramp. He knows he's got number 1 Oliver Smith right there. And that gap, it's very odd because the gap seems to be going up and down quite significantly. End contact there from Oliver Smith on the back of Chris Paul. No doubt about that. Chris Paul looking back, just to almost say, yeah, I know. Sam Hill, we got 3-second penalty for speeding under yellows. Company running in 12, he's going to drop back down when he goes through. But look at this long side, it is
Colucci's gone
You've got to
for
go
it.
for that. That gap was there.
Fair
He
play.
had to go for that.
So Ollie Smith tried to go wide to get a move on Chris Paul to get the undercut, and that just opened the door.
Gap
and
was there.
Fabrizio Colucci's just launched it down the inside. That looked like a really good move over second place. Colin Marshall now gets a 3-second penalty for speeding under yellow.
So have a look, can Colucci do anything about Chris Paul now? Because now Chris Paul has got a different threat right behind.
Yeah, now Colucci in second place after that fantastic move. It's a move very similar to what Ollie Smith's been pulling most of the day, and it's a little bit strange to see him have the move pull on himself as a whole host of penalties being handed out.
Yeah, all the yellows.
Speeding under yellows. Now Barry Lakes becomes the latest victim of that. Ball again goes defensive. Is Ollie Smith going to be able to return the favour side by side? It's almost 3 wide into the second
almost
corner
3
there.
abreast.
Here comes Luke Battersby in this one. Looks
And
like
the drives behind are all joining in the battle.
So it was 3 karts for the lead. I think that's now 7 karts for the lead, maybe even 8 at this point. As they come over the line, the top 8 karts are separated by 1.7 seconds. Chris Paul is currently just backing everyone up and defending for his absolute life.
Yeah, Chris Paul was slow then. He was slow out that last hairpin. He took a very, very tight line, and now he is in super defensive mode, which is strange because he was suddenly attacking early on in the race and was able to pull away. But now there's no doubt this is turning into a super defensive drive for Chris Paul. The battle here is to keep everybody absolutely behind him. Fabrizio with that great manoeuvre, great move on Oliver Smith. He's got to be thinking there's a chance here. He has to be thinking. He takes a little check back on Oliver Smith. And yeah, Oliver Smith goes wide, looking racy through the hairpin.
Battersby was going to go right into the back of Ollie Smith then. That almost looked like it had the makings of a race-ending incident there, but Battersby did really well not to catch the back of Ollie Smith as he tried to sweep down in behind. These guys now really going defensive. The pace has really dropped off here at the moment. These guys were running low 52s. They're now running the high 52s. The pace has dropped off nearly a second at the moment as Chris Paul tries to defend for his life and hold on to a front row start, and it's causing all sorts of mayhem behind as they're trying to go 2 by 2 in places you can't really go side by side behind. Looked like Bendelow and Haywood were having a bit of a fight there with Taylor Barnes. That's allowed Luke Battersby now to get a bit of breathing room and just focus on the guys in front of him. Half a second is the gap between the top 3, and we've seen Ollie Smith already. If there's a way of getting past Fabrizio Colucci, he is going to find it.
And behind him,
overtaker.
The cut-off point is Reese Duffy, who is in 8th. Jamie Foster
So it's
did
this
have
fight
that.
that we're looking at there. It looks like Duffy went into the barrier there, and that might have just given Foster the run to get side by side. The gap was a couple of tenths as they go over the lines. Just the driver in blue with a white helmet that you can just see in the back of the shot. That is the difference between making the final and not. But Chris Paul currently trying to get on the front row with Fabrizio Colucci and Ollie Smith keen to take that front row start off him. And you can see how quickly these guys all close up. Again, it's the top 6 drivers now, all nose to tail again. As Chris Paul, Colucci, Smith, Battersby, Bendelow, Barnes, that's how close all 6 of them are. And you don't have to look too far back to see Haywood, Duffy and Foster, who are all fighting over 7th, 8th and 9th. Ball again, goes defensive, 3 minutes on the clock. I think that means about 2 laps left. Ollie Smith again goes to the outside. Again, it looks like Battersby's going to go on the inside. Ollie Smith's down the inside of Fabrizio Colucci.
Look at this.
He waves the finger. Not today, my
Not
friend,
today.
he says to Ollie Smith.
I love
He's already
it.
tried that move
I love
before,
it.
but Ollie Smith, he's a ruthless overtaker here. If he can find the move, he's going to make it. And running out of time if he's going to do it. But all this fighting is just allowing Chris Paul to start to get away at the front of the pack here. Colucci as well is going a little bit defending against Ollie
that
Smith.
That is the kind of thing that would wind Oliver Smith up, you know, with the finger being shaken like that. I wouldn't have thought that's the right thing to do at this particular stage. I think that there's going to be some kind of manoeuvre, an attempt from Oliver Smith coming in the next lap and a half or so that surely is going to see the end of this race.
So through the top section of the circuit, the driver's about to come on to start the final lap. Chris Paul not needing to go defensive this time around. He looks over his shoulder, he sees that Fabrizio Colucci's there, but not quite close enough. Luke Battersby still trying to get into this one. Ollie Smith goes for a wide line. Taylor Barnes goes down the inside of Callum Bendelow. The two of them are going side by side. This could end up in contact. Really respectful racing here, with Barnes trying to go down the inside for 5th position on Callum Bendelow. It looks like he's just completed the move in the background. Now the top 4 are all nose to tail. This could go horribly wrong for one of these guys, as it looks like Jamie Foster is side by side with Rhys Duffy for the last of the qualifying positions. Meanwhile, up at the front, the top 3 are still no sail. Lights are yellow. Something's gone on the circuit. We can't see what it is. We pan around, and there is Rhys Duffy in the 8th lap, the driver who was running in 8th place. We saw him side by side with Jamie Foster. His hands up. He doesn't know what's gone on there. And that incident has just ended his BIKC finals, and he knows it. So he's got going in the right direction again. He's going to be absolutely furious with that, as we lights go green. The last couple of corners of the semi-finals here. Ollie Smith tries it round the outside.
Can he do the inside?
Gives him the inside for the next one. He's trying to go for it. Hand in the air from Colucci. Is he going to lose another one? Barnes is down the inside of Battersby. He gets a position as well. Colucci's gone back past Ollie Smith. This one's going to end up under review, but it's Chris Ball who takes the win clean as a whistle.
They were all slow coming onto greens. They went around the corner. There was literally Oliver Smith was able to get alongside, and then he was squeezed. But then Fabrizio literally thought, right, that's not right. I will take the law book into my own hands, and just made contact with him and took the position back. That is absolutely in the steward's office.
What a manic last lap that was. I would not want to be. You can see them all huddled around the computer at the moment in race control up there.
Yep.
They're all huddled around the computer, just giving the nod to Jen and saying, let's try and get that last lap and see if we can
we've got to get that,
our
Jen.
own little review, and let's see if we arrive at a similar conclusion, because that all hell seemed to break loose. But the only thing I can be confident of there with the positions of the drivers is that Chris Ball won that, and it was just it was everyone else in second. That's the best way I could describe that result.
I can't wait to see that last lap again, because I think it's going to be pretty controversial.
That was absolute bedlam in the last 3 corners.
But it all caused the yellows. The yellow went to green, and you know, suddenly I think even we might think that Chris Paul might be a bit slow to get back on the throttle, allowing everybody else behind to a mad scramble. And as they went round the corner there, it was literally, but fair dues, right? So Oliver Smith was alongside.
So from where they were when the lights changed, he'll have just been coming onto that back straight. And the only real place, once you've gone through the left of the chicane, the only place you can see the light is going to be the end of turn 1. So if he's come out of there and the pillar has been in the way of that, he won't have seen the light straight away. So if he's had slow to react, there's Harley Smith with the first one, ABC on the final corner. So the Clarks are currently making a couple of decisions. That's Harley Smith with a 5-second penalty. That drops him to 9th. So that's going to keep him in. I think Colucci may have got one as well, as he's showing an R screen in 8th place.
He is, and that wouldn't surprise me, because that's what I would have called.
I think Colucci's got one there as well.
That's what I would call
for the move on the last corner. So
there we go. So 35.
Yes, behind me.
Confirmed.
5-second time penalty for Fabrizio Colucci. So that drops him to 8th place. He's still inside, still in the main event.
Yeah.
But he's now going to have to start it on the last row.
But that's how I would have called it.
I think the big winner in that one was Taylor Barnes. He's come home in 3rd place. So he's now on the 3rd row, having spent the majority of that race in like 6th or 7th.
And Fabrizio Colucci just scrapes into the fight. He's 8th.
There's the confirmation there. So, Jen, have you got that last lap? Let's take a look at that.
We've got to see it.
Manic.
We've got a bit of time.
Let me quickly grab it.
Yep. So, let's have a look here. So, we'll play it through at full speed. So, ball goes really defensive there. And Ollie Smith, amazingly, hangs it round the outside on Fabrizio Colucci. Colucci puts his hand in the air. And then, that's a pretty good push to pass.
That's like finger wag, off you go.
I think that is the dictionary definition of ABC there.
I think that's Felucci saying, "I'll be the race director."
It's like if you're gonna make contact with me, I'm gonna make contact back. So
just to say, right now he says Mega Drive by Zach started 16th, finished 10th. Yes, totally agree. Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, let's take a slower look at this. So Colucci's gone down the inside. He's tried to get down the inside of Ball. And Ollie Smith, we've seen him do this before. There is just a cart's width on the inside.
But he's made it. He squeezed through that gap.
And then you can see the brake light coming off there.
Yeah.
On the way in there. Would you agree with that assessment, maybe?
Honestly, yeah, there's not much to digest on that one, to be honest. It's a black and white, or clear as day sort of penalty, that is, unfortunately, for the driver. At least
See what you did there to black and white.
That's old school.
I see what you did there.
That's old school. Yeah, okay.
But that was
black and white flag.
Yeah, that was manic right at the end there.
That was controlled the entire way through, I must admit. That caused a lot of chaos for the drivers behind, but I think that's exactly what Bull wanted, was the chaos behind to help keep them in front. If the drivers were allowed to attack, then I think it would have been a different story.
Yeah, could have been a little bit more interesting.
And we're off for the last of the semi-finals in BIKC 2023.
Yeah, it's we've come to this. We're 3 races away from the end of the day now, so last of the heavyweights, and let's just pull apart live timing here. And it is John Uger on the front row, Hamid Durat, Charlie Jackson, Nathan Williams, Ben Richards, Phil Jackson, Kevin Taylor, BB James, Eastrop, the driver starting inside a main event qualifying position. Tom Owen, Stuart Clark, Jordan Bolton, Chris Tate, Paul Wyford, with Kai Andrews and Ollie Price trying to take those positions of them. Eyes down for full house, guys. There's only 8 seats left. Let's go get them. So, in towards turn 1. It's happened immediately.
There's contact immediately.
Nathan Williams is round.
Contact immediately. Look at this.
That was exceptionally messy. That's probably the best way I can describe that.
That is just not on.
And there's, 4 carts littering the circuit? Maybe 5? The other one with a hand up there as well?
That isn't really on, really, in the final of this magnitude. And it happened that there's 2 incidents there. I don't know if Jen is around, but there's 2 incidents. There's one at the front of the pack, which is around kart 44-16. I'm not sure if it's Hamid or Charlie. We'll have to
Lights have gone green now, so we are going to carry on racing here.
Okay, here we go.
That's 4 or 5 drivers who were towards the front of the field. There's now John Uger. There's the lights going again, so I think there may be some more, something else that's down the bottom section, maybe some...
yeah. There we go.
Something else with the cart there. Looks like there's an issue there trying to reset it. Yeah, lights off on the front of the cart.
That's your pole position driver, John Uger.
Yeah, there's red lights go red. So we haven't completed a lap, so this is going to be a full regrid here.
Indeed.
The light in the front of the cart went out, so it looks like it's had to have a reset here.
But that should, we'll have to wait for confirmation, see John go back to the front for a single line restart.
So the guys,
but let's wait for confirmation on that. That's what we think it is.
Just double checking the cart is all good and we don't need a swap. I think there may actually be something wrong with that cart.
There might.
They're just trying to make sure it is all good, and one of the marshals just want to check to make sure it is good. Last thing we want to do is send a cart that we're not happy with. And Johnny Uger now heads towards the front and will join the rest of the drivers. See the safety car parked just before turn 2. I'm going to push the drivers back to give them a chance to get this going as quickly as possible. So it was a massive, that was a big incident there. It looked like a lot of pushing. It started way before the.
It did.
Way before the corner.
But it started off the line. I don't know. I have to see the replay, but it looked like John Uger was the innocent party big time there.
Yeah, so just double check the carts all reset.
Shaking his head and yeah, it looked like there's just a huge amount of contact behind. And we should see, we are loading up the replay. It's going to take us a minute or so. I think we might be able to fit it in before this.
Yeah, it depends how quickly the marshals can get them regrid. It's the one time I don't want the marshals to work quickly to get the race restarted.
No, I see.
So we can take a look back through this if possible. But I think the guys are just gonna beat us to it. So you can just see Hamid Zarat and Charlie Jackson. Just gonna wait for Johnny Uger to come back through to the front. The order you see on the screen is the order they're gonna have to restart in. So the marshals are just gonna make sure that everyone is actually in that order before we get going again. You see one of the CLOs, Jodine, going onto the grid just to make sure that everyone is in the right place. And she'll have the running order. She'll have a list of the running order there. And you see a few of the drivers coming forward. So Johnny Uger retakes his place at the front. Hamid Zarat will go behind him in second place.
Yep.
And while he's get the last couple up, we got that start there, Jen.
Here we go.
Let's have a quick look at
I think
the
we
replay
can do it.
quickly.
There's drivers all over the place, so I think we've got a bit of time here.
Let's quickly get this replay up.
Hang on, wait a second. looking for. I must admit the heavyweights are very, very, very good at causing
Let's quickly
absolute
have a look
chaos
at
on
the
the
start of
start.
this one. So you can see one car's already gone sideways there.
But there's the push.
There's more loading at the front. So Nathan Williams is fully sideways.
But look in the
And
distance.
Let's look in the background there. He's just been
Because
pushed
in the
from behind.
distance, the driver literally takes out the lead. There's two incidents here. There's one in the distance and there's one right in front
So
of
there's
us.
one right here.
So there's 3 or 4 carts caught up there. And let's take a look at this. It looks like the driver who's in third at the moment is the one. He just loads off the cart in front.
Yeah, there we go. We've got another incident in the
And
front
then
of
there's
the
a
camera.
then there is a third instance in this as well. Yeah, you can just see the third cart there. It's effectively a domino effect. So the guy in third taps the guy in second, and the guy in second takes out the leader.
I must admit, this has been one of the worst restarts I've ever seen in my racing career.
Pretty chaotic.
Yeah,
It was extremely chaotic.
There's cars left, right, and centre. They're not supposed to be facing that way, especially on a restart. Sideways is not where you want to be. And then in the front as well, we just saw some Tokyo drift from the drivers going around the corner in the complete wrong direction as well.
Yeah.
So,
To quote one of the guys who run a sim racing centre that's here, it's this way, mate, is the line that I always used to get. So through from race control, the race time has been reduced to 10 minutes due to the issue at the start. And there's also a 5-second penalty. Oh no, so the 5-second penalties from the previous race. So the race has been reduced. These guys were warned if we had further red flags for incidents like this, then we would end up reducing their race time. So the timer now down to 8.5 minutes from the original 10.
completely agree with the time being cut. It was a completely avoidable incident from the get-go.
Yeah,
Obviously,
so-
the drivers got greedy, so...
Let's have a second attempt at getting this going. Johnny Uga is going to make the start. Lights go green and we're racing once again. It's all single file. The drivers can overtake as soon as they've seen the green lights. We go round the opening corner. Nathan Williams going to try and make amends for that aborted start. But it is Johnny Uga and Hamid Tarat who lead the way, with Charlie Jackson and Nathan Williams lining the line astern there with Ben Richards, Phil Jackson, Kevin Taylor-Beattie, James Eastrup, Tom Owens going to try and get into a qualifying position here. He sits in 9th place at the moment. Stuart Clark just behind him there, going through shot in the yellow. And there's still a little bit of bumping towards the back end of the field. So John Hugo goes under the back straight towards the first 3 hairpins. The 44 of Hamid Tarat looks over his shoulder. Charlie Jackson the 60, Nathan Williams in the 9. These 3 running nose to tail. Looks like side by side between the 42 and the 3. Looks like the 42 trying to hold off Kevin Taylor-Beattie as the guys all go through and under the Dunlop Bridge. That's one racing lap in the book. And it's only taken us 5 minutes to do it. So John Hugo continues to hold the lead. 2 tenths is the advantage over Hamid Tarat, with James Eastrop still the driver holding the ticket, the final ticket to the main event for the heavyweights. Tom Owens the one trying to take it off, and he's got 7 tenths to try and catch up if he wants to do that. So John Hugo holding the lead. He's just starting to break away at the front of the pack of this one, with Hamid Tarat, Charlie Jackson, Nathan Williams just behind. This grid of heavyweights extremely closely matched as they fire down the back straight and get ready to go into the top end of the circuit. And a bit of a gap starting to form. The 16's going defensive against the 9. That's Charlie Jackson against Nathan Williams. Williams trying to maybe try and find a position here as the 42 and the 3 again. Trying to go side by side. It is still James Eastrop that holds the last place. Over the line, Hugo still leads, 2 tenths still the advantage, so the top 2 starting to break away here with Charlie Jackson now second behind. This is the fight to decide who's going to start in the front row and who's going to start on the second between Hamid Tarat. Oh, that's Ollie Price backwards, and yeah, that's not an ideal rejoin there. So I think Marshall's going to have to come and find him there, and he's clearly not happy with what he's just seen there. Shakes his head, slams his visor down, off he goes back again to rejoin the race. And yet another yellow flag here for Ollie Price having a spin at the bottom section. Lights go green once again. John Hugo regains race pace. He's going to fire through the back section of the circuit with Hamid Tarat in hot pursuit. Charlie Jackson and Nathan Williams extremely close. Nathan drinks out, maybe thinks about it as Kevin Taylor-Beattie thinks about the same on Phil Jackson. Ben Rich is currently holding them up. James Eastrop trying to go around the outside. The driver in pink is the first driver who's currently not going to qualify, and he's in P9 at the moment as they go through the bottom section of the circuit. John Hugo's opened that gap up to 8 tenths at the moment. Charlie Jackson 1.3 seconds behind the leader. Change at the back. Kai Andrews now moved up into 13th place. He's got a lot of work if he wants to make it into the main event. 5 minutes remaining of this shortened race. These heavyweights try and decide who's going to make it through. And John Yuga starting to stamp his authority on proceedings here as they all file through the back section of the circuit. And John Yuga still controlling the pace here, 8/10 advantage. I think that's probably going to go up even further here. Hamid Durat, Charlie Jackson, Nathan Williams, Ben Richards, Phil Jackson, Kevin Taylor, BB, James Eastrop are your qualifiers at the moment. James, the driver in red, you can just see firing through the third hairpin now with Tom Owens in pink just behind, trying to take that qualifying position off him. A warning goes out to Paul Lyford. That'll be a black and white flag to just say, look, we've seen a bit of contact out there. The last thing we want to see is any more out there, as they now come through the top end of the circuit and head up onto the flyover once again. So John Yuga, Hamid Durat are your leaders. This is Charlie Jackson trying to press on. Nathan Williams, Jen Richards, Phil Jackson, Kevin Taylor, BB, James Eastrop still going through. You can see a massive train of carts coming through the back section of the circuit with the guys now firing through towards the top section of the circuit. Hamid Durat still trying to hold Charlie Jackson at bay, but that gap looks like it's starting to go out as Hamid now maybe a little bit of a dive by the 3 there from 3 on the 42. He thought about maybe going for a move. We've seen a lot of people make a very late move down the inside of that corner, especially in the middleweight, but the heavyweight not quite happy and able to pull it off. As John Yuga extends his advantage, 7/10 now over Hamid Durat, Charlie Jackson. So far after the restart, it's all clean so far.
Fantastic stuff. Christine is saying, was the lightweights like this? Was it calmer? It was a lot calmer. Yeah. Nothing compares to this from what we've had all weekend, it has to be said.
We thought the lightweights were hectic compared to the juniors and cadets. The kids were actually quite well behaved yesterday by comparison here.
Cadets and juniors were better behaved than the adults, and yeah, totally. But here we go. That's racing.
Fully agree on that one.
That's racing. John Yuga leading by 0.7 of a second. Hamid Durat is in second. Charlie Jackson third with 1.4 seconds between him and the leader. Okay, the cut-off point here, we've got Nathan in fourth, we've got Ben Richards fifth, Phil Jackson in sixth, Kevin Taylor, BB in seventh, and James Estrop in eighth. At the moment, we are losing Tom Owens, Stuart Clark, Chris Tate, Jordan Bolton, Kai Andrew, Paul Lyford, and Oliver Price. That's how it stands with 2 laps to go after this, so I thought maybe 3, probably 2.
Just see, Charlie Jackson is now effectively holding everyone up. He's trying to defend from Nathan Williams, and that's brought Richards, Jackson, Taylor, BB, Eastrop, and Owens into the fight. There's only about 2 seconds separating those 6 drivers, and that's the fight just behind this top 2 as Hamid Durat has really reeled in John Yuga. As you can see, the guys in second, third and fourth all firing through the top of the back of the shot. Look how close they all are. The drivers in red and pink at the back are the ones holding the final positions and the last opportunity to qualify into the main event. To look over the shoulder from Charlie Jackson as the leaders go over to start another lap. I reckon this is probably going to be the last one that we'll see in the semi-finals. John Yuga and Hamid Durat have 1 lap to decide who is going to be on the front row here. As they now fire up onto the flyover section, there's 1 lap left for Tom Owens to try and get into the main event at the expense of James Eastrop. Remember, if one of these has contact, one of them gets a penalty, this can quite easily change the entire complexion of the race. As the double left-hander takes these drivers back down the ramp, a look over from Yuga. He knows that there's no chance for Durat just yet. He needs to try and get a little bit closer, maybe try and make a move into the final corner. It's going to be brave if he can do it. We've seen it done as Jackson goes defensive in third place on Williams. Looks like he's a little bit slow out of the corner. Contact there by the 9 on the
Nathan
number 16.
Williams.
Is that going to let the
He's
18
lose
in
out.
here? Are these guys going to be a run to the
Check
flag?
a flag.
It's going to be a drag race to the line. I think the 18 just gets it over the line. That was 17 hundredths of a second between Ben Richards and Nathan Williams, just losing position on the line, and that looked like it was started because the 9 just went into the back of the 16, had to back out. But well done to John Yuga and Hamid Durat, who take the top 2 positions. Charlie Jackson, Ben Richards, Nathan Williams, despite losing a position, stays in the main event. Phil Jackson, Kevin Taylor, BB, and James Eastrop are your finalists in the heavyweights. We now lose Tom Owens, Stuart Clark, Chris Tate, Jordan Bolton, Kai Andrew, Paul Lyford, and Oliver price from the BIKC, and that now means we are just 2 races away from the end of the day now. So we've just got the 2 finals left to go, and you see the team in the pits just preparing the karts and getting them ready for us to go racing for the 2 longer main events.
Tom, how do we get through that? We got through the
Sure.
semi-finals.
I'm not entirely sure. And I'm not entirely sure any of the race directors have any hair left. 'Cause I think they just pulled it out over the course of those 4 races.
But hey, there was just 2 races left. The 2 grand finals. And yeah, here we go. It's now that we're going to see the ultimate battle. We've got some real kind of, I can't call it, if I'll be honest, in kind of both of them. They've got standout drivers.
Have some really good drivers. I think if you're looking towards the middleweights, you're really looking at the likes of Slater, Ball. You're probably looking at Miller as well. Colucci could probably do it if he could make his way through.
Yeah.
Penalties really ruined his day. But the thing for me, I think the danger factor in my eyes is the 2 words there, Ollie Smith.
Yep.
He's been absolutely ruthless in overtaking, and he's shown that he can make his way through in a gap that is a kart's width and nothing else.
Yep.
So if he gets an opportunity to even get a look in at any of the guys that are starting ahead of him, then he could be a force to be reckoned with. And then heavyweights, both classes have been dominated by the respected drive. Both groups have been dominated by the respected drive, with Dave Harvey and John Yuga winning just about anything. I can't wait to see the pair of them on track together.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just a little bit coming in from race control. Let's have a. No, that's just a grid
Looks like
photo.
we've got grids there.
Yeah, that's just a grid photo, so that's no problem at all. And we will soon have the grid, and the grid is equally exciting. Who is gonna be on pole, and who's gonna win all those battles of the front row, the second row, the third row, the fourth row? Let's have a look. Right, first we're going to go with the middleweights. I'm going to run through the grid order. In 16th place, it is Fabrizio Colucci. In 15th on the grid, it's Tom Fox. 14th is Jamie Foster. 13th is Charlie Machin. In 12th place, it's Callum Bendelow. 11th place will be Steve Smith. 10th place is Jordan Haywood. 9th, Reese Kello. 8th, Luke Battersby. 7th is Sebastian Miller. We're getting to the top drivers now, the top 3 rows for the middleweights. In 6th place, it is Taylor Barnes. 5th place, it is Marcel Kamiluski. 2nd row, 4th place, Oliver Smith. 3rd place, Adam Davis. Front row, 2nd on the grid, Chris Ball. 1st place on the grid, Sam Slater. That is your grid for the grand final of the middleweights BIKC 2023.
Yeah, you can just see the middleweights are all up there, and looking at that, even the front 7 or 8 in there, there's drivers who we've seen making some really good moves. Like Adam Davis has had
Sebastian
a
Miller.
pretty solid run.
Yeah,
Seb
I mean,
Miller's had a really
great.
good run. The fact that he's down in 7th, I don't think he's going to be happy with that. He's going to want to move forward.
Just the jump start
Taylor
there.
Barnes as well has had some really good runs through this. He's made some really good overtakes, especially some opportunistic ones. Ollie Smith from 4th, I think he could be quite dangerous. He could quite easily get on the podium from 4th place.
Also, I'm going to keep an eye on Fabrizio Colucci, because starting 16th,
seeing his progress,
he's got to be
quite
unhappy.
interesting. It's going to be interesting to see where he gets to. I think
We
if
know he
gets
can
to top
race.
10,
We know
I
he's
think
probably a
that'll
bit
be good result.
angry as well, maybe after what happened. He was certainly angry in the race. That let's see what he
I
can
think
do.
the other point for him now as well is he's got absolutely nothing to lose. So he's got to go out. He's got 15 minutes to effectively see how far up the order he can get.
Indeed, absolutely. Well, we won't have to wait all that long, because drivers are already making their way down to the pit lane for the final checks. Just having final conversations with everybody in the pit lane before they'll be climbing in. Oh, more stuff coming in from the race, so I wonder if it's anything... okay.
Anything of interest we've
have
got?
a quick look. Okay, no, all good.
So you just got Sam
No,
CLO.
just a bit of procedure. That's we're going to hold them for the interviews and do all the interviews together.
From Sam.
Is all that is there. Lots of hugging going on.
Has the fist bump rule become the hugging
The hug rule, obviously.
To be fair, it's a very emotional day for a lot of drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, the competing at
Sam
this
loves a
level for
hug.
lot of
He loves a
people,
hug
it's,
as much as he loves a fist bump.
Yeah, it's nice to see even at this point in the day that all the drivers still in a relatively good mood out there. As we all get the drivers, there's the pole man Sam Slater.
Yeah, we definitely got Slater
getting
in.
ready to
The
take his
two-time
kart.
champion. It could be third. Sorry, I had to get it in there just for everyone else.
You had to mention it. Had to mention
I'm
it.
not going to put the commentator's curse down for him, but let's hope we can see a third. Maybe
So there's
he can
Adam
match Dante.
Davis, there's Steve Gray as well. Sadly, he's not taking part in the main event, but Adam started from third. He could be quite dangerous to the front two if he can get a good start out there. There's Ollie Smith having a chat with Sam CLO. Hopefully,
Paul Boodle says, there you go,
some,
boys. You've been streaming for 10 hours.
That's nothing. That's a short BIKC stream, that. That's short, that.
It shows I'm
Last year
getting
got us
old.
on our endurance toes for this.
Yeah, we ended up, thankfully, both this year and last year, both supported by Monster. Well, I think last year's stream was definitely fueled by Monster towards the end of it, especially when we were getting into the heavyweights.
I think I counted 17 hours last year we were at track 4.
That's impressive. That is very impressive.
Very fatiguing day, but definitely worth it.
Hopefully, we don't end up in a similar sort of idea. There's Reese Kello taking his kart ready for the final.
Chris Ball, got to bring it home for America, is in there. There's another one that says bring it home for Wales, Chris.
To confirm, he is a Welsh driver, not an American driver.
Well, I think America have stolen him, what I can see. But hey.
So there we go.
And Jen, you were very quick to clean that up. You know what I mean? You can
just
tell
having
your
it on
Welsh
those.
links to Cardiff. No, he is
Exactly.
a Welsh driver. Absolutely.
So all the drivers
Here
just
we go,
getting
kind
a
of
last
fist
little
bumps.
pep talk for a last little bit of pep talk. There's Fabrizio Colucci. Still looks
Yeah.
relatively chill actually,
Yeah.
despite the work that he's now got to try and do. He's got 15 drivers in front of him. As Chrissy now goes down the line, there's Slater, there's Reese Kello, Chris Ball, Adam Davis just behind.
Cue some moody camera work.
Yeah, here's all the moody cameras. You just see this is where you start seeing some of the personalities of some of the drivers. Some of them play it nice and cool.
Yeah, like here you go, 34.
Some of them just play it nice and cool. Some of them are just there to
Oliver
have a good laugh.
Smith.
And
Oh, 40 gives a wave. That's Luke Battersby. And there's 11 at the back, who is Steve Smith.
The other thing I quite like from this is the amount of them are wearing like head cams on there.
Indeed.
And I can't wait to see some of like the roundups from the drivers' point of views when they
Totally.
end up. There's a few of them that do produce some decent content and that sort of stuff. So even though we've got this beautiful live stream with our dulcet tones all over it, you can get a driver's eye view of what a BIKC finals like by looking back at some of the other stuff. By the sound of it, I think we got a kart just being tested, just making sure that it is all good and it's all in good nick, and it's all good and
Staring
safe to
at,
race.
Sam's feet right here.
His right foot. He's going to need that.
He's going to need his right foot. Hopefully not too much of the left one.
Got a nice lineup of suits and helmets here.
Yeah, it's a
Obviously,
very colourful
lot
grid,
of
this one.
custom stuff looking at.
It's a very colourful grid. We said the lightweights was a pretty colourful grid, but this one's a pretty colourful grid as well.
Yeah, I've always
I
loved
think Reese is
Callow's,
excited. Reese is just
suit
ready
and
to go.
helmet.
I think Reese just wants this race to start now. He's
Yeah, I think
excited.
he
He
was
wants
one
to
of the
go
drivers
racing.
last year that got knocked out in the semis as
Yeah,
well.
there's
he
a love
didn't
heart.
he didn't make the final. Yeah, he
One of
didn't make
these.
the main events. I don't think Chris made the main event. There's a few drivers who've made it this time that didn't get through. There's
Obviously,
the
we've got our,
1,000-mile stare of a racing driver there from Chris Ball, just focused ahead of him.
Exactly, we've got a little golden boy Tom Fox that we thought was a new underdog here in the grand final.
Honestly, he came down testing. He's come from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, well, I personally never heard of him before, and then he
He's put on a
cleaned
good. He's put a
Coventry.
good result. He's put on a really good showing here at the moment. He's going to be in the 36, starting 15th. So even in testing, he was extremely quick.
Yeah, he was
Remember
putting
we
it
had
at top of the times, being top 3 every single session he did.
yeah, even I think even one of the juniors held the lap record at the time. We were on one of the Monday night member sessions, and
Ben Payne, sorry, says Chris is so tall he reaches America. That's
If you would like
Sorry,
another
it had to
fun
be said.
fact,
It
just
had
to
to be
clarify, Seb Miller is still taller.
Is it just that? Is it just the orange suits just make you taller? Is that
Yeah,
what
but-
it is? Is that where I'm going wrong? I need an orange suit.
Unfortunately not. Our orange suits do not make us taller. No, I wish it would.
No.
I am very, very short compared to them, but yeah.
I'm 5'7" and I normally marshal at Alton Park, so a full orange suit on me, yeah, definitely doesn't make me look taller.
Here we go. A lot of love for a lot of drivers
There
out
you go.
there.
There's
Chris to win.
Chrissy on the barriers saying,
Okay, there's another one.
One last
Another one.
High five to everyone there.
So
goes.
hugs, fist bumps. It's like, she's amazing, isn't she? She'll get in the car in a minute and just join in and just race them.
She jumped on track the other night with us and was enjoying the task of how high can you get on the up ramp and sending it as fast as possible.
That's the thing. She's a good character. She's not fast. She's all right.
Yeah.
All right behind the wheel, actually.
Yeah, quick.
I think she mid-pat the one session she was on, and she hasn't done the track before, so she's pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty quick to learn this track as well. It's not an easy one to learn. I say to quite a lot of people, it's a track you can race for years and still learn it.
Yeah.
Still be picking up new
I'm nowhere near
things.
learning it. Knowing it.
Yeah, and you've done 2 hot lap guides around here as well.
Absolutely. Okay, right. So we got Seb Hamilton saying, Sam, we're going to get slated by Chris. See what he did there? Do you see what he did there? Sam's going to get slated by Chris. Brilliant from Sam Slater. Yeah. Jack Chris to win. Reverb Racing. Let's go, Ben. Ben Payne. Shout out. Yeah, Ben Payne's big shout out. Great, funny comment. Love it.
Right, here we go. Signal's been given.
Danny W. Do your commentary, Russell. Yeah. At least somebody does. Got one fan.
At the front.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that very, very much.
So, for the last time in 2023 for the middleweights, we've got 16 drivers. We started with just over 1,000. We're down to the last 16. And now these drivers have 15 minutes to decide amongst them who is going to lift the BIKC Championship for 2023. Is it going to be a third title for Sam Slater? He's got 15 drivers that are going to try and deny him. As they come under the Dunlop Bridge, the pace starts to pick up, the lights go green. We're racing for the last time in the middleweights for BIKC, and it is the two-time champion that currently holds the lead. Chris Ball's still down the inside. Adam Davis is trying to hold off Ollie Smith. Luke Battersby goes down the inside of big contact. Smith's out of this one. There's massive contact there.
That's a red flag.
Stung there.
Oh, we have an injury.
That looked like
34.
It stung.
That is, where's the Oliver Smith?
Clock's paused, lights are red. That
Oliver Smith,
and
took
Smith.
a lot of hits there. Started fourth, ended up with a final hit came when he was virtually at the back of the race. Unbelievable. We really hope we wouldn't see any of this in the final. We got to what 4 corners? It's yeah, and again, it's another one for the race directors.
Yeah, so
let's have a look, and it's going to be interesting here what they actually do.
What it looked like, I think Luke Battersby tried to saw the gap that had been created by Ollie Smith going a little bit wider, trying to stay away from Adam Davis, and he just got into the back of him. That's forced him wide, and then the other 10 carts coming behind him just had nowhere to go, and it's sort of one thing led to another. I think the 8 put it right, and it was just a case of all hell broke loose. The drivers now all being advised to move back towards the grid, so we'll see if Ollie Smith joins him. Yes, he does, which is good to see. So Ollie Smith is going to carry on. It's really good to see that he's been able to do that. It looked like a pretty horrible hit.
We're going to get this running as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, didn't look like a nice experience to be part of there. So the drivers again going to come down in the order that you can see on the screen. Because it is a restart, it's going to be single file, as signalled by Silky there to the drivers. So for the majority of them, they're all in the same order. The top 3 are at least. And then we'll see Ollie Smith come in to pull in behind Adam Davis as they just stop the drivers here. They just stop the drivers short of the dummy grid just so Ollie Smith can actually come through a little bit easier. Silky there, guiding traffic. He's currently sat waiting for the rest of the carts to come through. With Harvey there, just directing traffic, let's say, as well.
So any news we have, we will report back to you as soon as we get it. But we do see, I think, we do see lots of drivers here coming through to join in.
So there's Ollie Smith.
Okay, that's good. That's what we wanted to see.
So Ollie Smith in the 34, by my maths, needs to be behind the 19, not the 29. So just confirming it, and then, yep, Harvey gets the memo, and just pushes him back so Ollie Smith can take back up his 4th place. Then you'll have the 29 of Himalevsky there.
Okay, here we go. So race time has been reduced to 12 minutes.
Ooh, so less race time for these guys, so even less time for them to decide the championship.
Indeed.
So it's going to mean that every lap here is really going to count.
Yep.
As he all
Adam's
go now.
enjoying his disco kart.
So we've seen a few starts, a bit messy when Adam's been out of the safety car. So I think they've put him back in just to make sure. A bit like that 1 year with us in cat grease. So Adam is the cat grease of the safety cars, let's say. So
Adam
we've got him in there.
Adam is providing the disco for the Christmas party this year. He's just going to sit in the car on the dance floor and go for it.
Yeah, so Adam, the enforcer, let's say, of the safety car, is sat there waiting to lead the rest of the field through. Just
no
the side eye,
thumbs up from the pace car driver.
1,000-mile stare of a racing drive. There we go.
Here we go.
He's happy now. Oh, time penalty there. 5 seconds for Marcel Himilevsky. So we'll have to consult race control, see what that was. My guess is that's going to be for his part in the loading off of Oliver Smith, because he was running about that sort. He is on the grid about that sort of side. So it may be that he's got into the back of Battersby, and who in turn has got into the back of Ollie Smith. And that's what caused the start. So drivers on the grid, and as soon as we get the signal from our chief starter, then we'll be able to get going once again.
You can tell Sam's posing for this shot right here.
Yeah, he's just sat right in front, visor down, just far enough. Just say, right, relax, make it look all cool. And then we've now got a 12 minutes race to decide who's going to take the championship this time round. So are back in the original order, but Himilevsky with the penalty is going to drop out of this one. So they now come through the top end of the circuit. Through the right, the pace kart driver Adam Beale is going to lead them through. He's going to run off and leave them under the control of Sam Slater. And it's going to be 15 drivers chasing him down to try and take away what could be a third title. There we go, green. We are now racing once again for the BIKC middleweights, and it's a really good start from Slater. He's managed to get a bit of a gap, as it looks like Taylor Barnes is trying to go around the outside of Seb Miller, who's managed to make up a place there. So Miller straight away making moves, and he's right on the back of Himilevsky as they all make it through. Nice and clean up towards the top section of the circuit. So it's Slater, Ball, David Smith, Barnes, and now Miller. Miller and now Barnes, with Luke Battersby tucked up behind them, with Reece Kello, Jordan Hayward just behind there as well, with Steve Smith, Callum Bendelow, Charlie Matchin, Jamie Foster, Tom Fox, Fabrizio Colucci, and Marcel Himilevsky is now the last driver in the standings, as Chris Ball already going defensive here. Slater's absolutely ran away from this one. Oh, totally. Contact there. Davis is gone. Davis is gone. That was contact there, and that's a spin for Adam Davis. Well, I may have to take a look at that one there.
And the yellow's just going to be a very quick yellow.
What happened there?
Here we go.
There's
already.
the restart. Taylor Barnes trying to get the jump on Seb Miller. He's not quite able to do so.
Sam Slater, look at the lead.
Slater has absolutely disappeared. Where is Slater gone? He's heading up the ramp.
4.9 seconds.
That's an incredible lead for Sam Slater over Chris Ball here. It's going to take a mammoth drive to try and overcome this one. But Chris has shown his pace so far in this event. And if he's going to do it, he's going to have to try and get his head down and pull that gap in. So Adam Davis been deposited towards the back of the grid. There goes Sam Slater, Chris Ball in second place with Ollie Smith, Seb Miller up to fourth place. Taylor Barnes, Luke Battersby, Reece Kello are your top 7. There's Ball again going defensive. There goes Miller down the inside of Ollie Smith. Let's see if that's come off. Smith been deposited back down. He's now behind Reece Kello. So he's lost out to Taylor Barnes, Luke Battersby as well. So over the line, Sam Slater leads. Chris Ball in second place. He's 3.2 seconds clear as they come through for the first time at race pace. Seb Miller in third place, Taylor Barnes in fourth. Ollie Smith didn't look too happy with that move, so I think we may have a bit more VARing to be done.
There is, because there's a lot of queries about
make sure that was clean.
Did Sam Slater speed any yellows is also the thing that is going on. But
yeah,
the gap was
absolutely
huge, but the gap has come down to 3.2. So whether the yellows came on when Sam was on the next lap, so
there goes the leader there. Second place is Chris Ball. Seb Miller in third place.
Great camera angle. Look at this.
There, with Reece Kello following just behind, and then Marcel Himilevsky and Oliver Smith there as they turn in towards the second hairpin. And Taylor Barnes looking a bit racy on the back of Seb Miller. The drivers all filing through. Charlie Matchins, no slouch on this circuit. He's been able to make some moves where other people haven't. Jamie Foster's now going on the inside. Callum Benderlow thinks a little bit better of it as they go over the start-finish line. A penalty board goes out there. Not quite sure who that was for. Looking at that, I think
we'll find out in a second. Here we go.
Just been shown a penalty board there.
Yeah, I've got some notifications.
So notice from
here we go. So car
control.
39, Sam Slater is under investigation for speeding in the yellows.
So this might not be over yet. Slater.
Also, he's got to put his foot down. I mean, 5-second penalty for car 19.
That's Adam Davis.
Yeah, okay, that is for contact. So we are reviewing it. We have the VAR and.
So the thing in the back of my head here. If Slater does get a penalty for speeding in the yellow, those penalties have been about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And the gap between Slater and Chris Ball right now
3 seconds.
is about 3 seconds. There's
Game
a board.
on.
The penalty board went out. I just saw a penalty board being shown to Sam Slater there. The gap is 3. The penalty is 3 seconds. Chris Ball now currently is in the box seat here. So Chris Ball is now currently in a position to take a British Indoor Karting Championship thanks to a 3-second penalty for Sam Slater. If Hollywood wrote this in a script, they throw it out as unbelievable.
So
but
now,
it's happening here at Warrington.
We've got Chris Ball versus Sam Slater, but they are not together on the track.
Backwards. Colucci's gone round. So that's probably going to be a quick yellow there. Colucci with his hands up, and it was. There's the penalty for Sam Slater. My math on there has it as a 3-second penalty, but we're going back to green again. As there's the confirmation of the correct penalty. Chris Ball looks over his shoulder. Now, all Chris has to do is stay within 3 seconds of Sam Slater. And if Seb Miller can get within 3 seconds of Sam Slater, that will drop him into 3rd place. Is this again a third title slipping away from Sam Slater here? The gap has gone up to half a second, so Chris Ball is currently chasing down the 2-time champion and is about to deny him that 3rd title for a 2nd year in a row.
So we need to be comparing
here.
We need to be comparing lap times. So at the moment, Chris Ball is circulating in 54.955, whereas Sam Slater is 55.265. That is why Chris Ball is leading this race by 0.5 of a second. So Sam Slater, whether he's aware or not, he surely is because he's been issued the penalty board. He's got clear air.
Slater's seen the ball.
He's got to put the laps of his life in if he's going to become a 3 times British Indoor Karting Champion. Chris Ball has got it. It's in his hands as well because he's got a bit of a gap there. He's got about half a second between himself and Seb Miller. He needs, if he's going to become champion, he's got to get the laps in. It's literally
that gap's smaller. It's definitely
everything.
Smaller.
Qualifying laps.
So Miller's now ahead of Slater. So Miller's closed him in. There's a good chance. Taylor Barnes only 2 tenths behind. It's only a handful of tenths behind Seb Miller. If these guys carry on at the pace they're going, Slater again is going to end up in 4th place for the 2nd year in a row. There's a good chance though that these 3 don't know that Slater's got the penalty.
Indeed.
That far ahead,
the
boards went out and came straight back in. So what these guys don't realise is they're actually fighting for for the BIKC title. They're not fighting over second.
Indeed.
So down the back straight they go, through the left, right. There's only a handful of tenths separating these 3. They're closing in on Slater again. This is the fight for all 3 steps on the podium here in the BIKC finals. Chris Ball, though, has the advantage. Barnes is trying to go around the outside of Seb Miller here. Down the inside, he's maybe going to try it. Miller looks over his shoulder. He's not quite close enough to go for it. Battersby, though, is about 4 seconds off this fight. We're going to carry on watching the fight.
Sam Slater's back in 2nd, half a second behind. He is fighting back. He will know. That's the thing. He got issued the penalty board. He will know he's got everything to do. And we've got 5 minutes of the race remaining. Everything to play for here. And the other thing is, if these drivers start fighting each other, if Chris Ball suddenly has to do some defending work because he doesn't know that he is leading, then suddenly it will allow Sam Slater to really pull back and take that 1st position once again. What an amazing set of circumstances we've got to settle. It's been such a difficult race, but suddenly we've got something which is really unique.
Here. I think Ball's even closer, and Miller and Barnes are starting to fight between each other. The more they do this, the less chance they've got of being on the podium. Right now, they're fighting over 3rd. If they can close in a little bit more, they may be fighting over 2nd. But Chris Ball comes over the line. Let's see what the gap is this time. It's still half a second. You can see the gap there. It's 2.5 seconds between it.
Chris Ball is
just
doing
needs to try and stay in this window, and he could quite easily take a BIKC title away from Sam Slater here. With about 4 minutes left to go, he probably doesn't know that he's in the box seat right now. All he's got to do is get his head down and push as hard as he can. There's a good chance the first time he's going to find out if it does happen is when someone points him to the number 1 board instead of the number 2 when they come in. So let's see what the gap is this time around. Looks like Ball has definitely dropped Miller. I think Miller's dropped Barnes now. So really the fight we're watching.
We go. We need to see what the time is.
Lap times here.
It's all about lap times.
So it's all about, effectively,
Let's have a
qualifying
look.
fight towards the end of this one.
Here it
as we now
comes.
go through the top end of the track. And Slater and Ball, they go through. The gap is even bigger this time. So
It's higher.
7/10 as they come over the start-finish line. 3 minutes on the clock to go as they go through the back end of the circuit. You see Himilevsky dropping down. That's his 5-second penalty there. Another one popped up for Tom Fox. A 5-second penalty for ABC, advantage by contact. As they go through the top end of the circuit, Taylor Barnes looking against Seb Miller here as they go through the top section. Slater must feel absolutely helpless right now. He's had it all to do today, but he's really, really fighting for a title. If he's going to have to do anything, he's got to try and find 7/10 over the driver that's chasing him.
That's what he needs, 7/10 for a second, and he's got, where are we? He's got about two, maybe 3 laps. That's all it is. And here we go, there's a real battle here. This is Taylor Barnes and Seb Miller, who are battling it out for the final spot on the podium. But here we go, Chris Ball, and it's 0.3! 0.3! Sam Slater is responding. Sam Slater is responding. It's still on. It's neck and neck between Chris Ball and Sam Slater with just a couple of laps to go.
He could still do this. It's still on here. All he's got to do is find 3/10 over Chris Ball in second place, and Slater can still hold on to the title. Their fastest laps are advantage to Chris Ball. The fastest lap of the race, ironically, belongs to Tom Fox down in 14th place. That's not the times that we're looking at. We're looking at Sam Slater here, going in towards T1 to start what we think will be the last lap of the championship for 2023. Let's see what the gap is this time. Let's see what Chris Ball has to do. What's the margin that he either needs to make up, or what has he got in his pocket? That gap is definitely bigger this time.
0.3.
That gap is bigger.
No,
it's 0.68. There's a warning goes out for Taylor Barnes. It's going to literally be a photo finish at the end.
The final lap, and on the previous lap it was 0.068. It is absolutely neck and neck here. What an outstanding climax we have to this British Indoor Karting Championship middleweight division. What's going to happen? Number 1, Chris Ball has put the lap of his life in. 39, Sam Slater's got to put the lap of his life in. We're going to find out now. They fly down to the fastest part of the circuit, and as soon as Chris Ball goes over the line, I will tell you who is going to be the BIKC champion. Here we go. It's going to happen now. Checker flag. Cross goes Sam Slater. Where is Chris?
It's Slater.
Sam Slater takes it on the final lap.
Oh no, he's won it. He's done it on the final lap. Oh, if Hollywood, if you wrote that script and sent it to Hollywood, they'd call it and say it was unreal.
A 3-time BIKC champion. Unbelievable.
What have we just watched?
I'm in disbelief of what I have just watched.
That?
Absolutely disbelief. And now Sam thinks that was comfortable. Chris Ball, I don't think, does not know how close he was to becoming BIKC champion. So he just needed a little bit more on that final lap.
So the last lap over the line, Sam Slater did a 52.4. Chris Ball did a 52.8. Had he matched his fastest lap that he'd set, we would have been talking about a very, very different story right now.
When Chris Ball finds out, okay, how close he was, honestly, lots of hugs. And Jen, because he's Cardiff driver, an American Cardiff driver, obviously, but, you know, that is a great result for Chris for second, but it could have
I think Sam's just found out exactly how close it was.
0.2.
A shake of the head that when he realises he won the title
and Jen
by
is,
0.2 of a second.
Jen is now explaining it, I think, to Chris. So Chris understands exactly how close he was to being BIKC champion. Unbelievable stuff. Drama. Total drama. And let's not forget Seb Miller, 3rd place, a fantastic 3rd place. 3.3 seconds behind the eventual winner. Taylor Barnes in 4th, Luke Battersea in 5th, Reese Callow in 6th, Jamie Foster in 7th, Callum Bendelow 8th, Steve Smith 9th, Jordan Hayward in 10th, Charlie Machin in 11th, Marcel Kamileski in 12th, Oliver Smith in 13th, Fabricio Colucci making up a couple of places to come 14th, Adam Davis 15th, Tom Fox 16th, and that is the absolute final running order. But the big news, we're all in shock here, aren't we? What an incredible finish to an event.
That was
unbelievable.
Absolutely amazing.
We may have had to be quite patient to get to this point, but we were rewarded with absolute and just magic. What a magic way. Motorsport has a way sometimes, doesn't it, of when we get to phases like this. You can go through races that go, right, a bit processional, and then suddenly you get a race like this. That was absolutely stunning. For the previous 5-6 laps of that race, Chris Ball had it. Chris Ball was the BIKC champion. It was the last lap. It was the lap time on the final lap that allowed Sam Slater to become a 3-time BIKC champion.
2.5
Unbelievable.
2.5 tenths is the difference between being a champion and being second. That was absolutely amazing.
We're not throwing out to anybody, are we?
So the drivers are all down in the bottom section there.
Okay, we are going to hand over to Akhil, who is down there with the drivers. What an incredible finish. Akhil, the drivers are all yours.
Sam, 3-time winner! How's it feel?
Amazing, honestly. Obviously, coming into the weekend, feeling pretty good, pretty strong. Really hoping to make it 3, but, you know, making it a reality is something else, isn't it? So,
do you know how close that was at the end?
Do you know what? I saw the penalty board come out on the middle of the track, and I honest to God, was thinking to myself, why on earth is that? That must be a mistake. When the yellows were on, I slowed down the first chance I saw the yellow light, I slowed down. So I think there's a bit of a blind spot on that back straight where there's no yellow light, and that's what made it look like I was speeding. But I'm not going to complain.
Regardless,
I still got it. But it just, I was hoping to win with a nice cushy lead and ended up somehow winning it on the last lap. So,
well, you gave us all the entertainment, Sam, so thank you very much. How are you going to celebrate?
I got a 3-hour drive back to Bristol now, so wow. I'll be covered in champagne, hopefully, and absolutely. We'll celebrate tomorrow.
Well done, mate. Well done, Sam. Enjoy your evening. Chris? What a race. What a race. Did you think you had won it at the end?
No, firstly, congratulations to Sam, on the championship. It's his 3rd championship. He totally deserves it. In 2020, I, fell out of the B final in BIKC, and then when I came back in 2021, I got a bit better. And then last year, I made Warrington, and I really struggled. I maybe didn't do enough practice. I needed another year under my belt. And this year to come back and put it on pole, last year I was 14th, put it on pole, this time it felt so good. When you're racing now a 3-time champion, it's really hard, so the heats were difficult, but listen, I'm so proud of myself. I just want to shout out, people at home, mum, dad, who's watching. I've got people in America watching, Kai, Bree, Colin, everybody are there. And my work friends are watching as well, but yeah, thank you ever so much.
Chris, I don't think you know how close you came to winning that, but I'm sure you'll see it again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Well done, mate. Well done. Sebastian? How'd you find the race?
Yeah, it was a tough race, that. Started from 7th, so it's good to get onto the podium. My weekend started off well with a pole position in the heats, and then it sort of went downhill, so it was good to get a recovery in the final there. And it was good fun. Tough racing.
Yeah. And going to come back next year? Come back, give it another go?
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking to get the title next year, so that'll be my main aim.
Well, you're all winners in our eyes, so well done again.
Thank you, Rob.
And back to Russ and Tom in the commentary box.
Okay, here we go. So we've had one absolutely unbelievable final. We're not going to forget that one, Tom, in a long time.
No, that's got to be the most tension I've ever had in a final, where you literally have no idea. If drivers are racing like wheel to wheel, you have a rough idea of what's going to happen, but because you've got that gap, you're literally there trying to count in your head how far behind the driver in second is. And honestly, I actually thought Chris had that. I thought that was I thought that was a done deal with a couple of laps to go, and then Sam somehow found another gear, and just went.
Indeed. And also, when Chris has been interviewed by Akhil, at one point I literally thought Akhil was 2 foot tall.
Yeah, like those lads, both Seb and Chris, they're probably the tallest drivers that we've got. I think they're both getting on for like 6'5", and Akhil's about the same height as me, and I'm 5'7"-ish. Depends on what shoes I'm wearing. But yeah, they're two very tall lads. It's actually amazing they actually get into the karts and be competitive. But yeah, to be that close to a title at the end of it, when, like you said, he didn't even make the final last time. He didn't even make it into the main event. I think it worked out he finished something on the line of like 29. And to come through a year later and to finish second to a driver who's pretty much had the category on lock and key is a pretty impressive performance from Chris, and I'm sure we'll see him back again. But we've got one more class to go, and we've got some really good racing to come. Even Sam looks short. Sam's not a short person, and even he looks short next to those two.
Yeah. Also, it's nice to see Sam Slater just in one piece after going into the
There
barrier.
we go.
Look at that. Yeah.
Can someone get him a box?
Absolutely.
Oh man. Good to see even after the stress of a race, the guys can still have a good laugh. So he bursts out the door and say, "You what, mate?"
But Tom, guess what?
What?
Got to do all that again.
I know we've got one more race.
Got one more race.
And we finally
also
get to see David Harvey versus John Yuga.
And also, we haven't had any trouble with the heavyweights all night.
It hasn't been extremely hard fought. And would you use the word carnage?
Totally.
I think it's getting close. I think it'd be getting close.
It's the last race of the 2023 BIKC finals.
Yeah, last race of the day, last race of the season. Sort of got like a last day of school feeling at this point. So,
little wave to the camera there for you and Wilson. Little wave to the camera.
Yeah, Ian
wave.
Self-proclaimed most handsome driver on the field.
How many hugs and fist bumps is Christina going to give now?
They're probably going to be fist bumped out at this point.
I think so. She'd have like blood coming from her hands. And so here we go. It's drivers just settling in. I'm almost out of breath after last race, and we've got to do it all over again.
Yeah, I'm absolutely shattered by that. And all we're doing is standing here talking about it. We've got another 15-minute final to go in a class that has provided a lot of action today. So, talk you quickly through the grid. The driver on pole position is the 37. The driver in the neon yellow you've just seen there, Mr. David Harvey, will take the field round on the start. John Yuga will start in second place. Harvey Sugden Scott with Hamid Durat alongside him on the second row. Russell Ending, Charlie Jackson, Ross Sandwell, Ben Richards, Ian Wilson in P9. And Nathan Williams will start P10, Jack Bridges, Phil Jackson, Kingsley Nanton in 13th, Kevin Taylor-Beebe, Dan Jones and James Eastrop will complete the runners and riders. As we get a nice moody shot of all the drivers, with some of them giving the old 1,000-mile stare, and we get to see a few of the... there's a wave from Kevin Taylor-Beebe in the 26. And the driver sat at the back, Dan Jones, has just got his eyes set on moving forward. And over the next 15 minutes, that's what he's going to have his eyes set on there. Trying to get up from a 15th place start. I think Nathan Williams is probably going to want him to have been a bit higher there in the 24. I'm no chatting to Ian Wilson before he went out. He thought he was about half a second or so off some of the top guys. And to make it into the top 10, let alone top 9 of the main event, when you're not 100% happy with the circuit, then that's quite a feat in itself. But Adam Beale's going to take the start for this one in the pace kart, as Harvey stands at the front and gets ready to receive the drivers. There's our little bundle of joy, Chrissy, waiting for all the drivers to head out. Congratulating our pole man as they head out onto the circuit, with John Yuga following him behind. So, 15 minutes left of the BIKC Championship, as the driver's just getting that last high five. Chrissy playing tricks there with Russell Ending there in the 9, just trying to psych him out maybe. And it looks like we've got all the drivers moving up now. Are we going for a single file start here? Looks to me like we are. I think after what we saw earlier on, we're Going to give him a single file start here just to try and make sure that we actually get this race off first time around.
Okay, probably the right decision, I think, after all the kind of chaos that there has been in the heavyweights leading up to this. I think single file is probably the right thing to do, although we have seen single file races and there's still 2 abreast by the time they get under the flyover anyway. But yeah, I think that is a really good shout from the clerk of the course. We would love to see a nice, clean, crisp race, has to be said. So yeah, we're just doing some final checks on all the carts. So
see a few of them are just ready to go. A few of them just want to get this race started and want to get trying to move up the order. What this is going to mean though is I think David Harvey's going to have a little bit of an easier run through here. You see John Yuga's just psyching himself up, getting ready to run in the 1,000-mile stare of Dave Harvey as he gets ready to try and to lead the field away for the start of this one here. So drivers under starters orders, just getting a last little bit of prep before we go racing.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully for the final time, Adam Beale will be leading the way in that special kart.
As we now get ready to go through, the last driver's just getting the last little bit of encouragement from, is that Sam working his way down?
So here we go. Let's go for the grid in actual fact. So we've got David Harvey in pole position, John Uger in second, Harvey Sugden Scott in third, Hamid Durat is in fourth, Russell.
Just seeing what's written on Dave Harvey's helmet there.
Is fifth, Charlie Jackson sixth, Ross Samuel is seventh, Ben Rich is eighth, Ian Wilson ninth, Nathan Williams 10th, Jack Bridges 11th, Phil Jackson 12th, Kingsley Nanton 13th, Kevin Taylor BB in 14th, Daniel Jones in 15th, and James Estrop in 16th.
Yeah, it says, have you seen what's written on the side of Dave Harvey's helmet? It says "Going Bananas."
Going bananas.
I think if he can hold on for the next 15 minutes and take home a win, I think he will be going bananas at the end of this. But he's got 15 drivers behind him who are going to try and take that title off him. And we've already seen drivers starting from pole position. It's not a surefire shot that they are going to take the title away. So just waiting for the last little bit to prep. You just see the guys gathered around the computer there. Just going to make sure everything is all set up and that we are ready to rock and roll. We've got Harvey stood to the side there. As soon as he gets the thumbs up from the guys in the pit lane, we will be good to go. A lot of support coming through for various different drivers. Come on, Jack, says Karting Boy there. Come on, Kevin as well from RB Racing. Let's go, Nathan, coming from Tom Carroll. So a lot of support for these heavyweights. Getting late on in the day, nearly 9 o'clock here in Warrington. With a bit of support there for John coming through. Do it for Docklands. With various different tracks here. That's Harlow on the front with John Uger from TeamSport Docklands there, your top two. I'm pretty sure he's saying if either of those can take the title, it'll be the first time one of those tracks has won the British Indoor Karting Championship. And we know that tracks are all really competitive. Jen's been proving it all night. Whenever she's seen a Cardiff or Bristol driver on the front, she's gone absolutely ballistic. Which, with that podium being all Cardiff and Bristol, I think she was absolutely made up there. Just ran down and had to show her boys the appreciation that they probably deserve after that one.
It was some very intense racing, I must admit. Obviously, I'm really looking forward to this heavyweight final now. We've got quite a few good drivers at the front. Obviously, we've got David, who was a third-place finisher last year, now on pole. So hopefully we can see a win for him.
Top seed from last year.
Exactly. And we've got some good drivers behind as well. Some names that stand out is Ian Wilson. We've got Russell Endine as well. Ross Sandwell as well. That's a couple of drivers from a couple of years ago who I've seen go through the regionals, and obviously looking to compete today for the title as well.
Yeah, there's a few other drivers that could provide a little bit of action. Hamid Durat's been there or thereabouts throughout the entirety of this one, and Harvey Sugden Scott as well has had a lot of support, and he's also been doing pretty well in the results as well. Charlie Jackson's always seen Charlie Jackson on the defense. It's going to be nice to be able to see him on the offense. So
it's going to be fascinating.
Under starters orders here for the last time in the British Indoor Karting Championship for 2023. One more 15-minute final to decide who is going to take the last of 5 championships. We've had 3 new champions in the form of Akhil Vyas in Bobby McGurr and in lightweight as well. We've now got 1 last championship to decide. So Dave Harvey's going to lead them to the line, the top seed from last year. Can he go to better this time round? Lights go green. We're racing for the last time in the heavyweights as they all come through single file. It's a nice clean stop. Endine's got back. Oh, it's happened immediately. Charlie Jackson's backwards. That's the 42. Charlie Jackson's backwards.
2 incidents.
The 6 of Daniel Jones also spinning in sympathy there as they all come through the top set, as they all come back through light to yellow. All the drivers point in the right direction, so we're going to go green again very soon. We do so now as Harvey again leads them away. We don't go red, thankfully, but that has now just allowed a couple more drivers to get a few more positions in this one as they now come through the top sections there.
Two groups
two
of
very
cars.
distinct trains. The second one being led by Nathan Williams in what we believe is probably going to be P10. The one that matters, though, is led by David Harvey. John Yuga is right up under his rear bumper. Cart's going 2 by 2 at the front. As the top 2 are breaking away with Harvey Sugden Scott, with Hamid Tarat. Oh, Yuga's gone wide. Yuga went wide there. He tried to go for a move down the inside. The back of the car just snapped on him.
He's
and he had
fortunate.
absolutely nowhere to go. He's lucky he didn't lose a position there to Harvey Sugden Scott, as they now go under the Dunlop Bridge once again through the left-hander. And David Harvey completes the first lap on his route to a BIKC title, but John Yuga has the bit between his teeth. He's right back onto the rear bumper of the Harlow driver as they head up on the top section. Sugden Scott is under pressure from Hamid Tarat, Russell Endine, Ross Sandwell, Ben Richards, Ian Wilson up to 8th. As the carts all file through the tight right-left chicane at the top before you head down the ramp into the tight hairpin. Use all the road on the way out, fire down the down ramp, under the bridge through the fastest corner in indoor karting, and then head towards the last 3 hairpins. And it looks like Dave Harvey's just under control here. And behind, I think I saw a move for Wilson, maybe trying to go down the inside. He's got Jack Bridges still behind him, but it looks like Nathan Williams is now tucked up.
And dare I say it, Tom,
there.
it's starting just to slightly spread out. There are
I think
little
that's what
gaps.
These guys need. They just need to be able to get the heads down for the next 10,
Little gaps
next
between each driver.
8 or so minutes maybe, and
which
then
is really good.
start fighting.
Which is really good because hopefully we don't want to see another red flag. So it is John Iuga, and this surely this battle is going to run right to the end because David Harvey has been absolutely brilliant, but so is John Iuga in every single race here. It is a battle of the giants here. Harvey in 3rd, Hamid in 4th, Russell Endine in 5th. We've got Ross Samuel in 6th, Ben Richards in 7th, Ian Wilson 8th, Jack Bridges 9th, Nathan Williams in 10th, Phil Jackson 11th, then Kingsley Nansen, Kevin Taylor Beebe, James Estrom, Charlie Jackson, Daniel Jones. But at the front, let's see what the gap is going to be. It doesn't look like half a second there, but there is just a little gap between each of the drivers before you get back to the chain that comes from about 8th place, and then it starts becoming bumper to bumper once again. And yeah, backed up by the lap times. 0.458 seconds is the gap for the lead at the moment. We have got 12 minutes to go. There's a long way to go. We're not even a quarter of the way through this. There is a lot of racing coming up, and David Harvey, how's he played this one now?